Chapter 1. Misfortune. Having lost his parents at a tender age, Yufei faced yet another stroke of misfortune this year, as his beloved grandfather departed from this world a few months prior. The weight of life's adversities bore heavily upon him, leaving his spirit somewhat despondent. It seemed as though fate had conspired against him, deprived of parental love from the outset. He had never experienced the warmth of a mother's or father's embrace. Earlier this year, his childhood companion, Xiaoli, whom he had cherished deeply, had married. Now, even his grandfather, his sole companion, was no longer by his side. Yufei and Xiaoli had grown up together in the same village, their hearts entwined from a young age. Alas, due to his family's impoverished circumstances, Xiaoli's parents vehemently opposed their union, leading to her marriage to another this year. Rumor had it that Xiaoli's new family was well off, running a restaurant in the county. On the day of her wedding, Yufei could not bear to show his face. Instead, he trailed behind the luxurious car that took her away, parting ways only when she was safely in the county. Upon returning home, he wept at his parents' graves for an extended period, only making his way back in the dead of night. His grandfather, witnessing his sorrow, felt an immense ache in his heart, berating himself for being unable to provide the means for his grandson to marry the girl he loved. Perhaps this incident left a lingering bitterness in his grandfather's heart, as his health began to deteriorate shortly thereafter, and he passed away within a few months. Yufei was engulfed by guilt following his grandfather's unexpected demise. He believed he should have concealed his emotions, for had he done so, his grandfather would not have harbored any resentment. In truth, their circumstances had begun to improve since Yufei turned 16, however. The impression they had left on others was one of poverty, which had fueled Xiaoli's parents' disapproval of their relationship. With many young villagers having sought employment elsewhere, the fields lay fallow. Since the age of 16, Yufei had partnered with his grandfather to cultivate the idle land, growing crops to sustain themselves. Over the past 4 years, they not only repaid their debts, but also managed to save over 20,000 yuan. As their lives began to flourish, fate dealt a cruel blow with his grandfather's untimely passing. Understanding the hardships his grandfather had endured to raise him, Yufei withdrew all his savings to give his grandfather a dignified funeral. Though he had never had the opportunity to repay his grandfather's kindness in life, he hoped that the grandeur of the funeral would honor his memory. Yet, despite its splendor, a lingering sense of regret remained in his heart. Yufei remained in a state of melancholy for over 6 months, until the arrival of the spring festival. The young people who had gone to work elsewhere returned home to celebrate, and upon seeing his forlorn state, his childhood friends encouraged him to join them in seeking employment after the festivities. Yufei had previously harbored a desire to work alongside others, but the thought of leaving his grandfather had held him back, compelling him to remain at home and tend to the fields. Now, with his grandfather gone, he felt unburdened. Remaining in the village only served to remind him of his heartache, and he yearned to escape the place that had become a wellspring of sorrow. Moreover, he would soon turn 21, and he realized that continuing in this manner was untenable. His grandfather would not have wished for him to suffer in silence. Perhaps a change of environment and lifestyle would serve him well. Surely, fate cannot be so cruel as to afflict him alone. It is implausible that he could continue to endure such misfortune. Perhaps relocating could usher in a more favorable chapter in his life. Following the spring festival, Yufei packed his belongings and, alongside his companions from the village, embarked on a journey southward for work. They boarded the train together, yet his friends had already secured their return tickets, complete with sleeping berths, while Yufei purchased his ticket only just before departure. Having completed his grandfather's funeral, he found himself destitute once more, unable to afford a sleeper ticket, opting instead for a hard seat. At this time, the train was bustling with passengers, and his considerate village friends helped him stow his luggage in the sleeper compartment. They advised him to remain on the platform after disembarking, cautioning him not to wander off as they would come to find him. Once they settled back into their respective carriages, they awaited the train's departure. This marked Yufei's first train ride and his inaugural venture away from home. Despite the cramped conditions, he was filled with hope for the future. After a delay of over 10 minutes, the train finally departed, commencing a nearly 20-hour journey. Yufei managed to endure this lengthy ride with nothing but a few hard biscuits and a flask of water. Having never traveled before, Yufei felt a pang of anxiety. Throughout the journey, He did not dare to close his eyes, even when exhaustion threatened to overtake him, resolutely staying awake for the entire duration. Upon arrival at the station, a throng of passengers surged towards the exit, and the inexperienced Yufei was quickly pushed to the back of the line. Rather than jostle his way forward, he exhibited remarkable politeness, allowing others to pass. Predictably, Yufei was the last to disembark from his carriage. Once on the platform, he found himself momentarily disoriented, surrounded by a sea of unfamiliar faces, unable to spot his village friends. Yet, he remained steadfast in his resolve, adhering to his friend's instructions by refraining from leaving with the crowd, standing at the door of his carriage, waiting for them to locate him. He waited for over 20 minutes, until the platform had cleared of all passengers, yet his friends from the village had not arrived. Though he contemplated remaining in place, station staff informed him that lingering was not permitted and urged him to exit promptly. With no other option, Yufei made his way toward the exit. As he walked, he attempted to call his friends with his phone, only to discover that his second-hand device had long since run out of battery. Emerging from the station, Yufei was engulfed in confusion. He was at a loss as to where to go next or what to do. The city felt utterly alien to him, and he possessed not a single coin to his name. The only 200 yuan he had was stowed away in his luggage, which remained with his village companions, and his dead phone rendered him unable to reach out to them. In that moment, Yufei regretted his decision to seek work away from home. He had once believed that this venture would lead to a better life, but the very first step he took into the world had delivered a harsh blow. And now, where could his friends from the village possibly be? As Yufei's companions from his village have been working at a factory for the past few years, the factory arranged for a vehicle to collect them due to their numbers. When their train was delayed, the driver incessantly called them, urging them to hurry. Upon disembarking, they swiftly sought the driver. Since they had always traveled together, they inadvertently forgot about Yufei, who was accompanying them for the first time. It wasn't until they arrived at their dormitory and spotted Yufei's luggage that they remembered him. Attempts to contact Yufei by phone were futile, and by the time they returned to the train station, he had already vanished from sight. Chapter 2. The Misstep into a Dubious Inn. Upon exiting the train station, Yufei refrained from wandering aimlessly, feeling utterly unfamiliar with the city. Unsure of where to go, he decided to wait at the station, hoping that his friends would soon arrive to find him. However, as fate would have it, trouble found him. A flamboyantly dressed woman, noticing that Yufei was alone, approached him directly. With heavy makeup that could not conceal the signs of age on her face, the woman, in her 40s, approached Yufei with an enthusiastic greeting. "Young man, are you looking for a place to stay? I have company available." Yufei failed to comprehend her words, pondering how the mention of company related to finding accommodation. Despite his urgent desire for a place to rest, he was acutely aware that he had no money to his name. The woman's pallid complexion unnerved him, prompting him to shake his head in refusal. Perceiving Yufei's apparent naivety, the woman surmised that he was likely a newcomer to the city, an ideal target for her intentions. Relishing the opportunity, she edged closer to him. Having never been in such proximity to a woman, Yufei felt a surge of shyness, instinctively stepping back. This retreat only confirmed the woman's belief that he would be an easy conquest, leading her to entwine her arm with his. As she grasped his arm, she cooed, "It matters not if you seek accommodation, come, take a look." The sudden intimacy deepened Yufei's embarrassment, his face flushed with color. He attempted to extricate his arm, but her grip was firm, thwarting his efforts time and again. In truth, Yufei possessed the strength to free himself, yet he hesitated to exert force, fearing he might inadvertently harm her. Unable to withdraw his arm, he resolved to verbally decline her advances, but before he could utter a word, she tugged him forward. As the woman continued to pull him away, ignoring his protests, Yufei found himself in a predicament. He hesitated, torn between the desire to resist and the fear of harming her. In that fleeting moment of indecision, they had already exited the train station, and soon he was led into a narrow alley by this alluring woman. After navigating through a maze of winding paths, Yufei was ushered into a dimly lit room adorned with a pink lamp, whose glow unsettled him and elicited a sense of irritation. Inside, several similarly flamboyant women were seated, their ages unmistakably surpassing 30. Upon Yufei's entrance, The previously languid women sprang to life, encircling him with an eagerness akin to cats catching a whiff of something enticing. They clamored to get closer to him, each vying for his attention. "Come rest in my room. I have a little fan," one suggested. "My bed is big and soft. Come to my room," another chimed in. "I have talents to show you. Come to my room," yet another called out. And Yufei, overwhelmed and feeling as if he had been struck by lightning, could barely utter a word. His face flushed. He finally managed to stammer, "I have no money." His declaration seemed to cast a spell over the women, halting their advances as they turned to the woman who had brought him, one of them asking, "Sister Hong, what's the situation with this guy?" Sister Hong, irritated by Yufei's words, thought to herself, "After all the trouble I took to bring you here, you say you have no money? Even if you're pretending to be broke, entering my establishment means you must cough up something." Having encountered similar individuals before, she yelled upstairs, "Someone trying to skip out on the bill." No sooner had she spoken than 3 burly men stormed into the room, quickly surrounding Yufei, while the women retreated to the sidelines. The leader of the trio addressed Yufei, "So you're the one trying to skip out, huh? Hand over the cash quickly to avoid any trouble. My brothers here are not gentle, and you'll be the one to suffer the consequences." Confused, Yufei responded, "I just arrived at this place. I haven't paid for anything." Sister Hong, seething with anger, retorted, "What do you mean you haven't paid? You've taken advantage of me, and that comes at a cost." And Yufei scratched his head, bewildered. "When did I ever take advantage of you? Isn't this an unfounded accusation?" Sister Hong then waved her hand at the 3 men, instructing, "Quit wasting time on him. Make sure he behaves before we discuss anything further." At her command, the 3 men advanced toward Yufei, ready to teach him a lesson. Faced with women, he felt out of his depth, but against 3 men, he felt emboldened. He was prepared to fight back. And Yu, a robust and imposing figure, possessed considerable strength and had previously dabbled in martial arts. When he unleashed his full might, he found himself evenly matched against 3 burly men, each side unable to gain the upper hand. As Yu focused intently on the trio before him, a sudden sharp pain struck the back of his head. Turning around, he discovered Hong Jie standing behind him, wielding a shattered vase. And Yu instinctively touched the back of his head, and upon seeing the blood on his hand, his vision darkened, and he collapsed. Witnessing his fall, Hong Jie hurled the remains of the vase at the 3 men, exclaiming, "You useless louts, 3 of you can't even handle a mere boy." A few minutes later, Hong Jie, clutching a half-eaten hard biscuit and a dilapidated water bottle, wore an expression that was more repugnant than if she had swallowed a fly. She never anticipated that Yu's claims were indeed true. He had no money at all. Not a single coin, nor even a scrap of paper could be found on him, only the remnants of a biscuit and the old water container. She was utterly astonished that someone could venture out without any money. Having earned nothing, her efforts had been in vain, and her frustration was palpable. Observing the situation, the leader of the men turned to Hong Jie and inquired, "What shall we do now, Hong Jie?" With a resigned sigh, Hong Jie replied, "What else can we do? Give him a thorough beating and throw him out, but make sure to toss him far away so that he can't return." Chapter 3. Rescued at that moment, the companions who had brought in Yufei to the city realized that he had been left at the station. They hurriedly hailed a taxi from the factory and returned to the train station. However, there was no trace of Yufei to be found. They scoured the entire plaza of the station, but their search yielded nothing. With no other options, they sought the assistance of the station's police officers. Although Yufei had been missing for less than 24 hours, thus precluding the filing of a formal report, the officers generously offered their help in the search. By reviewing the surveillance footage, they discovered that Yufei had indeed left the train station. As for his whereabouts thereafter, he had ventured beyond the purview of the cameras, leaving the officers unable to assist further. The group followed the direction Yufei had last taken for quite some time, but found no sign of him. With nightfall approaching and the reality that they had to work the next day, they reluctantly decided to return to the factory for the time being. A few hours later, Yufei slowly regained consciousness. With great effort, he opened his eyes, only to find himself in an utterly unfamiliar environment. The darkness enveloped him, limiting his field of vision. However, by observing the surrounding trees, he deduced that he was likely in a forest, as the area was densely populated with foliage. Yet, These trees differed from any he had encountered before, and the darkness prevented him from identifying their species. His head throbbed painfully, and discomfort radiated through his entire body. Enduring the agony, he attempted to rise, failing twice in his efforts. Exhausted and devoid of strength, he closed his eyes for a moment, allowing himself a brief respite. Once he regained a modicum of energy, he tried again, and after 2 attempts, he managed to use a nearby stick for support and finally stood upright. Once on his feet, he cautiously tested his limbs. Although movement was laborious and fraught with pain, he sensed that his bones were likely intact. This harrowing experience unveiled to the innocent and kind-hearted in Yufei the treachery that could lurk within human nature. Having spent his childhood in the countryside, he could never have imagined that a seemingly warm-hearted woman could turn so viciously against him. One moment she had greeted him with a smile, and the next, she had struck him with a vase. At that moment, he thought of the city's malevolence and longed to return to his quaint rural village, a place he had always felt at home. However, that would have to wait. His current predicament was precarious. Although he had managed to stand, he was acutely aware of numerous wounds on his body, some of which were still bleeding. The loss of blood left him feeling faint, and he knew he was at risk of collapsing once more. Survival instincts urged him to remain upright. He understood that if he fell again, he might never rise. In this remote wilderness, it would be a while before anyone stumbled upon him, and he could very well remain there forever. Clenching his teeth in determination, he persevered. Just then, a vehicle approached from the distance. With the aid of its headlights, he spotted a road several dozen meters ahead. Seeing this road filled him with hope. It could be his only chance at survival. He knew he had to reach the roadside, for even if he collapsed, there would be a possibility of someone discovering him. The car was still some distance away from him, and he exerted all his strength to begin moving towards the highway. Each movement was excruciatingly difficult, causing pain to radiate from his wounds. This was his sole opportunity for survival. Enduring the agony, and Yufei gritted his teeth and slowly made his way towards the road. Despite his utmost efforts, the vehicle's speed was relentless. Just as he was within 5 meters of the highway, the car sped past him. With trees lining both sides of the road, the driver failed to notice Yufei's presence. Watching the car disappear, a wave of despair washed over him. He pondered if perhaps this was his fate, that he should never have left that small village. Standing there in a daze for a while, the arduous distance he had traversed had drained him of the last of his energy, providing him a moment to rest and recuperate. At that moment, a distant car's headlights appeared, and Yufei felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. He was determined not to miss this opportunity. Though his strength had not fully returned, he pressed on towards the highway. This time, his movements were even more laborious and sluggish, as he still lacked sufficient energy. As the car approached within 10 meters, he finally reached the roadside. He turned to face the vehicle, raising his hand to signal it. However, as the car's bright lights illuminated him, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, and darkness enveloped his vision as he lost his balance. In that fleeting moment before collapsing, he thought he might meet his end here, hoping that the driver would be kind-hearted enough to take him to a hospital. As he fell, Yufei lost consciousness. He had bled excessively and had not eaten for a long time. The fact that he had managed to endure this long was a testament to his limits. Others might not have even reached the roadside. Time passed, and eventually Yufei awoke. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a sea of white. He looked around the immaculate room, speculating whether he had arrived in paradise. A slight movement sent sharp pain coursing through his body, reminding him that he was indeed alive, though he was uncertain of his whereabouts. Observing his surroundings, he surmised that he was in a hospital. As he pondered where he might be and who had brought him to the hospital, was it that driver? He heard the sounds of a heated argument outside, between a man and a woman. "Shuyan, you didn't even hit him. Why are you saving him? Isn't that meddling? Wu'er Gongzi, mind your own business. I choose to save him, and it's none of your concern." "How can it not be my concern? In 3 months, you are to marry me and become part of the Wu family. Naturally, I have a say in your matters. That is a matter for 3 months from now. I'm not married to you yet. We are merely engaged, and legally, we have no ties. Being engaged means you are my fiancé, and I have the right to concern myself with your affairs. Do we have a marriage certificate? We are engaged. Do we have a marriage certificate? All right, Lin Xuyan. Just you wait. After we are wed, if I do not make you compliant, I shall not bear the surname Wu. What does it matter if you do not share the surname Wu? Will you then take on the surname Lin? Subsequently, and Yufei heard the sound of the man departing in anger. And Yufei felt a sense of bewilderment. Who were these two individuals? Were they speaking of someone they intended to rescue? Was that person perhaps herself? Chapter 4. Healing. As in Yufei pondered, he suddenly heard the sound of a door opening. He was now certain that the man and woman he had just heard were indeed speaking of him. He fixed his gaze at the entrance, eager to glimpse the kind soul who had rescued him, determined to remember her visage well so that he might repay her kindness in the future. When the door swung open and a woman stepped inside, and Yufei was momentarily rendered speechless. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful. Her angelic face and devilish figure left him in awe, making him momentarily believe he had encountered a celestial being. She was more exquisite than any woman he had ever seen in magazines or on television. He could scarcely fathom that someone could possess such beauty. Only moments ago, he had been captivated by her melodious voice, but now he was utterly astonished by her stunning appearance, leaving him in a daze. Upon entering the room, Lin Xin noticed in Yufei staring blankly, and a flicker of concern crossed her mind. She feared he might have suffered a mental lapse due to the injury at the back of his head. Approaching his bedside, she gently inquired, "Are you awake? Can you speak?" Her voice, as sweet as a lark, roused in Yufei from his stupor. He attempted to turn his head, but even the slightest movement sent a jolt of pain through him. Gritting his teeth, he managed to respond, "I can." At that moment, Lin Xuyan recognized that in Yufei's eyes had regained their clarity. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, and she found his gaze to be the purest she had ever encountered in an adult, reminiscent of a child's innocence. Unlike the looks others cast upon her, which were often rife with desire and made her feel uncomfortable, and Yufei's gaze was refreshingly sincere. After their exchange, and Yufei attempted to sit up, but the pain forced him to grimace. Observing his struggle, Lin Xun gently restrained him, saying, "Just lie back. You have too many injuries. The doctor has advised you to rest. Please refrain from moving for the next few days, or you risk reopening your wounds and requiring stitches again." Given Lin Xuyan's insistence, and Yufei acquiesced, realizing that even if he wished to sit, he was in no condition to do so. He then voiced the question that lingered in his heart. "Sister Fairy, were you the one who saved me?" Lin Xuyan, puzzled by his unusual address, had never been called that before, but found the term rather endearing. With a smile that danced in her heart, she replied, "Yes, I was the one who saved you. You collapsed in front of my car, and I brought you back. You were quite resilient, having lost so much blood yet still holding on. The doctor mentioned that if it had been just a few hours later, you might not have made it." With his suspicions confirmed, and Yufei expressed his gratitude, saying, "Sister Fairy, thank you for saving me. My name is Yufei, and if you ever find yourself in need, I would brave any peril for you." Lin Xuyan chuckled lightly. "You are quite amusing, sounding like a chivalrous hero from old tales. My rescuing you was merely a matter of convenience. There's no need for you to dwell on it. By the way, how did you come to be in such a predicament? You hardly seem the type to make enemies." Although Lin Xuyan advised not to take it to heart, and Yufei had already etched her words into his mind. Should this woman encounter any difficulties in the future, he would willingly sacrifice his own life to assist her. Holding these sentiments close, he began recounting to Lin Xuyan the tale of his journey from the mountain village to the dark hotel, where he found himself in such dire circumstances. Once Yufei finished his narrative, Lin Xuyan inquired whether he remembered the route to that ominous hotel. Given the winding paths of the narrow alley, it was improbable that Yufei could recall the way. He could only shake his head in response. Observing his confusion, Lin Xuyan said, "Very well, focus on healing your injuries. We can discuss other matters later. I have other commitments and must take my leave. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek the nurse." After bidding farewell, Lin Xuyan exited the hospital room, and Yufei gazed at the closed door, still in disbelief that he had been rescued, and by a woman who resembled a celestial being. During his 2 weeks in the hospital, Lin Xuyan frequently visited him. By the end of his recovery, and Yufei had nearly healed, Apart from a mild concussion, he had sustained only superficial injuries. As he prepared for discharge, he faced a dilemma regarding his future. Naturally, he yearned to return to his familiar mountain village. However, upon learning of the substantial medical expenses Lin Shuyan had covered on his behalf, he felt compelled not to leave without repaying her. His grandfather had always instilled in him the importance of repaying debts. Failing to do so would lead to a loss of credibility, and a loss of credibility would render life exceedingly challenging. He had always adhered to his grandfather's wisdom, repaying every debt, and this was no different, especially when it came to someone as angelic as Lin Shuyan. On the day of his discharge, Lin Shuyan had made a special effort to come and collect him. Upon seeing her, and Yufei felt a sense of embarrassment and scratched his head, saying, "Fairy sister, thank you once again for saving me and paying for my medical expenses. I currently have no money to repay you at the moment, but I assure you that as soon as I manage to save enough, you will be the first to receive it. You can rest assured, I will repay this debt." Lin Xian, initially expecting something of great significance, waved her hand dismissively, saying, "You have thanked me countless times over these past few days. As I mentioned, it was merely a trivial matter. Do not dwell on it. The medical expenses I covered were only a little over 10,000 yuan, hardly a substantial amount. There is no need for you to repay me." Through their conversations, and Yufei had come to understand that Lin Xuan was from a wealthy family, where even a casual meal could cost thousands, if not tens of thousands of yuan. While such sums may be insignificant to her, he could not disregard the obligation to repay her kindness. Listening to Lin Shuyan's words that he need not repay her, he earnestly responded, "I must return this money to you. The kindness you have shown me will forever be etched in my heart, and I shall repay you in the future. I also intend to reimburse you for the medical expenses you have covered. You may choose to disregard it, but I cannot. If you prevent me from repaying you, it would imply a lack of respect for me. Though I am poor, I still possess my own dignity." Seeing the seriousness in Yufei's demeanor, Lin Shuyan decided to tease this amusing young man. She replied, "Very well, since you insist on repaying me, why not share your plan on how you intend to do so? Aren't you returning to your little mountain village?" Lin Shuyan's words momentarily left Yufei speechless, and for a moment, he truly did not know how to repay the debt. After pondering for a while, he stammered, I currently have no idea how to earn money to repay you. How about I work for you to repay the debt? I possess ample strength and can undertake any laborious tasks." Chapter 5. The boss lady Lin Shuyan truly did not care about the more than 10,000 yuan. Even if Yufei insisted on returning it, she had no intention of accepting. However, she found the proposition of him working for her rather appealing. She believed that arranging a job for Yufei would be far superior to him returning to that small mountain village. After all, he had come out with the intention of working, and this was an opportunity for her to extend a helping hand. Moreover, during their interactions over the past few days, she had discerned that Yufei was simple-hearted, kind, and devoid of any ulterior motives toward her. Keeping him close could prove beneficial, as it would essentially cultivate a loyal ally. Yet, she had yet to devise a suitable position for him. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Yufei and inquired, "Do you know how to drive?" Scratching his head, Yufei replied, "Does a tractor count? I can drive a tractor." Lin Shuyan shook her head. "Of course, that does not count. Besides, I do not have a tractor for you to drive. How about this? You can start by working as a security guard at a shop owned by my friend and me. In a few months, I will enroll you for a driving test, and thereafter, you can work as my driver and bodyguard." And Yufei nodded enthusiastically. "All right, fairy sister, I will follow your arrangements." For these past few days, Yufei had affectionately called Lin Shuyan fairy sister. While she found the term endearing in private, it was certainly inappropriate in public. Thus, she addressed him, "From now on, you shall be my employee. It would not be suitable to continue calling me fairy sister. You may refer to me as boss lady. Well, that title feels a bit strange. How about you simply call me madam?" And Yufei nodded, "Okay, fairy sister. No, I mean all right, boss lady." Lin Shuyan was quite pleased with Yufei's response. She nodded and said, "Let us go. I will take you over and arrange your accommodation. I will provide you with meals and lodging, and you will receive a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan." Work diligently, and if you stay with me for 3 years, I shall waive that more than 10,000 yuan debt. And Yufei thought to himself that the treatment offered by the boss lady seemed rather generous. A monthly salary of 6,000 yuan was more than what his peers from the village earned. However, he was uncertain about what the role of a security guard entailed, suspecting it might be more laborious than working in a factory. As for whether 6,000 yuan was a lot or a little, and Yufei was unsure. Regardless of the amount, he was wholly committed to following the boss lady's directives. Even if she paid him nothing, he would harbor no grievances. Though Lin Xian referred to it as a shop, it was in fact a renovation company housed in a modest 2-story building owned by them. Currently, the company employed 3 security guards, and within Yufei, there would be 4 in total. In truth, the security guards at this company had little to do. Their primary responsibilities involved standing guard during the day and monitoring the entrance at night. After assigning an Yufei to the company, Lin Xian returned to her tasks, leaving an Yufei to settle into the city. In regard to the position that Lin Xian assigned to him, an Yufei approached his responsibilities with utmost diligence. Regardless of whether it was his designated shift or not, he consistently arrived at the company early each day, ensuring that the lobby was immaculate. In the evenings, he would return to check whether the windows were securely closed and if all power switches were turned off. His conscientiousness did not go unnoticed. Everyone observed his dedication, and even Lin Xian's friend, who had never visited the company, had heard of his efforts. Lin Xian felt increasingly affirmed in her decision to retain an Yufei. Despite Lin Xian's cheerful demeanor, she faced her own share of troubles. Interacting with a diverse array of individuals daily left her mentally and physically exhausted. It was only in the company of an Yufei, gazing into his pure eyes, that she felt a fleeting sense of tranquility, a significant reason for her choice to keep him around. Presently, her greatest concern was the impending marriage to the second son of the Wu family, which was set to occur in just over 2 months. The Lin and Wu families had long been business partners, with a significant project undertaken the previous year. The second son of the Wu family had taken a liking to Lin Xian, prompting the Wu family to persuade her father to agree to the union in exchange for a 20% profit margin. The Lin family situation was rather complex. Lin Xian's mother was her father's first wife, and together they had 2 children, Lin Xian and her brother, Lin Yong. After the untimely death of Lin Xian's mother years ago, her father remarried. The new wife, upon entering the Lin household, consistently marginalized Lin Xian and her brother. Frustrated with the family dynamics, Lin Yong enlisted in the military and had not returned home for many years. The woman her father married subsequently bore him twin sons, and he lavished even greater affection on her. Faced with the tempting incentives from the Wu family, Lin Xian's father wavered, and with the influence of his new wife, he ultimately consented to the marriage. Initially, the Wu family did not anticipate such substantial profits from the project, but upon realizing its potential, they began to reconsider the engagement. Yet, with many business associates witnessing the betrothal, retracting their agreement was no longer an option. Lin Xian harbored deep reluctance regarding the prospect of marrying the second son of the Wu family. Lacking any emotional connection, having hardly met him a handful of times, and hearing rumors of his chaotic personal life, she felt trapped by her father's decisions. In a family like hers, where autonomy in matters of marriage was scarce, she could only resign herself to fate, much like her brother had done by leaving. As time swiftly passed, a month remained until Lin Xian's wedding. The collaborative project between the 2 families had reached a critical juncture, necessitating the dispatch of an individual abroad to negotiate a crucial partnership. This person would significantly influence the project's profitability, with the potential to manipulate the outcomes for their own family's gain. Concerning this candidate, no one from either family feels entirely at ease with sending someone from the other. Typically, it is most appropriate for one representative to be dispatched from each side. However, the Wu family proposed that Lin Xian should go, as she is the daughter of the Lin family and the future bride of the Wu family, making her the most suitable choice. Although there were some reservations regarding this proposal from the Wu family, Lin Xian's father ultimately deemed it acceptable for his daughter to participate, thus agreeing to the arrangement. Consequently, It was settled that Lin Shuyin would handle the negotiations for this collaboration. With the primary representative determined, the next task was to select individuals to accompany Lin Shuyin. For reasons unknown, nearly everyone was reluctant to join her on this journey, and those who could not decline simply cited personal matters at home, requesting extended leave. Chapter 6. Encountering shipwreck occasionally. A few individuals expressed a willingness to accompany Lin Shuyin, yet none were particularly suitable. Either they were in poor health or advanced in age. The thought of taking them along, only to potentially fall ill and require care, frustrated Lin Shuyin immensely. To her dismay, not a single appropriate candidate could be found within the company, and she felt a surge of anger. While her colleagues typically greeted her with pleasantries, their words often rang hollow. Now, when she needed their support for her expedition, not one was inclined to join her. Although the destination was less than ideal, it hardly warranted such reluctance. Faced with this predicament, Lin Shuyin felt a headache brewing, when suddenly, the thought of an Yufei struck her. With no suitable candidates within the company, she resolved to seek help elsewhere. Upon approaching an Yufei and explaining the situation, he did not hesitate. He promptly agreed. With time pressing, the following day, Lin Shuyin and an Yufei set sail aboard a vessel arranged by the Wu family. Their journey involved transferring between several boats, ranging from large ships to smaller crafts and even speedboats, an exhausting ordeal. While an Yufei remained perplexed by the constant changes, Lin Shuyin found herself puzzled too. Yet every time she contacted the company, they provided reasonable explanations, leading her to refrain from further contemplation. On the 7th day of departure, an Yufei and Lin Shuyin had already been on this small boat for 2 days. Throughout this duration, an Yufei had not dared to close his eyes. Upon boarding, he had sensed a menacing aura emanating from the crew, reminiscent of the butchers from his village. This vessel felt different from the previous ones. It housed only an Yufei and the proprietress as outsiders, compelling him to remain vigilant. Their cabins were adjacent, and any slight disturbance outside would prompt him to investigate. Thanks to his caution, nothing untoward had occurred over the last 2 days, leading him to wonder if he might be overreacting. Nonetheless, a touch of caution was always prudent. As the days passed without incident, and Yufei began to lower his guard. That night, he unwittingly dozed off. In the midst of his slumber, a sudden lurch of the boat jolted him awake, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of the speedboat's engine. And Yufei sprang to alertness, only to discover that water had inundated his cabin, rising to a height of over 10 centimeters. Without a moment to spare, he rushed from his room to knock on the proprietress's door. Lin Shuyin, having endured considerable distress during these days, was unaccustomed to such tribulations. She had never faced such hardship and found it difficult to rest aboard the vessel. After several days of restlessness, she appeared somewhat haggard, and was abruptly roused from her slumber by the incessant knocking. With irritation, she inquired, "Who is it?" After a prolonged period of knocking, an Yufei finally received a response from the proprietress. Meanwhile, the water within the ship was rising alarmingly fast, reaching in Yufei's knees in a matter of moments. Upon hearing her voice, he urgently exclaimed, "Madam, please wake up. The cabin is flooding. The ship is going to sink." With a lingering sense of lethargy and irritation, Lin Shuyin was abruptly roused by an Yufei's urgent words. Upon rising, she noticed that water was perilously close to her bed. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurriedly descended from her bed and attempted to exit the cabin. However, the influx of water rendered the door unyielding. Communicating the dire situation to an Yufei outside, he instructed the proprietress to retreat to safety. Once he confirmed her distance, an Yufei began to kick the door with fervent determination. After several vigorous strikes, he finally broke through. As the door swung open, he swiftly grasped the proprietress and urged her to flee. Yet, running was hardly an option. The water had risen to their waists, and they could only wade towards an upward exit. Just as the water approached their chests, they finally ascended the staircase. But the ship was sinking at an alarming rate. Upon reaching the deck, and Yufei spotted a foam board measuring over 1 meter square. Without a second thought, he urged the proprietress to take a seat upon it. Mere seconds after she settled, the vessel completely succumbed to the depths. generating a formidable current that nearly overturned the foam board. Had it not been for the board's substantial thickness and in Yufei's relentless pressure, the proprietress would have surely been cast into the abyss. After a brief interval, the surface of the water regained its tranquility, revealing only Lin Shu and Yufei, and the foam board, alongside some debris floating aimlessly. And Yufei had intended to inspect the refuse for salvageable items, but the recent turmoil had exhausted him. He lacked the strength to pursue anything. Had he not been bracing the proprietress on the foam board, he would have surely succumbed to the depths alongside the ship. Just as he contemplated resting before searching, an unexpected current emerged beneath the surface, carrying the foam board forward, while the smaller debris, though moving, drifted at a languid pace, soon disappearing from sight. Although the current did not propel the foam board swiftly, and Yufei dared not venture back for the debris, acutely aware of his limited stamina. Leaving the foam board would make it exceedingly difficult to catch up again. Thus, the two of them drifted along with the foam board. And noticing in Yufei's discomfort in the water, the proprietress urged him to climb aboard. However, and Yufei's weight caused the board to submerge further. Consequently, he opted to remain by her side, supporting her while she occupied the board alone. Thus, they floated upon the vast sea for a day and night. The current that had initially guided them had long since dissipated. Although the foam board remained afloat, its speed was agonizingly slow and its course erratic. Over this interminable span, they had not a drop to drink. While sustenance was manageable, and Yufei had managed to catch a fish during a lull in the board's movement, the issue of water remained unresolved. Furthermore, under the relentless sun, both were now dehydrated and showing signs of heat exhaustion, their strength waning to the point where even speech became a Herculean effort. And Yufei wished for Lin Shuyan to quench her thirst with his own blood. However, Lin Shuyan resolutely refused. With no alternative, and Yufei dove back into the sea as soon as the foam board ceased its drifting. This time, fortune favored him, and with the sluggishness of the fish at night, he managed to capture a slightly larger fish. The two of them drank the blood of this fish, which provided a temporary alleviation of their thirst. Yet, this relief was fleeting, for dawn was approaching. Once the sun rose, its scorching rays would inevitably lead them to face dehydration once more. And Yufei pondered that if they were to endure another day under the relentless sun, their survival would be gravely jeopardized. He needed to devise a solution swiftly. Chapter 7. Surviving by a stroke of luck. Yet, what feasible solution could one devise amidst the vast expanse of the ocean? Lin Shuyan was roused from her slumber, clad in a scanty nightgown. Although Yufei had not succumbed to sleep, his attire was equally minimal, consisting solely of a t-shirt and shorts. The temperature fluctuations at sea were particularly pronounced. The scorching sun during the day rendered the heat unbearable, while the nights were bitterly cold. And Yufei had already relinquished his t-shirt the previous night to provide Lin Shuyan with some warmth. Throughout the day, he soaked the t-shirt and draped it over her head, hoping to alleviate the oppressive heat. At present, all that remained on Yufei was his pair of shorts, leaving him with little choice but to retain them. Shedding them would leave him in mere undergarments, and the resources available were exceedingly limited, despite his best efforts to conjure a cunning plan. And Yufei found himself at a loss. As he grappled with his thoughts, the dawn began to break, and in the emerging light, and Yufei spotted a small dark dot on the horizon of the sea. Doubting his own vision, he urged Lin Shuyan to verify the presence of the dark spot. Upon her inspection, she confirmed that indeed there was a small black dot ahead, though its nature, be it a vessel or an island, remained unclear. The mere acknowledgement of this dark spot ignited a flicker of hope within them. Regardless of whether it was a ship or an island, it represented a chance for salvation. A far better prospect than their current drifting predicament. Revitalized by this glimmer of hope, and Yufei felt an influx of energy. He instructed Lin Shuyan to steady herself before straining to propel the foam board towards the distant island. Having already spent a day and night adrift in the ocean, fatigue weighed heavily upon him, and the exertion of pushing the foam board soon rendered him breathless. Nevertheless, he persevered, albeit at a significantly diminished pace. After half an hour, the dot remained steadfast in place. The duo began to speculate that it was likely an island. Since islands do not drift, there was no need to rush towards it. At this juncture, Yufei found himself utterly drained, compelled to pause and regain his strength. Following a brief respite, he resumed his efforts to push the foam board towards the island. Thus, they pressed on, alternating between movement and rest, for over 4 hours. Yet the island remained merely a black, albeit appearing somewhat larger than before. And Yufei, hailing from a small village, understood the adage that one must not overexert oneself in pursuit of distant mountains, yet he never anticipated that one could perish in pursuit of an island at sea. With the sun now risen, its rays exacerbated his dehydration, and the combination of fatigue and despair weighed heavily on his heart. Were it not for Lin Shuyan still clinging to the foam board, he might have succumbed to the temptation to relinquish his grip and sink into the depths of the ocean. It was only the presence of Lin Shuyan that spurred him to endure thus far, yet he was nearing his limit. Gazing at the distant island, now seemingly unattainable, despair enveloped him. However, casting a glance at Lin Shuyan, who remained dry and steadfast atop the foam board, he gritted his teeth once more, mustering the last vestiges of his strength to push forward. His current resolve is to muster the last remnants of his strength to escort the proprietress to the farthest possible point he can reach. Otherwise, if he remains exposed to the sun a moment longer, he may find himself too weak to continue, and merely staying conscious would be a triumph. As he pushed onward, Yufei noticed that the foam board felt considerably lighter, and his speed had increased significantly. He pondered whether he had truly unlocked such latent potential. However, it was not long before he sensed something amiss. The board was no longer propelled by his efforts, but was being carried forward by an unseen current, guiding it towards the distant island. A surge of joy filled Yufei's heart. Truly, despair had not claimed him entirely, for hope had re-emerged at the brink of his despondency. Lin Shuyan also discerned the presence of the current, exchanging a knowing smile with Yufei. Their silence was not due to a lack of desire to speak, but rather a shared thirst that rendered them incapable of uttering a word. In that moment, both harbored a glimmer of hope for survival, their hearts swelling with uncontainable joy. The current was robust, propelling the foam board forward with unwavering momentum, showing no signs of abating even after more than half an hour, and it carried them along at an increasingly rapid pace. The initial elation of the two soon morphed into anxiety as the speed of the board intensified, especially for Yufei, who struggled to slow it down, fearing that such velocity could lead to perilous encounters with hidden reefs. At first, his efforts bore some fruit, but soon it became apparent that no amount of exertion could rein in the foam board, which continued to accelerate uncontrollably. Realizing that the board was spiraling beyond his control, Yufei felt a pang of dread. He sought to alter its course, but all his attempts proved futile. Just then, Lin Shuyan, seated atop the foam board, summoned the last vestiges of her strength to shout a warning about a whirlpool. However, as her words fell into silence, Yufei felt a powerful force dragging him downward. This force was overwhelming and insurmountable. He barely managed to utter a warning to hold his breath before being yanked beneath the surface, whereupon he was engulfed in a tumultuous whirl. In the beginning, Yufei clung desperately to the foam board, but the strength of the current was too great. After ripping off a significant chunk of the board, he was ultimately forced to part ways with it. The pulling force intensified, and he could only withstand it for a fleeting moment before losing consciousness. Time passed, though he could not say how long, until Yufei gradually regained awareness. The sound of the waves washing over him. As he felt the sand beneath him, his first instinct was to believe that he was still alive, and indeed, he found himself at the beach. Slowly opening his eyes to survey his surroundings, he confirmed that his initial assumption was correct. He was alive and indeed upon the shore. He was uncertain how much seawater he had ingested, but his stomach churned uncomfortably, feeling particularly distended. With effort, he propped himself up, coughed vigorously, and expelled a considerable amount of seawater, which brought him some relief. It was then that he remembered the proprietress was still missing. He scanned the entire beach, but all he could find were fragments of the foam board, with no sign of her anywhere. At this moment, his heart was laden with panic and profound guilt. He felt he had failed to protect the proprietress. The thought that she might be in peril while he remained alive filled him with despair. leaving him uncertain of how he could ever face the world again. However, a glimmer of hope remained. Though he had not laid eyes on the living proprietress, he had also not encountered her lifeless body. As long as there was no corpse to be found, hope persisted. He was determined to seek her out, fearing that if she had succumbed to unconsciousness like him, prolonged inaction could lead to her demise. With this thought in mind, he attempted to rise. But as soon as he stood, he collapsed once more. Having been dehydrated prior to losing consciousness, coupled with sheer exhaustion, he found himself devoid of strength upon awakening. The sudden effort to rise caused him to falter, and he fell again. Chapter 8. The boss lady still lives after a brief pause. He rose to his feet once more, this time fortified with mental preparedness. Upon standing, he found his perspective had broadened slightly. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed an increased number of fragments of foam boards scattered across the beach, yet the figure of the boss lady remained elusive. The sight of so many foam board remnants intensified Yufei's anxiety. He took a moment to gather himself before setting off towards the west, where he anticipated finding more debris. Having already observed the position of the sun, he calculated that if he had not crossed into the next day, only a short while had elapsed since he was pulled into the sea and lost consciousness, approximately around 9 o'clock, and it was now no later than 10. Although it was not yet noon, the sand beneath his feet was scorching hot, almost burning, as his shoes had long since disappeared. At the time of the incident, he had been wearing flip-flops, which were swept away by the whirlpool created by the sinking vessel. Despite the discomfort, he was compelled to disregard it, driven solely by the urgency to find the boss lady. He yearned to run, but his strength was waning, and the challenging terrain of the beach made it difficult. After only a few strides, he found himself needing to pause and rest. After a full hour, he finally reached the westernmost edge of the beach, only to be met with disappointment. He had searched the entire expanse without catching a glimpse of the boss lady. He now stood at the southern end of the island's western side, where towering cliffs stretched towards the northwest. Fortunately, his current elevation was a mere 2 meters, yet the land continued to ascend steeply. At the highest vantage point he could see, he estimated it must be at least 400 to 500 meters in height. If the boss lady had been unfortunate enough to be swept in this direction, her fate was grim, given the stony terrain. With only a brief respite, Yufei hastily retraced his steps, realizing that if she was not found here, he must return to the eastern side to continue his search. Another hour passed as he made his way back to the starting point. Upon reaching the shoreline marked by 2 large boulders, he pondered whether the foam board the boss lady had been on had collided with these stones and shattered. He circled around to take a look, but found nothing beyond the rocks. With no sign of her behind the boulders, he pressed on eastward. The sun was now at its zenith, radiating heat that felt akin to being roasted on the beach. Fortunately, he had found 2 coconuts near the water earlier, and he had sipped some of the refreshing juice. Yet, after such a prolonged duration, he sensed the onset of dehydration. Under normal circumstances, he would have sought refuge in the woods. But his thoughts were consumed by the urgency of finding the boss lady. The despair of her absence weighed heavily on him, overshadowing any concern for his own hydration. In less than half an hour, he returned to his original position. The eastern stretch was significantly shorter than the western one, and he reached its end in just a few minutes. The eastern side mirrored the western, presenting cliffs that extended towards the northeast. Observing the contrasting terrains, Yufei surmised that the island was trapezoidal in shape, narrow to the south and wide to the north, with an elevation gradient from south to north. Returning to the original position, Yufei felt a profound sense of disappointment. Although he had not encountered the body of the proprietress, the current circumstances rendered her survival exceedingly improbable. The only glimmer of hope lay in the possibility that she had been washed ashore on the southern beach. However, the cliffs on either side posed a lethal threat, making survival almost impossible should one be swept against them. Yufei had thoroughly searched the southern beach, yet there was no sign of the proprietress. The thought that she might no longer be alive struck him with a sudden wave of sorrow. He believed that all of this misfortune stemmed from himself. He was, by nature, a harbinger of calamity. Those who showed him kindness invariably suffered misfortune. His loving parents had tragically passed away during his childhood, and his grandfather, who had cared for him, had also departed from this world the previous year. Now, with the proprietress extending her kindness towards him. He had thought that leaving his small mountain village would herald a change, yet now she too had encountered disaster. He felt he had no rightful place in this world. Anyone who offered him goodwill was destined for misfortune. Perhaps leaving this life altogether was the most prudent choice. Gazing at the two stones at the starting point, he speculated that the proprietress's foam board might have collided with one of them. He pondered whether she had been carried here only to be swept into the sea, or if the foam board had failed to bring her ashore altogether. Lacking any possessions of hers nearby, he decided that since she was gone, he would honor her memory here. After paying tribute to the proprietress, he would follow her, so she would not be alone on her journey, unprotected. She had once asked him to be her bodyguard. Though he had never fulfilled that role in life, perhaps he could do so in death. And Yufei was no stranger to mourning. After all, when his grandfather had passed away last year, he had gathered a group to lament, and he himself had wept alongside them, overwhelmed by grief. Reflecting on his grandfather and the current plight of the proprietress, he felt an authentic sadness welling up within him, and tears streamed down his face as he knelt before the stones, striking the ground in his sorrow. Proprietress, your demise is so tragic. You were so beautiful, like a fairy, and you departed this world far too young. If you can hear me, please do not rush away. Wait for me a moment. With your beauty, the road to the underworld is fraught with dangers, and I wish to protect you. His lament was heartfelt and poignant, reverberating through the air. The first cry pierced the heart like a needle. The second trembled as if blown by the wind against paper, and the third elongated like an ox plowing the fields. With these three cries, tears cascaded from Yufei's eyes, his grief genuine and profound. Just as he prepared to continue weeping and utter a few final words to the proprietress, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. What are you wailing about? Startled by the melodious tone, and Yufei froze. Was that not the voice of the proprietress? A flicker of joy surged within him as he realized she had heard his words and even responded. Last year, when he mourned for his grandfather, there had been no response at all. With a tinge of joy in his heart, and Yufei hastily continued, Madam Boss, please do not be angered. I am aware that you prefer laughter over tears. However, the weeping is a customary practice that cannot be overlooked. Since you can hear my words, do remember what I just said. Please wait for me. I shall return shortly. I have heard that the road to the underworld is fraught with lecherous spirits, and given your exquisite beauty, it would be perilous for you to be alone without my protection. Just as Yufei was about to elaborate further, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if someone had delivered a resounding slap. Chapter 9. Water Source Yufei turned back and was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. The figure before him was none other than the proprietress he had been searching for tirelessly. She remained as enchanting as a celestial being, though her hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and her feet were bare, having lost her slipper somewhere. And Yufei glanced behind her and noticed a shadow on the ground, confirming the proprietress was indeed alive. The joy of finding her again filled his heart with an indescribable elation. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he turned and embraced her, tears streaming down his cheeks as he cried out like a child. His sobs were louder than before, evoking a sense of profound sorrow, as if he had endured some grave injustice. Taken aback by Yufei's sudden embrace, Lin Shuyan was momentarily at a loss. She contemplated pushing him away, yet recalling his earlier grief at the thought of her demise, she hesitated. However, the intoxicating scent of his youthful vigor, combined with her own thin nightgown, made her feel somewhat disoriented. It was her first experience being this close to a man, and she had never been held in such a manner before. In just a moment, Lin Shuyan's face flushed crimson. It took considerable effort for her to gently push Yufei away, exclaiming, crying like a child, "What a sight you are!" At that moment, Yufei, realizing his earlier indiscretion, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He sheepishly scratched the back of his head and said, "I apologize, proprietress. I truly believed you were dead, and upon seeing you alive, I became overly excited." Lin Shuyan gazed at the bashful young man, his cheeks flushed and his demeanor endearing. She felt no anger towards him, recognizing that he harbored no ill intentions during their embrace. Curiously, she noted that in the past, The mere proximity of a man would have repulsed her, let alone being held. Yet, in Yufei's arms, she felt an unexpected sense of security, accompanied by a fleeting infatuation with his youthful essence. If not for her shyness, she might not have pushed him away at all. Once Yufei finished speaking, he noticed Lin Shuyan chuckling softly at his foolishness. In response, she playfully remarked, "I can see your lips are chapped from the heat. You should drink some water. I just discovered a small river nearby with clear water. I had some and feel perfectly fine. Let me take you there to drink." Upon hearing her words, Yufei realized how parched he was, his throat feeling as if it were on fire. The last time he had anything to drink was 2 hours ago when he had 2 coconuts. Now, feeling quite parched, he said little more, simply nodding as he followed Lin Shuyan into the woods. The small river discovered by Lin Shuyan was not far. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Just over 10 meters from the tree line, a narrow stream appeared. This river was only 30 centimeters wide with a modest flow, yet the water was exceptionally clear, allowing even the small fish within to be seen distinctly. Lin Shuyan had already tasted the water from this river, and Yufei, assured of its purity, crouched by the riverbank and began to drink eagerly, much like a cow in a quaint village. He was pleasantly surprised by the refreshing chill of the water, each gulp providing immense comfort as the coolness cascaded down his throat, reaching his very core. After quenching his thirst, he paused only when his belly felt full. Sitting on the ground, he wiped his mouth, let out a satisfied belch, and exclaimed, "Refreshing." Lin Shuyan appreciated this genuine side of Yufei. Unlike others she knew, who often appeared insincere, he exuded authenticity. Observing him, she asked, "Where did you wander off to? I didn't see you when I awoke." After standing up, Yufei replied, "I didn't see you upon waking, so I searched along the beach for you. I scoured the entire shoreline, but found no trace of you. I feared something had happened to you. I was just about to inquire where you had gone when you suddenly appeared behind me." Lin Shuyan understood the beach's vastness and felt touched by Yufei's effort to find her. Feeling a bit shy, she admitted, "I was swept behind that rock. When I regained consciousness, I couldn't see you, so I intended to look for you. However, the sun was unbearably hot, so I took a moment to rest in the woods, hoping to search for you when the sun was less harsh. After drinking some water, I inadvertently fell asleep and was awakened by your cries. When I looked over, I saw you were weeping." Upon hearing her explanation, Yufei slapped his forehead in realization. "How careless of me. I must have awakened before you." After waking, I noticed many fragments of foam boards to the west and went searching there. By the time I reached the west side, you had just come to. If only I had checked behind a rock first. Understanding the difficulties Yufei faced in finding her, Lin Shuyan placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and reassured him, "It's all right. Fortunately, we haven't strayed too far. Though we were delayed, we still reunited, and that is what matters." Yufei nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes. As long as we're both alive, that is what truly counts." Just moments ago, Lin Shuyan was filled with joy, but upon hearing Yufei's words, her spirits plummeted. It was as if she were speaking to Yufei while simultaneously engaging in a soliloquy. What purpose does living serve? We're devoid of mobile phones, unable to contact the outside world. This place resembles a deserted island. Who knows when someone will discover us? Whether we can endure until that time is uncertain. Yufei, noticing Lin Shuyan's melancholic demeanor, offered her reassurance. "Rest assured, my dear boss, I am here for you. I will take great care of you until we are rescued. Consider me a bodyguard who has merely begun my duties ahead of schedule, though I am still unable to fulfill the role of a driver, as you have yet to enroll me for a driving test." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuyan chuckled softly. "You may have started your duties early, but I currently lack the funds to pay your salary." Chapter 10. Seeking shelter with a playful grin, Yufei remarked, "It is an honor to serve as a bodyguard for you, my fairy sister. I have yet to repay you for the medical expenses you covered for me last time. I shall not require a salary. All I ask is that you do not deem me foolish." Lin Shuyan felt her spirits lift considerably at his affectionate address. Smiling, she replied, "Very well. I entrust myself entirely to you. My fate rests in your capable hands." Yufei, with utmost sincerity, assured her, "Rest assured, my fairy sister. As long as I draw breath, I will do everything in my power to protect you." Following this declaration, he began to ponder their situation. He was no stranger to life in the wilderness. During his time in the small mountain village, he often ventured into the mountains to forage for herbs and hunt, sometimes for several days at a time. He had grown accustomed to the outdoor lifestyle. However, this experience differed from his past wilderness excursions. Previously, he would meticulously prepare essential supplies, but this time he had only a pair of shorts and an additional burden in the form of the landlady. He needed to devise a plan to ensure both he and the landlady could survive on this deserted island and thrive at that. Only then would he be deemed a competent bodyguard. And Yufei was acutely aware of the fundamental elements of wilderness survival: food, fire, water, and shelter. Fortunately, the landlady had discovered a small river, resolving their water issue. What remained were food, fire, and shelter. The necessity for food and fire was not immediate. They could be addressed tomorrow. The priority now was to establish a secure shelter. Unfamiliar with the island's conditions, both were somewhat at ease during the day. However, nighttime brought forth a host of creatures. Lacking a fire source, it was imperative to locate a safe haven promptly. Ideally, they would find a cave. If that proved impossible, then Yufei would have to construct a shelter in the trees. His primary concern was to remain off the ground. Otherwise, they would be vulnerable not only to wild beasts, but also to venomous insects. Moreover, despite the day's heat, temperatures would plummet at night. Without proper shelter, the scant clothing they wore would leave them shivering in the cold. And Yufei shared his thoughts with Lin Shuyan, who had spent her life in the city. Accustomed to a life of ease, completely unversed in such matters, she deferred to Yufei's judgment, allowing him to make the necessary arrangements. With her acquiescence, Yufei took a brief respite before preparing to search for a suitable cave. He was uncertain when darkness would fall, so the quest for shelter needed to commence without delay. Upon hearing Yufei's intention to seek shelter, Lin Shuyan expressed her desire to accompany him. However, Yufei was aware that neither of them possessed footwear, making traversing the island arduous. While he had often walked barefoot in his village, his feet had grown somewhat tender during his months in the city. Just the distance from the beach to the riverbank already caused him discomfort. Given the circumstances, Lin Shuyan's situation was no less dire. Her delicate, snow-white feet were already marked with wounds, and Yufei was determined not to subject her to further suffering. Thus, he advised her to remain behind and rest while he sought a more suitable location. Lin Shuyan, recognizing that Yufei could manage alone, acquiesced to his decision. Although Yufei possessed a certain resilience, traversing through the wild underbrush proved to be a challenge even for him. He resolved to follow the small river upstream, as walking within its confines would provide some relief. The riverbed, though rocky, was devoid of sharp thorns. In contrast, navigating the untamed grasslands posed a significant risk of injury and would hinder his progress. While minor injuries might be inconsequential elsewhere on this desolate island, even the slightest wound could prove fatal. And Yufei was acutely aware of the need to exercise caution and minimize his injuries. After exchanging farewells with Lin Shuyan, he set off alone along the river. Remarkably, within a mere 20 minutes, he reached the river's source, where a spring bubbled forth. The water here was notably cooler, sending a chill through his feet. And Yufei had encountered similar springs in his mountainous village, where they consistently maintained a moderate temperature throughout the year, refreshingly cold in summer and pleasantly warm in winter. He fondly remembered how placing watermelon in such springs would yield a delightful, chilled treat after a few hours. The presence of this spring was a fortuitous discovery. It ensured that both he and Lin Shuyan would not have to worry about securing a water source for their survival. However, as the river had reached its end, Yufei reluctantly departed its banks, stepping barefoot into the dense grasslands. Prior to leaving, he surveyed the terrain and noted that the spring was situated on the slope of a small hill, which, while modest in height, merely 30 to 40 meters, seemed more akin to a mound in his eyes. Regardless of its classification, if there were any caves, they would likely be located at the base of the hill, and Yufei needed to reach the foot of the hill to search for such a cave. With direction firmly in mind, he ventured away from the river, only to find that moving through the tall grass proved laborious. The grass here was significantly taller than that which bordered the beach and river, often reaching up to his chest, and in some places even surpassing his height. And Yufei pushed through the greenery, flattening it beneath his feet. This made the journey somewhat more comfortable, albeit at a slower pace. And Yufei felt that there was still ample time. As long as he could find shelter before nightfall, he would be fine. However, not long after he set out, he was compelled to quicken his pace upon hearing the chilling howl of wolves emanating from the north. The presence of such sounds signified that wolves roamed the island, and he was devoid of any fire source or suitable weaponry. Although he possessed a makeshift wooden stick he had scavenged, he lacked a secure refuge, making the night perilous. He needed to hasten his steps in search of a suitable cave, should he fail to find one. He would have no choice but to construct a temporary shelter among the trees, ensuring the safety of both himself and the innkeeper during the night. Chapter 11. The cave in Yufei, disregarding any discomfort, used a wooden stick to cautiously tap ahead, ensuring there were no serpents lurking before he proceeded forward. After more than half an hour, his feet bore several cuts, yet fortunately, the wounds were shallow and did not hinder his movement. In this time, he had traversed most of the mountainside, yet the elusive cave remained undiscovered. And Yufei had initiated his search from the mountain spring, and now he had circled around to the southern side of the hill, where he could distinctly see the spring about halfway up the slope. Estimating the distance, he concluded it was roughly 100 meters away, his final glimmer of hope. He began to survey the area he had previously examined, noting that this small hill was the only prominent feature in the vicinity. If a cave existed, it could only be here. To the north loomed a taller ridge, but the distance was too great to cover in the dwindling daylight. Moreover, he had just heard the howling of wolves emanating from that direction. Armed only with a wooden stick, he could manage a solitary wolf, but a pack would pose a dire threat. Time was slipping away, and if he could not locate the cave within that 100-meter span, he would have to seek suitable trees to construct a shelter. Building a shelter in the trees was a last resort, especially since he lacked any tools. Creating one by hand would be exceedingly challenging. He hoped to manage a small platform at best, as a larger structure would disturb his rest with the innkeeper that night. As in Yufei momentarily lost focus, a familiar rustling sound jolted him back to attention. His keen hearing spared him from inadvertently stepping on the sizable serpent that lay ahead. The snake's coloration blended seamlessly with the grass, and had it not been for the sound, its presence would have gone unnoticed. Growing up in a small mountain village, and Yufei recognized it instantly. It was a rat snake, also known as the king rat snake. While non-venomous, this species reigned in the serpent world and was often captured for culinary purposes. Initially startled by the snake's noise, and Yufei felt a surge of relief upon identifying it. Though he had yet to find a shelter, he had fortuitously stumbled upon a potential meal. Of course, the snake was rife with parasites, necessitating thorough cooking before consumption. However, he could place it in the cold waters of the spring he had discovered earlier. The low temperature would preserve the snake for 2 or 3 days, a method he often employed to keep food fresh during his mountain excursions. With ample experience in handling rat snakes, and Yufei swiftly dealt with the creature in under a minute. Upon lifting the corpse of the cauliflower snake, he was somewhat astonished. This serpent was considerably larger than any he had previously encountered. Just moments ago, as the snake coiled, he sensed its substantial size, but now, upon closer inspection, he discovered its entire length was nearly 3 meters. Its weight exceeded 4 pounds, whereas, in Yufei's recollection, such snakes typically measured only 1 or 2 meters in length, with a maximum weight of 2 or 3 pounds. The sheer size of this serpent led him to ponder whether the island's environment was particularly conducive to the survival of such snakes, or if perhaps the absence of natural predators had allowed it to grow to such an extraordinary size. He even speculated whether this snake had undergone some form of mutation to achieve its impressive dimensions. Nevertheless, Yufei dismissed such thoughts. Regardless of its origins or whether it had mutated, it was destined to become his sustenance. He plucked a few blades of grass and bound the snake, then continued on his journey. Remarkably, after traversing a mere 20 meters, he stumbled upon a cave concealed behind a small tree. Although the entrance was modest and partially obscured by undergrowth, he immediately discerned its presence. This cave was not only the refuge Yufei had hoped for, but also served as a sanctuary for various animals. Fully aware of this fact, he refrained from hastily entering. Instead, he approached the entrance cautiously, parting the foliage to peer inside with the aid of sunlight. The cave was not extensive. He could see its end within a glance. Its depth was approximately 3 meters, with a height barely exceeding 1 meter and a width of about 1 meter as well. At the entrance, Yufei was met with a foul odor reminiscent of rotting cabbage or a putrid garbage heap, a scent he recognized as that of the cauliflower snake. From this odor and the remnants within the cave, he surmised that it served as the serpent's dwelling, since cauliflower snakes do not excavate their own burrows. He leaned in further to ascertain whether the cave was natural or the product of another creature's labor. Upon closer examination, it appeared that the cave had indeed been excavated, though the identity of the creature responsible remained a mystery. Such a cave bore both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was that a dwelling occupied by a cauliflower snake generally harbored no other animals, nor any venomous snakes, as the latter often fell prey to the former. The downside, however, was the overpowering stench of the snake's odor, which was so nauseating that Yufei felt an urge to retch after only a brief encounter. Nonetheless, time was of the essence, and with no better alternatives available, he resolved to endure the night in this cave with the landlady. Of course, he would not allow her to stay in such conditions unaddressed. He intended to tidy the space, for the presence of small animal corpses may be intolerable for her. Setting the cauliflower snake's corpse aside, he pinched his nose and ventured inside to clean. He began by gathering the debris on the ground and planned to excavate a pit outside with a stick to bury it. After clearing away the debris, he sensed that the odor within had diminished slightly. However, he still found it quite potent. Thus, he procured a small stone shard and commenced scraping the walls and ceiling of the cavern. The entire cave was composed of yellow earth, which allowed him to easily remove the surface layer with the stone shard. After nearly an hour, Yufei had scraped the entirety of the cave. He had removed approximately 2 centimeters of soil from the walls and ceiling, while he scraped away more than 10 centimeters from the ground. This was due to the fact that he discerned the source of the odor was predominantly emanating from the floor. Chapter 12. Tidying the cave. Yufei meticulously cleared away the earth he had scraped from the cave. Once the soil was removed, he noticed a significant improvement in the air quality. The foul odor that had once permeated the space was now barely perceptible. Only a faint stench lingered, one that would not vanish immediately. However, by introducing a few plants into the cave, he could effectively mask the remaining odor. Yufei had already contemplated which plants to use, having discovered 2 varieties during his search for the cave: lavender and mint. These plants not only exuded a delightful fragrance, but also served as excellent mosquito repellents. He planned to gather some shortly and place them within the cave, achieving both pest deterrence and odor neutralization. After a brief respite, Yufei excavated a few specimens of each plant, transplanting them on either side of the cave entrance before heading toward the mountain spring. He placed the corpse of the cauliflower snake beneath a stone, slightly downstream from the spring, and then followed the small river downstream in search of the innkeeper. Having not seen her for some time, a sense of unease crept into his heart. When he had heard the wolves howling earlier, he had considered returning to check on her, but deemed it more urgent to find shelter. Moreover, the howls had emanated from the north, prompting him to suppress his instinct to turn back. Now that he had secured a cave for the night, he felt compelled to seek her out. The spring was not far from where the innkeeper was located, and within a mere 10 minutes, Yufei arrived at the spot where he had entered the river. Upon reaching the riverbank, he found no sign of her, which caused a sudden jolt of anxiety within him. He wondered if something unfortunate had befallen her. Although the grass in the area was relatively low, some patches reached as high as a person. Given her absence from her previous location, Yufei resolved to search the vicinity, speculating that she might have taken refuge from the earlier wolf howls. He first examined the traces along the riverbank, where evidence of passage was sparse, with only footprints leading toward the seaside direction. The grass in other directions remained undisturbed. Yufei recalled that he and the innkeeper had traversed this very path, and based on the tracks, he surmised that she might have headed toward the shore. Without hesitation, He followed the trail leading to the seaside. Upon emerging from the dense grass, he soon spotted the innkeeper. At that moment, she was laying on the beach atop several banana leaves, with another leaf draped over her face, seemingly basking in the sun. With the small river providing ample water, Lin Shuyan appeared to be relishing her time. As Yufei approached, he mused to himself about her carefree nature. Not only was she sunbathing, but she had also fallen asleep, and quite soundly at that. When he gently removed the banana leaf covering her face, he was surprised to see drool escaping her lips. Startled by the sudden removal of the leaf, Lin Shuyan slowly awakened. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Yufei, she blushed slightly and said, "The environment here is so lovely. I grew bored waiting and thought I might enjoy a sunbath. I had no idea I would doze off." And Yufei observed the proprietor's commendable mindset. Initially, he had harbored concerns that she, being a city dweller, might struggle to adapt to this environment. He dreaded the possibility of her lamenting and wailing, which would surely cause him considerable distress. However, it became evident that the proprietress maintained a positive outlook, even finding enjoyment in the situation. In truth, Lin Shuyan had always possessed an admirable disposition. Otherwise, she would have long succumbed to despair within her tumultuous family dynamics. She consistently managed to console herself after enduring grievances, seeking distractions to restore her equilibrium. Her resilient mindset enabled her to adapt effortlessly to varying circumstances. Despite the hardships endured aboard the vessel, she refrained from uttering a single complaint. Though fatigued, her attitude remained steadfast. At that moment, Lin Shuyan gracefully sat up, catching a glimpse of pristine white from Yufei's vantage point. The sight nearly caused his nose to bleed, prompting him to swiftly avert his gaze and exclaim, "Proprietress, I have found a cave for us to rest in tonight. Allow me to show you the way. We must prepare it for a safe night's sleep." He continued, "By the way, did you hear the howling of wolves earlier?" Lin Shuyan scratched her head, appearing somewhat perplexed. "Howling? Were there wolves? I didn't hear anything." And Yufei had distinctly heard the wolves' calls near the spring, and it was reasonable to assume she should have as well. He surmised that she must have been asleep at that moment, rendering her oblivious to the sounds. Since Lin Shuyan had not heard the howls, and Yufei decided to refrain from further discussion on the topic, instead encouraging her to gather her belongings and accompany him to the cave. Before departing, he collected an abundance of banana leaves, intending to use them for bedding. The versatile leaves had numerous applications in the wilderness, guiding the proprietress along the path he had traversed earlier, and Yufei moved at a considerably slower pace this time, mindful of her comfort. He consistently reminded her where to tread to avoid discomfort. Upon completing the stretch along the small river, they entered a patch of wild grass, and Yufei took care to flatten the grass, creating a trail for her to follow, ensuring that the soft surface provided comfort and protection for her feet. Before long, and Yufei led Lin Shuyan to the cave he had prepared. Although the cave was somewhat small, it sufficed for the two of them to rest comfortably through the night. And Yufei had previously tidied the space, and upon Lin Shuyan's arrival, she was greeted not by the nauseating stench of decay, but by the refreshing sense of mint and lavender wafting within. To ensure a comfortable night's rest, they would need to create a bed of grass, as the ground was too damp to sleep directly on. Moreover, it was essential to find materials to shield the entrance, and Yufei was uncertain whether the wolves from the north would venture this way at night. Without proper defenses, a peaceful slumber would be elusive. He instructed Lin Shuyan to rest within the cave while he ventured out to gather grass for their bedding and materials to secure the entrance. Although Lin Shuyan suggested that Yufei take care of himself, she was reluctant to remain idle, allowing him to shoulder all responsibilities alone. Observing Yufei toil away while she rested left her feeling quite uneasy. Determined to accompany him, Lin Shuyan insisted on participating, and Yufei did not object. After all, on this desolate island, their joint efforts were essential, and the proprietress ought to learn to perform certain tasks. Otherwise, her constant idleness might lead to distressing thoughts. Furthermore, Yufei believed that should any misfortune befall him, it was imperative for the proprietress to possess the skills necessary for survival. Thus, they ventured only a few meters from the cave's entrance to begin gathering grass, opting for fresh blades rather than dried ones. Chapter 13. Wild fruits, although it is preferable to use hay for bedding. And Yufei has noticed that beneath the ready-made hay lies an assortment of small insects. Collecting the hay directly would inevitably bring these pests into the cave. Sleeping alongside these insects would surely result in a plethora of bites by morning. Not only does the innkeeper wish to avoid such a fate, but Yufei himself is also reluctant to share a bed with these unwelcome companions. Thus, he resolves to gather fresh grass instead, intending to dry it before nightfall. While it may not be completely dried, using it as a bedding material should suffice for the time being. The two of them quickly gather a substantial amount of grass, and Yufei finds some vines and stretches them between two trees, placing the collected grass above to dry. During the collection, he also deliberately gathers some long-stemmed, pliable grasses, planning to dry them and attempt to weave a pair of grass sandals. It would not do for both him and the innkeeper to remain barefoot. Walking without shoes is inconvenient and poses a risk of injury. Wearing grass sandals would significantly alleviate this issue. Though he has never crafted sandals himself, he has observed the village elders weaving them and is familiar with the general process. As the sun tilts towards the west, and Yufei considers that, given the current temperature, the fresh grass should be at least partially dry by evening, he decides to leave it there for now, having temporarily resolved the bedding issue. Next, Yufei must find something to place at the entrance for protection against nocturnal beasts, while also searching for sustenance, as nearly a day has passed without food for both him and the innkeeper. Although he has a snake, he lacks the means to cook it over a fire, and he is hesitant to share it with the innkeeper. Thus, he must seek out some wild fruits to satiate their hunger. There are banana trees by the seaside, and some of them bear fruit, but Yufei has already observed that the bananas are not yet ripe, and are therefore inedible. Without shoes, the journey ahead will be longer, so he decides not to have the innkeeper accompany him. After all, having her with him would divert his attention and slow their pace. With the sun sinking low in the sky, time is of the essence, and Yufei has explored much of the area west of the cave, finding nothing of value there. This time, he sets off directly towards the southwest. Though he has not ventured there before, he notices an abundance of low trees and shrubs partway up the mountain. He is aware that many of these shrubs bear thorns, which could serve as a formidable barrier against wild beasts if placed at the entrance. Generally, wild animals tend to avoid the prickles of thorny bushes, although some stubborn or desperate creatures may disregard them. Even if the thorny shrubs are not the most effective deterrent, they are the only option available to him at present. Lacking suitable tools, he cannot hope to procure large logs, so he must see if he can find some dry, thick branches to bring back. And Yufei set off towards the southwest, guided by the impressions in his mind. Before he could reach the thicket he had seen from the mountainside, he stumbled upon a wild fruit tree. The fruits on the tree were distinctly ripe, their vibrant red hue both beautiful and alluring. Although Yufei was unfamiliar with this type of wild fruit, he presumed it to be edible. He observed that many fruits had fallen from the tree, their ruptured skins hosting numerous small insects indulging in this free feast. Noticing that the insects appeared unscathed, he deduced that the fruit was likely safe to consume. However, lacking knowledge of the fruit, he could only speculate about its edibility. He picked up a relatively intact fruit from the ground, wiped it with his hand, and took a bite. He believed he could only ascertain its safety through personal experience. To his delight, the fruit was exceptionally sweet, with a delightful, chewy texture. Having felt hunger for some time, Yufei quickly finished the fruit. He refrained from eating more than one, wary of the potential toxicity. A single fruit might not endanger him, but consuming too many could lead to dire consequences. After noting the location of the wild fruit tree, he continued forward, intending to seek the thorny bushes. He planned to collect the fruits upon his return, using this time to assess any discomfort in his own body. If he felt fine upon his return, he could safely conclude that the wild fruits were edible. The wild fruit tree was not far from the thicket he had observed, and soon he arrived at its edge. This thicket was lush and abundant, and Yufei did not need to search extensively, as the thorn-covered bushes were evident. However, their density presented a challenge, leaving him momentarily uncertain on how to proceed. Not only were the bushes thorny, but they also bore small, greenish fruits, and Yufei plucked one and tasted it, only to find it sour and astringent, prompting him to spit it out hastily. Finding it difficult to navigate through the dense foliage from above, and Yufei decided to approach from the base of the bushes. He cleared some grass and crawled on the ground towards the thicket. The lower section proved more manageable, with only a few branches obstructing his path. He broke these branches easily and soon arrived at the main trunk of a bush. Testing it with his hands, he discovered that the bush was remarkably sturdy. Despite exerting all his strength, the bush remained unmoved. Its trunk was not particularly slender, with the thinnest diameter measuring 3 centimeters, making it nearly impossible to break by hand. Since he could not break it by hand, he resorted to the stone shard he had prepared beforehand, slowly grinding away at the trunk. Though it seemed not overly thick, it took him over 20 minutes to sever it. Despite the lengthy effort, the outcome was significant. The bush had an abundance of branches, sufficient to obscure the entrance of the cave. However, feeling uneasy with only this single bush, and Yufei employed the same technique to cut down 2 more bushes before ceasing his efforts. Had it not been so laborious, he would have endeavored for a few more. But his arms now ached, leaving him devoid of strength to tackle additional bushes. Since he consumed that wild fruit, over an hour has elapsed, and he has experienced no discomfort whatsoever. He is now certain that the wild fruit is safe for consumption. It seems as though his fortune has taken a turn since arriving on this deserted island. Within just a day, the proprietress discovered a potable water source. He found a cave that could serve as a shelter, and he also identified edible wild fruits. All the essential elements for survival in the wilderness are now in place. With the exception of fire, his confidence in enduring this island existence alongside the proprietress, while awaiting rescue, has significantly increased. Chapter 14. Satisfying hunger with wild fruits. The thorny bushes had already been cut down 3 times, yet when it came time to carry them back, and Yufei found himself in a predicament. Due to the abundance of branches, he could not transport all 3 bushes at once. With no other option, he decided to leave 1 bush behind and drag 1 back. As he passed by the wild fruit trees, he managed to grasp a single fruit in each hand, intending to bring back 2 for the proprietress to taste. At present, he could not carry an excessive number of wild fruits. During Yufei's absence, Lin Shuyan had not been idle in the cave. She had thoroughly cleaned the space, leveling the ground, and had gathered stone slabs from a nearby stream to cover the entire floor. The remaining slabs were used to construct a barrier at the cave entrance. Initially, Yufei assumed that after leaving the city, the proprietress would be utterly inept in practical matters. However, he was surprised to find that, despite her ethereal demeanor, she was quite capable. With the stone slabs laid down, the floor appeared much cleaner, and they also served to insulate against the dampness of the ground. The stone wall at the cave entrance not only shielded against the wind, but also provided a modicum of defense. Although the proprietress had good intentions, the execution seemed somewhat lacking. The floor was acceptable, but the stone wall at the entrance, and Yufei felt that even a strong gust could topple it. Nevertheless, he refrained from commenting, intending to return with the other bush and gather additional stones to reinforce the wall. He planned to build it to half the height of the entrance, thereby offering greater protection against the wind. After praising the proprietress for her efforts, Yufei presented the wild fruits he had gathered, inviting her to taste them. Upon receiving the fruits, the proprietress inquired, "What kind of fruit is this? I have never seen it before." And Yufei scratched his head and replied, "I'm not familiar with this fruit either. It appears to be a type of wild fruit. I tried one, and it was quite palatable. After over an hour, I experienced no adverse effects, so I brought back 2 for you to sample. If you find them agreeable, I will gather more later. At present, without a fire, this is all we have to stave off hunger." Lin Shuyan discerned that. Despite Yufei's suggestion to try the fruit, the underlying message was clear. Without a source of fire, they had no choice but to eat this. Having gone a day without food, she too felt hunger pangs. Without washing the fruit, she wiped it on her clothing, akin to the villagers of Yufei's mountain community, and took a bite. Perhaps it was the hunger that intensified her experience, but upon tasting it, her eyes sparkled with delight. Are there more of these fruits? They may seem unremarkable, but they are absolutely delicious, better than any fruit I have ever tasted before. Without waiting for Yufei's response, She quickly finished the first fruit and eagerly reached for another. And Yufei was filled with joy upon witnessing the boss lady's fondness for the wild fruits. He turned to Lin Shui-yin and remarked, "There is an abundance of these wild fruits. An entire tree is laden with them, sufficient for both of us to enjoy for quite some time. I shall venture over to clear the shrubs shortly, and will collect some more." At that moment, Lin Shui-yin had finished another wild fruit and, upon hearing there were many more, urged in Yu Fei to hasten his efforts, expressing her desire to accompany him as these wild fruits were simply delectable. And two were far from enough for her. Coincidentally, and Yu Fei intended to clear the remaining shrub, so he set off with the boss lady. Before departing, he took several banana leaves with them, as they had no basket and could only use the leaves to wrap the wild fruits. This time, and Yu Fei once again treaded ahead, flattening the grass for Lin Shui-yin. Though it slowed their pace, the distance was not great, and they arrived at the base of the wild fruit tree in no time. Gazing at the ground strewn with wild fruits, Lin Shui-yin's eyes sparkled with delight. She instructed Yu Fei to proceed with clearing the shrubs while she stayed behind to gather the fruits. The thicket was not far off, and Yu Fei felt assured to leave Lin Shui-yin there. He planned to drag back the shrub he had cut earlier. Indeed, the wild fruits were plentiful. By the time Yu Fei returned with the shrub, Lin Shui-yin had already gathered 4 bundles of wild fruits, all neatly wrapped in banana leaves. This was achieved while she simultaneously indulged in the fruits, and by the time she finished collecting, she was nearly full. And Yu Fei arrived with 4 banana leaves, believing that these 4 bundles would suffice for their day's sustenance. The wild fruit tree was not far from their cave, so there was no need to gather excessively. Observing that Lin Shui-yin had utilized all 4 banana leaves, and Yu Fei instructed her not to collect any further and led her back to the cave. Upon returning, Yu Fei partook of some wild fruits to quell his hunger. Perhaps due to the lack of tools, he felt quite exhausted after dragging back merely 3 shrubs. After consuming some wild fruits, he took a brief rest. Not long after, he headed to the nearby stream to gather some stones, reconstructing the stone wall at the cave entrance that the boss lady had built. As the sun began to set, and Yu Fei checked the grass they had collected earlier, which had dried sufficiently in the sun. He carried all the dried grass back to the cave, including the grass he intended to weave into sandals. Due to the thicker stems of this grass, it had not completely dried. However, this semi-dry state was ideal for crafting sandals. Regrettably, the absence of lighting at night hindered him from weaving them immediately. With darkness approaching, and Yu Fei placed 2 thorny shrubs outside the cave entrance and used the last shrub to completely block the entrance. This created a double layer of protection. Even if a beast were to breach the first line of defense, the second would remain intact. Furthermore, any disturbance from a creature crossing the first line would surely awaken him. With the added security of the second line and the wooden stick in his possession, he felt confident that he and the boss lady would safely endure the night. By the time Yu Fei had completed all his tasks, the sky had fully darkened. During this interval, Lin Shui-yin had utilized hay to fashion a makeshift bed upon the stone slab. Although it was referred to as a bed, it resembled more of a nest of straw. As night descended, the absence of illumination rendered any activities impossible. With the hour still early, and Yu Fei found himself unable to sleep. Initially, he intended to engage in conversation with the proprietress to pass the time. Yet after exchanging a few words, he discerned that her enthusiasm for dialogue was rather lacking and her demeanor appeared somewhat subdued. Chapter 15. The first night on the deserted island, Lin Shui-yin's demeanor left Yu Fei somewhat perplexed. During the day, the proprietress had been lively and engaging, sharing laughter and conversation with him. Yet, as evening descended, her mood took a sudden downturn, and Yu Fei pondered the reason behind this shift. But his clumsiness with words rendered him hesitant to inquire further. After much contemplation, he ventured to ask, "Madam, have I done something to upset you?" Lin Shui-yin shook her head gently, replying, "You have not upset me. It's best to rest early. After a day of toil, you must be quite weary." With that, she turned her body away, facing the cave wall, and Yu Fei was uncertain if she intended to sleep. Yet her words made it clear that further questioning would be unwelcome. Having grown up in a small mountain village, and Yu Fei was unsure if all islands shared the same characteristics, as this one. During the day, the heat was stifling. Yet as night fell, the temperature dropped significantly. What initially felt refreshing soon turned chilly, particularly as the sea breeze swept into the cave. The wind howled with intensity and frequency after dusk, and he was grateful he had built a stone barrier to block half of the cave entrance earlier. Otherwise, the cold would have been unbearable. With sleep eluding him, the biting wind only served to deepen his restlessness. He contemplated the risk of venturing outside once more to gather more stones to seal the remaining entrance, but the darkness outside was now complete, rendering such an expedition perilous. Just as Yufei found himself caught in indecision, a warm body enveloped him from behind. It was none other than Lin Shuyan. At that moment, she too was awake, feeling the chill and seeking warmth in his embrace. And Yufei, who had been wavering on whether to rise, found himself suddenly immobilized by her hold. This was only the second time in his life he had been so close to a woman. The first was when he had embraced the proprietress earlier that day. The occurrence of two such intimate encounters in a single day, especially with someone who held a special place in his heart, left him flustered. Had it not been for the enveloping darkness, Lin Shuyan would have surely noticed the deep crimson creeping up his cheeks and neck. In that moment, Yufei felt no chill. Instead, he experienced a warmth that rendered him almost feverish, his hands hanging awkwardly at his sides, unsure of where to place them. As he grappled with his emotions, feeling as though a fire ignited within him threatened to consume his reason, a long, mournful howl echoed from outside the cave, diverting his attention and restoring his composure. The heat dissipated, replaced by a sense of warmth. Upon hearing the howl, Lin Shuyan clutched him even tighter, and Yufei remained still, allowing her to hold him as he focused his attention on the cave entrance. Perhaps it was exhaustion or the comfort of Yufei's presence. But despite the wolves howling outside, Lin Shuyan quickly succumbed to slumber. Lin Shuyan had succumbed to slumber, while Yufei remained wide awake, daunted by the howls of wolves that seemed to draw nearer to their cave. His gaze remained fixed on the entrance, his concentration unwavering, as he attuned his ears to every sound outside, acutely aware of the slightest rustle. For over an hour, the lone wolf howled intermittently, its calls growing increasingly proximate, revealing itself as a solitary creature, unaccompanied by others. Despite the wolf's singularity, Yufei dared not succumb to sleep. Often, it is the lone wolf that proves most perilous, driven by hunger and desperation, which can lead to unpredictable actions, should it be particularly famished. The thorny bushes he had stationed at the cave's entrance might not suffice as a deterrent, for a starving wolf could, in its urgency, brave the thorns to seek sustenance. The more he fretted, the more his fears manifested. Soon, he heard the unmistakable snap of a twig outside, although no howl accompanied it. He was certain the wolf had approached the cave. Subsequently, the wolf ceased its howling, choosing instead to patrol the periphery of the cave, clutching a wooden stick tightly in his right hand, and Yufei readied himself for defense should the creature breach his first line of protection. The wolf lingered outside for only a short while before Yufei discerned its retreat, and thereafter silence enveloped the surroundings, the howls fading into oblivion. Yet, even in the absence of sound, Yufei remained vigilant, aware of the wolf's cunning nature. It was conceivable that the beast lay in wait just beyond the cave. Poised to invade the moment, he lowered his guard. Estimating that around half an hour had elapsed in silence, he detected faint sounds once more, though quieter than before. He surmised they were likely produced by the same wolf, astonished by its patience. Tightening his grip on the stick, Yufei braced himself for the possibility of an intrusion. He could discern the wolf's cautious demeanor. Its steps were hushed, each movement punctuated by pauses, as if it were weighing the air before proceeding. And Yufei, his heart racing, recalled his previous encounters with wolves, though he had never faced one directly. Just as his anxiety peaked, a flash of lightning illuminated the darkness, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. In the wake of the storm's fury, the sounds of the wolf's retreat echoed in the distance. Perplexed, Yufei pondered why the wolf, having dwelled on the island for so long, would flee from the thunder and lightning it surely recognized. Just then, torrential rain began to pour, cascading from the heavens with remarkable swiftness. and Yufei had not anticipated the sudden onset of rain, arriving almost immediately after the thunder's departure, and falling with an intensity that took him by surprise. Through the brilliance of the lightning, and Yufei beheld the rain cascading from the cave's mouth, resembling a curtain of water descending from the heavens. The wind howled more fiercely than before, with torrents of rain surging into the cavern. Fortunately, Yufei and Lin Shuyan's makeshift bed of grass lay deep within the cave, and the encroaching rainwater had not reached their resting place. However, Yufei sensed a chill in the air, as if the temperature had dipped further. He gathered several banana leaves to cover himself and Lin Shuyan, which provided a semblance of warmth. The sound of the storm outside was particularly deafening, despite it being the latter half of the night, and Yufei found himself unable to fall asleep. Chapter 16. Preparing to reinforce the cave entrance as dawn approached, the rain finally ceased, and Yufei, who had scarcely slept throughout the night, was overtaken by exhaustion, succumbing to slumber within moments. However, his rest was far from peaceful. He was soon jolted awake by a nightmare in which a lone wolf invaded the cave, poised to pounce upon the proprietress, who turned to him in desperation for aid. Yet he found himself immobilized, just as the wolf seemed ready to claim her, and Yufei awoke with a start, drenched in perspiration. He immediately began searching for the proprietress. When he spotted her sitting calmly at the cave's entrance, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. She was gazing vacantly outside, seemingly lost in thought, without clearing the brush or rousing him from his slumber. The proprietress, who was usually so lively and full of laughter, rarely exhibited such stillness. Recognizing her somber demeanor, Yufei surmised she was still affected by the events of the previous night. He rose and approached her, yet she remained silent, not even glancing in his direction. Yufei addressed her softly. "When did you awaken? Why did you not call for me? Are you planning to venture outside? Allow me to clear the brush first." The proprietress merely shook her head, offering no words. Yufei felt a pang of urgency. Her silence troubled him deeply, for he was at a loss as to how to comfort or console her. With a resigned sigh, he began to remove the brush that obstructed the entrance. The lone wolf had lingered outside the cave throughout the night, and he felt compelled to assess the situation. Yufei was uncertain how to address the proprietress's state, hoping she might find solace on her own, as he had always known her to do. Crossing over the stone barrier at the cave's entrance, he stepped outside to survey the surroundings. The two shrubs remained largely intact, undamaged save for a few broken branches at the edges. However, numerous signs of the lone wolf's presence surrounded the shrubs, with trampled grass revealing its movements. Yufei quickly deduced that the wolf had spent the most time near the spot where he had slain the garter snake. He also noted tracks leading towards a spring, realizing that the wolf had likely been drawn by the scent of blood from the snake. The wolf's prolonged presence outside the cave was also attributable to the blood on Yufei himself, which had attracted its curiosity. It had attempted to enter, but the brush had thwarted its advance. After a tentative exploration, it had refrained from forcing its way in. From these observations, Yufei understood that the wolf was not particularly famished. It was reluctant to risk injury from thorns for the sake of a meal. Nevertheless, he recognized that this was merely a temporary reprieve. The wolf's current lack of hunger did not guarantee that it would remain so in the future, and there was no telling when it might breach the cave's defenses in search of food. In order to thwart the lone wolf, Yufei sought to fortify the entrance promptly, preventing the creature from suddenly invading the cave. Armed with a wooden stick, he followed the trail of the wolf to the spring, where it halted by the riverbank, close to the lifeless body of a snake. Yufei had submerged the snake beneath the water, effectively masking its scent, and thus the wolf failed to detect its presence. Lacking fire, Yufei could not yet partake of the snake. Since the wolf was unaware of its body, he decided to leave it submerged for the time being. According to his original plan, Yufei aimed to resolve the issue of fire today. Without modern tools at his disposal, he contemplated the ancient method of friction fire. However, after a night of rain, the surroundings were drenched, rendering it difficult to find suitable materials. Yet, he understood that fire would not only allow him to cook food and purify water, but also serve as a defense against wild beasts, instilling a sense of security. He mused that if he could conjure a flame, It might even uplift the spirits of the innkeeper. Resolute in his quest for fire, he began gathering dry grass to lay out under the sun for drying. While kindling was readily available, finding dry hardwood sticks and planks for friction fire proved challenging. Most fallen timber had decayed beyond use, and without tools, it was inconvenient to fell standing trees. And Yufei had noticed the scarcity of suitable hardwood the previous day. And now, in search of both materials, he would need to venture farther afield. The uncertainty of finding appropriate wood loomed over him. Thus, before embarking on this quest, he needed to reinforce the cave entrance and collect some wild fruits. It was evident to Yufei that the innkeeper would likely prefer to remain indoors today. He felt compelled to address these two tasks before he could venture out, for a prolonged absence would hinder his ability to complete them upon his return. Having had a restless night, he was determined to ensure the entrance was secured, allowing him a peaceful slumber that night. As for the wild fruits, they were to be their primary sustenance until fire was obtained, necessitating their early collection. The first task he resolved to undertake was reinforcing the entrance. He contemplated two approaches. One involved gathering stones to completely block the entrance, but this posed a significant drawback. Access would be highly inconvenient, requiring him to dismantle part of the wall each morning and reconstruct it each evening, a cumbersome and impractical solution. His alternative plan was to procure sturdy thorns to weave into a barrier, securing longer wooden spikes onto it. While this method lacked the security of a stone wall, it offered greater convenience. Moreover, a barricade woven from sturdy brambles, reinforced with wooden spikes, might possess a defensive capability that rivals that of stone walls. At the very least, it would deter the solitary wolf that prowled outside the cave last night from breaching our sanctuary. To date, Yufei has only encountered this solitary wolf on the island, and he believes that simply releasing this creature would suffice. However, should larger wildlife akin to bears emerge, the flimsy stone walls would be insufficient for protection. Time is of the essence, and Yufei must prioritize defenses against this lone wolf, while the remaining enhancements can be addressed at a later stage. Yesterday, Yufei observed a grove of hazel trees, distinct from the American variety, yet reminiscent of those from his homeland. These trees are exceptionally robust. In his hometown, branches from such hazel trees are often used to construct roofing panels that withstand the test of time, enduring for decades without decay. Chapter 17. Gathering wild fruits. The branches of the hazel tree possess considerable hardness and robustness, and Yufei realized that in order to procure these branches, he must first prepare a tool. Lacking a proper sickle, he resorted to sharpening a stone shard he had used the previous day to cut through underbrush. He then fashioned a suitable handle for the stone, creating a rudimentary axe to expedite his task of cutting the hazel branches. At the riverbank, Yufei diligently honed the stone shard to a fine edge, subsequently locating an appropriate stick. With vine tendrils, he secured the shard to the stick, thus crafting a simple stone axe. Upon his return to the cave, he found the proprietress in a trance, her gaze fixed vacantly on the cave entrance. Despite his attempts at conversation, she offered little in response, and Yufei was perplexed by the circumstances that had rendered her so withdrawn. Fortunately, he observed that the wild fruits he had placed beside her prior to his departure had been largely consumed, alleviating any immediate concerns for her well-being. Following her line of sight, Yufei discerned that she seemed to be gazing at a distant tree, perhaps even further beyond. He surmised that her demeanor might stem from homesickness, for she had never been away from home for such an extended period since childhood. With a resigned sigh, he seized the stone axe and stepped outside, aware that numerous tasks awaited him, leaving little time for companionship with the proprietress. Soon, Yufei arrived at the grove of hazel trees he had discovered the day before. Selecting a branch, he began to wield the stone axe. Despite the branch's seemingly modest girth, it proved remarkably sturdy. With considerable effort, he struck the branch, leaving only a shallow cut after numerous attempts. After over 30 strikes, he finally succeeded in severing one of the branches. Although laborious, this method was preferable to attempting the task by hand, as he found that he could not break even slightly thicker branches without the aid of his tool. Those he could break unaided were too slender to be of any use. The entrance to the cave was not large. Within just an hour, and Yu Fei had gathered a sufficient quantity of hazel branches to construct a barrier for the entrance. He bundled the cut branches together for ease of transport back to the cave. While chopping the branches, he had also noticed a dead hazel tree. The thickness of its branches ideal for crafting a fire drill. With the branches securely bound, and Yu Fei turned his attention to felling the dead tree. Although it was lifeless, the task proved no less strenuous, requiring considerable strength to bring it down. Once he had successfully toppled the dead hazel tree, he carried both the bundled branches and the tree back to the cave. And Yu Fei placed the hazel branches and the dead tree at the cave entrance, but did not immediately begin constructing the barrier. He deemed it sufficient to have acquired the materials for now. The assembly could wait, as any semblance of light would suffice for work within the cave. He prioritized the pressing matters that required his attention outside. Although the proprietress remained unresponsive, and Yu Fei greeted her before stepping outside with banana leaves in hand. Prepare to gather wild fruits. Upon reaching the wild fruit trees, he observed that the branches, which had been laden with fruit yesterday, now bore only a sparse few, as the heavy rain from the previous night had caused most of the fruits to plummet to the ground. The wild fruits that had been largely intact beneath the tree yesterday had already been collected by Lin Shuyan, and now the ground was strewn with fallen fruits, significantly more than the previous day. This sight stirred a sense of concern within Yu Fei, for he noticed that the fruits on the ground bore various blemishes. Although such fruits were still edible, they were not suitable for storage. If not consumed immediately, they would quickly rot. Only the unblemished fruits could be preserved for a longer duration, and Yu Fei feared that the remaining fruits, still clinging to the branches, would not last much longer. Thus, he resolved to hastily gather the unblemished fruits to ensure they could be stored for some time. Having grown up in a small village, and Yu Fei was adept at climbing trees, and he swiftly ascended the tree, meticulously picking every wild fruit and placing them into the carefully folded banana leaves. Once he had collected all the fruits from the tree, he fashioned 5 small bundles from the banana leaves. Even with frugality, these would suffice for merely 3 days of sustenance for himself and the proprietress. If they indulged a little, the fruits would be consumed within 2 days. Setting aside the 5 bundles, and Yu Fei began to collect the wild fruits from the ground that appeared relatively intact. Despite the abundance of fallen fruits, the number that remained in good condition was minimal, compounded by the presence of numerous small insects that posed a risk of disease, rendering him hesitant to collect those fruits. After thoroughly sifting through all the fallen fruits, he managed to gather 10 more small bundles wrapped in banana leaves. If these fruits could remain unspoiled, they would last him and the proprietress for 4 to 5 days. Yet, he remained uncertain about their longevity. With a heavy heart, and Yu Fei returned to the cave, carrying the 15 bundles of wild fruits, just as noon approached. He unwrapped one bundle, revealing the fruits he had collected from the ground, and made his way to the river to wash them clean. He returned and shared the entire bundle with the proprietress. Though she remained silent, her need for sustenance was unaffected. When hunger struck, she would eat, and when thirst beckoned, she would head to the river for water, allowing Yu Fei to be at ease regarding her basic needs. After a brief respite, Yu Fei ventured out in search of suitable wood for fire starting. Clearly, ready-made planks were not available. He needed to locate a suitable piece of timber, which he would then shape into a plank using a stone axe. The southern side of the hill was predominantly grassland, dotted with only low shrubs, devoid of any suitable timber. Thus, he resolved to seek suitable wood on the northern side of the hill, where trees were plentiful, increasing the likelihood of finding what he needed. As he had yet to weave grass shoes, he would have to traverse the northern side barefoot. For Yu Fei, traversing barefoot to that place was indeed a formidable challenge. The underbrush was dense, concealing the potential threat of venomous snakes and insects. Each step he took demanded utmost caution, and Yu Fei was acutely aware of the state of the proprietress. He could not afford to encounter any misfortune himself. If he were to falter, it would not only spell his demise, but also jeopardize her life. He had solemnly pledged to care for her well-being. After over an hour of arduous navigation, Yu Fei finally arrived at the thicket on the northern side of the small hill, where the trees loomed even taller than those he had observed from the summit. Chapter 18. Attempting to ignite fire as Yu Fei gazed upon the towering trees, he momentarily felt transported back to the verdant jungles of his quaint mountain village, for he could recognize many of the trees by name. Yet, among the familiar flora, none were suitable for crafting a fire drill. While a few species were indeed appropriate for such a purpose, their sheer height and girth posed a daunting challenge. Armed only with a modest stone axe of his own making, the prospect of felling these robust trees seemed an insurmountable task. After meandering through the thicket for over an hour, Yufei stumbled upon a sturdy, decaying branch. Upon inspection, he noted that its deterioration was not overly severe, leading him to believe it could still serve a purpose. He decided to keep it in his possession, reasoning that should he discover more suitable timber, he could discard this rough stick. Yet, if no better option materialized, it would suffice for the time being. Another hour elapsed in his search, yet he found no more appropriate materials. He did, however, encounter numerous dead trees, all too thick for his feeble axe to fell within a reasonable time frame. Lacking the luxury of time to laboriously chop down trees, he reluctantly abandoned that endeavor. With no better timber available, Yufei returned to the cave, clutching the branch he had previously found. An hour later, he arrived back at the cave, the clock nearing 3 in the afternoon. Drawing from yesterday's experience, he was acutely aware that twilight was still over 3 hours away. Thus, he had little time to spare and needed to work efficiently. Upon his return, he observed that the innkeeper was no longer seated at the entrance, but had retreated to her grass bed for a nap. Yufei felt it was wise for her to rest, allowing her mind to wander less. Once back, he utilized the rainwater that had pooled outside the cave entrance, blending it with some yellow clay to seal the gaps in the stone walls. The previous night, a chilling wind had seeped through these crevices into the cave, compelling Yufei to block them with clay to mitigate the intrusion of a sea breeze come nightfall. Next, he set about weaving a lattice from hazel branches. In his village, he had once assisted in the construction of homes, so this task posed little difficulty for him. The weaving process was straightforward. 3 branches formed a group, and at intervals, he placed 3 vertical hazel branches. Once he deemed the width sufficient, he began to lay horizontal branches across. Again, 3 branches formed a group, with the horizontal branches weaving through the previously positioned vertical ones, ensuring that adjacent vertical pairs alternated between being above and below the horizontal branches. Upon completing the weaving of one group, he moved on to the next, repeating the process with the only variation being that this new group would be positioned opposite to the first, thus completing another section of his work. Having previously engaged in such tasks, Yufei swiftly crafted a rudimentary defensive barrier, skillfully shaping it at the mouth of the cave by eliminating superfluous portions. He sharpened several stout hazel branches, ensuring that the pointed ends faced outward, and secured these sharpened limbs onto the barrier with vines, thus completing a rudimentary, yet effective defense. Despite the gaps present in the constructed barrier, Yufei sought out some wild grasses and moss to fill the larger openings, thereby diminishing the chill winds that would otherwise infiltrate the cave at night. Subsequently, he tethered a thicker vine to the barrier, fastening the other end to a robust wooden stick approximately a meter long, roughly the width of the cave's entrance. Originally, the entrance stood over a meter high, but Yufei had effectively blocked half of it with a stone wall, leaving just over half a meter of height. Above the cave entrance, he fashioned a shallow pit, roughly 10 centimeters deep, matching the thickness of the wooden stick, and supported it with stones beneath. This arrangement allowed the stick to be horizontally maneuvered into the cave, where it could be pivoted vertically to secure the barrier firmly in place, effectively obstructing the entire entrance. After ensuring the structure was both sturdy and secure, Yufei set the barrier aside, planning to reposition it before retiring for the night. Just as he placed the barrier aside, he turned to find Lin Shuiyin awake, her gaze fixed upon him. He noted a spark of vitality in her eyes, a stark contrast to the vacant stare she had possessed earlier that morning. To his delight, she offered a rare compliment, uttering a simple yet uplifting "not bad." Her unexpected words filled Yufei with childlike joy. The landlady had finally spoken, which he interpreted as a sign of her gradual recovery. Perhaps with a little more time, she would regain her full strength. However, it was somewhat regrettable that her response was limited to just those 2 words, for whenever he attempted further conversation, she remained silent. Throughout the day, and Yufei had pondered whether the landlady's mental state was compromised, but lacking the expertise of a physician, he found himself ill-equipped to make such judgments. Even if her condition were indeed troubling, he could only strive to ensure her survival until they could procure medical assistance. With her silence prevailing, and Yufei resolved to attempt to kindle a fire. He ventured outside to gather the dried grasses he had set out to dry that morning. A day's exposure had rendered them exceedingly desiccated, easily ignitable with a mere spark. After dedicating another half-hour to shaping wooden drills and boards, he commenced his efforts to start a fire through friction. In the past, during his time in a small mountain village, he had successfully ignited a flame after merely half an hour of endeavor, inspired by demonstrations he had seen on television. Yet today, for reasons unknown, despite drilling for 30 minutes, no spark had emerged. Instead, he merely succeeded in producing wisps of smoke from the wooden board beneath, leaving his palms sore and blistered from the exertion. Due to the discomfort caused by the blister, he hesitated to apply any force. Otherwise, even the slightest exertion would result in excruciating pain at the site of the blister. Without applying strength, it was impossible to produce a spark. In pursuit of fire, he had to devise an alternative method. The hand drill proved ineffective, leading him to contemplate the bow drill, which would require less effort and increase the likelihood of generating a spark. The bow arm was readily available. The hazel branch that Yufei had retrieved served perfectly for this purpose. However, he lacked a suitable bowstring. Initially, Yufei attempted to use a vine, but it was insufficiently pliable, rendering it impossible to pull once it ensnared the wooden drill. Chapter 19. The reasons behind Lin Xuyan's low spirits. Yufei glanced at himself and the proprietress, noting that they were clad in nothing but rudimentary garments, lacking even a shoelace, which could have served as an excellent bowstring. With no readily available materials, he had to devise an alternative solution. At that moment, he spied the grass he intended to use for weaving sandals and proceeded to fashion a rope from it, employing this makeshift cord as a bowstring to continue his efforts at creating fire by friction. This time, the task proved considerably less strenuous and yielded greater stability compared to using bare hands. However, the smoke produced was merely a tad more than before, and still, no spark emerged. Even after boring through the base wood, still no spark appeared, and Yufei pondered that the wood might be unsuitable for his endeavor. Realizing that to successfully ignite a flame, he would need to seek out more appropriate timber. Raising his gaze to the cave entrance, he noticed the daylight beginning to wane. He estimated that within half an hour, darkness would envelop the landscape, making it perilous to venture outside at that hour. Thus, he resolved to halt his efforts for the day, deciding that any search for wood must wait until tomorrow. Capitalizing on the remaining light, Yufei hurried to the nearby stream to quench his thirst, and with the aid of banana leaves, he carried back some water for Lin Xuyan. The pair shared a pouch of wild fruits, and Yufei, utilizing the last vestiges of twilight, positioned 3 thorny shrubs before the cave entrance, securing it with a makeshift barricade. As the exterior light faded, the cave was plunged into darkness, with only a faint glimmer seeping through the gaps in the barricade. Guided by this dim illumination, Yufei carefully returned to the grass bed. Upon lying down, he noticed that the proprietress, who had previously been facing the wall, seemed to have turned her body around. Earlier in the afternoon, while he was arranging the barricade, she had spoken, leaving Yufei uncertain if she had regained some of her spirit once more. Speaking as if to himself, yet directed at Lin Xuyan, he propped his arm beneath his head and gazed at the cave ceiling. Proprietress, do you find yourself longing for home, worrying about our potential rescue? Fear not. I grew up in a small mountain village and possess considerable experience in surviving in the wild. I am confident that we shall endure until help arrives. Although our circumstances are not ideal at present, you need not fret. This is merely the beginning, and these tribulations are temporary. In due course, our situation will surely improve. Yufei merely sought to console the proprietress, harboring no expectations for a response. Yet to his surprise, she spoke, I do not long for home, nor do I worry about our rescue. Last night, a particular matter puzzled me, and I have spent the day contemplating it. When I ponder, I become deeply engrossed, which is why I have not spoken with you. I apologize for causing you concern today, but I believe I have begun to grasp the essence of my thoughts." Hearing this explanation, and Yufei felt a sense of relief. His curiosity piqued. "What is it that has occupied your thoughts for so long?" he inquired. The proprietress did not directly answer Yufei's question. Instead, she sighed and began to speak with a languid tone. "Do not be deceived by the apparent affluence of my life. Luxury cars, opulent residences, and ample wealth at my disposal. In truth, my existence is far from the idyllic picture that others may envision. Ever since my mother passed away and my father remarried, I have been marginalized within my own home. My stepmother often subjects me to indignities, and I have endured countless grievances over the years. Even now, I find myself compelled to marry the second son of the Wu family as a sacrificial pawn for familial interests, despite my inner reluctance. I once believed that by accepting this role, my burdens would come to an end. Even when tasked with representing our family for a business collaboration, I thought I could still contribute my final worth. However, I did not anticipate the unexpected turn of events that occurred during this outing. Upon reflection, I suspect that this incident may not be a natural disaster, but rather a man-made calamity. Should I meet with misfortune, our wedding with the Wu family's second son would inevitably be postponed, and the promised profit-sharing would remain unfulfilled. Given the substantial profits at stake in this project, I am rendered insignificant. Every aspect of our journey has been orchestrated by the Wu family. In the face of such interests, it is plausible that they would engineer an accident, and you, unfortunately, have been dragged into this predicament. No wonder that when I decided to embark on this journey, those who once had a close rapport with me were reluctant to accompany me. It seems likely that many have already caught wind of the situation or sensed the complexities of this trip, leaving me, the principal party, in ignorance, along with you, the unfortunate one. Upon hearing the proprietress's words, and Yufei interjected, I found it peculiar at the time of our mishap, as I heard the sound of the speedboat upon regaining consciousness. Yet we encountered no crew members while attempting to save ourselves. If there had been a sudden accident, the crew should have alerted us. Yet even as the boat took on water, no one informed us. They surely had time to call out. The proprietress replied, "That makes sense. The crew aboard this vessel was likely arranged by the Wu family. Our current predicament is undoubtedly not a result of natural calamity, but rather human malice." She sighed again, adding, "In the face of immense profit, individuals become inconsequential, rendered pathetically small. However, it is perhaps a blessing that we have reached this place, allowing us to distance ourselves from those individuals. While the beasts on this island may inspire fear, those who masquerade as humans are far more terrifying. One moment they greet you with smiles, and the next they may stab you in the back. Engaging in such treachery is exhausting. How different it is now to focus solely on the simple task of nourishing ourselves, leaving other concerns aside." And Yufei resonated with the proprietress's sentiments. Although he had only arrived in this city a few months prior, he had already sensed the intricacies of human nature. Interacting with these individuals left him feeling far more drained than any labor in his small mountain village ever had. And Yufei nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, the human heart is the most intricate of all. Unlike beasts, which may appear fearsome, their menace lies only on the surface. Whether it be fangs or sharp claws, these can be evaded and anticipated. However, the claws and fangs of humanity remain invisible." Pausing for a moment, and Yufei continued earnestly, "Rest assured, madam, I shall take good care of you here. Even if rescue arrives, and you choose not to leave, I will remain by your side." Lin Shuyan chuckled softly and replied, "Yes, I believe in you. Encountering you is my fortune. I shall await your care." With that, Lin Shuyan leaned against Yufei, saying, "I feel a bit cold. Please hold me as we sleep." Chapter 20. Clearing the weeds outside the cave, and Yufei cradled Lin Shuyan in his arms. He had hardly slept the previous night, and after a day filled with labor, fatigue clung to him like a heavy shroud. Embracing his boss, he inhaled the delicate fragrance that enveloped her, and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. This night, and Yufei's sleep was particularly restorative. He dreamt peacefully and was not stirred until dawn, when sunlight streamed through the crevices of the wooden planks into the cave. Upon awakening, he noticed Lin Xian still nestled in sleep, her face illuminated by the gentle rays. He marveled at her exquisite beauty, with a lovely smile gracing her lips, and felt a profound sense of fortune that he could share such intimate moments with his enchanting boss, something he had never dared to dream of. Perhaps his movements upon waking were a tad too vigorous, for he observed Lin Shuyan's long eyelashes flutter before her enchanting eyes gradually opened. Their gazes met, and she smiled, playfully asking, "Have you been awake for some time? Were you stealing a glance at me?" And Yufei, blushing and stammering, replied, "No, I just woke up too." With a melodic laugh, Lin Shuyan sat up and said, "It's all right to peek. I bear no ill will." Feeling slightly embarrassed, and Yufei scratched his head and rose, invigorated by a restful night. He believed his efficiency in work today would be markedly improved. After getting out of bed, he approached the cave entrance to move the heavy logs, removing the planks that had blocked the sunlight. As the barriers fell away, the cave was instantly bathed in light. Noticing that he had risen later than usual, and Yufei glanced at the sun and estimated it to be past 8 o'clock. He was astonished at how long he had slept. His attention then shifted to the 3 shrubs he had placed outside the cave the previous day, where he discovered fresh breakage on the branches. It dawned on him that the lone wolf had likely returned to their cave during the night, and he regretted his deep slumber that had prevented him from hearing any disturbances. He chastised himself for sleeping so soundly in such precarious circumstances. Had it been a bear instead of a solitary wolf, both he and Lin Shuyan would have faced grave danger. Observing the increased number of broken branches compared to the previous day, he surmised that the wolf had grown hungrier and more determined to enter the cave. Yet, and Yufei was left wondering what had ultimately dissuaded the creature from making its advance. Understanding that wolves are cunning animals, he refrained from hastily removing the shrubs at the cave entrance. Instead, he collected leftover small stones from the wall he had built yesterday and tossed them into the denser underbrush, wary of the possibility that the wolf might be lurking nearby, ready to pounce as soon as he cleared the way. Perhaps Yufei was overthinking, after tossing stones into the lush grass without eliciting any response. He felt reassured enough to clear a small path through 3 bushes. His plan for the day remained to kindle a fire, for only with fire could the circumstances of him and Lin Shuyan improve. It was of paramount importance to their current situation. However, Yufei had already discerned from the small puddle at the cave's entrance that it had rained again last night, rendering the surroundings damp and making it nearly impossible to start a fire that morning. Even without the rain, he faced difficulties in igniting a flame, as he could not find suitable firewood. The previous day, during his exploration of the northern slope, he had scoured a considerable area, discovering only the thick log he had used before. He pondered that if he failed to locate appropriate wood soon, he would have to spend a significant amount of time felling a robust dead tree, though he was uncertain how long that would take. With the ground still soaked, seeking dead wood was not opportune. He resolved to spend the morning weaving 2 pairs of grass shoes, which would facilitate outings for him and the landlady. Having confirmed the safety outside the cave, Yufei and Lin Shuyan ventured to the mountain spring to wash and drink. Upon returning to the cave entrance, Yufei felt compelled to tidy up the overgrown weeds, so he would not have to probe through the tall grass each time he stepped outside. He contemplated constructing a low fence around the entrance. Ideally, using thicker saplings and a double-layer barrier would be even more effective. This way, even if wild animals breached the first wall, they might not succeed in overcoming the second. With these 2 barriers in place, their safety would be significantly enhanced. However, lacking suitable tools, such an endeavor was currently beyond his reach. Nevertheless, he considered that he could later gather thorny shrubs to create a smaller fence, which, while not as secure as one made from thick logs, would still provide a degree of defense and early warning. These tasks would have to wait for now. His priority was to clear the weeds from the cave entrance. Otherwise, he would always feel as though lurking animals were concealed beyond the tall grass, making him hesitant to step outside without investigation. Lin Shuyan had fully recovered today, regaining her lively and cheerful demeanor. Observing Yufei wielding the stone axe to chop through the weeds and small trees, she diligently followed behind, collecting the cuttings. Their cooperation proved fruitful, and within half an hour, they cleared the taller grass and saplings within a 30-meter semicircular area around the cave. Standing at the cave's entrance, The space lay open and unobstructed. Lacking ideal tools, this was the best they could achieve. Although not perfect, it ensured that should any wild animals appear within that 30-meter radius, they would be easily visible from the cave entrance. And Yufei was somewhat content with the outcome. He scattered the cleared weeds and small trees beyond a 30-meter semicircle. These weeds not only had the ability to suppress some taller grasses, but their dispersed arrangement would also facilitate rapid drying. Once Yufei ignited a fire in the future, these would serve as excellent fuel, utilizing resources efficiently without waste. Having completed this task, he called Lin Shuyan to return to the cave for breakfast. The recent clearing of the weeds at the cave entrance had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. Otherwise, the two would have already partaken in their meal. And Yufei retrieved a pouch of wild fruits collected by Lin Shuyan on the first day. Even before opening it, he detected an unpleasant odor, giving rise to a foreboding feeling within him. Upon unwrapping the banana leaves, his apprehensions were confirmed. The entire pouch of wild fruits had rotted and spoiled. And Yufei had not anticipated such rapid deterioration. Within merely 2 days, they were rendered inedible. Chapter 21. On the brink of a food crisis, Yufei reassured himself, grateful that this was the final pouch of wild fruits collected on the first day. After all, he had gathered 15 pouches just yesterday, which were freshly foraged and should not have deteriorated so quickly. He retrieved one of the pouches he had collected the previous day, deliberately marking the 10 pouches gathered from the ground. However, upon opening this pouch, he was met with an unpleasant odor reminiscent of the earlier pouch. With a heavy heart, Yufei inspected its contents, only to be dismayed by the sight. Most of the fruits had spoiled, leaving him with merely 1 or 2 that were still barely edible. Perplexed, Yufei pondered the reason for this rapid spoilage. All of the fruits had been foraged from the ground. Why had those collected yesterday gone bad overnight? Suddenly, a thought struck him. The wild fruits he had gathered the previous day were drenched in rainwater, and the pouches had been in close proximity to one another. He surmised that the moisture, coupled with the contamination from the spoiled fruits, had expedited the decay of this pouch. He then opened all 10 pouches he had collected from the ground, discovering that their conditions were largely similar. In total, he managed to salvage just 15 fruits that were barely edible. This meant that what had once been 10 pouches of wild fruits had dwindled to a mere half pouch. And Yufei understood the urgency of consuming these 15 fruits before they too succumbed to spoilage. He placed the 15 salvaged fruits upon a clean banana leaf and proceeded to examine the 5 pouches of fruits he had plucked from the trees the day before. These fruits had been exposed to significantly less rainwater and remained unspoiled. However, he noted that 2 pouches adjacent to the spoiled ones showed early signs of decay. If he did not consume these 2 pouches promptly, they too would soon be rendered inedible. And Yufei, who had initially believed he had ample provisions, was now confronted with the harsh reality of an impending food crisis alongside the innkeeper. The urgency of kindling a fire became increasingly pressing. Without it, both he and the innkeeper would soon face hunger. He discarded all the rotten fruits and took the 2 pouches exhibiting signs of spoilage, along with the 15 barely edible fruits, to the riverbank to wash them thoroughly before returning to the cave. For breakfast, Yufei consumed all 15 of the barely edible fruits, offering the innkeeper the fruits that showed signs of spoilage but had not yet deteriorated. He encouraged her to eat heartily, determined to finish all the wild fruits that day, lest they perish by tomorrow, and Yufei resolved to search for firewood. However, the damp conditions outside made it challenging to locate suitable materials, and without woven grass sandals, he moved slowly and risked injury. Thus, he decided to spend the morning weaving sandals, knowing that once completed, he could venture farther afield. Before beginning the weaving process, Yufei mentally reviewed the entire technique demonstrated by the village elders. He then invited Lin Shuyan to sit down, measured her feet, and prepared to commence the crafting of the sandals. Although Yufei himself is in dire need of straw sandals, he wishes to first weave a pair for Lin Shuyan. He observes that despite her carefulness, her delicate, snow-white feet have already been marred by cuts. Unable to bear the sight of Lin Shuyan's injured feet, Yufei resolves to weave her a pair of straw sandals. After measuring her feet, he begins to weave based on his memory. Despite encountering a few missteps, he swiftly corrects them. Meanwhile, Lin Shuyan sits beside him, learning the art of weaving. By the time Yufei completes one sandal, Lin Shuyan has managed to create the rudimentary shape of two sandals. Her speed of learning is impressive. Having only observed the process twice, she has achieved such proficiency. If not for a few techniques she has yet to master, she might have finished them entirely. And Yufei is astonished by Lin Shuyan's deftness, never expecting her hands to be so skilled. He examines one of her creations and finds it somewhat large, realizing it would not fit her properly. However, recognizing this is her first attempt, he decides to assist her in completing the sandals. Building upon Lin Shuyan's work, and Yufei continues weaving and soon finishes the sandal, leaving only the final touches. By the time he completes it, Lin Shuyan has also finished the other sandal. And Yufei is further amazed to see that Lin Shuyan, having only watched twice, can independently craft straw sandals. Her aptitude is remarkable, and Yufei, having witnessed countless weavings in the village and practiced during leisure, appreciates her talent and praises her, saying, "Madam, you are truly remarkable. To weave sandals after merely 2 observations is extraordinary." Lin Shuyan smiles with pride and hands him the sandals, saying, "Impressive, right? Try them on." And Yufei initially assumes they are for her, only to realize they were crafted for him. With a sheepish grin, he tries them on and discovers they fit perfectly, neither too large nor too small. He is surprised that Lin Shuyan, without measuring his feet, has woven them to such an exact size. At that moment, Lin Shuyan slips on the sandals Yufei made for her, and both feel a sense of comfort far superior to being barefoot, alleviating the need for cautious steps when venturing outside. As it was their first attempt at weaving, they spent the entire morning engaged in this task. By the time they donned their sandals, the sun had already blazed down all morning, leaving the surroundings dry. And Yufei hastily consumed a few wild fruits before grabbing his stone axe and heading out, eager to find suitable wood to kindle a fire as early as possible. After stepping outside, he intended to proceed to the northern side of the small hill, as the abundance of trees there would significantly increase his chances of finding suitable timber. To reach the north, he needed to circumvent from the east, which conveniently brought him near a wild fruit tree. And Yufei decided to take the opportunity to check on the wild fruit tree, hoping to find some intact fruits to collect. As he approached the wild fruit tree, he heard a grunting sound, one that was all too familiar to him, for it was the sound made by wild boars. In the mountains surrounding his village, wild boars were plentiful, and Yufei was well acquainted with the sounds they produced. Chapter 22. Another attempt to ignite a fire. As Yufei approached and brushed aside the underbrush, he beheld a group of wild boars indulging in a sumptuous feast of wild fruits, emitting contented grunts as they savored their meal. Observing the herd, Yufei discerned that they appeared to be a family unit, with 2 large boars, a male and a female, leading the pack, followed by 5 juvenile boars and 8 piglets. In total, there were 15 of them, a considerable number indeed. The sight of these wild boars made Yufei's mouth water. After all, they represented a substantial source of meat. However, the pressing issue remained the absence of fire. Without it, even if Yufei managed to capture a wild boar, he could not consume it. Neither Lin Shuyan nor Yufei himself could bring themselves to eat raw meat. The notion of feasting on wild boar was but a fanciful dream, for this group of boars posed a formidable challenge, particularly the large male with its menacing tusks that instilled fear. And Yufei was well aware of the adage regarding wild boars, bears, and tigers. Village elders had often remarked that wild boars inflict more harm than either bears or tigers. A person could suffer severe injuries if charged by a wild boar, broken limbs at best, or worse, a fatal outcome. This demonstrated just how formidable wild boars could be, and Yufei's stone axe would scarcely suffice to even scratch the surface. Seizing the opportunity while the boars were preoccupied with their feast, and Yufei stealthily retreated before they could sense his presence. Wild boars possessed an acute sense of smell, and discovery would spell danger. Their speed was remarkable, making escape nearly impossible once detected. Returning to his original path, and Yufei was beset by frustration. He lamented that the wild fruits were no longer a viable option, for he had observed that most of those fallen to the ground had rotted beyond edibility, with the remainder having been ravaged by the boars. Now, Yufei was left with 2 choices, to ignite a fire swiftly, allowing him to roast some meat or to seek out alternative food sources akin to wild fruits. Between the two, he considered kindling a fire to be the more reliable option, while the search for other food would rely solely on luck. After all, he had not encountered similar food sources during his 2 days in the wilderness. Though he had spotted other fruit trees, their fruits remained unripe, too sour and astringent for consumption. Resolute in his decision to start a fire, and Yufei dismissed further contemplation and proceeded along the route he had taken yesterday, heading towards the northern thicket. With the addition of grass shoes today, he moved with remarkable speed, reaching the furthest point of his previous journey in less than half an hour, continuing his search for suitable firewood in the same direction as before. And Yufei found the conditions in the thicket to be largely unchanged. The trees were predominantly too thick for a small stone axe to fell in a timely manner. However, he managed to discover 3 moderately decayed, thick branches, superior to those he had brought back the day before. And Yufei surmised that among these 3 branches, there must be suitable wood for igniting a fire. 3 hours later, and Yufei returned to his cave, placed the branches down, and first quenched his thirst at the mountain spring. Upon his return, he began to methodically refine the branches he had gathered with his stone axe. After leveling both sides, he began to attempt to ignite a fire using a bow drill. The situation was indeed somewhat improved compared to yesterday, with more smoke rising, yet despite drilling a hole, not a single spark appeared. By evening, and Yufei had snapped 5 bowstrings, and the 3 rough wooden boards were riddled with charred holes, all testament to his efforts. Regrettably, after expending such great effort, he still failed to kindle a flame. This outcome weighed heavily on Yufei back in a mountain village. He had been able to produce sparks and start a fire in less than half an hour, yet here he had been unable to do so for 2 entire days. He began to doubt whether he had overestimated his abilities, lamenting his earlier intention to take care of the proprietress, as he had not even managed to ignite a fire in 2 days. Observing that the sky had not yet fully darkened, and Yufei resolved to try once more. But alas, the last piece of grass rope snapped, leaving him without any remaining to continue his attempts. Lin Shuyan had witnessed everything throughout the day. She did not blame Yufei for his inability to start a fire. She could see that he was feeling somewhat dejected. Thus she approached him, gently patting his shoulder, and said, "You have already exerted yourself greatly today. It's best to rest now and devise a plan tomorrow. Perhaps a good night's sleep will bring forth a better solution." And Yufei acknowledged his exhaustion. Even if he wished to try again, he had no more grass rope left. He nodded in agreement, and Yufei first stepped outside to arrange the 3 shrubs, then returned to share the wild fruits they had washed in the morning with Lin Shuyan. After securing the boards at the cave entrance, he settled onto the grass bed to rest. Although he was indeed weary from the day's labor, thoughts of igniting a fire kept him from drifting off to sleep. However, Lin Shuyan suggested, feeling cold, that Yufei embrace her as they slept. The subtle fragrance emanating from Lin Shuyan soon lulled him into a peaceful slumber. He could not quite understand why the scent of her presence calmed his restless heart, bringing him serenity. And Yufei slept soundly until dawn, experiencing a particularly sweet and comfortable rest. Upon waking, he opened the boards to examine the situation outside the cave. Indeed, there were fresh signs of broken branches on the outer layer of the shrubs, and the lone wolf had advanced slightly towards the cave entrance. This time, the shrubs had accumulated numerous wolf hairs, with some thorns seemingly stained with wolf blood. And Yufei realized that the wolf was now quite hungry. However, the thorns of the shrubs had deterred it, though this was likely only a temporary reprieve. As the wolf grew desperate with hunger, it might recklessly charge into the cave. This wolf remained a persistent threat, and Yufei felt compelled to find an opportunity to eliminate it. Otherwise, it would continue to approach while he and the proprietress were asleep, posing a significant danger if it managed to enter the cave. Moreover, Yufei was aware that the cunning lone wolf would not be idle during the day. It could well be lurking nearby, waiting for the perfect moment to spring forth when he let his guard down. After inspecting the shrubs, Yufei glanced at the cave entrance and noted that there was no water accumulated there today, indicating that it had likely not rained the previous night. The droplets clinging to the grass were most likely due to dew formation. and Yufei's primary task today remains the ignition of a fire. However, he finds himself somewhat bewildered regarding his plans for the day. He is uncertain about where to procure suitable wood to successfully stoke the flames. Upon returning to the cave, he gazes at the mere 3 remaining packets of wild fruits, which heightens his anxiety. Having consumed 1 packet this morning, he realizes that even if he abstains from eating at noon, both he and the proprietress will require another packet for dinner. By tomorrow, there will only be 1 packet left, and once it is depleted, they will be left to endure hunger, a scenario that starkly contradicts his original intentions. He must swiftly devise alternative solutions. Chapter 23. A stroll by the sea in Yufei took a bag of wild fruits to the spring to wash them thoroughly. Upon returning, he and Lin Shuyan finished the fruits together. After breakfast, noticing in Yufei's inactivity, Lin Shuyan suggested, "Why don't you accompany me for a walk by the sea? We have been cooped up in this cave for days. I feel utterly stifled." Upon hearing Lin Shuyan's words, and Yufei's spirits lifted. Her suggestion sparked a realization in him about a potential source for suitable firewood, the seaside. On his first day, searching for Lin Shuyan, he had observed an abundance of driftwood along the shore, and Yufei believed that among the many pieces of wood, there must be some that could be used to start fire. The wood, washed ashore by the waves, had been preserved by the seawater, with many pieces remaining unspoiled. Furthermore, some of the wood was already in the form of planks, requiring no repairs. He could simply use his stone axe to create a small hole for igniting a fire. With renewed purpose, and Yufei grabbed his stone axe, preparing to head to the beach with Lin Shuyan. This was his nature. He feared losing direction, but as long as he had a goal to strive toward, he was unafraid of hardship or fatigue, displaying remarkable enthusiasm. Seeing in Yufei lost in thought, Lin Shuyan understood he was preoccupied with the idea of starting a fire. Observing his struggle to find a solution, she decided to take him to the beach for a refreshing break, hoping a change of scenery might inspire him. Yet, Lin Shuyan was puzzled. How could Yufei, who had seemed somewhat dejected moments ago, suddenly brighten up? As Yufei stepped out of the cave, Lin Shuyan quickly followed. Once outside, Yufei used some planks to block the cave entrance and found a long stick to prop it up, ensuring that the planks wouldn't fall. Although there was nothing of great importance inside the cave, Yufei felt it necessary to secure it. If wild animals were to visit while they were away, they might be startled upon returning. Moreover, there was a lone wolf that had been eyeing their cave, and Yufei did not wish to encounter it upon their return. Having secured the cave, Yufei intended to proceed to the beach with Lin Shuyan. Now both were equipped with straw sandals. There was no need to detour to the spring and follow the river. Previously, they had taken that route to ease their feet, but now, with sandals, it was unnecessary, as it would only mean taking a longer path. Determining the direction, Yufei set off directly south, wielding a stick in one hand and his stone axe in the other to clear the way, with Lin Shuyan trailing behind him. Their journey south from the cave brought them swiftly to the river, albeit at a location slightly east of where they had previously accessed it from the beach. Upon reaching the riverbank, Yufei was astonished to discover a few slender bamboo stalks further east, and beyond them, a lush bamboo grove. He had not anticipated that this island would harbor bamboo, a remarkably versatile material essential for survival in the wild. The sight of the bamboo forest brought him immense satisfaction, for it signified that this expedition had not been in vain. With bamboo, he could craft numerous items that would significantly elevate the living conditions for both himself and the proprietress. However, the bamboo grove would remain in situ, and there was no urgency to harvest it just yet. He still needed to accompany the proprietress to the beach, where he hoped to find suitable firewood. As they made their way to the beach, there was no necessity to retrace their steps to the initial point from the beach to the small river. Any entry point would suffice, and Yufei decided to clear some grass on the opposite bank before easily leaping across the narrow river. After clearing a bit more along the riverbank, he turned to see Lin Shuyan effortlessly crossing the stream. With her now present, Yufei resumed his venture towards the beach, and after traversing a short distance, they arrived at their destination. Upon reaching the beach, Lin Shuyan quickly removed her grass sandals and dashed towards the spot where she had sunbathed on their first day. Yufei observed her bouncing about like a child. shaking his head with a smile as he followed suit and removed his sandals. For the past couple of days, he had been troubled by his inability to start a fire, primarily worried that Lin Xuyin might suffer alongside him. Yet, witnessing her joy lifted his spirits, allowing him to temporarily set aside his frustrations about the fire. And Yufei resolved to indulge Lin Xuyin's playful nature for a while before seeking out suitable wood. For in his heart, her happiness took precedence. Soon, they arrived at the very spot where she had arranged letters out of small stones on her first day. And Yufei recalled noticing the three letters S, O, and S when he had visited the proprietress, yet he remained uncertain of their significance when combined. Initially, he had assumed Lin Xuyin was merely passing the time, so he did not inquire further. Now, as she approached the lettered stones, she began to gather them, inviting Yufei to join her. After accumulating a pile of stones, Lin Xuyin suggested they toss them into the sea and compete to see who could throw them the farthest and create the biggest splashes. Skipping stones was in Yufei's forte. It had been one of his childhood games with friends in the village. This proposal rekindled fond memories of his youth. Together, they transported the stones to the shore, wherein Yufei took the lead, casting a small stone into the ocean. The stone danced upon the water's surface, creating 3 splashes before finally sinking. He felt slightly out of practice, as his previous record had been 5 splashes before a stone submerged beneath the waves. Feeling a tinge of regret for not performing at his peak, and Yufei decided to try another small stone. However, as he turned around, something caught the light and momentarily dazzled his eyes. Pausing his motion to retrieve another stone, he began to search for the source of the glimmer that had just captivated him. He recalled that the light had emanated from the east, so he gazed in that direction. To his astonishment, he discerned a large figure on the eastern beach, which from a distance appeared to resemble a person. And Yufei quickly called out to Lin Xuyin, who was about to throw a stone into the sea, saying, "Madam Boss, look toward the east. What is that on the beach? It strikes me as resembling a person." Chapter 24. Capturing the crew member who brought misfortune upon hearing in Yufei's words. Lin Xuyin paused her actions, following in Yufei's finger to gaze eastward. Although the brightness in that direction was somewhat blinding, Lin Xuyin quickly discerned that there was indeed a person there. She tossed the small stone in her hand onto a pile of rocks, brushed off her hands, and remarked, "It is indeed a person. Let us approach and discover which unfortunate soul shares our fate." Sharing a similar plight can be considered a twist of fate. If this individual still breathes, we shall see if we can revive him. If he is beyond salvation, we shall dig a grave and lay him to rest. And Yufei, also intrigued, nodded in agreement and led the way eastward. As they drew closer, and Yufei confirmed that there was indeed a person lying there. The distance was not great, but the sunlight had reflected off in Yufei's position, obscuring his vision. Soon, they arrived beside the individual. The person lay flat on his back, eyes tightly shut, rendering it difficult to ascertain his condition. He clutched a leather suitcase tightly in his arms, the very object that had caused the blinding glare moments ago. When Yufei and Lin Xuyin finally recognized the individual's features, both wore expressions of astonishment, for they had never expected to encounter this person again, and certainly not in such a manner. And Yufei bent down, placing his hand on the individual's neck. After a brief moment, he stood up and announced, "He is alive. I can feel his pulse. What shall we do next, madam?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xuyin replied, "First, find something to bind him, and then wake him up. I have some questions to pose." And Yufei nodded and ventured into the thicket, where he procured a length of vine and bound the individual as one might secure a pig in a rural village. Once secured, and Yufei mounted the person and began to slap his face, for his animosity towards this individual was profound. His method of awakening would be anything but gentle. The person in question was none other than a crew member from the ill-fated ship that had brought calamity upon Yufei and Lin Xuyin. Their current plight could be traced directly to this very crew member. Having spent several days aboard the ship, and Yufei and Lin Xuyin were familiar with his visage, recognizing him instantly. After delivering 7 or 8 slaps, the individual finally stirred awake, only to erupt into a fit of violent coughing, likely having swallowed seawater. After expelling a significant amount of salt water from his lungs, he ceased coughing and beheld in Yufei and Lin Shuyan. As recognition dawned upon him, he trembled and stammered. Where am I? Is this the underworld? Are you human or ghost? Have I perished as well? Soon, the blinding sunlight prompted a realization, and he exclaimed, No, this is not the underworld. How can you still be alive? Lin Shuyan let out a cold laugh and replied, Are you disappointed to see us alive? Speak the truth. Who orchestrated our misfortune? The individual averted his gaze, saying, No one, I swear. I did not cause you any harm. Lin Shuyan immediately discerned the man's unease. With a scoff, she remarked, You're not being truthful. Since you are unwilling to speak honestly, you shall have to endure some hardship. Turning to Yufei, she commanded, Yufei, go and break one of his legs. Let us see whether his resolve is stronger than his bones. Despite Lin Shuyan's usual demeanor of affable smiles, one must understand that she was raised in a family accustomed to the ruthless intrigues of the business world, having developed a decisive and unforgiving nature. She would show no mercy to an enemy, especially one who threatened her life. And Yufei, no longer the naive boy from the small mountain village, had also transformed. He possessed a character that demanded retribution for wrongs and rewarded kindness. Upon his arrival in the city, he had encountered the perils of a nefarious lodging, and had he not forgotten its location, he would have sought vengeance. He had attempted to locate the alluring woman who had lured him there, but after several fruitless searches, he had nearly given up. Only his obligations to the landlady kept him from pursuing her further. Now, faced with another threat to both himself and the landlady, and Yufei felt compelled to act without needing her directive, he was ready to break the man's leg. Had it not been for the landlady's intent to question this individual, he might have already delivered a fatal blow. The man, sensing the ferocity in Yufei's gaze, hastily exclaimed, Wait, I will speak. However, before he could finish his plea, a searing pain shot through his calf, causing him to howl in agony as beads of sweat erupted on his forehead. Upon receiving Lin Shuyan's orders, Yufei approached the man and targeted the vulnerable joint of his calf, delivering a swift kick. Although he heard the man attempt to speak, he recognized the plea for mercy and did not relent, firmly driving his foot down. The force of Yufei's blow was substantial, and the sound of shattering bone echoed in the air as the man's leg contorted grotesquely. After a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, Lin Shuyan addressed him. Do you wish to speak the truth now? If not, I shall instruct him to break your other leg. The man, now visibly weakened, stifled his pain and stammered. I intended to tell the truth earlier, but this young man acted too swiftly, leaving me no chance to speak. His strike was too severe. My leg is surely broken. You must help me, or it will be too late. A subtle smile graced Lin Shuyan's lips as she replied coolly, At present, it is I who will be asking the questions. You have no right to negotiate. Whether or not you receive medical assistance depends on the satisfaction of your answers. So, what do you wish to convey to me? With that, she feigned calling for Yufei again, and the man, terrified of losing his other leg, immediately interjected. I have something to say. I will tell all. The three of us were originally citizens of Huagua, engaging in petty theft and minor misdeeds. One day, however, we were approached by an individual who proposed a lucrative venture. This opportunity required us to masquerade as foreigners and take the life of a person abroad. Initially, we were reluctant to accept such a grim proposition, but the financial incentive was simply too enticing. Succumbing to the allure of wealth, we agreed to the undertaking. Subsequently, we were transported by plane to a vessel overseas, where we awaited the arrival of our target. We endured a wait of 5 long days before the appearance of the two of you. Following the instructions provided to us, we activated the mechanism that had been prearranged in the ship's hull and made our escape aboard a speedboat. As for the identity of the individual who recruited us, I am unaware. I only heard others refer to him as Boss Wu. Chapter 25. Sending the bandit on his way. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuyan, without requiring further elaboration from the man, immediately deduced that this incident was orchestrated by the Wu family, for such coincidences could hardly exist otherwise. Nevertheless, she continued to inquire, Did you not flee? How did you end up here? The bandit sighed and replied, After we departed on the speedboat, we followed the instructions given by the other party and found the reward that was supposed to be ours beneath a rocky outcrop. According to the original plan, we were to reach a designated location where someone would meet us. However, after we secure the money, the second one expressed fears of being silenced by the other party. At that moment, with the money in hand, we could have returned to our homeland, or even if we chose not to with such a sum, we could live comfortably abroad. My accomplice and I shared this sentiment. Thus, we discarded the satellite phone and steered the speedboat in the opposite direction of the designated meeting point. To our dismay, a few hours later, the speedboat lost power. Upon inspection, we discovered it had run out of fuel. Having already disposed of the satellite phone, we were unable to contact anyone, and with no response from the heavens or the earth, we were left adrift. After several days of drifting, our supplies were exhausted, and just when despair began to set in, we spotted an island and desperately paddled toward it. Yet a few hours later, the boat was caught in a whirlpool, and I quickly lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself here. Lin Shuyan nodded and asked, "What about the other two?" The bandit shook his head, saying, "I do not know. I was the first to be thrown from the boat when it was caught in the whirlpool, and thereafter I lost consciousness. Their whereabouts remain unknown to me." With no further questions to pose, Lin Shuyan nodded at Yufei and said, "Yufei, send him on his way." Upon hearing this, the bandit cried out, "You are not trustworthy. I have revealed all that I know. You cannot treat me this way." Lin Shuyan smiled enigmatically and replied, "Did I ever promise you anything?" At that moment, Yufei had already approached the bandit with a stone axe in hand. Initially, he had harbored hopes that Lin Shuyan might show mercy, but he soon realized that she merely intended to prolong the bandit's life for a short while. Yufei believed that keeping the bandit alive posed a continuous threat. Only by eliminating him could he achieve true peace of mind. Then, Lin Shuyan spoke again. "In light of your commendable performance just now, you shall be rewarded." And Yufei's heart sank. He thought, surely the boss lady would not spare this bandit. Following this, Lin Shuyan instructed Yufei, "Yufei, grant him a swift end. I'm a person of clear rewards and punishments. This shall be his reward." And Yufei grinned in response. "Understood." With that, the stone axe in his hand swiftly cut across the bandit's throat. Despite Yufei's earlier struggles to fell trees, the blade proved remarkably sharp against flesh. The bandit attempted to utter something, but only rasping sounds emerged from his throat, and soon he drew his last breath. As he gazed upon the lifeless form of the bandit, Yufei's hands trembled slightly, and his face turned pale. Although he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the criminal and had longed to put an end to his life, this was, after all, his inaugural act of murder, and his heart remained tumultuous. Lin Shuyan, observing his distress, offered words of solace, urging him not to bear the weight of guilt. "This is international waters, and we are alone here. No one will ever know of your deed. Besides, this man is no virtuous soul. If you do not eliminate him today, he may very well threaten our lives tomorrow. Do not be deceived by his claims of mere petty theft. The aura he exudes suggests a history of bloodshed. Such a person cannot be allowed to live. To spare him is to invite ruin. Your actions, in this case, serve the greater good." Encouraged by her words, Yufei felt a sense of relief wash over him, even experiencing a fleeting exhilaration at having avenged a wrong. He nodded, acknowledging, "I recognize it. He possesses the same malevolent essence as the butcher from our village. He has undoubtedly tasted blood. His demeanor indicates he is no innocent. Otherwise, I would not have felt the need to guard against him aboard the ship." Seeing that Yufei had calmed somewhat, Lin Shuyan nodded in agreement. "Then search him for anything of use and dispose of him in the sea." And Yufei approached the bandit, stripping him of his clothing, shoes, and socks, leaving only his undergarments before dragging him toward the shore. Once Yufei had removed the body from sight, Lin Shuyan turned away and crouched down, succumbing to the urge to vomit. Despite her earlier composure, this was her first encounter with such brutality, and she had been holding back. Now, the turmoil in her stomach erupted. Unaware of Lin Shuyan's distress, Yufei reached the water's edge and forcefully cast the bandit's body into the sea. Almost immediately, a swarm of triangular fins, resembling little sails, converged upon the corpse. Although it was Yufei's first experience by the ocean, he recognized these triangular shapes as the telltale signs of sharks. He counted 11 distinct fins, indicating that 11 sharks were now drawn to the bandit's remains. In a matter of moments, the surface of the water erupted in a frenzy, crimson blood mingling with the sea. Within half a minute, the water calmed once more, save for the lingering scarlet stain that marked the scene of the recent tragedy. Lost in thought, and Yufei pondered the fortuitousness of their survival on this island. Had they encountered a pack of sharks, they would likely have been reduced to mere remnants, much like the bandit had been devoured in mere moments. He and Lin Shuyan, combined, would have offered no more than a fleeting meal for the voracious predators. Initially, Yufei believed that if he were unable to ignite a fire, he could resort to catching some fish from the sea to consume raw. Although he could not stomach the thought of eating wild boar meat in its raw state, he could at least tolerate fish, having previously eaten it raw while adrift at sea with the landlady. However, upon encountering a multitude of sharks, this notion was swiftly extinguished. Venturing into the water to catch fish amidst such predators was akin to courting death. He concluded that his only recourse was to create a fire. At that moment, a thought struck him. The crew members of the ill-fated vessel were avid smokers. Every time he had seen them, they were indulging in their habit. And Yufei had once smoked himself, but after the incident upon arriving in the city, he abstained during his hospital stay and subsequently never resumed. Nevertheless, during those days aboard the ship, the incessant smoking of those men nearly rekindled his own cravings. Chapter 26. Harvest. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. And Yufei pondered that since they often smoked, they must possess a lighter or similar item. If he could find a lighter on the bandit, kindling a fire would become significantly simpler. Although the bandit had already been cast into the sea and devoured entirely by sharks, and Yufei had stripped him of his clothing before disposing of him. With this thought in mind, and Yufei ceased his aimless contemplation over the ocean's surface and hurried back to search for the bandit's garments. Soon enough, he rummaged through the pockets of the bandit's clothing and discovered a lighter, a pack and a half of cigarettes, a set of keys, and a dagger. He picked up the lighter and examined it briefly. It was a kerosene lighter with a few letters embossed on the bottom. Although Yufei was not well versed in English, he recognized that these letters indicated it was made in China. This was an old-fashioned lighter, igniting kerosene with flint. Upon lifting the lid, he found that it was well sealed, remarkably free from water damage. Attempting the flint wheel, he succeeded in igniting the flame on his second try. Watching the flickering flame dance, and Yufei felt an indescribable excitement. A problem that had consumed him for 2 days was effortlessly resolved. To conserve the kerosene, he promptly extinguished the lighter and cradled it in his palm like a precious treasure. Next, Yufei examined the other items. The half-pack of cigarettes had been soaked and was entirely unusable, while the full pack remained sealed and dry. He decided to keep the intact pack and discarded the soaked remnants. Picking up the set of keys, he noted that there were only 3. Though they were of little use to him, the other 2 items attached to the keychain, a nail clipper and an ear scoop, would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Thus, he retained the entire keychain. Finally, he grasped the last item, the dagger. This folding knife, when opened, measured 30 centimeters in length, with the handle and blade equally proportioned. The blade was sharpened to a fine edge, and there were traces of dried blood on it, the origin of which was unknown. Recalling, Yufei remembered witnessing the crew member using this dagger to catch fish, leading him to surmise that the blood likely belonged to fish. This dagger was immensely valuable to Yufei. It would greatly facilitate his tasks, enabling him to both dissect his prey and defend himself. With a suitable wooden shaft, he could transform it into a spear, granting him the means to confront the lone wolf with newfound confidence. Having secured these items, Yufei's gaze shifted to the leather suitcase that the bandit had clutched so tightly. He felt certain that it contained something of value. Otherwise, why would the bandit have held on to it so fiercely? Yufei approached the suitcase and discovered it was secured with a combination lock. Unfamiliar with the code, he attempted to set it to 3 zeros. To his astonishment, the suitcase opened effortlessly. Although he found this surprising, he seized the opportunity to explore its contents. With a sense of anticipation, he lifted the lid, only to be met with disappointment. The interior was filled entirely with cash, specifically US dollars. In this moment, Those bills held little value for an Yu Fei compared to a lighter or a dagger. Even using them for kindling would be less effective than dry grass. The suitcase was reasonably well sealed, with only a small amount of water having infiltrated, and Yu Fei noticed that all the money was encased in sealed bags, well preserved. A cursory glance revealed that each bag contained 10 stacks of bills, with each stack amounting to $10,000. Without needing to count, he deduced that there was a total of $1 million present. At this juncture, the money was of no real use to him. He was more interested in the sealed bags themselves. However, the decision regarding the fate of this money rested with Lin Shuiyan. It was then that Yu Fei realized he had not seen Lin Shuiyan since he disposed of the bandit's body, nor had he heard her voice. He quickly scanned the surroundings for her figure. Soon, he spotted Lin Shuiyan in her original position, squatting with her back to him. He called out, "Boss, are you all right?" Upon hearing his voice, Lin Shuiyan discreetly covered her vomit with sand and turned to reply, "I'm fine. Perhaps I've eaten too many wild fruits these past few days, and my stomach feels a bit off." And Yu Fei, eager to share his find, raised the lighter he had retrieved from the bandit and exclaimed, "Look, boss, I found a lighter on that bandit. We can use it to start a fire, which means we won't have to rely on wild fruits anymore." The mere mention of the bandit triggered a recollection of the recent harrowing scene for Lin Shuiyan, stirring the urge to retch once more. Fortunately, she managed to suppress it. Having never witnessed such violence before, the sight of murder left her feeling queasy, and she dared not dwell on it. With a slight nod, she swiftly changed the subject, saying, "There should be 3 of them, aside from this one. There are likely 2 more bandits. We should search for them as soon as possible." And Yu Fei, reminded by her words, recalled the bandits' earlier remarks. All 3 bandits and their speedboat had been caught in the whirlpool, with only 1 bandit discovered. The fate of the other 2 remained uncertain. If they had survived, it posed a significant threat to both him and the boss, for none of these bandits were benign. And Yu Fei had no time to inquire how Lin Shuiyan intended to handle the US dollars. He hastily stuffed all his belongings into the suitcase, resolving to address the matter upon his return. Setting the suitcase aside, and Yu Fei intended to search for the other 2 bandits. Standing at their current location, the view to the west was unobstructed, save for the large rock behind which Lin Shuiyan had once emerged. It was a considerable distance, yet he could see clearly that the other 2 bandits were not in sight, and Yu Fei feared that, like Lin Shuiyan before, they might be hiding behind that very rock. Thus, he sprinted towards the large stone, only to find upon reaching it that the other 2 bandits were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 27. The search for the remaining 2 bandits upon returning to Lin Shuiyan's side, and Yu Fei commenced his analysis. Recalling the moment when he and Lin Shuiyan were swept ashore, he reasoned that since they had both been caught in the whirlpool together, the location where they were cast upon the shore could not have been far apart. Given that the western distance yielded no traces, it was highly probable that the remaining 2 bandits resided in the east. Otherwise, they might have become sustenance for the sharks. The eastern beach, however, was but a brief stretch, culminating at the precipice on that side. The beach was visible at a glance. If the 2 bandits were indeed in the east, they would likely be situated beneath the cliff, as the distance to the eastern beach's end was not considerable, and Yu Fei hastened towards that terminus, with Lin Shuiyan trailing closely behind him. Upon reaching the edge of the beach, and Yu Fei peered over the cliffside and immediately spotted a damaged speedboat. A closer examination revealed 2 individuals nearby. Without needing to approach, and Yu Fei discerned that both were lifeless. One had evidently suffered a severe impact, his body grotesquely contorted, rendering it impossible for him to have survived. The other, though intact in form, had his entire head submerged in water, since Yu Fei had first noticed him. He had remained still for an extended duration, and even if he were alive, he would soon succumb to drowning. And Yu Fei surmised that these 2 were the remaining bandits, and the speedboat was presumably theirs. He contemplated searching the boat for any useful supplies. However, the near 100-meter height of the cliff rendered this impractical, and thoughts of the sharks lurking below prompted him to abandon the idea. After all, he had no intention of becoming a meal for them. At that moment, Lin Shuiyan approached, and Yu Fei pointed out what he had discovered. After observing the 2 bodies for a moment, Lin Shuiyan remarked, "Let us leave. These 2 have perished easily, and it is a mercy for them. And Yufei, coveting the speedboat yet unable to reach it, decided to turn back. Just as he pivoted, a thought struck him. He asked Lin Shuyin to wait a moment and hurried towards the banana grove. Upon returning with several banana leaves, he made his way back to the rocky shore. Bending down, he began to collect sea salt from the rocks. The realization dawned upon him that he could now start a fire. By midday, he could roast the long-awaited cauliflower snake. Lin Shuyin, having consumed wild fruits to the point of discomfort, would certainly not be able to continue on that diet. Thus, a meal of roasted snake meat was imperative for her. However, without salt, the dish would lack flavor, so Yufei resolved to gather some sea salt to bring back. The sea salt on the rocks had presumably accumulated over a long period. And soon Yufei had collected a small pouch of pristine white salt, sufficient for both him and Lin Shuyin to last for quite some time. When Yufei returned with the carefully wrapped salt, Lin Shuyin smiled at him, surprised by his seemingly simple appearance, yet impressed by his meticulous nature, always anticipating their needs. While Yufei gathered sea salt, Lin Shuyin ventured into the banana grove to collect some banana leaves, which had numerous uses and were frequently needed. Upon seeing the items in their hands, they exchanged a knowing smile and made their way toward the cave. Upon reaching the cave entrance, it appeared unchanged since their departure. The barricade remained undisturbed, allowing only snakes and mice to enter. Yet Yufei felt no concern for these creatures. Perhaps it was due to the cave's history as a king snake's lair. Since their arrival, neither snakes nor mice had dared to intrude. And Yufei had scattered the earth he scraped from the cave's interior around its entrance, likely carrying the scent of the king's snake, deterring other serpents and rodents from approaching. Removing the barricade, Yufei entered the cave first, ensuring no unwelcome guests lingered within before beckoning Lin Shuyin to follow. He swiftly opened the leather case, retrieving a lighter to ignite the fire, having prepared dry grass, slender twigs, and thicker branches on the first day of their attempts to create warmth. Regrettably, he had not succeeded in sparking a flame until now. With the lighter in hand, he quickly brought the fire to life. Watching the flames dance, Yufei's joy was akin to that of a child. He and Lin Shuyin finally had a fire, liberating them from the monotony of subsisting on wild fruits. After adding thicker firewood to the pile, Yufei approached Lin Shuyin, presenting the contents of the leather case as if bestowing treasures, explaining each item's future utility. Lin Shuyin listened attentively to his every word, her heart now accustomed to their circumstances, and she felt little discomfort at the mention of the bandit, a topic that had once troubled her. Once he finished his explanations, Yufei placed before her the garments he had taken from the bandit, saying, "Madam Boss, wear these 2 pieces. They will keep you warmer tonight." Lin Shuyin shook her head, pushing the clothes back toward him. "I refuse to wear a filthy man's clothing. Your warmth is sufficient for me at night." Hearing her words filled Yufei's heart with warmth, and he grinned foolishly, setting the garments aside. He then inquired, "Madam Boss, how shall we manage this money?" Lin Shuyin glanced at the pile of U.S. dollars within the case and replied, "Let us keep it for now. Should we ever find a way out, it may prove useful. If not, it occupies little space." After Yufei listened to Lin Shuyin's arrangements, he placed the cigarette, a string of keys, and a lighter into the leather suitcase, secured the zipper, and set the suitcase in the corner of the cave. He left the dagger outside, intending to find a suitable stick for it to serve as a spear for self-defense during the night. Furthermore, he would soon need the dagger to dispose of the corpse of the cauliflower snake. Setting the dagger aside, Yufei began to try on the clothing he had stripped from the bandit. As the bandit was considerably shorter than Yufei, the garments were somewhat snug on him. Upon wearing them, the pants were shorter than cropped trousers, and the shirt resembled a crop top, creating a rather incongruous appearance. Fortunately, although the shoes were a bit tight, he could still manage to wear them. Chapter 28. Preparing to confront the lone wolf, Yufei felt indifferent. Wearing something was better than being bare. Although the trousers were shorter than the 9-point style, he considered them akin to 8-point trousers. As for the top, even if it was slightly snug, it still served as a garment, preferable to being shirtless. The shoes mattered even less. He believed he could stretch them out in a few days, enduring a bit of discomfort for the sake of comfort later on. Dressed in the attire and footwear stripped from a bandit, and Yufei exchanged a brief greeting with Lin Shuyan before departing the cave with a dagger in hand. It was around 10 o'clock, and he aimed to dispose of the corpse of the patterned snake. Otherwise, he would miss lunch. Reaching the spring, he retrieved the snake's body from beneath the stones. After sniffing it and detecting no foul odor, he concluded it had not spoiled. Previously, he had stored food in the spring for up to 7 days without it deteriorating, so he had confidence in its preservation, merely confirming his assumptions with a quick check. He had already performed a preliminary cleaning of the patterned snake, knowing that while the cool temperature of the spring could prevent spoilage, the presence of internal organs could contaminate the meat over time. Thus, he had removed the entrails on the first day. He had also skinned most of the snake, leaving only a small segment of the tail attached, as he lacked suitable tools to sever the head at that time. Now, with the dagger at his disposal, he found it much easier to remove the head. Despite the snake being non-venomous, he had never consumed a snake's head before and was unaccustomed to the idea. Next, he carefully peeled off the entire snake skin. This skin was a valuable resource. If one side was secured, it could serve as an excellent water pouch, particularly convenient for his travels. Thus, he intended to clean it thoroughly for that purpose. The snake was relatively large, and its length necessitated cutting it into several segments for roasting. He planned to skewer each piece with a stick for cooking. Just as he completed the preparations and intended to return with the snake's skin and meat, he glanced at the snake's head and suddenly considered its potential utility. Although he and the proprietress had no intention of consuming it, it could serve as bait for the wolf that had been frequenting the entrance of their cave every night. Keeping it would pose a continuous threat, and Yufei had resolved to confront this lone wolf. Now that he had fire at his disposal, it was the perfect opportunity to deal with the wolf, eliminating the danger while providing sustenance for himself and the proprietress. In his previous life in the small mountain village, Yufei had tasted wolf meat, which bore resemblance to dog meat, but with a stronger gamey flavor and a coarser, tougher texture. While it was not particularly palatable when eaten directly, transforming it into jerky eliminated the unpleasant odor and resulted in a delightfully chewy treat that became increasingly flavorful with each bite. Yufei found wolf jerky quite enjoyable. With this thought, he decided to take the snake's head as well, intending to use it as bait. On his way back, he deliberately sought out some willow branches to use as skewers for roasting the snake meat. This type of willow branch is not the kind that grows on willow trees, but rather a shrub that sprouts directly from the ground, resembling the red willow used for skewering lamb kebabs in Xinjiang, albeit slightly finer in texture. Yufei was uncertain how the snake meat would turn out when cooked with these willow branches, but he regarded it as a worthy experiment. He sharpened the branches with a dagger, skewered a piece of snake meat onto each, and then returned to the cave. Yufei retrieved the bag of sea salt he had collected by the seaside and evenly sprinkled it over each piece of snake meat before temporarily placing them on clean banana leaves. At that moment, some charcoal had also formed in the fire pit, so he procured a stick to isolate the glowing embers, arranging them into a pile. This type of charcoal, devoid of open flames, was ideal for barbecuing. He carefully inserted the salted snake meat skewers around the charcoal pile, allowing them to roast slowly. Patience was essential. Rushing the process would result in a charred exterior and an undercooked interior. Yufei believed that the best flavor emerged from a gradual roast. And with the cooking underway, he turned his thoughts to devising a strategy to confront the lone wolf. After a brief contemplation, Yufei emerged from the cave, armed with a stone axe and a dagger. He gestured at the ground, sketching a rectangle measuring 1.5 meters wide and 2 meters long. He intended to dig a 3-meter deep pit here to trap the lone wolf. Although the plan was well conceived, its execution proved challenging without suitable tools. He had to rely on his stone axe and dagger to loosen the earth, using wooden planks to excavate the pit. Progress was painstakingly slow. Apart from brief interludes to check on the skewers, he dedicated most of his time to digging. After over an hour of labor, thirst began to set in. As he prepared to fetch water from the mountain spring, a sudden thought struck him. With a fire already lit, he could boil the water before drinking it. Untreated water from the wilderness invariably harbored bacteria, and prolonged consumption could be detrimental to his health. Previously, he had no choice but to drink it raw, but now that he had fire, he resolved to avoid doing so any longer. However, he he realized he would require a container to boil the water. This led him to recall the bamboo grove he had observed earlier that morning with the innkeeper. Fresh bamboo segments were perfectly suitable for boiling water. They could withstand the heat without being consumed by the flames. Fresh bamboo was, indeed, the finest material available to him at present. And Yufei abandoned the idea of drinking water for the moment, seizing his dagger and heading straight for the bamboo grove. He planned to gather some bamboo, not only for boiling water, but also to craft bowls and chopsticks. For now, he intended to focus on these tasks, with thoughts of constructing a bamboo table and several stools to come later, as those were not urgent. The bamboo he gathered could also be fashioned into stakes to place at the bottom of the pit, should the lone wolf fall in. These stakes would surely provide an unpleasant surprise. Following the path he had cleared earlier, and Yufei swiftly arrived at the bank of the stream, where he beheld the bamboo grove downstream. And Yufei arrived at the edge of the bamboo grove, following the meandering river. This expansive bamboo forest in his eyes transcended mere vegetation. It was akin to a treasure trove. This verdant haven promised to significantly enhance both his and the proprietress's living conditions, offering a multitude of conveniences for their future lives. Suppressing a smile, and Yufei selected several bamboo stalks of suitable thickness and employed his dagger to carve a small incision at an appropriate juncture. He then placed the dagger in position and struck its spine with a sturdy wooden rod. Chapter 29, Bamboo Grove and Grilled Snake. The dagger proved exceptionally sharp, swiftly felling a bamboo stalk. The efficacy of this dagger was remarkable. Without it, and Yufei would have taken an indeterminate amount of time to bring down a single bamboo with a stone axe. The dagger afforded an Yufei great convenience, and soon he had successfully cut down several selected bamboo stalks, stripping them of excess branches and leaves, measuring their lengths, and severing them at predetermined points. The bamboo was cut into segments, each measuring over 2 meters, which Yufei then gathered together, binding them with a vine. With determination, he hoisted the bundle of bamboo onto his shoulder and set off towards the cave. At that moment, he became acutely aware of the discomfort caused by the ill-fitting shirt he wore, which belonged to a bandit and felt rather constricting. Though not particularly burdensome to carry the bamboo, the tightness of the garment made him grimace in pain. Enduring the discomfort, and Yufei pressed on until he finally reached the mouth of the cave. Upon setting down the bamboo, he hastily removed the shirt, only to discover several red marks etched into his skin. In a fit of frustration, he tossed the garment aside, intending to wash it later in hopes of repurposing it. If it proved futile, he would dismantle it for rags, as he had no intention of wearing it again. He would rather go bare-chested than endure such torment. Lin Xian observed in Yufei's plight from the cave entrance and approached him, inquiring, "What's wrong? Just a moment ago, you claimed that even a snug shirt was better than going bare-chested. And yet, now you refuse to wear it." And Yufei pointed to the marks on his torso and replied, "This wretched shirt may look small, but its quality is surprisingly good. While it felt tolerable at first, the moment I began to sweat, it became painfully constricting. Just look at the marks it left on me." Lin Xian stifled a laugh, remarking, "I told you it didn't look good and advised against wearing it, but you wouldn't listen. Now you're experiencing the consequences, aren't you? You might as well go without it." And Yufei, feigning indignation, huffed at Lin Xian and pouted as he picked up several bamboo segments to carry away. Lin Xian, unable to contain her amusement, burst into laughter, her mirth echoing through the grove. Unperturbed by her teasing, and Yufei proceeded to the mountain spring, where he crafted 2 water containers from bamboo, carefully drilling 2 holes in each for convenience when drawing water. One container was designated for raw water, while the other was intended for boiling. He then fashioned bamboo bowls, teacups, and a bamboo brush. The bowls were for meals, and the cups were for drinking hot water, as it would be unwise to drink water directly from the bamboo tube after boiling. Furthermore, Yufei crafted several pairs of chopsticks from another bamboo segment. His deft hands produced not only functional utensils, but aesthetically pleasing ones as well. Once he had completed all his creations, he filled the 2 bamboo tubes with water and returned to the cave, carrying his newfound treasures. Upon witnessing the items brought back by Yufei, Lin Xian was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that Yufei possessed such remarkable craftsmanship. he had transformed several ordinary bamboo pieces into an array of exquisite creations. Lin Shuyin realized that in Yufei was akin to a treasure trove, consistently surprising her with his ingenuity. She felt that her initial kindness had serendipitously led her to discover a gem, and her fondness for Yufei only deepened with every glance. Yufei was oblivious to the reason behind Lin Shuyin's delight, yet her joy brought him happiness as well. In his heart, her contentment was paramount. He feared that a young lady of her stature might struggle to acclimate to the desolation of the island. The thought of Lin Shuyin remaining silent, as she had in the previous days, filled him with anxiety. With a warm smile directed at Lin Shuyin, he presented her with a bamboo bowl, a teacup, and chopsticks, setting aside a bamboo tube sealed with banana leaves that contained water, while placing another over the fire. Subsequently, Yufei began inspecting the roasted snake meat. Upon confirming that it was perfectly cooked and emanated an enticing aroma, he felt something was still lacking. He mused that a touch of honey would elevate the dish. Yet regrettably, he had yet to locate a beehive. Then, an idea struck him: wild fruits. By mashing the fruits, he could create a delightful jam, which would pair wonderfully with the roasted snake meat. He retrieved several wild fruits from his stash, washed them, and crushed them in a bamboo bowl. Just as he was about to brush the jam onto the snake meat, he remembered that Lin Shuyin had previously complained of stomach discomfort after eating wild fruits. Uncertain if she would enjoy the jam on the meat, he hesitated. However, with the jam prepared, it felt wasteful not to use it. Thus, he decided to brush half of the roasted snake meat with jam, leaving the other half untouched, thinking that if Lin Shuyin found it unpalatable, he could consume the jam-coated portion himself. Once he had finished applying the jam, the roasted snake meat was ready to be served. He handed Lin Shuyin a piece without jam. She recognized it as roasted snake meat, having tasted snake soup before, but this was her first encounter with roasted snake. Unsure if she would enjoy it, she tentatively took a small bite. To her surprise, her eyes widened. She had not expected Yufei's preparation to be so delectable. It bore a resemblance to chicken, yet was distinctly different, and though she struggled to articulate her thoughts, she found it utterly delightful. Soon, she was devouring it heartily. After finishing a piece, she looked at Yufei with curiosity and inquired, "Did you not prepare the wild fruit jam earlier? Why didn't you brush it on for me?" And Yufei scratched his head and replied, "You mentioned this morning that wild fruits upset your stomach, so I wasn't sure if you would like it." Upon hearing Yufei's explanation, Lin Shuyin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her earlier comment about feeling unwell after eating wild fruits had merely been a casual excuse, one she had nearly forgotten until Yufei brought it up. Initially, she contemplated using the pretext of avoiding the fruit jam smeared on the dishes. However, as she gazed at the roasted snake meat glistening with the enticing jam, her curiosity was piqued and she yearned to taste it. Clearing her throat, she declared, "Well, I'm feeling better now. I would like to try the one with the jam." Without hesitation, Yufei swiftly handed her a piece coated in the delectable jam, feeling a twinge of regret that she had previously refrained from indulging. Now that Lin Shuyin expressed her desire, he eagerly presented it to her. Chapter 30. Digging traps. Lin Shuyin beamed with delight as she received the skewered snake meat slathered in jam, her dimples deepening as she took a gentle bite. Her eyes sparkled once more. The jam-coated morsels were far more delectable than their unadorned counterparts. The sweet fragrance of wild fruits mingled with a hint of sweetness, and Lin Shuyin found herself decidedly favoring the jam version. The two of them relished the roasted snake meat, consuming more than half of the substantial snake, leaving only a small portion behind. And Yufei, gazing at the remaining morsel, understood that he would have to sustain himself with wild fruits that evening. Uncertain if the leftover snake meat would suffice for the proprietress's supper. After their midday meal and a brief respite, Yufei resumed digging the pit he had started in the morning, fashioning a shovel from a thicker bamboo. This makeshift tool proved more effective than a wooden plank for clearing the soil, yet could not rival the efficiency of a true shovel. Yufei's progress remained rather sluggish. He managed well for the first meter, but beyond 1.5 meters, the labor became increasingly arduous. Unable to toss the earth from the pit, he could only shovel a bit of soil at a time, cautious not to tumble into the deepening hole. Observing his cumbersome back-and-forth movements, Lin Shuyan approached, determined to assist. Given that Yufei indeed found it inconvenient to work alone, he permitted her to join in the excavation. However, he instructed her to remain above the pit, pulling the soil up and discarding it. At this moment, the small garment belonging to the bandit finally proved useful. Yufei secured the garment with a vine, utilizing it to carry the earth, and much to his surprise, it worked quite well. Each time he filled it modestly, making it easy for Lin Shuyan to pull it up. Through their collaboration, they managed to excavate the pit to a depth of 3 meters by dusk. After placing the pre-prepared bamboo stakes at the bottom of the deep pit, Yufei climbed out, covering the pit with some fine branches, dry grass, and leaves, then laying a thin layer of soil atop. The trap designed for the lone wolf was finally complete. Observing the large mounds of earth on either side of the pit, Yufei took up his bamboo shovel and evenly spread the soil within a 30-meter radius of the cave entrance, satisfied that the trap blended seamlessly with its surroundings. He nodded approvingly and clapped his hands. Yet, he cautioned Lin Shuyan repeatedly to remember the trap's location. With the trap finished, Yufei placed the roasted snake meat by the fire to warm it up and ventured out to find a long wooden stick. This stick was intended for his dagger. Binding the dagger to the end transformed it into a spear. Once secured, Yufei tested its balance, finding it quite manageable. After exchanging a few words with Lin Shuyan, he stepped out with his spear in hand. His intention was to scout the seaside, as the morning's events had alerted him to the possibility of individuals rushing to the shore. If they were benign, it would be well. If malevolent, they could pose a threat to him and the proprietress. Yufei resolved to take proactive measures, patrolling the beach each morning and evening. His intention was to swiftly identify anyone washed ashore, whether they were innocent or malevolent, allowing him to exert control over them without delay. Equipped with the notorious shoes of a bandit and having enjoyed a hearty lunch, Yufei traversed the coastline with remarkable speed, completing his patrol in just half an hour. His efficiency stemmed from the fact that he did not need to walk to both ends. He merely needed to reach a vantage point where he could ascertain that no one had been cast ashore, though he encountered no individuals. Yufei did find several unfortunate fish stranded on the beach. Originally, these fish might have leaped back into the sea with the rising tide, but upon encountering Yufei, their fate was sealed. He impaled them on a vine he held in his hand, delighted by his catch of 6 sizable fish, the largest weighing nearly 5 pounds and the smallest over 2. Yufei felt a sense of satisfaction. This bounty would sustain him and the proprietress for several days. He had not anticipated such a benefit from his patrols, as they not only served to avert danger, but also provided him with free sustenance, solidifying his resolve to patrol daily. Having completed his circuit of the beach, Yufei carried his fish back. Upon reaching the riverbank, he set about cleaning his catch, removing the entrails and gills, scraping off the scales, and washing them thoroughly before threading them onto the vine for transport back to the cave. Lin Shuyan was pleasantly surprised by the magnitude of Yufei's haul. Initially, she had worried that he had ventured into the sea to catch them, having seen the sharks lurking nearby that morning. Under the weight of her concerns, Yufei chuckled and clarified, "These fish were not caught by me. They leapt ashore of their own accord." With a furrowed brow, Lin Shuyan inquired further, "What exactly happened? Please elaborate." Yufei explained how the rising tide had swept the fish onto the shore, and as they attempted to return to the water, he had apprehended them beforehand. Reassured by his account, Lin Shuyan found the tale rather amusing and insisted that he must invite her along on his next excursion. Yufei had not expected such a fruitful outcome, initially believing that patrolling the beach would be a tedious task. Hence, he had not called Lin Shuyan or mentioned his outing to her. He had only informed her that he was stepping out, which naturally led to her concern upon his return. The remaining snake meat had proved insufficient for their dinner, but now with the addition of the fish, and having indulged a bit too much at lunch, Yufei was not overly hungry. He decided to roast the smallest fish, weighing about 2 pounds. Coupled with the leftover grilled snake meat from lunch, it should suffice for their evening meal. Fish is generally easier to cook than snake, typically requiring only 20 to 30 minutes to be done. However, for those who prefer to consume the bones as well, a longer roasting time of 2 to 3 hours would be necessary. although Yufei also relished the flavor of grilled fish bones. He deemed it sufficient to savor the fish meat first before separately grilling the bones. Thus, after merely 20 minutes, he lifted the grilled fish to share with Lin Shuyan. With each delectable bite of grilled fish meat followed by succulent snake meat, they indulged in a delightful feast. Initially, both claimed to be not particularly hungry. Yet they consumed the grilled fish and snake meat with remarkable enthusiasm, leaving nothing but clean bones, which Yufei later roasted to a crisp and devoured. After their meal, a cup of warm water brought immense comfort. However, Yufei lamented the absence of tea leaves. Had he been able to brew a cup of hot tea, the experience would have been even more exquisite. He mentally noted to keep an eye out for wild tea trees in the future, as he intended to gather some and process them into tea. In their small mountain village, no one purchased tea leaves. Each household prepared their own. Yufei had learned to roast tea at the tender age of 7 or 8, and as long as there were tea trees, he could transform them into delightful tea leaves. Chapter 31. Finding Lin Shuyan's suitcase having satisfied his hunger and thirst, the daylight began to fade. Yufei ventured outside to place 3 thorny bushes at the entrance, carefully aligning the one with broken branches, damaged by the lone wolf, with the trap he had dug. Once the bushes were positioned, he tucked the severed snake head beneath the bush with the broken branches. After a thorough inspection, and finding no flaws in his setup, he returned to the cave. As twilight approached, Yufei planned to secure the boards blocking the cave entrance before retiring for the night. However, mere minutes after placing the boards, he found himself rising once more. It was unavoidable. While the cave had seemed tolerable with the entrance open during the day, sealing it off filled the space with smoke, becoming unbearable in mere moments. He removed the boards again and, after some contemplation, decided to cover the fire pit and the pile of charcoal with dirt. Reflecting on his oversight, he felt fortunate that the fire had produced enough smoke to keep him awake. Otherwise, the presence of the fire and charcoal could have led both him and Lin Shuyan to suffer from carbon monoxide poisoning. As it was too late to address the issue effectively, he extinguished the fire and charcoal with earth, resolving to find a solution the following day. After allowing the cave to ventilate until the smoke dissipated, he replaced the boards at the entrance and returned to his grass bed for rest. That night, undisturbed by thunder or rain, Yufei enjoyed a deep slumber. He awoke early the next morning. After lying awake for a while, he found it increasingly uncomfortable to remain in bed. Unable to endure it any longer, he decided to rise, gently nudging Lin Shuyan, who was still asleep, and said, "Boss, I plan to patrol the beach. Did you not express a desire to join me yesterday? Will you come?" Typically, Lin Shuyan preferred to indulge in sleep, often staying up late, but she was particularly reluctant to rise early. She turned over and replied, "You go ahead. I won't be joining you. I will accompany you tonight instead." Noticing that Lin Shuyan wished to sleep a little longer, Yufei got up alone, intending to venture out by himself. After rising, he first removed the boards blocking the cave entrance. With the obstruction gone, he armed himself with a self-made spear and peered outside. To his relief, he found that the trap he had crafted the previous day remained intact, with the lone wolf having not fallen into it. Moreover, he observed that within a 30-meter radius of the newly disturbed earth he had spread, there were no traces except for the footprints of himself and Lin Shuyan. The lone wolf had not ventured into this area. Initially, Yufei believed the wolf had lost interest in their cave. But upon moving the 3 bushes aside for a closer inspection, he discovered something amiss. At the edge, he noticed unmistakable paw prints left by the lone wolf. The shallow impressions suggested that the creature had cautiously tested the ground with its front paws, revealing its hesitance. Yufei surmised that the fresh earth had caused the wolf to retreat, as it had seemingly probed multiple times without daring to enter the freshly disturbed area, leading to its suspicion. Although the lone wolf did not fall into the trap last night, Yufei remained unperturbed. It would be preferable if this solitary creature dared not venture within a 30-meter radius, for once it crossed that threshold, it would inevitably succumb to the very pit it had dug. The wolf's cautious demeanor indicated that it was not yet desperate. Once hunger took hold, such vigilance would wane, and as long as it continued to starve, its downfall would be inevitable. And Yufei secured the barricade at the cave's entrance with a long wooden pole and placed 3 thorny bushes strategically before feeling assured enough to patrol the beach. Upon arriving at the shoreline, a pink object in the distance captured his attention, positioned not far from where he and Lin Shuiyin had been washed ashore. Rather than heading east to patrol, he made a beeline for the object, and as he drew closer, it became evident that it was a suitcase. The color of the suitcase seemed familiar, and as he approached, the sense of recognition intensified. When he noticed the scratches adorning its surface, he became certain that it belonged to Lin Shuiyin. After all, he had helped her with her suitcase for several days, and he was intimately familiar with its appearance, including the distinctive scratches etched upon it. And Yufei was taken aback to find Lin Shuiyin's suitcase here, pondering whether other belongings from their boat might have also washed ashore. Consequently, he began to search the vicinity of the suitcase, but alas, aside from this piece of luggage, there was nothing else, particularly not his cherished old canvas bag. He had hoped that his bag would have floated to this spot, as finding it would provide him with clothes to wear. Regrettably, after scouring the area, he found nothing. With a touch of self-deprecation, he remarked that he truly was, as the proprietress had said, destined to remain without clothing for the time being. In addition to Lin Shuiyin's suitcase, a few pieces of debris had also washed ashore, and among them, and Yufei discovered some empty water bottles and plastic bags, but nothing else of value caught his eye, so he left them behind. Temporarily setting aside Lin Shuiyin's suitcase and the empty bottles, he resumed his patrol along yesterday's route, now perfectly timed with the ebbing tide, which had receded significantly. The retreating waters had left behind numerous small puddles, teeming with marine life, and Yufei observed a variety of fish. Though they were not substantial in size, since he still had provisions, he had no inclination to catch them. While the small fish held little interest for him, he did gather a selection of other bounty: octopuses, various sea snails, crabs, and large shrimp. Having collected a few food bags earlier, he utilized them to stow away his finds. And by the time he completed his patrol of the entire beach, he had amassed a substantial haul. The most abundant finds were various types of sea conchs, while octopuses, crabs, and shrimp were rather scarce. In truth, there were plenty of crabs and shrimp along the shore, but they were not easily caught. He did not wish to squander too much time on this endeavor. Thus, he decided to give it a try. If he succeeded, he would celebrate, and if not, it would be of no consequence. And Yufei hefted the substantial bag of seafood, along with Lin Shuiyin's suitcase, as he prepared to return to the cave. His day of patrolling the seaside had proven fruitful, not only with the considerable bounty of seafood, but, more importantly, with the discovery of Lin Shuiyin's suitcase. Imagining the joy on her face upon seeing her belongings, and Yufei quickened his pace towards the cave. Chapter 32, A Month's Promise. When Yufei returned to the cave, Lin Shuiyin was still in slumber, her sleep deep and undisturbed. Observing her serene state, and Yufei placed the suitcase outside temporarily and stealthily entered the cave. He gently brushed a few strands of Lin Shuiyin's hair across her face. The delicate touch elicited a ticklish reaction from her, prompting her to mumble, "Yufei, stop it. Let me sleep a bit longer. I'm in the midst of a beauty sleep. Just 10 minutes more, or 5 will suffice." And Yufei was taken aback by the realization that Lin Shuiyin, despite being asleep, was aware of his return. He discerned that she was likely awake but reluctant to rise. So he addressed her, "Boss, it's time to wake up. I have a surprise for you. Would you like to see it?" Lin Shuiyin, with her eyes still closed, shook her head defiantly, replying, "No, nothing is more important than my beauty sleep." Her demeanor left Yufei feeling somewhat helpless. He stepped outside to retrieve her suitcase and placed it before her, saying, "Just open your eyes and take a glance. If you can still fall back asleep afterward, I will concede. But remember, don't be overly grateful after you see it." His words piqued Lin Shuiyin's curiosity, and with great reluctance, she cracked one eye open, then quickly opened both eyes wide, fearing she might be dreaming. Rubbing her eyes, she soon confirmed it was indeed her suitcase. "Oh, isn't this my suitcase? Where did you find it?" she exclaimed, suddenly wide awake. She immediately sat up, embracing her suitcase, and continued, "Yufei, this surprise is monumental. I must thank you properly." Witnessing Lin Shuiyin's delight, and Yufei felt a sense of accomplishment. He responded, I discovered it while patrolling by the sea. I never expected to find your suitcase there. Only then did he notice that Lin Xuyin was already eagerly opening her suitcase, inspecting its contents, seemingly oblivious to his earlier words. As she rummaged through her belongings, she exclaimed, "My cosmetics, my clothes, my shoes, and my favorite pillow." A wave of silly laughter followed, indicating that Lin Xuyin was entirely absorbed in the joy of rediscovering her suitcase. And Yu Fei observed that her suitcase resembled a treasure trove, brimming with an array of items, including toiletries and slippers. He mused to himself, no wonder it felt so heavy when he carried it. It was filled with so many belongings. After a considerable time, Lin Xuyin emerged from her joy and turned to Yu Fei, asking, "Did you say something just now?" And Yu Fei waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. I merely mentioned that I found your suitcase by the sea." Lin Xuyin nodded and remarked, "It seems that this seaside truly is a splendid place. No matter what, I insist on accompanying you there tonight." After saying this, Lin Xuyin embraced Yu Fei and planted a kiss on his cheek. Following the kiss, she added, "This is a reward for you. Now, please step outside. I need to change my clothes. I have been wearing this same nightgown for days, and it has become quite uncomfortable." Lin Xin's sudden kiss left Yu Fei in a state of disbelief. He pinched himself to confirm the reality of the moment, and then he couldn't help but break into a silly grin. Hearing Lin Xuyin's words, he responded with a simple "oh" and obediently exited the cave. Once outside, he continued to smile foolishly, gently touching the spot where Lin Xuyin had kissed him, deciding that he would forego washing his face for the next few days. As he contemplated this decision, Lin Xuyin, now dressed, called him back into the cave. And Yu Fei felt he needed to think carefully about how long to avoid washing his face. Too long might lead Lin Xuyin to think him unkempt, while too short would feel like a missed opportunity. When she summoned him, he suppressed his joy somewhat and re-entered the cave, although a smile still lingered on his lips. Seeing in Yu Fei's expression, Lin Xuyin cast him a playful glance and remarked, "Look at that silly grin of yours. Are you feeling particularly happy right now?" And Yu Fei chuckled and responded with a soft His demeanor pleased Lin Xuyin, as it indicated her significance in his heart. A mere excited kiss had elicited such delight from him. Lin Xuyin felt that Yu Fei was someone worthy of trust, and she realized it was time to share her earlier thoughts with him. Seizing the opportunity, she continued, "You need not be overly joyous. My rewards for you are not yet complete. Given your exemplary performance this time, your ability to awaken my feelings has truly moved me. I have decided that if we remain on this island for a full month without rescue, I will marry you." Upon hearing Lin Xuyin's declaration, and Yu Fei's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, as if struck by a wave of immense happiness, rendering him momentarily speechless. After much effort, he stammered, but struggled to articulate his thoughts. Noticing his flustered state, Lin Xuyin narrowed her eyes and asked, "What? Are you unwilling?" And Yu Fei quickly shook his hands like a fan, attempting to calm himself. Once he had collected his thoughts, he spoke, No, I'm not unwilling. It's just that you seem like a fairy to me, and I fear my ordinariness might not be worthy of you." Upon hearing that Yu Fei was not unwilling, but rather lacking in confidence, Lin Xuyin reassured him, "While I may be exceptional, you are not lacking by any means. You possess your own merits. Everyone has their own brilliance. There is no need for you to belittle yourself. In my eyes, you are the most outstanding man I have ever encountered. Since you have no objections, it is settled. When we have spent a month on this island, we shall wed." Although Yu Fei did not perceive any remarkable qualities within himself, he chose to accept Lin Xuyin's words as validation of his virtues. Naturally, he harbored a deep desire to marry Lin Xuyin. It was a dream he cherished. However, he had always felt that his ordinariness rendered him unworthy of her. Now that Lin Xuyin had broached the subject, and Yu Fei resolved to strive even harder. Should they remain unrescued by the time a month has passed, he vowed that, upon marrying Lin Xuyin, he would endeavor to enhance their lives together. Chapter 33. Digging in the kitchen as Yu Fei silently resolved his determination, Lin Xuyin spoke again. "Let us marry. I desire neither your betrothal gifts nor a lavish wedding. All I seek is your sincere heart, and I wish for you to always treat me with that same sincerity." Upon hearing this, And Yufei hastily assured her, "Rest assured, Madam Boss. I will surely treat you with utmost sincerity. From now on, you shall be my everything. I will heed your every word." Lin Shuyan nodded, saying, "I believe you. It is not a matter of who listens to whom. We shall discuss matters together. However, our engagement is already established, albeit without a formal ceremony. Thus, it would be inappropriate for you to continue calling me Madam Boss. From now on, refer to me as Shuyan. Calling me Madam Boss feels too distant." And Yufei nodded in agreement. "Very well, Madam Boss. No, Shuyan." He scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit bashful. "I've grown accustomed to the title. It's difficult to change in an instant." Lin Shuyan dismissed his concern. "It's all right. It's just a matter of getting used to it over time." Thus, their marriage was settled, and both harbored great anticipation for their union. Lin Shuyan's desire to marry Yufei was not a mere whim. She had always thought highly of him. When she was with Yufei, she felt an unusual calmness and comfort. After spending time together, she discerned many of his admirable qualities, particularly in times of unexpected trials, where she recognized his genuine affection for her. Through these days of companionship, she realized her growing fondness for Yufei, which only deepened over time. In contrast to her previous aversion to other men, which made her feel repulsed even by their proximity, she now found herself inviting Yufei to hold her while she slept. His embrace, rather than being repugnant, brought her a profound sense of security and comfort, allowing her to sleep soundly and peacefully. A few days prior, Lin Shuyan had contemplated the notion of remaining on the island with Yufei, finding tranquility in the thought of a simple life together. These past few days had proven to be the happiest of her life thus far. This realization prompted her to destroy the international rescue signal she had previously set up upon her return to the beach, fortifying her resolve to convincing Yufei to eliminate the bandit. She had no intention of returning. She was certain Yufei would steadfastly accompany her, alleviating her worries about confronting the bandit. The prospect of marrying Lin Shuyan filled Yufei with childlike joy, an elation that he could scarcely contain. If he could wed Lin Shuyan, he would gladly spend his life on this island. Although their existence here was somewhat arduous, his heart brimmed with happiness. He envisioned this island, shared solely with Lin Shuyan, as a veritable paradise, untouched by the outside world. A few days ago, he contemplated the idea that living on this island with Lin Shuyan would be a most delightful existence. Previously, he had refrained from drawing too close to Lin Shuyan. Yet now he found himself embracing her in slumber each night. He relished the sweetness of their nightly repose, experiencing a level of rest he had never known before, akin to the infantile slumber depicted on television. With limited exposure to the outside world, and Yufei mused that residing with Lin Shuyan on this island was reminiscent of the secluded life of Yonghua and Xyalong. The only distinction lay in the fact that their retreat was a tomb, while he and Lin Shuyan inhabited a bounteous island, preferring the company of the island's wildlife over the myriad personalities of the city. After a considerable time, the two settled into a tranquil moment, exchanging smiles before Lin Shuyan took her belongings to the stream to freshen up, leaving Yufei to prepare breakfast. In celebration of his joy, Yufei resolved to indulge in a seafood feast that morning. Lacking a proper pot, he opted for a thicker bamboo tube as a substitute. Once he rekindled the fire and added fuel to the flames, he ventured to the mountain spring with a substantial bag of seafood, meticulously cleaning each piece before placing them into the bamboo tube, along with a suitable amount of fresh water. Upon returning to the cave, he added a pinch of salt to the mixture and sealed the tubes, opening with banana leaves, setting it atop the fire to simmer slowly. It was then that Yufei recalled the previous night's ordeal, realizing that keeping the fire within the cave was impractical. Exposing it to the elements outside was equally unwise. Thus, he needed a solution to maintain the fire's continuity. After all, the use of his lighter was limited, and extinguishing the flame daily would lead to its depletion, ultimately leaving both him and Lin Shuyan without a source of warmth. Contemplating for a moment, Yufei conceived a plan to excavate a smaller cave nearby, which could function as a kitchen, complete with a dedicated ventilation opening. This arrangement would preserve the fire while separating it from their living space, shielding it from wind and rain. Moreover, it would allow him to smoke meats, extending their preservation. With resolve, he commenced the task, selecting a suitable spot near the cave entrance on the western side. He sketched a doorframe with his dagger and began scraping away the earth. And Yufei intended for the door to be modest in size, approximately 1 meter high and 50 centimeters wide, believing that a smaller entrance would be more easily concealed at night. Given that the fire had burned within the cave for an entire day, the soil had hardened, a characteristic of loess, which, when exposed to high heat, can solidify. Many places utilize loess for brickmaking. However, the cave size and the fire's moderate temperature meant that only a thin layer had hardened, which Yufei swiftly scraped away with his dagger. He then resolved to continue digging with his dagger. At that moment, Lin Shuyan had just finished her ablutions and returned, and Yufei shared his idea of excavating a kitchen with her. Lin Shuyan concurred, recognizing the advantages of this plan. Otherwise, having a fire pit inside their dwelling would be less than ideal. Earlier, while washing up, she had expelled a considerable amount of black substance from her nostrils, remnants of the invisible smoke from the fire. She intended to discuss this with Yufei, for although lighting a fire in their cave provided a sense of security, prolonged exposure would be detrimental to their lungs. Before she could voice her concerns, Yufei had already conceived the notion of creating a separate chamber for the fire pit. Chapter 34. Preparing to expand the cave, she felt a profound connection with him, as if they shared a silent understanding. With a heart full of joy, she returned the items to the suitcase and joined Yufei in digging. As before, Yufei excavated while she transported the earth outside. This endeavor of creating a cave was considerably easier than digging the previous trap, allowing Yufei to alternate between digging and hauling the soil. Initially, he had intended to carve out a modest kitchen. However, as the task proved to be quite effortless, he reconsidered, realizing the potential for future abundance in meat. He decided to enlarge the space to ensure that they would have a suitable area for smoking the meat should the need arise. This foresight was prudent, for it would be inconvenient to acquire an excess of meat without a proper place for preservation. Consequently, he excavated a cavern measuring 2 meters in height, 2 meters in width, and 3 meters in length. During the digging, Yufei thoughtfully left room for a stove near the entrance. Although they presently lacked a pot, he constructed the stove nonetheless, even fashioning a chimney. He reasoned that, in the absence of a pot, he could still prepare food on the stone slab. And if iron pots became unattainable, he could craft a stone pot instead. The stove was not difficult to make, but the chimney required considerable effort. After several unsuccessful attempts, he hollowed out bamboo to shape the chimney, knowing that the bamboo would not endure indefinitely. Therefore, he encased the bamboo with a layer of loamy earth, ensuring that the chimney extended through the wall and out into the open air. And Yufei was pleased with his creation. But the effectiveness of the chimney would only be revealed once it was tested. As the loamy earth was still damp, he refrained from lighting a fire, lest the moisture cause it to crack. He needed to wait until the earth dried naturally before conducting any experiments. This chamber, connected to the bedroom by a door, also featured several small openings in the outer wall. These apertures were not overly large, preventing wild animals from entering while allowing light and ventilation to permeate the cave. Though seemingly simple, this small kitchen kept Yufei and Lin Shuyan occupied for the better part of the day. They only paused during their seafood feast, otherwise dedicating their time to the excavation. And Yufei chose not to scatter the display soil, but instead covered it with weeds and leaves, intending to fashion it into brick molds for potential firing later. Observing the position of the sun, he noted that there were still over 3 hours until darkness fell. He resolved to make use of this time to undertake further tasks. Glancing around the cave they inhabited, he noticed a makeshift grass bed and deemed it essential to construct a bamboo bed. While sleeping on the ground was manageable for now, prolonged exposure would lead to moisture rising from the earth. Living in such conditions for an extended period could result in rheumatism, which would bring considerable discomfort to their joints. Thus, he envisioned a bamboo bed that would elevate them from the ground, thereby safeguarding them from the early onset of rheumatic ailments. Previously, the absence of suitable forage hindered their efforts. However, Now, a vast expanse of bamboo forest has been discovered, and Yufei possesses a dagger capable of effortlessly felling bamboo. Constructing a bamboo bed would not pose much of a challenge. Armed with his dagger, Yufei ventured into the bamboo grove once more to gather more bamboo. And he also collected some driftwood from the shoreline. His intention was to create a bed frame from the wood and lay the bamboo strips atop it, ensuring both sturdiness and comfort for restful slumber. Yet, as he contemplated the construction of the frame, a dilemma arose. The cave that he and Lin Shuyan called home was exceedingly cramped, with a height and width barely exceeding a meter. Even smaller than the modest kitchen he had excavated earlier that day. The grand bed he envisioned, measuring 2 meters by 2.2, simply could not fit within the confines of the cave. Reluctant to create a bed that would feel constricting for Lin Shuyan, he decided to temporarily set aside his plans for the large bed. After a moment of reflection, Yufei conferred with Lin Shuyan, and together they resolved to enlarge their dwelling. This cave would serve as their primary resting and living space, necessitating a more expansive area to avoid a stifling atmosphere. Once their plan was agreed upon, they commenced their efforts, first removing all items from the cave before beginning the excavation. Given that the earth had been charred by fire, the surface soil was somewhat hard. They needed to remove this hardened top layer before making any progress. And Yufei prioritized increasing the height, convinced that once excavated, the space would feel significantly larger. He recognized that the risk of collapse loomed as long as the soil remained hardened from heat. Thus, he planned to support the ceiling with wooden beams as he progressed, but first, he needed to dig to the desired height. Due to time constraints, Yufei and Lin Shuyan could only excavate the cave to a satisfactory height before they were compelled to pause. With less than an hour until darkness fell, they needed to prepare dinner and patrol the shoreline, leaving the remaining excavation for the morrow. Dinner preparations were straightforward. The fish Yufei had brought back the previous day had been sufficiently smoked. He set 2 fish aside to roast at a distance from the fire, anticipating that they would be ready to eat once cooked. And Yufei also prepared hot water in a bamboo tube, intending to patrol the beach. He estimated that by the time he returned, the fish would be perfectly cooked. This evening, Lin Shuyan would accompany Yufei on his patrol. She had wished to join him in the morning, but had struggled to rise. However, come evening, she was determined not to miss the opportunity. The patrol transformed from solitary endeavor into a shared experience filled with laughter and conversation, akin to a leisurely stroll, making Yufei appreciate the patrol as a pleasant outing. Moreover, their joint efforts yielded fruitful results, with Lin Shuyan's presence. They managed to successfully catch more fish before they could return to the water. The duo's haul amounted to 9 fish, the largest weighing an impressive 7 or 8 pounds. It was Lin Shuyan who spotted this substantial catch. Perhaps having been stranded on the shore for some time, it lacked the strength to resist her grasp, allowing her to capture it with ease. This achievement delighted Lin Shuyan immensely, exclaiming about the thrill of the experience, and she eagerly proclaimed her intention to return for another patrol the following evening. She refrained from mentioning her arrival in the morning, for she was well aware that rising early was a challenge for her. Naturally, Yufei had no objections to Lin Shuyan joining him. Patrolling together would alleviate any sense of monotony, and their interactions during these excursions would undoubtedly foster their budding relationship. Moreover, Yufei found immense joy in walking alongside Lin Shuyan on the beach, the setting sun casting a warm glow around them, making him feel as though they could stroll hand in hand into eternity. After returning from the seaside to the riverbank, Yufei meticulously prepared the fish he had caught today, just as he had done the day before, and together they made their way back to the cave. Chapter 35. Completion of the cave expansion upon returning. Yufei first salted the fish he had caught that day with sea salt, and then he commenced dinner with Lin Shuyan. After their meal, he prepared to smoke the fish he had just captured. Naturally, the smoking process required the newly excavated small kitchen, but as he surveyed the barren space, he realized there was no suitable place to hang the fish. Not even a smoking rack was available. The rack he had fashioned yesterday was a makeshift creation, rendered unusable after a single use. After contemplating the predicament, he retrieved his dagger and began to carve out grooves in the walls on either side of the small kitchen. His intention was to create 2 slots where he could securely place bamboo poles, thus allowing the smoked fish to be suspended above. This would ensure a continuous source of heat in the kitchen, enabling the fish to be smoked for extended periods, thereby prolonging their preservation. The task of excavating 2 slots, each the same length as the wall and measuring 20 centimeters deep and high, was swiftly accomplished. He heaped the excavated earth at the entrance of the small kitchen, planning to transport it away shortly thereafter. Next, he procured 2 bamboo poles, carefully measuring and cutting them to the appropriate length before positioning them in the slots. After testing their sturdiness, he was satisfied with the results, and Yufei planned to install these 2 poles for the time being, intending to gather more bamboo the following day. Ideally, he would place additional poles at intervals along the length, allowing ample space to hang various types of meat. Given the bounty he and Lin Shuyan had collected the previous day, he anticipated that it would not be long before the poles were filled. Of course, in order to hang the fish, they first needed to be smoked. Otherwise, they would spoil before the smoking process was complete. To accomplish this, he required a robust smoking rack. Utilizing the bamboo at hand, he crafted a more durable rack, confident that it would withstand the test of time. Subsequently, he added some thick firewood to the small kitchen's fire pit, having already relocated the hearth there when he expanded the cave. He had prepared dinner in this small kitchen as well, although the flue's earth and mud had yet to dry, rendering the stove unusable. Thus, he continued to roast fish as he had done before. With the smoking rack erected, he placed the freshly caught fish atop it, believing that an overnight smoking would suffice, followed by turning the fish for a full day of smoking, thereby ensuring they would be adequately cured. As for the 2 fish he had caught yesterday, they were already smoked and ready. He hung them from the bamboo pole overhead. Having completed these tasks, and Yufei realized he could not yet rest, for there remained an important undertaking. He had yet to construct a door between the living cave and the small kitchen. At present, the smoke emanating from this opening surpassed that of the ventilation he had fashioned for the kitchen. Now equipped with bamboo, he no longer needed to laboriously cut hazel branches. Instead, he sliced the bamboo into strips and wove them together in a manner akin to crafting a panel from hazel twigs, creating a door slightly larger than the entryway to the small kitchen. However, upon affixing this door, he discovered numerous gaps, allowing a considerable amount of smoke to seep into their dwelling cave. Upon witnessing the situation, Yufei retrieved the bandit's shirt and hung it on the door. Once the garment was draped, the smoke infiltrating their dwelling diminished significantly, and Yufei was surprised to discover that, despite the shirt being unwearable, it possessed various other utilities. Contemplating further, he soaked the shirt in water before re-hanging it, which resulted in an even greater reduction of smoke. Upon inspection, Yufei noticed a few smaller gaps, still allowing smoke to infiltrate the cave, prompting him to venture outside in search of moss. Upon his return, he meticulously sealed all the crevices, ensuring a thorough closure. At this moment, dusk was approaching, and Yufei procured a wooden plank and inscribed a character for correct upon it. He then arranged the surrounding shrubs and positioned the board to block the cave entrance before retreating to his grass bed for rest. His intention behind carving the character was that, having calculated earlier, today marked the 5th day since he and Lin Shuyan arrived on the island. He planned to inscribe a character daily, and 5 days would aptly form one complete character. Once 6 characters were inscribed, it would signify a full month of their stay on the island, and Yufei anticipated that they would soon complete the expansion of their dwelling. Yet he was taken aback to find that the excavation took 2.5 days. It was only by noon on the 3rd day that he and Lin Shuyan achieved their desired dimensions for the cave. The enlarged cave now measured 5 meters in length, 3 meters in width, and 2 meters in height, significantly surpassing its previous size. And Yufei's plan for a large bed could be accommodated, leaving approximately 1 meter of space on either side. Given that the excavation was freshly completed, the surface soil retained considerable moisture, and Yufei intended to allow it to air dry for a few days before igniting a fire within the cave to harden the upper layer of soil, thereby reinforcing the structure. Presently, the cave ceiling was supported by 8 wooden beams, which should prove stable. Moreover, during the excavation, Lin Shuyan suggested shaping the ceiling into an arch, claiming it would enhance its sturdiness. The protracted excavation was partially due to other tasks that consumed Yufei's time, such as the bi-daily patrols along the beach and maintaining the fire in their makeshift kitchen, which necessitated daily wood collection. Despite meager morning catches during their patrols, Yufei and Lin Shuyan managed to net approximately 10 fish each evening, which had become their primary source of sustenance. Acknowledging their substantial need for firewood, Yufei took to collecting dry wood along the beach during his patrols, which accounted for a significant portion of their daily wood consumption. The solitary wolf had yet to fall into the trap Yufei had set. However, he observed that it prowled outside their cave each night. Remarkably, the closest the wolf had come to the trap was just over a meter away, leaving traces behind. Initially, Yufei found the wolf's patience commendable, as it seemed capable of enduring hunger. However, the following day revealed the reason for its persistence. The fish entrails discarded during Yufei's cleaning had become the wolf's meal. Upon discovering the situation, Yufei promptly set about cleaning the fish by the seaside, discarding the entrails at a designated spot in the ocean. He believed that by depositing the fish innards there, he might attract certain carnivorous fish, ultimately encouraging some to linger in the vicinity over time. Yufei envisioned crafting a fishing rod during his leisure moments, allowing him to fish in this locale, thereby indulging in relaxation while also procuring sustenance. Even in the absence of a bountiful catch, it would still be preferable to letting that solitary wolf consume them. He understood that an adult wolf could not be tamed. Otherwise, he might have contemplated raising the creature. Despite his limited education, he had heard tales of butchers and wolves, and he was determined not to share the same fate as that unfortunate butcher. Chapter 36. Eliminating the lone wolf in recent days. Yufei has been preoccupied with the expansion of the cave and has not ventured outside. Consequently, he and Lin Shuyan have subsisted solely on breakfast, which consisted of seafood that Yufei collected from the seaside during his morning patrols, while lunch and dinner comprised grilled fish accompanied by wild fruits. The last of the wild fruits was consumed yesterday, leaving only grilled fish for lunch today. The monotony of their meals has begun to weigh on Yufei, who mused that even the most delectable fare can become tiresome with repetition. With the cave expansion completed today, he intends to venture out tomorrow in search of alternative sustenance. A few days prior, he had encountered wild chickens and rabbits, while the northern thicket echoed with the bleating of sheep. Additionally, he had spotted wild boars near the fruit trees, indicating a bountiful array of resources on this deserted island. With the right strategies, he could procure ample food. However, as the afternoon hours dwindled, Yufei decided against venturing out today, recognizing that the trek to the northern thicket would consume over an hour. Instead, he resolved to utilize the remaining time to construct a bed, allowing him and Lin Shuyan to rest above the ground that night. The materials had been prepared 3 days prior, and with the selected timber, Yufei swiftly erected the bed frame in the innermost part of the cave. He then began to cut the bamboo into strips. Given the quantity required, this task proved time-consuming. Once the bamboo strips were fashioned, he commenced weaving them, aspiring to create a structure akin to the small kitchen door, enhancing its durability and stability. Having completed the bamboo mat, which fit perfectly due to prior measurements, Yufei laid it atop the wooden bed frame, followed by the bamboo mat. Testing it, he found it satisfactory, though the absence of cushioning made it somewhat uncomfortable. Lacking superior materials, he opted to layer the original dry grass atop the bamboo mat. Although he remained unsatisfied, he acknowledged the limitations of available resources and resolved to improve it in the future when more suitable materials could be obtained. After a busy afternoon, Yufei finally completed the bed, coinciding perfectly with the time he and Lin Shuyan usually patrol. He placed the smoked fish by the fire to grill, and, together with Lin Shuyan, strolled along the beach while simultaneously surveying the area. Today's efforts yielded fruitful results, as they caught 10 large fish. Yufei carried several pieces of wood intended for the fire, and together they brought the catch back to the spot where he routinely cleaned the fish. With deft skill, Yufei unsheathed his dagger and expertly gutted the 10 fish, discarding their entrails into the sea, removing their scales, gills, and thoroughly cleansing them before making their way back to the cave. Upon reaching the small river, He washed the fish once more before returning to the cave, where the smoked fish he had set by the fire before leaving was perfectly done. After enjoying their dinner and engaging in light conversation, they retired to rest. Lying on the newly crafted bed, they soon embraced and drifted into slumber. However, just as they were lost in dreams, a sudden flapping sound outside the cave startled Yufei awake. Yufei approached the mouth of the cave, straining to listen intently. Soon, he discerned the mournful howl of a wolf. Though faint, the sound was unmistakable. He surmised that the solitary wolf had fallen into a trap. And considering the depth of that trap, he concluded that once the wolf plummeted, escape would be impossible, with the night shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility poor. Yufei decided against venturing outside to investigate, resolving instead to wait until dawn. He returned to his bed, enveloping himself in the comforting presence of Lin Shuyan, whose unique fragrance lulled him back to sleep. In the past, thoughts of the outside world would have kept Yufei awake, but now, the soothing scent of Lin Shuyan allowed him to drift off once more. It was not until morning that Yufei awakened, and upon rising, he swiftly equipped himself with a spear fashioned from a dagger affixed to a wooden pole, preparing to assess the situation outside. Each night, he would assemble this makeshift weapon for protection, disassembling it by day, and now it stood ready for use. As he removed the barricade from the entrance, Yufei observed that the trap had indeed been triggered, transforming its original location into a significant pit. Although the wolf's howls had ceased, Yufei believed it likely that the creature remained trapped at the bottom of the pit. Stepping out of the cave, he cleared a small path through the brush at the entrance and approached the edge of the pit for a closer look. At a glance, he spotted the wolf at the bottom, and upon noticing Yufei, the creature bared its fangs and issued a warning growl. Despite its grievous injuries and bloodied form, Yufei was struck by the ferocity with which the wolf defended itself. He recognized that the wolf's tenacity was emblematic of its wild nature. Though the wolf appeared to be gravely wounded, Yufei understood the danger it still posed. A careless bite could prove perilous. The wolf's mouth harbored bacteria that, in this remote island devoid of medical care, could threaten his very life. Ignoring the wolf's warning, Yufei continued to observe it closely and soon discerned that it was indeed a male wolf. Initially, he had anticipated the creature to be emaciated from hunger, but it was anything but. Its body was muscular and robust. The wolf bore numerous wounds, and while blood had flowed freely, some injuries had begun to clot, ceasing the bleeding. As the instigator of this situation, Yufei could not help but admire the wolf's resilience. Despite its severe injuries, it remained upright. For reasons unknown, the sight of the wolf's wounds stirred a sense of compassion within Yufei, though he quickly suppressed this feeling. The harsh reality of the wild dictated that he must confront the solitary wolf. Failure to do so could result in his own demise at the creature's jaws. Survival in the wilderness is a brutal affair. Either one consumes the other or becomes the prey. Should Yufei fall into the wolf's clutches, he had no doubt that the creature would not hesitate to devour him. Upon this realization, Yufei grasped the spear in his hand, intent on alleviating the wolf's suffering and simultaneously eliminating the lurking threat. He aimed for the creature's head, poised to strike, when, to his astonishment, the wolf, despite its evident struggle to stand, managed to seize the blade of his spear with its jaws. Yufei contemplated that, had the wolf not been gravely injured, their encounter in the wilderness would render any outcome uncertain, even with a dagger in his possession. Chapter 37. Discovering a steamer by the seaside, observing the fierce demeanor of the wolf, Yufei surmised that its chances of victory were significantly heightened. At that moment, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Earlier, when he had thrust his spear at the lone wolf, he had hesitated, delivering a feeble blow that allowed the creature to easily seize the dagger lodged in its head. Now, casting aside his doubts, Yufei summoned every ounce of strength, forcefully plunging the spear downwards. The wolf, already weakened, could not sustain its grip on the dagger as Yufei exerted his newfound vigor. The dagger penetrated its mouth and drove into the back of its skull, and the once ferocious wolf instantly succumbed to lifelessness. When Yufei withdrew the spear, the wolf collapsed to the ground. After a few convulsive twitches, the wolf lay still, devoid of breath. Concerned it might be feigning death, and Yufei jabbed it again with the spear, but it did not react. In that moment, he was assured that the wolf had truly perished, alleviating the threat that had plagued his thoughts for days. This wolf had prowled outside his dwelling every night, keeping him on edge with the fear that it might one day invade his cave. Now, he finally felt a sense of relief. He waited a while longer, observing the wolf's continued stillness before procuring some vines. Fashioning a noose at one end, he utilized the spear to secure it around the wolf's neck. As he tightened the noose, he began to pull the vine, intending to haul the wolf's carcass up. To his surprise, the wolf was exceedingly heavy. Despite his efforts, the vine snapped before he could lift the entire body, leaving him with no choice but to seek out thicker vines. This time, he prepared 2 sturdy vines, securing both around the wolf's neck. The vines held firm, yet the weight of the wolf's body was such that he found himself unable to lift it alone. Reluctantly, he ventured back into the cave to rouse Lin Shuyan, who was enjoying a beauty sleep. Initially reluctant to awaken, she sprang to attention when Yufei informed her that the wolf had fallen into a trap. With Lin Shuyan's assistance, Yufei managed to hoist the wolf's carcass to the ground, whereupon he discovered he could manage to move it himself. Testing the weight, he estimated the wolf to weigh around 150 to 160 jin. Although it required considerable effort, he was able to lift it. He now understood why the initial vine had broken and why he had struggled to pull it up from the pit. Lifting it from the ground demanded a different kind of strength altogether. Unsure of the wolf's breed, Yufei noted that it was considerably larger than the wolves from their small village. However, now that the creature was deceased, he found joy in its size. For a larger carcass meant more meat, which would sustain both him and Lin Shuyan for a longer time. He instructed Lin Shuyan to help him hang the wolf from the nearest tree to the cave. He intended to leave the wolf's carcass here for the time being, planning to skin and butcher it upon his return from patrolling the seaside. Since the day he discovered the bandits, Yufei had resolved to patrol the shore every morning and evening, making it a priority above all else. Thus, the matter of the wolf's body would have to be postponed. In 1 or 2 hours, the carcass would not deteriorate. Seeing Yufei heading towards the beach, Lin Shuyan, having already risen, naturally decided to accompany him. Each evening spent at the seaside with Yufei brought Lin Shuyan immense joy and a sense of happiness. Had she not struggled to rise in the mornings, she would have joined him daily. Today, however, since she was already up, she was determined to go. Yufei collected an abundance of seafood from the shore each morning, and she had longed to partake in the experience, finally seizing the opportunity today. Her first venture to the shore transported Lin Shuyan back to her childhood, as the sight of various marine creatures filled her with wonder. She busied herself gathering sea snails and catching crabs, reveling in the delight of the moment. With Lin Shuyan's presence, Yufei's patrol took longer than usual, primarily because she insisted on attempting to catch everything in sight. When she encountered creatures beyond her reach, Yufei was obliged to assist her. After an hour and a half of playful frolicking, they completed their patrol, but the bounty of seafood they collected today surpassed their usual haul. Lin Shuyan had a fondness for shrimp, and today they caught approximately 2 pounds of large shrimp, along with a considerable assortment of other items. Yufei's usual seafood bag was insufficient to contain their catch. After filling that bag to capacity, he retrieved another and managed to fill it halfway, finally accommodating all of their gathered seafood. Whether it was Lin Shuyan's fortuitous presence or sheer luck, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a pot at the beach, a steaming pot. Referred to as a yonggwa in Yufei's hometown, Lin Shuyan had no recollection of such a pot, but Yufei recognized it as the very cookware used aboard the ill-fated ship they had encountered. This old aluminum pot bore many dents, its age indiscernible, having been used to cook meals by the crew during their time aboard. In recent days, Yufei had been retrieving items from that ship each morning, though previously, his finds had consisted mostly of plastic debris, most of which were useless. The only valuable item had been a plastic barrel, which he had cleaned and repurposed for water storage. Yufei had not anticipated that Lin Shuyan's first excursion with him would yield such a vital pot. With it, they could regularly prepare meals. Although an Yufei could cook using bamboo tubes, they were not as effective as a pot. A few uses would lead to their destruction, and their heat conduction was poor, prolonging cooking times. Frequent cooking would deplete their bamboo supply, making the harvest from their bamboo grove insufficient for daily needs. Discovering this steaming pot brought joy to both of them, and Yufei's thoughts drifted back to his canvas bag, wondering when it might be washed ashore. Lin Shuyin had already donned her old clothes, looking splendid each day, while Yufei remained bare-chested. As Yufei lifted his canvas bag, Lin Shuyin chuckled and remarked, "Just wait. I believe you are destined never to wear clothes. Your canvas bag may never wash ashore here." And Yufei scoffed at Lin Shuyin, declaring, "I do not believe that." With that, he hoisted the gathered firewood and carried the largest bag of seafood towards the cave, while Lin Shuyin, giggling behind him, hurriedly grabbed the half-filled bag of seafood and chased after him. As she ran, she continued to tease, "Do not doubt it. I truly think it's the case. Otherwise, how could your canvas bag have remained unwashed ashore for so long?" Chapter 38. Dealing with the wolf's corpse, playfully bantering, the two arrived at the riverbank, where they set down the firewood they had been carrying. And Yufei began to assist Lin Shuyin in sorting through the seafood they had collected. Given the abundance of seafood, they knew they would not be able to consume it all in one meal. Thus, they resolved to clean all the seafood, enjoying some for breakfast while preserving the remainder in the small kitchen for smoking. They were determined not to let their hard-earned food spoil and be wasted. After sorting through a portion, Lin Shuyin urged Yufei to return and prepare the meal, assuring him that she would handle the rest. Having never performed household chores before, Lin Shuyin had spent the past few days learning various tasks alongside Yufei. Initially, she had anticipated that such chores would be tedious. However, to her surprise, she found great joy in them, particularly when working alongside him. She felt a profound sense of happiness, realizing that this slow-paced lifestyle was precisely what she desired. Completing each task bestowed upon her a remarkable sense of accomplishment, and savoring the fruits of her labor made the food taste far superior to anything she had previously eaten. Understanding that Lin Shuyin could easily clean the remaining seafood by herself, and Yufei first took some sand to scrub the aluminum pot they had found, removing a layer of grime to reveal its original luster. After rinsing it several times with clean water, he filled it with fresh water and placed the prepared seafood inside, planning to use this pot for breakfast. With this vessel, he could finally make use of the stove he had constructed in the small kitchen, which had been drying for several days. It was time to test if it could ignite. Upon returning to the cave, Yufei used the flames from the fire pit to ignite the dry wood within the stove, placing the pot atop it. To his surprise, the pot fit perfectly on the makeshift stove he had assembled. However, after observing for a while, he noticed some issues. Smoke was seeping into the cave rather than venting outside, and the flames were not robust. Recognizing the problem as likely stemming from a flue, Yufei recalled that he had cleared the bamboo inside, which should have allowed the smoke to escape properly. Reflecting on the stove from his hometown, he quickly identified the solution. The flue in his home extended outward, allowing smoke to disperse more effectively. With this insight, he procured a segment of bamboo, cleared its interior as before, and affixed it to the exterior of the flue. Once installed, the stove transformed into a more efficient apparatus. Smoke successfully exited through the flue, no longer filling the cave, and the flames within blazed more vigorously. And Yufei nodded with satisfaction at the improved performance. This pot proved to be far superior to using a bamboo tube. In no time, Yufei had the seafood cooked to perfection. Once ready, he removed the pot to cool and covered the stove's original pot placement with a stone slab. He intended to allow the fire inside the stove to continue burning for a while longer, aiming to dry and harden the clay outside the flue. Lin Shuyin had not yet returned when Yufei ventured to the riverbank in search of her. Upon his arrival, he found Lin Shuyin still engaged in gathering seafood, and he joined her in her task. Once they had collected all the seafood, he hoisted the firewood left there and accompanied Lin Shuyin back to their cave. After breakfast, Yufei placed the remaining seafood onto the smoking rack and, brandishing a dagger, prepared to deal with the carcass of the lone wolf. With nothing pressing on her agenda after a meal, Lin Shuyin decided to accompany Yufei intending to lend a hand while also observing. During his time in the small mountain village, Yufei had hunted before and was no stranger to skinning animals. With deft movements, he alternated between using the dagger in his bare hands, swiftly removing the wolf's pelt. He anticipated that Lin Shuyin might find the scene unsettling or frightening. Yet, to his surprise, she displayed no fear at all, poking and prodding at various parts of the carcass with curiosity. Previously, such sights would have made her uncomfortable. But after witnessing Yufei slay a bandit not long ago, she felt no discomfort at all in this instance. Once the wolf's skin was removed, Yufei proceeded to eviscerate the creature, segmenting the meat. The yield from this wolf was substantial, after discarding the head, entrails, and claws. He estimated that the combined weight of the bone and meat amounted to approximately 120 pounds. Given the copious amount of meat, it was clear that the original smoking rack would not suffice, especially since it was already occupied with fish and leftover seafood for breakfast. Consequently, Yufei fashioned 2 additional smoking racks from bamboo to accommodate the wolf's meat. However, due to the sheer volume of meat, the sea salt he had previously gathered was insufficient, prompting both him and Lin Shuyin to return to the seaside to collect more salt from the rocks. With all the meat successfully smoked, the remnants of the evisceration included a wolf pelt, the wolf's head, its 4 paws, and its entrails. Yufei planned to tan the pelt and use it as bedding. Although the wolf's fur was somewhat coarse, it would certainly be more comfortable than sleeping on straw. With the pelt secured, Yufei was left pondering how to deal with the remaining items. In the past, he would have discarded such remnants without a second thought. However, given their current circumstances on a deserted island, every morsel of food was invaluable, and he felt it would be a waste to simply throw them away. Yet, he had never tasted these parts and was unsure of their flavor or edibility. After much deliberation, Yufei resolved against discarding the remnants. He decided to cook them and sample their taste. If they proved palatable, he would share them with Lin Shuyin. If not, he would consume them himself, allowing Lin Shuyin to eat something else. He transported the remaining items to the small river, thoroughly cleaning the skinned wolf's head and claws before soaking them in the spot where he had previously stored a snake, planning to leave them submerged for 2 days before eating. The wolf's entrails were plentiful, sufficient to sustain him for a day or 2, and he believed that soaking them might help diminish any unpleasant odor. After placing the wolf's head and claws in the water, Yufei began to process the entrails, discarding the wolf's gallbladder, which he found bitter and unfit for consumption. He then proceeded to cleanse the wolf's heart, liver, and lungs thoroughly with river water, ensuring they were immaculate before placing them upon pristine banana leaves. Subsequently, Yufei intended to tend to the wolf's intestines and abdomen, drawing from his experience in the small mountain village, where he had observed the butcher prepare pig intestines and bellies. He began to process the wolf's entrails without any psychological burden. After half an hour, employing the same method he had learned for pigs, Yufei meticulously cleaned the wolf, washing it multiple times before placing it alongside the heart, liver, and lungs on the banana leaves. Chapter 39. Consuming wolf meat at this juncture, Yufei had completely processed the entrails of the wolf, extracting some wolf fat, which he carefully set aside for future use. Yesterday, Yufei had intended to venture out in search of other sustenance, but unexpectedly, the wolf had fallen into a trap. By the time he finished dealing with the wolf, it was nearing noon, and his plans to go out had to be temporarily shelved. Nevertheless, the wolf could be considered a source of nourishment, though Yufei felt uncertain about its flavor, particularly regarding the freshly cleaned entrails. Regardless, having meticulously prepared the entrails, he resolved to cook them, knowing that the true taste would only be revealed upon tasting. Yufei temporarily set the wolf's hide aside, planning to process it in the afternoon, and then he returned to the cave with the cleaned entrails. Initially, he had contemplated making a wolf offal soup with them. However, upon reaching the stove, he found a stone slab still retaining some warmth. Thus, he decided to use a portion of the entrails to prepare grilled wolf offal on the stone slab as a culinary experiment. He intended to use a small amount first. If it proved palatable, he would prepare more, but if it was unappealing, he would revert to making the soup, adding some fresh kindling to the stove. Yufei sliced thin pieces of wolf heart, lung, and other entrails, placing them onto the stone slab to grill. After a short while, he sprinkled some sea salt over them, and soon an enticing aroma wafted from the slab. Once the slices were cooked, and Yufei eagerly picked up a piece to taste. Contrary to his expectations that the entrails would possess the same gamey odor as wolf meat, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the grilled entrails were devoid of any unpleasant scent and exceptionally delicious. After sampling the dish, and Yufei deemed it satisfactory and urged Lin Shuyan to try some as well. If she found it agreeable, they would share the entrails for lunch. If not, he would prepare a fish solely for her. Upon tasting a piece, Lin Shuyan nodded, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that wolf entrails could be so delightful. They are incredibly chewy and flavorful with each bite." Observing her enjoyment, and Yufei encouraged her to indulge further, while he continued to slice and grill more entrails. As they grilled and savored their meal, they soon finished the wolf heart, lung, and liver, leaving only the intestines uneaten. These two remaining items possessed a distinct flavor that did not lend itself well to such preparation. With the limited quantity of entrails, neither of them felt completely satiated. Just as Yufei was considering grilling a fish, Lin Shuyan remarked, "The wolf meat looks quite tempting. Why don't you grill some of that as well?" Having tasted wolf meat before, and Yufei recalled that it often carried a strong gamey taste, which could only be mitigated by drying it or employing special seasonings. Thus, he responded to Lin Shuyan, "Wolves frequently consume carrion, which imparts a pronounced gaminess to their flesh. Grilling it in this manner would likely yield an unpalatable result." Lin Shuyan pondered for a moment, resting her chin on her hand, and replied, "But what if I want to try it?" Lin Shuyan remarked, leaving Yufei with little choice but to hastily set down the smoked fish in his hand. He skillfully sliced some thin pieces from the freshly smoked wolf meat and arranged them on a stone slab to roast, reminiscent of how one would prepare wolf innards. Once the meat was adequately cooked, Lin Shuyan picked up a piece and began to savor it, observing her furrowed brow and deliberate chewing. And Yufei assumed the taste must be unpalatable. "It must not taste good," he said to her. "If you really can't eat it, feel free to spit it out. I shall finish the rest and prepare fish for you." After swallowing the roasted wolf meat, Lin Shuyan replied, "I find it quite delectable, lacking the fishy and gamey taste you mentioned." Her words puzzled Yufei, prompting him to quickly grab a piece of the cooked wolf meat and chew on it. To his surprise, he discovered that this particular wolf's meat differed significantly from what he had previously tasted. Just as Lin Shuyan described, it was flavorful and devoid of any unpleasant odor, and Yufei pondered the reason behind this discrepancy. Perhaps it was due to a different breed, as this wolf was considerably larger than any he had encountered before. He then recalled the wolf's robust physique and the old wound he noticed on its left front leg while processing the carcass. After a moment of thought, he speculated that its diet may have contributed to its quality. The wound was not fresh, having already scabbed over, indicating it had existed for more than a week. With this wolf's size in mind, and Yufei surmised that it likely hunted fresh prey until its injury rendered it unable to do so, leading it to resort to carrion. This could also explain why it lingered outside their cave, drawn by the scent of blood. Given the abundance of wild chickens, rabbits, and sheep on the island, a healthy wolf would have no difficulty capturing prey, and it would certainly prefer fresh fare over decaying flesh. However, this remained merely a hypothesis, and Yufei chose not to dwell on it. Since the wolf's meat was palatable and free from any foul taste, he decided to indulge in it without further concern. Continuing to place slices of wolf meat on the stone slab, and Yufei and Lin Shuyan soon found themselves satiated. After a brief respite, and Yufei prepared to process the wolf's hide. He understood the urgency. If left unattended, flies would lay eggs upon it, rendering the hide unusable once the larvae hatched. In their small mountain village, hunters typically treated animal skins with lye, though some opted for wood ash and animal fat. While Yufei lacked lye, he had an abundance of wood ash and had collected some animal fat while handling the wolf's innards. With the necessary materials at hand, he needed to find a suitable location for processing the hide, as the odor involved was far from pleasant, and he certainly would not undertake this task within the confines of the cave. However, should he choose to leave it outside, He must guard against other creatures damaging the wolf pelt. After some contemplation, Yufei decided to dig a small pit just outside the cave, intending to cover it with a large log to thwart any potential destruction by other animals. Once the decision was made, Yufei set about executing his plan. He selected a spot neither too near nor too far from the cave entrance and proceeded to excavate a small pit, just the right size to accommodate the entire wolf pelt. Next, he retrieved a piece of plastic sheeting he had found on the beach some time ago and laid it at the bottom of the pit. He then prepared a mixture primarily composed of plant ash water to submerge the wolf pelt. After soaking the pelt, he found several thicker logs to cover it and placed a layer of branches and weeds atop the logs for added protection. Chapter 40. Journey to the northern mountains. The wolf pelt must be immersed in this solution for 3 to 4 days, after which the excess flesh and fat can be scraped away, allowing for the next phase of the process. This subsequent step requires the use of wolf fat and brain matter, both of which Yufei has already set aside for direct use when the time comes. Although the tasks at hand are not numerous, Yufei has been occupied for nearly an entire afternoon. Despite the pelt being soaked, he remains uncertain about its outcome, as this method was relayed to him by the village elders, and he has never attempted it himself. Furthermore, the various items mentioned by the elders are currently unavailable to him, leaving him to seek out suitable substitutes. With a bit of time left in the afternoon, Yufei refrains from venturing outdoors. Instead, he utilizes this opportunity to clear out the trap that had ensnared the wolf, meticulously reconfiguring it for future use. He intends to leave the trap in place as a potential backup, as both he and Lin Shuiyan have grown accustomed to its presence and are unlikely to fall victim to it themselves. Having restructured the trap, Yufei and Lin Shuiyan proceed to stroll along the beach as they do daily. Today, fortune smiles upon them as they catch 9 fish. In recent days, fish has constituted their primary sustenance, and today they have also secured a wolf, providing them with a hearty mixture of fish and wolf meat that will alleviate their concerns over food for an extended period. During the midday roasting of the wolf meat, no unusual odors emanated from it, prompting Yufei to prepare one of the wolf's legs in a steamer and on the stove before reconfiguring the trap. Having subsisted on wild fruits and roasted fare for some time, he aims to diversify their cuisine with a steaming pot of wolf meat for dinner. Lacking a lid for the steamer, he ingeniously crafts one from woven bamboo, covering it with banana leaves. Although it allows some steam to escape, it is a better option than having no cover at all. Upon their return from patrol, Yufei and Lin Shuiyan place the fish they caught onto the smoking rack, and then they begin to savor the stewed wolf leg. After more than 3 hours of simmering, the leg becomes tender and succulent, melting in their mouths with a rich aroma. It has been quite a while since they enjoyed stewed meat, and the meal brings them both immense joy. With the cave expansion complete and the threat from the lone wolf abated, Yufei plans to venture northward the following day, seeking to hunt additional prey to enrich their dietary variety. Moreover, he intends to search for sustenance beyond mere meat, as a monotonous diet is not ideal. He aspires to find vegetables, fruits, and staple foods, not only to satiate Lin Shuiyan, but also to ensure her nourishment is well-rounded. After bidding farewell to Lin Shuiyan, Yufei sets off towards the northern slopes of the small mountain, equipped with a spear fashioned from a dagger and a lasso woven from vines. From the very first day of his arrival here, he has longed to gaze upon the summit to the north, yet prior engagements have hindered his attempts. Today, as he embarks on his quest for food, he resolves to visit that peak, hopeful that it will afford him a panoramic view of the entire deserted island, granting him a comprehensive understanding of his surroundings. Previously, Yufei had roughly calculated the distance. Based on his experiences from his hometown, he estimates that although the mountain appears close, it lies approximately 8 miles away from his current location. If the path were well-trodden, one could traverse the 8 miles in merely half an hour. However, in this thicket of weeds and dense trees, it would take no less than 3 hours to cover that distance. And Yufei was acutely aware of the challenging terrain. Thus, before 6 o'clock, he set forth from the cave. His journey was not merely a race against time. He paused intermittently to survey his surroundings. Whenever he spotted a game trail, he would assess the type of animal it belonged to, and if it appeared suitable for sustenance, he would set 1 or 2 traps there. After establishing the traps, he would mark the location on a nearby tree before continuing on his way. As he ambled along, stopping frequently, and Yufei soon exhausted the supply of snares he had prepared the previous day. In addition to these snares, he also fashioned some traps using stones. He eventually reached the furthest point he had previously explored, and after a brief trek, he stumbled upon a river. This river was significantly broader than the small stream located south of their cave, flowing down from the mountains and bending eastward. From an Yufei's vantage point, the river appeared to flow uninterrupted into the sea. From his location, he could also see that the river's downstream opened into a vast plain, adorned with lush green grass and only a smattering of trees. And Yufei couldn't help but muse about the land's potential fertility. If cultivated, the crops would surely thrive. While setting traps, he also discovered several wild fruit trees. Notably, 2 of these trees bore ripe fruit, and Yufei made a mental note of their locations, intending to return for a harvest, as these fruits would serve as a vital source of vitamins. In addition to the wild fruit trees, and Yufei encountered 3 types of plants: a prickly ash tree, a star anise tree, and wild corn. He was uncertain whether these plants were indigenous to the island or had been brought by ocean breezes. The first 2 were commonly used spices, while the corn, though a coarse grain, was a high-yield staple crop that could serve as a primary food source in the future. Regrettably, these 3 plants were not yet mature. The prickly ash and star anise would require a few more months to ripen, but Yufei estimated that the corn would be ready in about 20 days. Around the first corn plant he discovered, he found a further dozen stalks. Whether due to the island's environment or some other factor, these plants were thriving, each producing 2 or 3 years of corn. Concerned that wildlife might consume the corn before he could harvest it, and Yufei gathered some thorns to encircle the plants, aware that while this would deter ground animals, it would not protect against birds. He still needed to ascend to the mountain's peak and dared not linger too long. For the time being, this was the extent of his efforts. He would return later to refine his work. With the traps set and the useful plants identified, and Yufei resumed his journey, feeling uneasy about leaving Lin Shui-yin alone in the cave for too long. He aimed to reach the summit swiftly, assess the desolate island, and then return, due to the time wasted in setting traps and encircling the corn with thorns. And Yufei took a full 3.5 hours to reach the summit. The primary reason for this prolonged journey was the increasing difficulty of the terrain, with an abundance of low shrubs obstructing his path, and Yufei had to forge away while ascending, exerting considerable effort. At last, he reached the pinnacle. Upon arrival, and Yufei took a brief respite before hastily climbing a large tree, where he settled upon a sturdy branch and gazed northward. Chapter 41. The island's full view. As Yufei gazed northward, he discerned a stark contrast between the northern and southern flanks of the mountain. The north was enveloped in dense, verdant jungles. Near the northernmost reaches lay a lake, which appeared to be a freshwater body, its waters likely sourced from the very mountain wherein Yufei currently stood. Beyond this lake, the expanse of jungle continued northward, leading to the northern coastline. Although the details of that area were obscured from his view, he surmised, based on its coloration, that it too was a sandy beach. And Yufei noted that the northern side of the mountain was considerably larger than its southern counterpart. He estimated the distance from the mountain to the northern coastline to be approximately 16 kilometers, with the northern expanse taking on a square shape, unlike the trapezoidal form of the south. Now, he had a clearer understanding of the island's overall layout. It was bisected by this mountain, which spanned around 16 kilometers in length, creating 2 distinct sections. To the north, a square measuring 16 kilometers by 16 kilometers, and to the south, a trapezoid of 16 kilometers on the north and roughly 5 kilometers on the south. Both the southern and northern coastlines were evidently sandy beaches, and given the terrain, and Yufei speculated that the eastern and western sides were likely sheer cliffs. In terms of size, the island was neither excessively vast nor diminutive. With just Yufei and Lin Shui-yin residing there, it would undoubtedly provide a comfortable existence. From Yufei's perspective, the island resembled an arrow pointing southward, though the tip was not pointed but rather flat. He perceived the island as not particularly large. It merely lacked established paths, making traversal cumbersome. He envisioned that once he constructed several routes, he could easily traverse from the southern tip to the northern end in a single day. After all, the distance from the southernmost point to the northernmost was merely 20 kilometers or 20,000 meters. Previously, he had managed to cover 10,000 meters in about 2 hours, leading him to believe that if the paths were well maintained, he could make the round trip in one day. Soon, Yufei observed that the trees on the northern side of the mountain were markedly different from those on the southern side. The predominant species he encountered were birch and pine, which puzzled him greatly, for birch trees typically thrived in the northern temperate zone, while the trees to the south clearly belonged to tropical or subtropical regions. The coexistence of flora from disparate climatic zones on a single island baffled Yufei. He even speculated whether the climatic conditions on the northern and southern sides differed, envisioning a scenario where it rained on the southern side while snow fell on the northern. It was also evident that the underbrush on the northern slope was significantly sparser, with many trees surrounded only by lowly grasses. However, this observation was limited to what Yufei could perceive from the mountaintop, as his line of sight was constrained, and thus could not represent the entirety of the mountain's northern expanse. From his current vantage point, Yufei enjoyed an unobstructed view and spotted a plethora of wildlife. Besides wild boars, hares, and pheasants, he finally beheld a herd of goats, which he had only previously heard. Curiously, all the goats were adults. He found no sign of any kids among them, leaving him to wonder whether the young had been left elsewhere or had fallen prey to other animals. Yufei had a thorough understanding of the entire island, having been away for quite some time. He felt an urgency to return, fearing that Lin Xuan might worry due to his prolonged absence. The exploration of the northern mountains would have to wait for another occasion, since a small path had already been cleared on his way out, and Yufei made swift progress on his return, reaching the cave in just 2 hours. Upon his arrival, he found Lin Xuan anxiously waiting for him, her worry dissipating the moment she saw him. And Yufei presented the wild fruits he had gathered to Lin Xuan, advising her to enjoy them in moderation to avoid any stomach discomfort. In truth, Lin Xuan had developed a fondness for these wild fruits. Perhaps it was the significant temperature fluctuations between day and night that rendered them exceptionally sweet and delectable. With Yufei back, Lin Xuan's concerns vanished, and she cheerfully took the wild fruits to the riverbank to wash them, having missed them over the past few days. During Yufei's absence, Lin Xuan had kept herself busy as well. Following Yufei's method from the previous day, she had prepared a wolf's leg, which was now ready for their meal. Seeing that lunch was prepared, Yufei felt relieved, taking a taste and marveling at how quickly Lin Xuan had learned. Her dish was remarkably delicious. Having only observed him once, eating the wolf meat and sipping the broth, Yufei experienced a profound sense of comfort, akin to a harmonious life of husbandry and weaving alongside Lin Xuan, filling him with happiness. In the afternoon, Yufei decided against venturing out again, opting instead to enhance their living conditions within the cave and craft some tools. His first thought turned to the 2 mature wild fruit trees. He understood that the fruits would not last long once ripe. Thus, he resolved to harvest all the fruits from those trees, drying them to create fruit preserves for future consumption. However, to transport the fruits back, he needed an efficient means of carrying them. After some contemplation, he decided to weave a bamboo backpack, which would facilitate the transport of a larger quantity of fruits with less effort. With determination, Yufei rested briefly after lunch before gathering bamboo, splitting it into strips, and commencing the weaving process. Observing his craftsmanship, Lin Xuan joined him in learning the art of backpack weaving. By mid-afternoon, the two had successfully crafted 2 backpacks, one large and one small, the latter being Lin Xuan's handiwork. Yufei affixed straps to both, completing their project. With still some time before the patrol to the seaside, Yufei utilized the interval to construct a bamboo table and 2 chairs. The addition of these furnishings proved practical for their needs, serving as both a dining surface and a place to sit and rest, alleviating the discomfort of eating while perched on stones. Yufei then recalled the corn and contemplated weaving a cover slightly larger than the corn cobs to safeguard them from birds that might pilfer their harvest. Once the bamboo table and chairs were completed, Yufei began to weave the cover, with Lin Xuan naturally joining in the endeavor. Initially, their pace was somewhat leisurely, but as time progressed, they wove with increasing speed, ultimately producing over 30 covers by evening. Had it not been for Yufei preparing dinner, their output would have been even greater. The previous day, they had not consumed the wolf's intestines, prompting Yufei to place them on the smoking rack. After a day of smoking, the intestines now exuded a rich aroma, the original scent having considerably faded, and Yufei planned to indulge in these delicacies that very night. Recognizing that the intestines alone would not suffice, he decided to stew the wolf's head, from which the brain had been extracted, and the wolf's paws alongside the intestines. As this was his first attempt at such a dish, he was uncertain of the flavor it would yield. While preparing the stew, he also added some freshly harvested Sichuan peppercorns to enhance the flavor. Chapter 42. Discovering a bag of vegetables. Although dinner was prepared, it was still piping hot, and Yufei and Lin Xuyan decided to patrol the beach first and return for their meal when it was at the perfect temperature. Upon arriving at the seaside, they stumbled upon a woven bag, reminiscent of those used for fertilizers. The contents remained concealed from view, yet as Yufei approached, he detected a foul odor of decay emanating from within. It was uncertain how long the bag had been adrift at sea, but its contents had undoubtedly spoiled, and Yufei felt a wave of apprehension, fearing the bag might contain unsightly chunks of meat, which would be utterly repugnant. However, Lin Xuyan's curiosity was piqued. She was eager to uncover the mystery within, with her interest igniting his resolve, and Yufei steeled himself and approached the bag, cautiously opening its mouth while holding his breath. Peering inside, he was relieved to discover it was not the grotesque sight he had imagined. Expecting Lin Xuyan to be watching intently, he turned only to find her in a comical predicament. She had covered her eyes with both hands, leaving a narrow gap between her fingers through which she was peeking. And Yufei was left both exasperated and amused by her antics. She was curious, yet too frightened to look, and he wondered what she could possibly see with her eyes shut. Deciding to tease her, and Yufei feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh dear, there's even a human hand in here." At this, Lin Xuyan was even more reluctant to open her eyes, insisting, "Then hurry and throw that bag back into the sea." I refused to look. Seeing her reaction, and Yufei chuckled and reassured her, "I was just joking. There is no human hand. It's merely a bag of vegetables, though most of them are spoiled." Upon hearing this, Lin Xuyan cautiously opened one eye, and when she confirmed the contents were indeed vegetables, she lowered her hands in relief. Realizing Yufei had playfully frightened her, she approached him and playfully punched his arm a few times, chiding, "You scared me. Why didn't I notice before that you can be so mischievous?" Though her punches were gentle, and Yufei found joy in her playful reprimand, feeling delightful happiness in her lightheartedness. After their playful exchange, they set the bag of vegetables aside and resumed their patrol along their usual route. When they returned to the spot where they had left the bag, now with 11 fish in hand, and Yufei contemplated the vegetables, even if they were no longer edible, he thought to take the bag to the riverbank in hopes of salvaging some seeds. If he could procure vegetable seeds, he and Lin Xuyan could enjoy fresh produce in the future. After days of consuming meat, Lin Xuyan had longed for something different, and upon hearing Yufei's plan, she wholeheartedly supported his endeavor. As the bag was previously tied shut, and Yufei noticed a strong odor emanating from it. After leaving the bag open for some time, he perceived that the scent had significantly diminished, no longer as overwhelming as it had initially been. Carrying the bag of vegetables, he and Lin Xuyan, who held the 11 fish they had caught that day, made their way to the riverbank. Lin Xuyan began to prepare the fish, while Yufei emptied the contents of the bag to examine the variety of vegetables and assess their degree of decay. Upon pouring out all the vegetables, he observed a limited assortment. Only Napa cabbage, potatoes, onions, tomatoes, and cucumbers. The tomatoes, Napa cabbage, and cabbage were severely rotten, while only a small portion of the potatoes, onions, and cucumbers had begun to decay. Although the tomatoes were entirely inedible, they were ripe, and Yufei contemplated extracting the seeds to attempt cultivation later. The outer portions of the Napa cabbage and cabbage were likewise badly decayed, prompting Yufei to remove the spoiled sections, leaving only the hearts and a few meager leaves. He cleaned the intact leaves and set them aside, not discarding the hearts, as he intended to plant them. He understood that, while these hearts would not grow into full-sized Napa cabbage or cabbage, they could yield seeds of both varieties. And Yufei resolved to plant the hearts and see if he could harvest seeds of these vegetables after a few months. The cucumbers were all young, with immature seeds. So he decided to remove the rotten parts and consume the remaining cucumbers promptly. This left him with a few potatoes and onions, both of which remained relatively intact and showed no signs of rot. And Yufei recalled that potatoes could be planted by cutting them into chunks based on their eyes, while onions could be grown from seeds. The method for obtaining onion seeds was similar to that for Napa cabbage and cabbage. Planting the whole onion would yield seeds after several months. Thus, Yufei retained all the potatoes for planting and selected 2 onions that had not been too severely affected by seawater, intending to cultivate seeds from them. After his careful selection, only a small pile of vegetables remained from the once full bag, with the bulk comprised of Napa cabbage and cabbage, which were the most decayed. He divided this small collection into 2 groups, one for seeds and the other for immediate consumption. And Yufei considered that, having been soaked in seawater for some time, he was uncertain whether the vegetables would survive. Nevertheless, he planned to soak the seed vegetables in the river to expel any absorbed seawater, knowing that if this method failed, he had no better alternatives. The other vegetables were straightforward to handle. He could simply soak them in the river, ensuring they were protected with stones to prevent being washed away. However, the tomatoes posed a more complicated challenge, and Yufei urgently needed to extract the seeds within. For although they had not been exposed to much seawater, any further delay would lead to their inevitable decay. The most rudimentary approach to retrieve these seeds would be to pick them out one by one. A more effective method might involve the use of gauze. Yet Yufei found himself without such a resource. As he pondered his predicament, Lin Shuyan had already cleaned the fish thoroughly. Upon noticing Yufei's troubled expression, she approached him and inquired, "What troubles you?" Chapter 43. Preparing dried wild fruits upon lifting his gaze and encountering Lin Shuyan. And Yufei was suddenly reminded of a silk scarf he had glimpsed within her suitcase. Although it was not gauze, he surmised it might serve his purpose. With a swift change of demeanor, he adorned his face with a cheerful smile and remarked, "Well, I intend to separate these tomato seeds. Picking them out one by one would be rather tedious. I was wondering if there might be something suitable for the task. I do have an idea, but I am uncertain if you would be willing to part with it." Lin Xian regarded him with curiosity. "Pray tell, what is it? I shall decide whether I am inclined to part with it." With a grin, and Yufei replied, "I recall seeing a silk scarf in your luggage." Lin Xian reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, exclaiming loudly, "Do you realize? That silk scarf of mine is." She paused momentarily before continuing, "Oh, never mind. You may use it. At present, this scarf holds no more utility for us than a fish does. Allowing it to serve some purpose is indeed a good deed. However, for my generosity in offering it now, you must compensate me doubly in the future. As for the terms of compensation, I shall convey them to you once I have devised a suitable plan." With that, Lin Shuyan took the fish and returned to retrieve the scarf for Yufei. Observing the smile on her face, Yufei felt a twinge of regret. Realizing the cost of utilizing her scarf might be considerable, he grappled with uncertainty, even lamenting his request for her scarf. Before long, Lin Shuyan placed the scarf into Yufei's hands. Though he felt hesitant, the scarf was now in his possession, and he had no choice but to utilize it. Fortunately, the silk scarf proved quite effective, enabling Yufei to swiftly separate the tomato seeds. These seeds had already been cleansed with river water, and once dried and left to rest for a while, they would be ready for planting. With the tomato seeds properly processed, Yufei turned his attention to washing the vegetables intended for consumption. He meticulously removed any undesirable portions, leaving behind a meager remainder. He realized that if these items were not consumed today, they would spoil by tomorrow, prompting him to resolve to finish them off today. Upon returning to the cave, Yufei placed the pot back on the stove, slicing the vegetables with simplicity before placing them into the pot. He intended to stew them directly, embracing the chaotic nature of the dish. After all, it had already become a hodgepodge, and he believed that such a mlang could still be delectable. In his childhood village, he had relished similar concoctions prepared during celebrations, where leftover dishes were combined, resulting in a delightful feast. As he returned the vegetables to the pot, he acknowledged that they would require further stewing for dinner. Just before placing them in, he sampled the clean vegetables but discerned no saltiness. And Yufei concluded that the vegetables reserved for planting from the little river need not continue soaking. He would plant them directly in the soil, leaving their survival to fate. Utilizing the brief interlude during dinner preparation, Yufei ventured to the stream to retrieve the vegetables that had been soaking there. He carefully planted the hearts of the Napa cabbage and round cabbage outside the cave, ensuring to sow the remaining 2 onions and potatoes as well, to protect his newly planted crops from potential harm by other animals. And Yufei constructed a protective enclosure using bamboo strips. He then fetched water from a stream to irrigate each plant individually, for these vegetables held great promise for him, and he was determined to treat them with utmost care. Once Yufei had completed the planting, dinner was ready once more. He washed his hands by the stream before returning to share the meal with Lin Xuan. To his surprise, the hodgepodge of ingredients turned out to be quite palatable, especially the vegetables, which were particularly fragrant, perhaps due to their prolonged absence from his diet. Lin Xuan eagerly selected the vegetables to savor, concerned about the remaining meat spoiling, and Yufei found himself compelled to consume it heartily. The infusion of vegetable aroma altered the flavor of the meat, rendering it exceptionally delightful, and both indulged to their fill without any unforeseen mishaps. In the ensuing 4 days, after patrolling the shoreline each morning and having breakfast, Yufei and Lin Xuan diligently inspected their traps before transporting the ripe wild fruits back home. It took them 4 days to gather all the mature fruits, and in the afternoons, they sliced and dried the harvested wild fruits, preparing them for storage in the small kitchen by hanging them from bamboo poles on the ceiling. During the drying process, Yufei wove bamboo screens to support the fruit slices, and once they were thoroughly dried, he crafted baskets from vines to hold the dried fruits, hanging these baskets from the bamboo poles in the kitchen, thus completing the entire process. The results of their labor over these 4 days were remarkably fruitful. Yufei had woven large baskets that contained a total of 10 baskets filled with dried wild fruits. Estimating their weight, he concluded they had nearly 200 pounds of dried fruits, sufficient to sustain both him and Lin Xuan for an extended period. Throughout these 4 days, Yufei's traps had continued to yield rewards. On the first day, he caught a wild chicken and 2 rabbits. The rabbits had succumbed to the snare around their necks. The wild chicken, however, was merely ensnared by its leg and remained unharmed. Given their ample food supply, Lin Xuan suggested they raise the chicken, and discerning that it was a hen, Yufei agreed, considering the possibility of having fresh eggs in the future. That afternoon, Yufei constructed a cage for the hen using bamboo, and to prevent its escape, he carefully trimmed some feathers from its wings with a pair of nail clippers. With the hen's living arrangements secured, the next concern was its nourishment. Yufei resolved to revisit the wild fruit tree, where he had first discovered an abundance of small insects feasting on decayed fruits. Upon arriving at the base of the tree, he found that although most of the fruits had been consumed by wild boars, a portion of rotten fruit remained on the ground, teeming with insects. He employed his bamboo shovel to dig into the soil, uncovering a plethora of insects, including maggots, earthworms, and various other creatures that Yufei could not identify. Yufei did not take the time to discern carefully. He simply fed the mixture of soil and insects to the wild chicken. The creature hesitated for a brief moment, but soon succumbed to temptation, eagerly foraging through the earth for insects to consume. Over the course of the next 3 days, Yufei's traps yielded 2 more wild chickens, 1 male and 1 female. With readily available cages, he confined these 2 wild chickens to nurture them. In total, during these 4 days, Yufei's traps captured 6 wild rabbits. Except for the one he and Lin Xuan consumed on the first day, the remainder were skinned, and their meat was prepared for smoking. Chapter 44. Exploring the southern side of the deserted island, the wolf pelt that Yufei had initially soaked had been marinating for several days. On the afternoon of the 4th day of foraging for wild fruits, he decided it was time to process the pelt. During these days, Lin Xuan had been assisting him in drying the wild fruits, and with the remaining fruits now scarce, the task of drying them was entrusted to her. The subsequent preparation of the wolf pelt was quite laborious, and Yufei first had to meticulously cleanse the entire pelt. Then, using a dagger, he painstakingly scraped away the excess fat and meat. These two tasks consumed an extensive amount of time and proved to be the most cumbersome. After dedicating an entire afternoon to the endeavor, he washed the pelt once more, then constructed a frame from bamboo to stretch it out. He evenly sprinkled salt on the inner side of the pelt and placed it in a cool, shaded area to dry gradually. Throughout the drying process, he had to frequently check for any pooling of liquid, applying additional salt to those areas as needed. Once the pelt was nearly dry, he would clear away the surface salt and apply a mixture of brain matter and fat. Only when this mixture had been thoroughly absorbed would the pelt be considered complete. This entire procedure required considerable time, and having stretched the pelt and salted in the afternoon, the remaining tasks would have to wait for later. With the wolf pelt set aside, and Yufei placed the rabbit skins he had acquired over the past few days back into the pit where the wolf pelt had been soaking, replenishing the liquid to continue the soaking process. Now that the wild fruits had been harvested, Lin Xuan no longer accompanied Yufei on his mountain excursions, as her upbringing in the city made her ill-prepared for such rugged terrain, often leading her to get caught on various plants. The following week, Yufei's routine became quite structured. He patrolled the beach each morning, inspected traps, and checked the corn in the morning, followed by further exploration of the deserted island. In the afternoons, he would return to the cave, spending time with Lin Xuan while also engaging in tasks to improve their living conditions. Throughout this week, the yield from Yufei's traps was not as abundant as in previous days. He managed to catch 1 male and 1 female wild chicken, along with 5 wild rabbits. Yufei and Lin Xuan consumed 2 of the rabbits, while the remaining 3 were smoked for preservation. As for the 2 wild chickens, Yufei had initially intended to raise them like the others. However, once placed together, the roosters began to fight. Consequently, he had no choice but to eat the last rooster he had caught. Having not savored chicken for a long time, Yufei found the wild chicken quite delectable, especially when paired with some mushrooms he had foraged during his explorations. After finishing the entire rooster, he felt somewhat unsatisfied. He gazed at the hen, the first wild chicken he had captured, which had been raised for some time. Although it had grown plump, it had yet to lay any eggs. Given its good diet and limited activity, it was no surprise it had gained weight. Yufei mused that this hen would surely be delicious too, contemplating that if it did not lay eggs in the coming days, he would have to consider consuming it. The following day, Yufei's plans were thwarted. It remains uncertain whether the wild hen sensed Yufei's thoughts, but the very next day, in his presence, it laid an egg. After laying the egg, it incessantly called out, as if to convey, "I have laid an egg, please do not eat me." Having begun to lay eggs, Yufei naturally refrained from consuming the hen. Instead, he took the egg back to Lin Xuan, instructing her to boil it for consumption, and then set out to forage it for food for the wild hen. Throughout that week, Yufei extensively explored the southern region of the mountain, gaining considerable familiarity with the area surrounding the southern part of the deserted island. Through his observations and explorations during this period, he discovered 3 groups of wild boar on the southern side of the island. Each group was comparable in size, similar to the wild boar he had first encountered near the wild fruit trees, each consisting of fewer than 20 individuals. Notably, their structure was strikingly alike. A pair of young wild boars had produced 2 litters of piglets, with the larger ones reaching a near adult size, while the smaller ones appear to be just over a month old. During this time, Yufei also observed that the herd of goats he had spotted atop the mountain frequently ventured to the southern part of the island. The meadow he had first encountered them in was a favored haunt. The closest Yufei had come to this herd was by the river that meandered through the meadow towards the sea, where he found himself merely separated by the river from the goats. On this occasion, he noted that although the herd did include a few kids, their numbers were relatively sparse. Among a dozen adult goats, there were only 6 kids. Had it not been for the river's width, Yufei might have attempted to capture a couple of the kids. However, upon noticing Yufei, the herd swiftly retreated into the thicket without granting him a chance. Yufei regarded this herd of goats favorably, albeit acknowledging their limited numbers. He surmised that the scarcity of these goats was likely connected to the lone wolf that had fallen into his trap. Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion. As he ventured closer to the central mountain of the island, he heard the unmistakable sound of wolves howling, clearly emanating from the northern side of the mountain. Remarkably, there were other wolves responding, indicating that the northern wolves were not solitary. On another occasion, as he approached the central mountain range, he thought he heard a bear's roar, a singular, brief sound, leaving him uncertain of its authenticity. Nevertheless, Enyufe was convinced that the northern region posed far greater dangers than the south. His exploration of the island's southern side revealed a meager array of wildlife. Aside from the wild boar and goats, the largest creatures he had encountered were foxes and bobcats. Additionally, he had captured wild hens and hares, while the remaining fauna consisted of various rodents, such as squirrels and bamboo rats. From Enyufe's explorations, it was evident that the southern side of the island harbored such wildlife, and regarding the lone wolf he had captured, he deduced it likely originated from the northern side of the mountain. He even speculated that the wolf might have fled to the southern region after sustaining injuries in a bid for dominance over the pack. Perhaps it harbors aspirations of returning to the northern mountains one day to vie for the title of Wolf King. Regrettably, it should not have contemplated the cave of Enyufe and Lin Shuyan. Otherwise, it would not have met its fate as their prey. Regarding the animal kingdom, Enyufe has gained a comprehensive understanding, while in the realm of botany, he has made significant discoveries during this period. Beyond the initial discovery of a dozen corn plants, he later stumbled upon over 100 more. Some of the corn remains as pristine as the first he encountered, while others have been considerably devoured by various creatures. Enyufe has safeguarded over 70 of the intact plants. He also collected the fallen corn, which, although not fully matured, was still in good condition, and brought it back to enhance the meal for himself and Lin Shuyan. Having abstained from staple foods for quite some time, the boiled corn proved to be a delightful feast for the two, leaving them unwilling to waste even a single kernel. Chapter 45. The flora on the southern shore of the deserted island. In addition to corn, Enyufe also discovered wheat, chili peppers, garlic, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. However, these crops were poorly tended, resulting in subpar growth, particularly the potatoes, which were no larger than eggs. Enyufe noted a common characteristic among these plants: their proximity to the southern coastline. He surmised that, much like the bag of vegetables he had found, these plants had likely been washed ashore, perhaps due to the wind or the actions of other creatures, taking root not far from the coast. Despite their lackluster growth, some of these crops had matured and produced seeds. The potatoes and sweet potatoes, though diminutive, could still serve as viable seeds. Coincidentally, the few potatoes Enyufe had previously planted had only just begun to sprout, making these new small potatoes a perfect addition. When the time came for harvest, both Enyufe and Lin Shuyan would have an abundance of potatoes to enjoy. Among the vegetables Enyufe had planted earlier, aside from the potatoes, he had managed to nurture 2 each of cabbage and round cabbage, while 2 onions had begun to sprout as well. However, he had yet to start planting tomatoes. With the addition of the newly found wheat, chili peppers, garlic, and sweet potatoes, Enyufe felt inspired to cultivate a plot of land to plant these crops. Yet, to successfully cultivate these crops, he first needed to construct a fence. Although wildlife was sparse on the southern side of the island, occasional wild animals did venture near. If his hard work were to be ravaged by wild creatures, he would be unwilling to provide them with a free meal. Regrettably, Enyufe lacked the appropriate tools. His desire to use thicker branches for the fence remained unfulfilled. During this period, he had discovered a type of tree that, though not particularly thick, was remarkably straight with few branches, and it had a distinctive quality of thriving easily. Some branches he had carelessly discarded outside the cave had buried themselves in the soil, and after a while, they sprouted new shoots. Enyufe considered this tree to be an excellent choice for constructing a fence. If they could survive as a barrier, their verdant appearance would blend seamlessly with the surroundings, providing both concealment and defense for their cave. However, lamentably, he possessed neither an axe nor a saw, leaving him uncertain about when he would gather enough timber to build the fence. While he contemplated whether to use thorny shrubs as a temporary barrier, he and Lin Shuyan, during their patrol that evening, spotted the bandit speedboat at the far eastern end of the beach. And Yufei had made a habit to check the eastern side daily. The day after he had eliminated one of the bandits, the boat, along with the two bandits, had vanished from beneath the cliffs on the eastern side of the island, and he was unsure whether the waves had swept them back into the sea. To his surprise, after so many days, the speedboat had once again washed ashore, this time devoid of the corpses of the two bandits. It is uncertain what this speedboat has endured during this time. It is now in a state of utter disrepair, with most of its components having vanished without a trace, leaving behind merely a skeletal framework riddled with numerous holes of varying sizes. And Yufei's suspicion that this dilapidated vessel belonged to the bandits stems from the similarity of a hole at its bow to one he had previously observed. Upon witnessing the forlorn condition of the speedboat, and Yufei shook his head, preparing to depart, yet Lin Shui-yin called out to him, convinced that they might find some useful items aboard the craft. Under Yufei's quizzical gaze, Lin Shui-yin leaped onto the boat, lifting a hatch on one side and retrieving a small bag from within. And Yufei was astonished to discover such a concealed space on the speedboat, one that would be difficult for an unknowing person to detect. After handing the bag to Yufei, Lin Shui-yin remarked, "This contains survival essentials. Some speedboats are equipped with them, while others are not. We are fortunate that this one does, and it appears the previous occupants did not utilize it." Eagerly, Yufei opened the bag, revealing its waterproof nature, as not a single drop of water had infiltrated it. The contents were modest: an axe, a knife, a box of matches, and an object resembling a signal flare. Lin Shui-yin examined each item before explaining. This axe is known as a piece axe, a multi-functional tool for survival, while this knife is referred to as a sailor's knife, both of which are remarkably useful. The matches are for starting a fire, and this is a hand-operated signal flare. Through Lin Shui-yin's elucidation, Yufei learned the proper names of these items, their purposes being self-evident to him. These tools held great utility for them. Yufei repacked the items into the bag, slinging it over his shoulder, which filled him with a sense of satisfaction. He could not help but think that his desires were manifesting. Having recently lamented the lack of suitable tools for woodworking, he had fortuitously found an axe. He mused that if only he could also acquire a shovel, it would be even more ideal. He envisioned using the shovel not only for digging, but also for cultivating the land. Yet, contrary to his hopes, he did not encounter a shovel in the following days. In addition to the crops, Yufei discovered various other trees on the southern side of the island, including coconut and banana trees, as well as palm, papaya, grape, and cinnamon trees. Throughout this period, he also stumbled upon several medicinal herbs, such as ginseng, hisho wu, and morinda root, though these were merely the ones he recognized. Most of the other flora remained unfamiliar to him. During this week, Yufei accomplished the most significant improvement to their living conditions by directing spring water from the mountainside into the entrance of their cave using bamboo. The water flowed continuously along the bamboo like a faucet, greatly facilitating the process of retrieving water for Yufei and Lin Shui-yin. To prevent the water from pooling at the cave entrance, Yufei carved a channel, allowing excess water to return to the stream, thus ensuring ease of access to water while averting the formation of stagnant pools that might breed mosquitoes. This undertaking consumed a significant portion of Yufei's time, leaving him with little else to spare. He managed to craft a recliner for Lin Shui-yin, allowing her moments of leisure to bask in the sunlight at the cave's entrance. However, it was impractical for Lin Shui-yin to remain in the sun indefinitely, and Yufei contemplated creating an umbrella for her, yet he lacked suitable materials at present. Although the rabbit hide he had soaked previously was now being treated in the same manner as wolf pelts and left to dry, it would still require some time before it could be utilized. Chapter 46. Preparing to build the fence. The absence of suitable materials posed no challenge for Yufei. He had successfully unearthed 2 smaller grapevines he discovered and constructed a trellis for them. Once these vines re-established themselves and their tendrils sprawled across the framework, they would naturally form a splendid canopy. Although described as smaller, this was relative, and Yufei had found 3 grapevines in total, one of which was remarkably large. Its main stem is robust as a tree trunk, flourishing with foliage, its tendrils enveloping the surrounding trees. and Yufei suspected this particular vine to be over a century old. In contrast, the other two vines, which were merely over a decade old, were significantly smaller. Their slender stems allowed Yufei to successfully excavate and transplant them to the cave entrance. These three vines were not discovered on the southern part of the island, but rather in the northern region. And Yufei had climbed the central mountain of the island, driven by the desire to confirm whether the distant roars he had heard belonged to a bear. Upon reaching the summit, he did not encounter any bears but stumbled upon these three grapevines, all poised to sprout. It was the perfect time for transplantation, prompting him to dig up the smaller two. Observing the condition of these three vines, and Yufei concluded that the northern part of the island bore a striking resemblance to a temperate climate, while the southern region where he and Lin Xian resided was distinctly tropical. He had never heard of an island exhibiting two such disparate climates. When Yufei shared his findings about the northern side with Lin Xian, even she, with her broader experiences, had not encountered such a phenomenon. As the wild chickens had begun laying eggs, and Yufei took this opportunity to upgrade their coop. He wove bamboo into several slats, using these to enclose a space measuring 2 meters in length, 1.5 meters in width, and 1.5 meters in height. Within this enclosure, he constructed a nesting area using stones, clay, bamboo, and hay, providing them shelter from the elements, knowing that wild chickens favored sand. He also procured sand from the beach to create a dust bath for them. The new living environment delighted the chickens immensely. The very next day after their introduction, 2 hens began laying eggs as well. Now, Yufei and Lin Xian could collect an average of 2 eggs daily, perfectly sufficient for each to enjoy one. Over the past few days, Yufei had thoroughly explored the southern portion of the island and had gained a comprehensive understanding of its conditions. As for the northern side, he felt no urgency to venture forth. It was not a matter of desire. Rather, the absence of a path made such an expedition time-consuming, and he worried that a single trip might extend beyond a day. Leaving Lin Xian alone at home for such an extended period made him uneasy, and Yufei perceived the northern region as potentially more perilous. He had already discerned the presence of at least 2 wolves from their howls, and the actual number was likely greater. Furthermore, the possibility of bears inhabiting the northern area compounded his apprehension about exploring it with Lin Xian. After considerable deliberation, Yufei ultimately decided to temporarily forego his exploration of the northern territory. He resolved to focus on enhancing his living quarters, constructing the fence, and subsequently planting the various crops he had discovered. Yufei, upon discovering several crops, collected seeds from all but the sweet potato, even digging up potatoes to bring back. Although he had retrieved them, he chose not to plant them immediately, opting instead to store them alongside the tomato seeds until the fence was constructed. As for the sweet potatoes, Yufei decided to let them continue growing for the time being, planning to propagate them through stem cuttings, given their unique planting method. Due to a decline in the catch from his original traps, Yufei relocated several of them and set up new ones, ensuring that they were well positioned. With the traps in place, he would only need to check them daily. His primary focus shifted to constructing the fence, which he envisioned as a semicircle extending 30 meters from the mouth of the cave. The mountain where the cave resided was steep, with a vertical drop of over 10 meters, making it unlikely for any animals to descend from that height. Even if a daring creature attempted it, the outcome would likely mean a feast for Yufei and Lin Xian. By enclosing the area further with a fence, their cave would become exceedingly secure, alleviating any safety concerns for their nightly rest. With the plan in place, Yufei dedicated the following days to building the fence, only patrolling the beach in the early morning and evening, and inspecting traps in the morning. He chose a type of tree abundant in the southern part of the island, selecting small trees with a diameter of approximately 20 centimeters, which were easy to fell and not too slender. Such trees could deter most wild animals, ensuring that even the wolf that fell into his trap would struggle to damage them. With a clear strategy in mind, Yufei began his work, selecting trees closest to the cave that were suitable in thickness. Equipped with a particularly effective axe from a speedboat, he swiftly felled a tree and removed its excess branches. The branches were minimal, and the trees grew tall and straight, A small tree with a 20-centimeter diameter could reach heights of over 10 meters, which was another reason for his choice. Though the tree had been cut down, dragging it to the cave entrance and planting it in the pre-dug pit proved time-consuming. Initially, Yufei believed he could erect the fence swiftly, but by the end of the first day, he had only managed to plant 10 trees. He calculated that enclosing the entire area would require about 94 meters of fencing, but he had only covered approximately 2 meters on his first day. At this rate, it would take him a month and a half to complete the fence. This realization was somewhat disheartening, as the labor had already left him exhausted, his body aching and his arms too weary to lift. And Yufei is acutely aware that the most laborious and time-consuming tasks are transporting the trees back and positioning them into the pits. Should there exist an efficient method to expedite these two endeavors, his pace would significantly increase, particularly in the matter of retrieving the trees. Despite the seemingly modest diameter of the saplings, measuring only 20 centimeters, their weight is by no means negligible. After dragging the timber for a mere dozen meters, Yufei must pause to catch his breath before resuming his labor. Today, he has felled trees that are relatively close to the cave entrance. However, as he ventures further afield, the time required for his efforts will inevitably increase. Chapter 47. The completion of the fence in Yufei. Fatigued from a day of patrolling the seaside with Lin Shuyin, returned home, dined, and lay in bed, pondering a particular issue. After a while, he concluded that although he lacked suitable tools to facilitate the transportation of trees, he could devise alternative solutions. He figured that, by removing a section of the trees, constructing a fence of 5 to 6 meters in height would suffice. There was no necessity to haul back trees measuring over 10 meters. Moreover, eliminating the tree crowns would significantly ease the burden of dragging them. After all, the branches atop the crowns were prone to getting snagged, forcing him to halt and sever any entanglements. By removing the crowns, the resistance encountered while moving the trees would diminish considerably. He believed this approach warranted a trial, even accounting for a meter buried underground. Retaining 7 meters of the tree would be adequate, as a 6-meter height would generally deter most wild animals from entering. With this plan in mind, Yufei resolved to experiment the following day. The thought invigorated him, and he embraced Lin Shuyin, ready to surrender to slumber after an exhausting day, quickly drifting into dreams. The next day, Yufei commenced the implementation of his devised strategy. Indeed, by eliminating the excess portions, the task became considerably less laborious. With Lin Shuyin's assistance, he successfully dragged a small tree to the cave entrance in one continuous effort. The reduction in size also made the standing process much easier. Upon erecting the first tree, Yufei calculated that from the initial felling to its positioning, he had utilized less than 1/3 of the original time. He was quite satisfied with this outcome, hoisted his axe, and proceeded to fell the next tree. The results of the second day were remarkable, and Yufei enclosed 32 trees, and he felt much less fatigued than the previous day. At this rate, he believed that within a fortnight, he could complete the fence. His confidence in the construction process was rekindled, and Yufei realized that he could further enhance his efficiency. With ample food supply and the game caught in traps being of secondary importance, he decided to retrieve several traps located at a greater distance and retain only the closer ones. This adjustment would reduce his daily trap-checking time by 2/3, allowing him to fell several more trees. On the third day of fence construction, he collected the distant traps, and by the fourth day, his progress surged once more, enclosing 41 trees in a single day. Following this pace, he anticipated that within another 10 days, the fence would be completed. However, an unforeseen event occurred. Perhaps due to his impatience, on the 6th day of construction, the skies unleashed a tempestuous rain accompanied by fierce winds. Upon witnessing the inclement weather, Lin Shuyin urged Yufei to take a day of rest. Yet, driven by his eagerness to complete the fence, he braved the storm and continued to labor. Initially, he felt undeterred, but the downpour took its toll, leaving him bedridden the following day, weakened and feverish. At the most critical moment, Yufei even lapsed into a coma. Witnessing his condition, Lin Shuyin was beside herself with worry, steadfastly attending to Yufei until his fever finally subsided, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. As soon as the fever broke, and Yufei intended to resume work. However, Lin Shuyan did not indulge him this time, firmly ordering him to rest in bed for a few days. Even the task of patrolling the beach was undertaken solely by Lin Shuyan. Under her meticulous care, and Yufei's health gradually improved, and within a few days, he regained his vitality. This illness cost him several days, and it was not until the 29th day of their arrival on the island that he completed the construction of the fence, a lesson learned through hardship. He understood that impatience in any endeavor could yield counterproductive results. Had he heeded Lin Shuyan's advice to rest for a day, he would have only lost that one day. Instead, he braved the elements to work, achieving less than usual and ultimately succumbing to illness for several days. The delay in work was secondary. The primary concern was the lack of medical supplies on the deserted island. Even minor ailments could prove fatal. He was fortunate to have Lin Shuyan. Without her care, it was uncertain whether he would have survived. The fencing Yufei constructed encircled the entire area without a gate, a decision he had pondered for a long time. He reasoned that if the gate were too low, the wall would fail to serve its protective purpose, becoming a point of vulnerability. Conversely, if the gate matched the height of the wall, it would be excessively heavy, making it difficult for Lin Shuyan and even in Yufei himself to maneuver. Moreover, the materials used for the gate had to be movable. Otherwise, the trees could not take root in the soil, leading to their eventual withering. This would result in a stark contrast in color between the gate and the wall, akin to a patch on a quilt, thereby compromising the wall's ability to conceal the cave. Naturally, constructing the wall in such a manner posed challenges for entry and exit, an issue Yufei had already contemplated. He devised a bamboo ladder within the enclosure, allowing for easy access to the top of the wall. Outside the wall, he fashioned a rope ladder, which he would lower when exiting and retrieve upon returning. Although this method was somewhat more laborious than a direct door, it ensured safety. And Yufei believed that he and Lin Shuyan did not venture out frequently. He had already diverted water using bamboo to the cave entrance, eliminating the need to go out for water. Their outings were primarily limited to Yufei's twice-daily patrols along the beach and morning inspections of the traps. By the time Yufei completed the fence, Lin Shuyan had already turned over a section of soil within the enclosure and, under Yufei's guidance, planted a variety of crops. Due to space constraints, she had allocated only a small area for each type of crop, with the potatoes and sweet potatoes occupying slightly more space. Using the excess soil, Lin Shuyan surrounded each type of crop, forming a tidy little plot that appeared remarkably orderly. After constructing the fence, Yufei proceeded to excavate several trenches leading from the newly opened river channel source from the mountain spring to various crops. He placed a wooden board, wrapped in a food bag, as a barrier between the river channel and the trenches. By removing this board and sealing the opposite end of the river channel, the water flowing from the mountain spring would cascade through the trenches to irrigate the crops. Once the irrigation was complete, he would remove the board that blocked the river channel and reposition it between the river channel and the trenches, allowing the water to flow once more into the small river. Chapter 48. Harvesting corn with the completion of the fence and the planting of crops. Yufei felt a profound sense of security. This enclosure not only ensured the safety of him and Lin Shuyan, but also promised sustenance from the harvest. Once these crops matured and yielded seeds, they would be rewarded with an abundance of seeds to sow, ensuring a never-ending supply of food. During this period, although Yufei had retrieved the traps set at a distance, opting to keep only those nearby, he still reaped a bountiful harvest. Aside from a few days when his illness prevented him from checking, leading to the spoilage of some catches, he managed to capture a total of 15 wild rabbits and 13 wild chickens. He and Lin Shuyan consumed 5 of the rabbits, while the remaining 10 were smoked for preservation. Among the wild chickens, there were 9 hens and 4 roosters. Drawing from his initial experience, Yufei chose not to confine the 4 roosters in the chicken coop, instead opting to feast upon them directly. He retained 7 hens, while the remaining 2 were stewed for a savory broth. The decision to consume those 2 hens stemmed from Yufei's realization that the coop had limited space and accommodating too many chickens would complicate food sourcing. The bugs near the wild fruit trees had largely diminished due to his efforts. compelling him to feed the chickens with palm hearts and the fish entrails collected during their daily patrols, ensuring the hens were sufficiently nourished. After this nurturing period, the chickens visibly grew larger and began laying eggs more frequently. On average, the 10 hens provided 8 eggs daily, of which Yufei and Lin Shuyan consumed 4, leaving a surplus of 4. Satisfied with the current poultry stock, Yufei decided to consume any additional hens he captured. Throughout this time, Yufei had been preoccupied with the construction of the fence, neglecting to check on the corn he had previously discovered. Now that the fence was complete, he donned a backpack and set out after lunch to inspect the corn, estimating that it should now be ripe for harvest. For the past few weeks, Yufei and Lin Shuyan's diet had consisted primarily of fish, wolf meat, rabbit meat, chicken, and seafood, with the only exceptions being the eggs and mushrooms included in their stews. Although their meals were hearty, they faced a persistent issue: the absence of vegetables and staple foods. Tomorrow marked 1 month since Yufei and Lin Shuyan had arrived on the island, coinciding with Lin Shuyan's declaration of her intention to marry him. On this significant day, Yufei planned to prepare a dish using corn as the staple. This was merely the beginning. He envisioned a future where Lin Shuyan would enjoy staple foods daily, though it would require some time. Initially, corn would be their primary staple. If he harvested all the corn, aside from a meal for tomorrow, he intended to reserve the remainder as seeds. Sowing these seeds would ensure that their next harvest would provide them with a consistent supply of staple foods. As for the wheat, it will require another season of patience. This time, Yufei discovered over a dozen stalks of wheat, even if each ear bore 30 grains. He had only harvested a little over 300 grains. Such a meager yield meant that neither Yufei nor Lin Shuyan could bear to consume even a single grain, opting instead to plant all of it as seed. When the next harvest arrives, although the amount of wheat will still be modest, it will once again serve as seed for future planting, allowing Yufei and Lin Shuyan to eventually consider wheat as a staple food. Contemplating this plan for sustenance, Yufei soon made his way back to the site where he had first discovered corn. Upon arrival, he was pleased to find that the corn had indeed ripened. Although he had implemented protective measures, some ears had still sustained damage. Fortunately, his precautions had mitigated significant losses. He cleared away the thorny brambles surrounding the corn, removed the bamboo cover, and began harvesting the ears one by one, placing them into his backpack. He did not discard the bamboo cover, believing it might prove useful in the future, and thus carried it along as well. After finishing the harvest of these several stalks of corn, his backpack was filled to capacity, prompting Yufei to consider returning home before collecting more corn. Just as he was about to turn back, he suddenly heard the bleating of lambs. He recognized that the sound came from young lambs. Their calls were distinctly different from those of adult sheep. Moreover, he discerned that the bleating was quite close, seemingly just a short distance away. Following the sound, he soon spotted a damaged corn stalk, realizing that the bleating originated from that vicinity. Setting down his backpack, he grasped his spear fashioned from a dagger and approached the damaged corn. However, upon reaching the site, he saw no lambs. The bleating continued unabated, and he was certain that the direction he was following was correct, as the calls grew increasingly louder, almost as if they were right beside him. Yet, perplexingly, despite the proximity of the sound, he could not see any lambs. Using his spear to part the tall grasses around him, he searched thoroughly but found nothing. Understanding that the lambs must be nearby, he calmed himself to listen more intently. Soon, he discerned that the sound seemed to emanate from beneath his feet. Although puzzled by why the bleating would come from below, he focused his gaze downward and quickly noticed a small hole about a meter to his right. This opening was not large, roughly the size of a basketball, and was mostly obscured by weeds, making it difficult to spot without careful inspection. Approaching the entrance, Yufei cleared the weeds away and peered inside. The interior was shrouded in darkness, but he could vaguely make out some white shapes. At the entrance of the cave, the bleating of the lambs became more distinct, and Yufei was certain that the sounds emanated from within. He reasoned that since the lambs were alive and bleating normally, it indicated the absence of any carnivorous predators inside, suggesting that the cave was safe. Consequently, he utilized the dagger at the end of his spear to gradually enlarge the opening. Before long, as the entrance expanded to twice its original size, and Yufei gained a clear view of the interior. The cave, whose origins were unknown, was not particularly spacious, measuring just over half a meter in depth. It appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time, as there were no signs of habitation by any animals, save for two small lambs nestled within. Chapter 49. The two little lambs in Yufei initially believed there to be just one little lamb, only to discover that there were, in fact, two. He could only speculate how long these two had been trapped, as they were covered in dirt and grime. Observing their size, and Yufei surmised they were likely not yet a month old, estimating their birth to be within the past 20 days. After all, during his last encounter with a herd of goats, he had not seen any lambs this small. Having scanned the surroundings for any signs of predatory animals or the presence of their mother, and Yufei decided to lean down and retrieve the two lambs from the pit. It was uncertain whether their weakness was due to their frailty or if they perceived in Yufei as their mother, for upon being lifted and placed on the ground, they did not flee but instead nestled at his feet, ceasing their bleeding. Although Yufei had intended to raise two lambs, he hesitated, for these were rather diminutive creatures, and he was unsure if they had begun to graze or if they could survive under his care. Faced with this dilemma, he realized that the optimal course of action would be to return them to their mother. However, looking around, he found no trace of other sheep. Their whereabouts were a mystery to him. Nevertheless, Yufei concluded that he might guide them towards the nearby grasslands, where the herd often roamed. He fetched his backpack, emptied its contents of corn and bamboo cover into the cave, and then obscured the entrance with thorns and some underbrush, concealing it from other animals. When he moved to retrieve his backpack, the two little lambs promptly stood and followed him. Upon returning to the cave, they trailed behind him unwaveringly wherever he went. Their endearing demeanor tugged at Yufei's heartstrings, making him reluctant to part with them. Yet, he was acutely aware that without grain, he could not sustain such fragile lives. The best choice was to reunite them with their mother. The two lambs were still too young, and having no knowledge of how long they had been in the cave, they appeared quite feeble. The brief journey they made alongside Yufei seemed taxing, as they stumbled unsteadily, as though they might collapse at any moment. With compassion, he lined his backpack with soft grass and placed the two lambs inside, setting off towards the grasslands in hopes of locating their mother. The distance to the grasslands was not great, and soon Yufei arrived at the edge, where he quickly discerned that the herd was absent. Previously, he had encountered the goats here several times, yet this time, fortune had not favored him. With no goats in sight, Yufei was at a loss for where to search next. Leaving the two lambs behind was not an option. Thus, he had no choice but to take them back with him. At that moment, Yufei turned back to glance at the two little lambs nestled within his backpack. Whether they were simply exhausted or found comfort in his embrace, the two lambs had fallen asleep, and Yufei chuckled helplessly, feeling an overwhelming concern for their well-being while they remained blissfully unaware in their tranquil slumber. How uncomplicated their world seemed. He decided against returning to fetch corn, opting instead to carry the two lambs toward his dwelling in the cave, contemplating what he might procure for their nourishment. Later, Yufei resolved that he and Lin Shuyin would forego corn the following day, saving it to cook and grind into powder to feed the lambs. In the small mountain village where he resided, it was customary for goat herders to roast soybeans and grind them into powder for the young lambs. He believed corn and soybeans were similar enough to sustain the lambs. However, this would mean Lin Shuyin would have to forego a meal, and Yufei knew she had long anticipated enjoying her staple food. He pondered whether she would be willing to sacrifice the corn for the lambs. If necessary, he thought he could save his portion and search for other grains, although he had already scoured much of the southern part of the island, making the likelihood of finding more grain slim. With uncertainty weighing on his mind, Yufei returned to the cave, where Lin Shuyin lay on the makeshift lounge chair he had crafted for her, basking in the sunlight. She appeared to have just awakened from a nap, her eyes still heavy with sleep, radiating a languid demeanor. Upon noticing Yufei's return, she casually glanced his way, intending to roll over and doze off again. Yet, her eyes caught a glimpse of pure white peeking from the backpack. Curiosity piqued, she stole another look and was met with the sight of two little lambs, instantly invigorating her drowsy state. She sat up with wide eyes, fixated on the sleeping lambs nestled in the backpack. She hadn't anticipated in Yufei bringing back such adorable creatures, and their cuteness melted her heart. However, having grown up in the city, she had consumed plenty of lamb, but had rarely encountered the animals themselves, and she had never seen lambs before. She felt they resembled sheep, yet she dared not confirm it. Lin Shuyan turned to Yufei and asked, "Yufei, are these little sheep? They are so adorable. Is this your wedding gift to me?" And Yufei, puzzled, looked at the sleeping lambs in the backpack. Despite their originally pristine white coats now muddied, he wondered how Lin Shuyan found them so charming. As for her suggestion that they were a wedding gift, he had not intended it that way. He had simply brought them back out of necessity after failing to locate their mother. However, with Lin Shuyan bringing it up, he felt it unwise to deny her, so he merely nodded in agreement. Seeing Yufei acknowledge her notion of a wedding gift, Lin Shuyan's heart soared with joy. She urged him to set down the backpack promptly and eagerly bent down to gently stroke each of the two little lambs. And Yufei wished to broach the subject of saving corn to feed the two lambs with Lin Shuyan. However, upon witnessing the overwhelming maternal affection radiating from her, he thought it best to allow her some time to bond with the lambs. Perhaps, in that moment of connection, she would independently decide to reserve some corn for them without his prompting. The corn he had harvested remained within the cave where the lambs had fallen, and he needed to retrieve it promptly. Thus, he entrusted the care of the two lambs to Lin Shuyan while he took up the basket she had previously used to carry the corn. Chapter 50. Feeding the lambs as Yufei returned to the cave where the little lamb had fallen. He found the corn and the bamboo cover he had placed inside still intact. He proceeded to fill his backpack with all the corn. However, due to the limited size of the backpack, the bamboo cover could not fit alongside the corn. Thus, Yufei ingeniously used some vines to string the bamboo covers together and hang them onto the backpack. After transporting the corn back, he made 3 trips in total to retrieve all of it. He discovered a total of 76 corn plants, of which some were damaged, leaving him with 62 viable plants. Some bore 2 cobs, while others produced 3. And Yufei ultimately harvested 152 cobs of corn. Although it was not an overwhelming quantity, it was still considerable. He calculated that if each cob yielded half a pound of corn, he would have 76 pounds in total. Of course, this was the weight before drying, and he anticipated that it would lose some weight in the drying process. Nevertheless, he believed that even after drying, there would still be over 50 pounds remaining. This ample supply of corn, minus what he intended to keep for seeds, would suffice for several meals for both himself and Lin Shuyan. Initially, Yufei had worried that after sharing some with the 2 little lambs, he and Lin Shuyan might go without. When Yufei made his final trip back with the corn, he found Lin Shuyan frowning at the 2 little lambs before her. Assuming she had lost interest in the lambs, he quickly inquired, "What is wrong? Why the frown?" Lin Shuyan sighed and placed the tender grass she held in front of Yufei, saying, "It's these 2 adorable creatures. I fed them some water, but when I offer them this grass, they wouldn't eat a single bite. I'm quite worried about their refusal to eat." She then added, "Lambs eat grass, don't they?" And Yufei glanced at the grass in Lin Shuyan's hands. It was indeed good grass, composed of particularly tender shoots. If the little lambs were refusing such delightful grass, it suggested they had never been fed grass before. Thus, Yufei explained to Lin Shuyan, lambs do eat grass. But these 2 are still too young to have it as their staple food. They primarily rely on milk at this stage. As he spoke, he furtively glanced at Lin Shuyan's chest. Noticing his gaze, Lin Shuyan quickly covered herself and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Clearing his throat awkwardly, Yufei replied, "It's nothing. I merely meant that we don't have any milk to offer them, so we must seek alternative nourishment. Back in my hometown, we would roast soybeans and grind them into powder to feed the lambs. Although we lack soybeans, I believe corn could serve as a suitable substitute." Upon hearing Yufei's words, Lin Shuyan lowered her hands and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us prepare the corn quickly. Otherwise, these 2 little darlings might starve." With Lin Shuyan's enthusiasm spurring him on, Yufei wasted no time. He set down his backpack and began to shuck the corn, extracting the kernels. Since the two little lambs could not consume much, and Yufei and Lin Shuyan only stripped the kernels from two cobs. As he worked, and Yufei advised Lin Shuyan, corn cannot be roasted like soybeans. It must first be ground into powder before it can be cooked. Lin Shuyan, puzzled, asked, "Why is that?" At this moment, and Yufei realized Lin Shuyan's lack of certain everyday knowledge. He turned to her and remarked, "What else could it be? If corn kernels are fried directly, they may turn into popcorn, and how can we then grind them into flour?" Lin Shuyan widened her eyes and asked, "Really?" To which Yufei, somewhat speechless, thought there was no reason for him to lie about such matters. After hearing his response, Lin Shuyan cheerfully suggested, "Then you should prepare some food for these two little cuties to fill them up, and afterward, you can make me some popcorn." At this moment, and Yufei understood that he had misjudged Lin Shuyan. She was not doubting him, merely seeking to confirm whether popcorn could indeed be made from corn kernels. If it could, she wanted him to prepare it for her. Making popcorn for Lin Shuyan was certainly not a problem, having grown up without snacks, and Yufei had frequently made popcorn from corn kernels himself. However, he felt it necessary to remind Lin Shuyan of a few things. Thus, he informed her, "Making popcorn is definitely possible, but let us clarify first. We don't have any sugar, so it won't be sweet. It will only carry the aroma of corn." Lin Shuyan replied nonchalantly, "That's fine. I'll eat it with some dried wild fruits. 2 pieces of popcorn and 1 dried fruit will make it sweet enough." And Yufei thought to himself that perhaps he had overthought it. She had already devised a way to enjoy it. He then began grinding the freshly shelled corn kernels into flour using a stone. The allure of popcorn was enough that Lin Shuyan, without needing any prompting, began shelling the corn kernels herself. By the time Yufei had ground the kernels from 2 cobs, Lin Shuyan had shelled kernels from an additional 10 cobs. Observing the approximately 5 pounds of corn kernels, and Yufei felt it was excessive. Even if dried, they would weigh around 3.5 to 4 pounds. He contemplated reminding Lin Shuyan, but then thought that popcorn would keep for a while without spoiling, so he decided to let her enjoy it as a snack. And Yufei spread the corn flour on a stone slab to roast it slowly. As it turned a faint yellow and released a delightful corn aroma, he knew it was ready. He collected the flour onto banana leaves to cool, then mixed a small portion with warm water to form a paste. After allowing it to cool slightly and ensuring the temperature was not too high, and Yufei prepared to feed the paste to the lambs. However, when he presented the paste to them, they merely sniffed curiously without eating, and Yufei surmised that they were unaware that the substance was edible. Thus, he smeared some of the corn paste onto his finger and offered it to one of the lambs. Initially hesitant, the lambs soon began to lick the paste eagerly. Lin Shuyan, intrigued by the scene, mimicked in Yufei's actions to feed another lamb. Watching the lamb start to eat, coupled with the ticklish sensation of its licking, caused her to giggle uncontrollably. The 2 lambs were indeed hungry, consuming every last bit of the well-prepared corn flour, and they seemed to still be yearning for more. However, and Yufei believed that it was their first encounter with grains, and thus it would be unwise to allow them to consume excessively. Moreover, he was uncertain about how long it had been since they last ate, and overindulgence could easily lead to digestive distress. Consequently, and Yufei refrained from feeding the 2 lambs further, nor did he permit Lin Shuyan to continue nourishing them. Unsatisfied, the lambs trailed closely behind in Yufei and Lin Shuyan, following them wherever they ventured. This sight softened Lin Shuyan's heart, prompting her to suggest to Yufei, "Perhaps we should feed them a little more. Look how pitiable they are." And Yufei, however, understood that this was not the moment for compassion, as yielding to such sentiments could ultimately jeopardize their well-being. Thus, he did not acquiesce to her request. Chapter 51. Making popcorn. Lin Shuyan wrinkled her delicate nose and remarked to Yufei, "You heartless man." Subsequently, she lifted the little lambs behind her, and Yufei found himself at a loss, pondering how he had become the heartless one. Thus, he proceeded to explain his reasoning to Lin Shuyan. After listening to Yufei's rationale, Lin Shuyan acknowledged the validity of his points. Yet she still felt a twinge of pity for the little lambs. Instead of continuing to feed them, she cradled the 2 lambs in her arms, soothing them as one would child. She spoke to the lambs in a language they could not comprehend, and surprisingly, her gentle cooing had a soothing effect. Perhaps it was the comfort of her embrace, for the two lambs soon closed their eyes and drifted off to sleep, observing Lin Shuyan with the lambs. And Yufei found the scene rather amusing. He chuckled softly before returning to the small kitchen to prepare popcorn for her. Uncertain of the corn's moisture content and its suitability for popping, he decided to experiment with a small batch, reducing the heat as he did so. Before long, the pop began to crackle and pop, signaling that the kernels were transforming into popcorn. Once the sound subsided, he removed the pot from the heat and lifted the lid to inspect his creation. To his delight, the kernels had indeed become popcorn. He intended to let Lin Shuyan have the first taste. So he poured the popcorn onto a clean banana leaf and grabbed a handful of wild dried fruits from a basket atop the small kitchen. When Lin Shuyan saw that Yufei had successfully made popcorn, she placed the two sleeping lambs back into the basket he had used to carry them and hurried to wash her hands. Upon returning, she eagerly popped a piece in her mouth, and Yufei quickly cautioned her that it might be hot, but his warning came a moment too late. She had already tasted the freshly made popcorn, which was indeed a bit scalding. Lin Shuyan took a moment to cool it down before she began to chew slowly. Soon, her eyes narrowed into joyful slits, and seeing her contented expression, Yufei knew without asking that she was thoroughly pleased. After a while, Lin Shuyan opened her eyes wide and exclaimed happily, "This is delightful. It's better than what I've had before, with a subtle corn aroma that is simply exquisite." With that, she popped another piece in her mouth, followed by dried fruit. Once she finished, she turned to Yufei and proclaimed, "My idea truly worked. I'm a genius." And Yufei couldn't help but laugh at her enthusiasm. After placing the popcorn beside Lin Shuyan, he said, "Then savor it at your leisure, my genius. I shall continue to prepare more for you." At that moment, Lin Shuyan felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and called out to Yufei's retreating figure, "You must make me at least twice as much. This isn't nearly enough for me." And Yufei realized that Lin Shuyan had no idea how much popcorn could be produced from the kernels she had shelled. He had only made a small amount for experimentation. Even if he prepared twice that quantity, it wouldn't require many kernels. Fortunately, he had refrained from making all the kernels into popcorn at once. Otherwise, it would take an eternity to consume such a vast amount. Although popcorn may not spoil immediately, it loses its appeal over time. Therefore, I shall prepare the quantity as requested by Lin Shuyan. And Yufei complied with Lin Shuyan's wishes and made another batch of popcorn. Upon seeing that it was indeed twice the original amount, he felt he could indulge himself this time, and Lin Shuyan was as joyful as a child. She took a piece and placed it in Yufei's mouth, saying, "You should have some too, as a reward." And Yufei savored it, and indeed, he detected a subtle aroma of corn, growing more delightful with each bite. He then said to Lin Shuyan, "You should eat. This is all made for you. I will prepare dinner. What would you like this evening?" Lin Shuyan shook her head and replied, "No need to cook for me. These popcorns are sufficient." With Lin Shuyan satisfied with the popcorn, and Yufei decided not to complicate his meal, he retrieved a smoked fish from the rooftop, roasted it over the fire, and had a simple bite to settle his dinner. After their meal, Yufei and Lin Shuyan took their customary evening stroll along the beach, both feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness as tomorrow marked Lin Shuyan's wedding to Yufei. That night, as they lay in bed, sleep eluded them, and Yufei still found it hard to believe this was real. He asked, "Shuyan, are you truly going to marry me tomorrow?" Lin Shuyan, eyes closed, responded with a soft hum, adding, "Did we not agree on this long ago? You've asked me this countless times lately." And Yufei chuckled shyly. "I just can't believe it. I never imagined I would marry a fairy such as you. By the way, what do we go about the wedding? Is there anything we need to prepare?" Lin Shuyan pondered for a moment before replying, "There's no need for preparations. We hold ceremony. You hold me in your heart, and I hold you in mine. This is stronger than any vows. Let us keep it simple. Tomorrow at noon we'll prepare a nice meal and enjoy it, and let those two little lambs witness our union." Such simplicity made Yufei feel a twinge of regret. He expressed, "Will this not be too much of a compromise for you? If you were to marry the third young master of the Wu family, you would surely have a grand ceremony in a 5-star hotel, with many witnesses and a luxurious wedding." Lin Shuyan dismissed his concerns. Those are mere illusions. Happiness is what truly matters. Though our conditions may be modest, this has been the happiest time of my life. I wish to continue feeling this way, and that happiness is a gift from you. If I were to marry the third young master of the Wu family, despite the grandeur of the wedding and the multitude of guests, do you truly think I would find happiness there? And Yufei contemplated for a moment, although he had never encountered the third young master of the Wu family. Based on the words exchanged between him and Lin Shuyan at the threshold of his hospital room, and Yufei surmised that he would not treat Lin Shuyan kindly. Hence, he shook his head and replied, no. Lin Shuyan then nodded in agreement, stating, isn't that enough? One should not concern themselves with those ephemeral illusions. Whether it be a lavish wedding or an abundance of congratulatory guests, these are but fleeting moments, mere wisps of smoke. What truly matters is the life that follows the wedding. It is the enduring journey that counts. Encountering the right person brings happiness, even in the absence of a grand ceremony. Conversely, if one fails to meet the right companion, no matter how opulent the wedding, it holds no significance. Chapter 52. The arrival of the lamb's mother upon hearing Lin Shuyan's words, and Yufei felt a profound sense of relief. He had harbored a fear that Lin Shuyan's declaration of wanting to marry him was merely a fleeting whim. If that were the case, she would undoubtedly come to regret her decision, and it would be better never to have had such feelings than to endure future sorrow and disappointment. The thought of marrying Lin Shuyan the very next day filled in Yufei with joy, causing him to break into an involuntary grin. Lin Shuyan, somewhat exasperated, remarked, stop grinning foolishly and get some sleep. We have much to attend to tomorrow. With that, she nestled closer into Yufei's embrace. He held her tighter, inhaling her subtle fragrance, and soon drifted off to sleep. While Yufei was lost in pleasant dreams, he was abruptly awakened by the bleating of the lambs. Groggily, he opened his eyes to see two little lambs standing in their basket, incessantly calling towards the cave's entrance. Moments later, he discerned bleating from outside the cave as well. But it was not the sound of the lambs. It was the resonant call of an adult sheep, echoing in response to the cries within. It quickly dawned on Yufei that the bleating outside must belong to the mother of these two little lambs, who had come searching for them. Just the day before, he had made a special effort to locate the mother sheep, but had been unsuccessful. To his surprise, she had arrived on her own today, suddenly wide awake. He hastily rose to prepare for an outing. Startled by his sudden movements, Lin Shuyan stirred awake, her eyes still closed. What time is it? Are you heading to patrol the beach? She inquired sleepily. As Yufei removed the barrier blocking the cave's entrance, he replied, it's just past dawn, around 5 o'clock. I'm not going to patrol the beach. The lamb's mother has come to find them. At first, she showed no reaction, but upon processing his words, Lin Shuyan sprang up. The mother lamb was searching for her young. She had to see this for herself, without even changing out of her pajamas. She slipped on her shoes and followed Yufei outside. Each of them cradled a lamb as they emerged from the cave. Once outside, the bleating of the adult sheep became clearer, and it was evident that the mother sheep was just beyond the fence. Yufei gently placed the lambs down near the enclosure and climbed up the bamboo ladder to peer over the fence. Immediately, he spotted the adult goat outside. This goat was not particularly large, weighing just over 100 pounds and appearing to be around 2 or 3 years of age. Although it had horns, Yufei could identify it as a female goat based on certain features. As he inspected the mother goat, she caught sight of him and was startled, initially preparing to flee. However, upon hearing the bleats of her offspring, she halted her retreat and returned to the fence, calling out to her lambs without glancing at Yufei, as if he were invisible. Observing this interaction, Yufei quietly lowered the rope ladder and descended to the area outside the fence. Throughout this entire process, the mother goat did not acknowledge his presence. Yufei cautiously approached the mother goat, and when he was about a meter away, he swiftly advanced and grasped one of her horns. To his surprise, the mother goat displayed no signs of defense or resistance throughout the entire process. She merely struggled a bit, seemingly unaccustomed to being caught. Once the mother goat was secured, Yufei promptly called upon Lin Shuyan to bring him the rope he had woven from a tattered fishing net. As soon as Lin Shuyan handed him the rope, Yufei tied the goat to the fence. Together, and Yufei and Lin Shuyan gently carried out 2 little lambs. No sooner had they placed the lambs on the ground than they scampered towards their mother, instinctively seeking their nourishment. The mother goat sniffed her young and began to lick their bodies, dampening their wool and removing the dirt that clung to them. Witnessing this tender scene, and Yufei could not help but marvel at the greatness of maternal love. He realized that the mother goat had likely never even considered fleeing. She could not bear to leave her 2 lambs. She understood her fate, yet she remained resolute, demonstrating a devotion that surpasses that of many humans. And Yufei was profoundly moved by the mother goat's affection, while Lin Shuyan was already in tears, her eyes red and her hands covering her mouth as tears flowed unrestrained. And Yufei approached her, embracing her gently and offering comfort. "Let us care for these 3 goats diligently, nurturing them until their old age. Unless it comes to matters of life and death, we shall never consume them. With our protection, they can steer clear of predatory animals and live longer lives." Lin Shuyan nodded in agreement. "We certainly cannot eat them. I intend for them to witness our wedding. From now on, we shall treat them as family." And Yufei found himself at a loss for words. He had merely wished for their survival, while Lin Shuyan envisioned treating them as kin. Nevertheless, he thought it mattered little, for they were soon to be witnesses to his and Lin Shuyan's nuptials. Moreover, treating them as family seemed quite fitting. After all, city dwellers often keep small cats and dogs as family members, so why not a few goats? Goats are superior to cats and dogs in many regards. At least they can provide milk and offer companionship. They're also easy to care for, requiring nothing more than a bit of grass instead of special cat or dog food. Before long, the 2 lambs had eaten their fill and lay languidly beside their mother, who, still enamored with her offspring, occasionally licked them and sniffed at them, observing the deep bond among the 3 goats. And Yufei and Lin Shuyan decided to let them linger a while longer. They pondered how long the mother goat had been separated from her young. Surely she had missed them dearly during that time. Carnivorous creatures predominantly engage in nocturnal activities, and Yufei observed a scant number of such animals in the southern reaches of the deserted island. Even if foxes or bobcats were to approach, this mother goat could undoubtedly safeguard her 2 young kids. Now that they had risen for the day, and Yufei and Lin Shuyan resolved to patrol the shoreline together. Seizing the opportunity for a leisurely stroll, both cherished their walks along the beach, as each shared moment brought them an exquisite warmth. In the morning, the duo continued to enjoy a breakfast crafted from a portion of the seafood they had gathered earlier. Following their meal, and Yufei set out to inspect the traps, returning with a wild rabbit and a pheasant ensnared that day. Chapter 53. The wedding, and Yufei was poised to prepare the banquet for his wedding with Lin Shuyan. In anticipation of this day, he had taken considerable measures, gathering an array of ingredients. Aside from the smoked meats, he had constructed a small pond by the seaside, enclosing it with stones, where he nurtured the sea cucumbers, abalone, and 2 large lobsters he had collected during his morning patrols. This morning, he had checked on them, and they were all thriving, perfectly intact, ready to be cooked and savored at noon. In addition to these seafood delicacies, he had also procured a wild rabbit and a wild chicken earlier that day, along with some mountain ginger and wild scallions. He had even harvested some cinnamon bark from a cassia tree. Despite this bounty, his selection of spices was rather limited, consisting solely of sea salt, mountain ginger, wild scallions, cinnamon, Sichuan pepper, and star anise. With such a modest array of seasonings, he relied on the high-quality ingredients, which often required only simple cooking techniques. Nevertheless, he managed to create a feast that included steamed sea fish, chicken stewed with mushrooms, roasted wild rabbit, stone-grilled wolf meat, steamed sea cucumber, steamed abalone, steamed lobster, and cold-dressed kelp strips, a total of 8 dishes, with only the kelp being vegetarian, the rest being meaty fare. Originally, Yufei had intended to prepare a soup, but with only 1 pot at his disposal. By the time he finished the dishes, noon had arrived. Moreover, Lin Shuyan remarked that making too much food would be impractical, as they would not be able to consume it all, leading to waste. Thus, he opted to roast 2 wild chicken eggs instead, providing 1 for each of them. With all the dishes laid out on the table and their bamboo cups filled with warm water, 2 little lambs were placed at the edge of the table, serving as reluctant witnesses from their wicker basket. Due to the weight of the female goat, she could only observe from outside the enclosure. As the two of them raised their bamboo cups, their eyes met, and their hearts swelled with excitement. At that moment, Yufei was consumed by exhilaration, unsure of what to articulate. It was Lin Shuyan who broke the silence, gazing at him intently. "Mr. Yufei, do you vow to cherish and uphold Miss Lin Shuyan through poverty, illness, adversity, suffering, wealth, health, joy, and happiness, forsaking all others for eternity?" And Yufei promptly set aside his excitement and replied earnestly, "I do." With a satisfied nod, Lin Shuyan responded, "I too am willing. Let us drink this cup of water in place of wine, and with this we shall officially become husband and wife." Under Lin Shuyan's guidance, they exchanged cups and drank together. Afterward, she reached into her pocket and produced a small box, revealing a pair of rings within. Opening the box, Lin Shuyan explained, "These rings were given to me by my mother before she passed away. She expressed that she would not be able to witness my wedding, so she entrusted these rings to symbolize her presence at my ceremony. If possible, she wished for them to serve as my wedding rings. I have cherished them as a reminder of my mother, carrying them with me wherever I go, as if she has always been by my side. Now, I present them to you as our wedding rings, and from this moment forth, you shall take her place, accompanying and protecting me." And Yufei nodded earnestly and said, "Shuyan, rest assured, I shall dedicate my entire life to accompany and protect you." Taking out the ring gifted by his mother, Lin Shuyan felt a tinge of sadness. Yet, the presence of Yufei filled her heart with happiness, for she now had someone who would cherish and safeguard her. Today marked the splendid occasion of their marriage, a time not meant for sorrow. After donning a smile, she turned to Yufei and said, "Please extend your hand." Complying obediently, Yufei offered his hand, and Lin Shuyan slipped the men's ring from the small box onto his finger. It seemed as though the ring had been custom-made for him, fitting perfectly. Lin Shuyan mused that perhaps this was fate, and Yufei had been brought to her by her mother. Otherwise, she would not have passed that road that day or encountered him, nor would she have rescued him. Seeing the ring fit so perfectly, Lin Shuyan declared, "I am placing this ring on your finger, which signifies that you belong to me from this moment onward. You must never remove it without my consent." And Yufei nodded in agreement. Lin Shuyan then placed the small box before him and said, "Now, please put the other ring on my finger, and once you do, I will belong to you." And Yufei chuckled foolishly and clumsily adorned Lin Shuyan with the women's ring. They then clasped their hands together, adorned with rings, and Lin Shuyan examined them closely, feeling that they were perfectly matched. Their hands, encircled by the rings, held tightly together as they exchanged smiles. A silent exchange filled with unspoken words, oaths, and aspirations for their future life together. No words were exchanged, no hints were given. Instinctively, they leaned in for a kiss, a long, lingering embrace. Afterward, they began to enjoy a sumptuous lunch. Though the meal was minimally seasoned, such preparation preserved the essence of the ingredients, offering a unique flavor. As it was prepared with great care by Yufei, they both found it delightful and relished every bite. The meal concluded in a harmonious atmosphere of warmth and happiness, spanning over an hour, an indulgence in their survival on this desolate island. Following their meal, they tidied the table and washed the dishes together, the air seemingly infused with sweetness. Just as they reveled in each other's presence, feeling as though they could never gaze upon one another enough, the bleating of two little lambs shattered the serene ambience. It was then that they noticed the lambs, unwitting witnesses to their moment, had been waiting in their basket for over an hour. Whether they were hungry or simply reluctant to partake in the crumbs of affection scattered by the couple, their call seemed to remind Yufei and Lin Shuyan that they were still just babies themselves. The atmosphere was disrupted, and thus the two individuals refrained from indulging in further affection. And Yufei was acutely aware that he had pressing matters to attend to. Although the intimacy shared with Lin Shuyan was delightful, he could not afford to lose himself in such bliss at this moment. The daylight hours were precious, and their sweet exchanges could only be reserved for the tranquil moments of the night. He had an important task at hand, to secure a suitable location for the mother goat. While it was feasible to tether her during the day, It was certainly unwise to do so at night. Furthermore, the young kid could not be separated from its mother after dusk, leaving the kid outside the enclosure, devoid of the flock as protection, would render the three goats vulnerable to predation. Chapter 54. Bringing the goats into the enclosure today marks the wedding day of Yufei and Lin Shuyan. This day should be filled with their shared moments of sweetness. Yet they find themselves stranded on a deserted island. The daylight is precious to them, as they must labor during the day and reserve their intimate moments for the night. And Yufei needs to utilize the afternoon to secure three goats, one adult and two kids, ensuring they do not escape and are well protected. Preventing their escape is relatively simple. By tethering the adult goat, they can be kept from wandering off. However, safeguarding them from predatory animals requires more thought. Initially, Yufei contemplated constructing a pen outside the enclosure, but upon further reflection, he realized that erecting a predator-proof pen in just one afternoon was an unrealistic endeavor. With time being a constraint, he resolved to utilize the materials at hand. After much deliberation, he concluded that the only viable solution was to bring the three goats into the enclosure, where their safety could be ensured. The two kids were manageable. They were light enough to carry directly into the enclosure. However, the adult goat posed a challenge, weighing over 100 pounds. While Yufei could lift her, getting her over the enclosure's height was another matter, especially since a rope ladder or bamboo ladder might not support the combined weight of both him and the goat. Having decided to place all three goats inside the enclosure, the primary challenge remained: how to maneuver the adult goat inside. As both the rope and bamboo ladders were impractical and labor-intensive, Yufei recalled a lever system used in the construction of houses in a small village. This apparatus employs the principle of leverage to hoist heavy objects onto rooftops and is relatively uncomplicated to fabricate. Yufei believed he could construct such a device to facilitate the transfer of the adult goat into the enclosure, while also serving future purposes for moving other heavy items. The lever system consists of two main components: a sturdy support post and a long beam, complemented by some ropes. Recently, Yufei had salvaged a damaged fishing net from a beach. Although it was beyond repair for fishing, he had unraveled it to weave numerous ropes, intending to use them for traps. While the ropes he fashioned were somewhat thin and unsuitable for the lever system, Yufei felt he could further braid them to create thicker ropes fit for purpose. With a plan forming in his mind, Yufei took an axe and ventured out in search of suitable materials. His goal was to find trees similar to those used in constructing the enclosure, robust and resilient. With plenty growing near the cave, Yufei selected a tree approximately 30 centimeters in diameter to serve as the support post, ensuring it was sufficiently sturdy to bear significant weight. This particular tree was chosen for its straight growth, lacking any forks and possessing a single crown. Remarkably, at a height of about 8.5 meters, this tree branched into two limbs of similar thickness, each supporting its own crown. This unique formation made it an ideal candidate for Yufei's intended use as a support post. Yufei felled the tree, leaving it nearly 9 meters in length. To ensure that the support would be sufficiently sturdy, he intended to bury it 2 meters underground, thereby guaranteeing its robustness. For the lever, Yufei chose a tree of a slightly larger diameter than those used for constructing the fence, approximately 25 centimeters wide. Once he transported the two trees back, he buried the one designated as the support about a meter away from the fence. Testing its stability, he found it remarkably secure, then positioned the lever atop the bifurcation of the support tree. He secured the lever with thick ropes and vines, completing the apparatus. All that remained was to devise a method to transport the mother goat into the enclosure without causing harm. To avoid injuring the goat, Yufei crafted a square platform from bamboo, measuring 1 meter on each side, tying ropes to each of its four corners. The four ropes converged and were bound to the apex of the lever. After Yufei and Lin Shuyan carried the two kids into the enclosure, he proceeded to gently lay the mother goat down and bind its forelegs. This precaution was taken out of concern that the goat might thrash about on the platform and risk a fall. Once the mother goat was securely bound, Yufei placed it onto the platform and affixed it with ropes to ensure it remained still. He was now prepared to attempt lifting it with the lever. Pulling on the thick rope attached to the other end of the lever, the platform with the mother goat was gradually elevated. Initially, Yufei hesitated to raise the platform to its maximum height, stopping at just over a meter to verify the integrity of the rope and lever. Should any issues arise, this height would mitigate the risk of severe injury to the goat. After waiting a moment without incident, he continued to pull the rope. When Yufei bound the mother goat, it had struggled vigorously. Now, immobilized, it could no longer resist, perhaps fearing what Yufei intended. He noticed with concern that the goat shed tears, uncertain whether it was out of fear of death or sorrow for its two young ones. Observing the goat's anthropomorphized expression, which seemed to plead with him, Yufei sensed an unusual intelligence in her, different from any goats he had encountered before. Disregarding the goat's display, Yufei raised it to the highest point. Under Lin Xian's guidance from within the enclosure, he gradually released the rope, allowing the platform to descend slowly into the enclosure. As the rope neared its limit, the platform bearing the mother goat touched down on the ground within the enclosure. Yufei loosened the rope and entered the enclosure, moving forward to untie the bonds restricting the mother goat. Hesitating in disbelief, the goat let out a bleat before springing up and immediately rushing toward her two kids. As the two little lambs bleated, the mother goat continued to lick them affectionately, as if to express her relief at their reunion, believing she would never see them again. Whether it was due to the prolonged confinement or the recent fright, Yufei noticed that the goat's legs trembled slightly, a sight he had never encountered before. Aware that he had inadvertently caused the mother goat distress, Yufei thoughtfully fetched a small handful of corn kernels to offer her, ensuring he did not take too many, approximately 2 ounces, intending to soothe her with this gesture. Chapter 55. The wedding night soon. The mother goat finished the corn kernels held in Yufei's palm. Observing his empty hand, she appeared somewhat unsatisfied, clearly longing for more. What she did next left both Yufei and Lin Xian astonished. After gazing at Yufei for a moment, she lay down on the platform where she had been brought in, seemingly understanding that her earlier confinement had led to her receiving the corn. Yufei recognized her intelligence surpassed that of ordinary goats, though he had not anticipated such cleverness. To procure more corn, she voluntarily positioned herself on the platform. Turning to Lin Xian, Yufei remarked, "Did you see that? This goat is extraordinary. She is much smarter than the others." Lin Xian, her eyes sparkling with delight at the goat's antics, nodded in agreement, saying, "I did see. She's so entertaining and adorable. Please, feed her a few more corn kernels." Though reluctant, Yufei complied with Lin Xian's request and fetched another handful of corn for the little thespian, having already bestowed upon her a fitting moniker in his mind. The two lambs also had names, given by Lin Xian the previous day. Both were female, one with a red nose and the other with a pink nose. Thus, she named the red-nosed one Hong Hong and the pink-nosed one Fin Fin. The small handful of corn was quickly consumed, and it was evident the mother goat was still hungry. Noticing Yufei's lack of further offerings, she prepared to return to the platform. Observing her behavior, Yufei said, "You need not lie down. If you do, I will not give you more corn this time." Whether she truly comprehended his words remains a mystery, as she refrained from lying down again. Instead, her eyes darted to the corn cobs that Yufei had not yet stored in the cave. Following her gaze, Yufei noticed the cobs and silently breathed a sigh of relief. Had the goat's intent not been so apparent, and if he had neglected to secure the corn that evening, it would likely have been devoured by her throughout the night. Swiftly, he retrieved the rope used to tether her and secured her once more before hastily gathering the cobs to bring into the cave. With no separate storage room within the cave, Yufei temporarily piled the corn cobs in their living area. While the small kitchen sufficed for storing dried goods like cured meats, it was not suitable for the corn. Thus, he had no choice but to keep it within their living quarters. After successfully moving all the corn cobs inside, Yufei noticed the mother goat's expression, which seemed tinged with regret, as she occasionally glanced longingly towards the cave's entrance. He couldn't help but think that this goat was becoming quite extraordinary. Her expressions so remarkably vivid. After careful contemplation, Yufei felt that merely tethering the goat was not entirely secure. Within the confines of the enclosure, The crops he and Lin Xuyan had initially planted had flourished remarkably, nurtured daily with the same care as one would bestow upon a child. The growth of these plants was indeed promising, concerned that the capricious mother goat might wreak havoc during the night, and Yufei concluded that it was imperative to construct an additional fence to contain her. Consequently, he procured bamboo and erected a nearly 2-meter-high pen for the goat. Once the pen was completed, and Yufei pondered the issue of the 3 goats spending the night. The temperature would plummet after sunset. While the mother goat could withstand the cold, the 2 young kids were still quite small and vulnerable to the chill. If he were to bring the kids into the cave at night, separating them from the mother, they would undoubtedly bleat incessantly. However, he was reluctant to confine all 3 goats within the cave, primarily due to the strong odor emanating from the adult goat, which could render the cave unbearable. Moreover, this evening marked his and Lin Xuyan's wedding night, and he wished to avoid any unwanted distractions to ensure the well-being of the 2 kids. And Yufei constructed a modest shelter within the pen, standing over 1 meter high, which would shield them from the wind and rain, allowing them to endure the night as frigid temperatures. With this shelter in place, even a rainstorm would pose no threat. The pen encompassed the small waterway he had dug, allowing the goats easy access to fresh water when they were thirsty. He then ventured out to gather some fresh grass to supplement their feed within the enclosure. With provisions and shelter secured, and Yufei felt a sense of relief regarding the 3 goats. The mother goat, realizing that Yufei would not be providing her with corn today, resignedly feasted on the fresh grass, which she found quite palatable. And Yufei dedicated an entire afternoon to ensuring the welfare of the goats, and he and Lin Xuyan had invested considerable effort into their care. Now that everything was settled, the couple finally had time to enjoy their private moments together. They reheated the leftovers from lunch and then strolled along the beach, patrolling their surroundings. As a married couple, their perspective during this stroll had transformed. Hand in hand on the sandy shore, they felt an overwhelming sense of commitment to one another, as if they would walk together through all of life's seasons. Upon returning from the beach, Lin Xuyan placed the fish they had caught earlier onto the smoking rack, while Yufei fed the innards of the fish to the wild chickens, tossing some palm fronds into their coop as well. Once they had both completed their tasks, they washed their hands and sat down for dinner. Despite the variety of dishes prepared at lunchtime, the quantity was modest, and their evening meal perfectly finished off the remnants of Yufei's earlier cooking, with the night on the deserted island offering little in terms of entertainment. After a brief respite post-dinner, the couple each took turns bathing by the river before retiring to bed. Once nestled in the dark cave, they found themselves at a moment both eagerly anticipated and tinged with nervousness. In the precious embrace of the night, they were determined not to squander a moment, and without the need for excessive words, they surrendered to each other in a heartfelt embrace. Inexperienced as they were, the novice couple found themselves navigating uncharted waters together, discovering an innate understanding that required no instruction. Initially awkward, they gradually fell into a harmonious rhythm as the warmth of spring transformed into gentle rain. Exhausted, they reclined on the bed, taking a moment to rest before entwining themselves once more. Throughout the night, they lost count of how many times they succumbed to fatigue, finally surrendering to slumber in each other's embrace. For Yufei, whose life had been fraught with challenges, arriving on this deserted island seemed to herald a transformation. Not only did he flourish in this newfound environment, but he also won the heart of a beautiful companion. Chapter 56. Goat's Milk and Yufei had engaged in conversation with Lin Xuyan late into the night, resulting in his rare late rising this morning. By the time he awoke, the sun had already ascended, and he estimated it to be around 7 o'clock, approximately 2 hours later than his usual rise. Given that he was already late, there was no surprise that Lin Xuyan, who often indulged in her slumber, remained in a deep sleep, snoring like a little pig. The wolf pelt, which had been meticulously processed over time, served as a luxurious blanket on their wedding night, providing a far more comfortable rest than the previous straw. Most of the pelt lay across Lin Xuyan's side, making it even more tempting for her to remain asleep. With the intention of allowing her to wake naturally, and Yufei refrained from rousing her early, especially considering how exhausted she had been the previous day, having endured an emotional afternoon before finally releasing her feelings that night. Their shared fervor had indeed been intense. The bed Yufei constructed had withstood the test of their passionate night, only emitting the occasional creak in protest, but otherwise remaining steadfast. After rising, Yufei planted a gentle kiss on Lin Shuyan's forehead before reluctantly exiting the cave. Though he longed to remain by her side, he understood the necessity of patrolling the beach. He was already 2 hours behind his usual schedule. Delaying any further would mean missing the low tide, thus preventing him from gathering seafood. Now, Yufei and Lin Shuyan had made a habit of enjoying fresh seafood for breakfast, and he was determined not to let their first morning as a married couple be marred by anything less. As he stepped out of the cave, the mother goat bleated at him, seemingly inquiring about her corn. And Yufei, preoccupied with his patrol, had no time to attend to her, simply responding, "I have matters to attend to. We shall discuss this upon my return." Without waiting to see if she understood, he grasped the food-laden basket he used for his morning patrol and his ever-present spear and set forth. Fortunately, he had not emerged too late, as the tide had yet to rise. He began his patrol, simultaneously gathering seafood, with a particular abundance of large shrimp today. The time spent collecting these shrimp extended his patrol beyond the usual duration. These sizable shrimp were tender, sweet, and although Yufei was unaware of their specific name, Lin Shuyan had a fondness for them. Having collected nearly 2 pounds of shrimp, Yufei departed the beach with satisfaction, making his way back toward the cave. Upon reaching the small river, he thoroughly cleaned all the seafood he had gathered before returning to the cave. As he climbed into the enclosure, the mother goat bleated once more, as if reminding him not to forget their earlier conversation. And Yufei, feeling somewhat exasperated, pondered whether this goat was truly an animal or somehow possessed of human-like qualities, as her behavior suggested a peculiar intelligence. He cast a sidelong glance at her and replied, "What are you so anxious about? I have just returned, and there are other matters to attend to. Patience, please." After Yufei finished speaking, he entered the cave, treading softly to avoid waking Lin Shuyan. He quietly made his way to the small kitchen, where he used the flames from the fire pit to ignite the stove. He placed all the seafood he had brought back that morning into the pot, and then grabbed about 2 ounces of corn kernels along with 2 bamboo cups before stepping out of the cave. Upon his return, Yufei had already noticed that the 2 little lambs were well fed, their bellies round and content, basking in the sun as they dozed peacefully. Although the lambs were satiated, the mother goat still had an abundance of milk, and Yufei was uncertain whether this goat possessed the genetics of a dairy goat. But its milk supply seemed plentiful. He thought that since this mother goat appeared quite intelligent and was so fixated on the corn kernels, he might negotiate some terms with her. He waved the corn kernels in front of the mother goat and said, "You would like to eat? Wouldn't you? However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. If you wish to indulge daily, you must pay a price. You possess nothing else of value. The only thing that interests me is your milk. How about this? If you allow me to milk you 2 cups each day, I will provide you with this amount of corn. What do you say?" And Yufei merely attempted to communicate with the mother goat, not truly expecting her to understand. Regardless of her comprehension, he planned to milk her that day, and her cooperation would simply make the task easier. If not, it would require more effort. However, to his surprise, after Yufei finished speaking, the mother goat glanced at the corn kernels in his hand and shook her head, as if deeming the offering insufficient. He had initially thought that the goat would not cooperate, pondering whether he should tie her up to milk her or corner her with a bamboo stick. Yet, her reaction was unexpected, and Yufei could not help but exclaim, "Wow, this goat is remarkably astute." He remained uncertain whether the mother goat had genuinely understood him or if it was mere coincidence. Yet he was resolute not to yield in this negotiation. He decided to take a firmer stance, waving the corn kernels before her once more and stating, "The initiative lies with me now. If you refuse, you shall have none of these kernels. My request is modest, merely 2 small cups, which will not hinder your offspring from feeding." And in Yufei's eyes, 2 small cups did not seem excessive. Each cup held approximately 250 milliliters, totaling just over a pound. He believed that half a pound of milk each for himself and Lin Shuyan would be just right. After speaking, he placed the corn kernels into his pocket, and the mother goat displayed a look of resignation, bleating softly, and Yufei pondered if this indicated her acquiescence. Unsure, he cautiously approached the mother goat. Typically, wild goats are difficult to approach, let alone milk, but to his astonishment, the mother goat stood still as he neared her. Crouching down, one hand held a cup while the other began to milk her. After a few attempts, he found that the mother goat remained docile, allowing him to continue until he had filled both cups to the brim. And Yufei sensed that this female goat possessed the genes of a dairy goat. After milking, he had extracted 2 cups of milk, yet a considerable amount remained. He felt that these 2 cups would suffice for both himself and Lin Shuiyan. Milking excessively would be pointless, and he did not wish to betray the trust of a goat. And Yufei retrieved the corn kernels from his pocket and placed them before the female goat. It seemed to understand that only this small quantity was available, and it consumed the kernels slowly, taking twice as long as the previous day to finish them. Once the female goat had finished the corn, and Yufei joyfully departed from the pen, intending to boil the milk and share it with Lin Shuiyan during breakfast. Chapter 57. Short-term planning. In Yufei discovered a steamer by the seaside, which was now cooking seafood. He wished to warm some milk, but could only utilize the stone pot he had crafted some time ago. This pot, though diminutive, was slow in cooking. Nevertheless, and Yufei had developed a fondness for using the stone pot to stew meat. After breakfast, he would place the meat inside and simmer it over low heat, savoring the delectable meal in the evening. During this period, and Yufei had not only fashioned a single stone pot, but had also created 2 stone bowls, along with several wooden bowls and basins. He devoted his evenings, after patrolling the beach and enjoying dinner, to crafting these items until the darkness enveloped the sky. Initially, he focused on the wooden basins and bowls, which were essentially larger bowls made from tree stumps left over after he had felled trees for the fence. Each stump measured approximately 20 centimeters in diameter. He carved a small segment from a stump, using an axe to flatten one side, and then hollowed out the other side with a dagger to form the shape of the basin or bowl. Once the basic shape was established, he began smoothing it with rough stones, followed by progressively finer pebbles, coarse sand, and finally fine sand, until they were perfectly polished. Following his initial success, and Yufei drew upon this experience to craft 7 additional wooden basins and 8 wooden bowls. Having completed these, he turned his attention to stone. However, stone proved far more challenging than wood. Initially lacking the proper tools, fortune smiled upon him when he discovered a ship's nail on a thick plank by the sea. It was common for such planks to harbor nails and other iron remnants, and Yufei would diligently collect these iron scraps, storing them in his small kitchen. He had amassed a modest pile, intending to experiment with smelting ironware in the future. After polishing the ship's nail, he employed it as a chisel, successfully creating a stone pot and 2 small stone bowls. The time spent on these 3 items far exceeded that of all the wooden basins and bowls combined. Upon completion, the stone pot and bowls appeared quite appealing. However, the bowls were somewhat heavy and were used only once before being set aside. And Yufei repurposed one of the stone bowls as a lamp, thus ceasing further production of stone bowls. The stone pot, on the other hand, remained a staple in their usage, as Yufei frequently employed it for stewing meat and preparing soup. Today he intended to use it to warm milk, as the milk would retain its warmth within the pot. Upon entering the small kitchen, Yufei meticulously cleaned the stone pot, pouring in 2 cups of goat's milk before placing it over the fire to heat slowly. Turning around, he noticed the pot on the stove and recalled having heard others speak of seafood porridge. Although he lacked rice, he now had corn kernels at his disposal, and Yufei contemplated adding a handful of corn, considering it grain and a potential way to enhance the flavor of the dish. Eating meat daily could become monotonous, and incorporating some grains into their diet seemed a prudent idea. Unsure of the outcome, he tossed in a small amount, with both pots simmering gently, and Yufei settled at the cave's entrance, contemplating the future. Now that he was married to Lin Shuiyan, it was imperative for him to devise a plan for their forthcoming life. There is no long-term plan, only a singular long-term goal, to ensure Lin Shuiyan enjoys a better life. In a few years, he envisions having a son and a daughter with her, living a blissful existence in this idyllic paradise. The absence of a long-term plan stems from his belief that plans cannot keep pace with change. An overly distant plan feels meaningless in the present context. However, he can devise some short-term strategies as several tasks demand his immediate attention. The foremost task is to remove the husks from the corn he brought back yesterday, allowing the kernels to dry in the sun. Once dried, he will select the plumpest kernels for planting. The second task involves digging a storage room for vegetables and grains. The third priority is to excavate a toilet. While he has already dug a pit for it when constructing the fence, the bamboo pipe extending outward still lacks a septic tank, rendering the toilet unusable for the time being. In addition to these three urgent matters, there are two less pressing tasks: his plans for brickmaking and iron smelting. He possesses some knowledge of brickmaking, yet is entirely unfamiliar with iron smelting. Thus, he intends to postpone these tasks for now. The corn situation is urgent, so he plans to inspect the traps in the morning and, upon returning, to shell the corn and hang it on the fence to dry, followed by preparing to dig the storage room in the afternoon. Having mentally mapped out his plans, Yufei entered the cave to check on Lin Shuyan. Noticing she still showed no signs of waking, he proceeded to the small kitchen to adjust the flames beneath the two pots. He intended to inspect the traps first, estimating that Lin Shuyan would likely awaken by the time he returned. Upon checking the traps, he was pleased with his haul, having caught 2 rabbits and a wild chicken. He returned with the 2 rabbits and the chicken, discovering that Lin Shuyan was indeed awake and washing up by the water source. Their eyes met, filled with sweetness, as if neither could tire of gazing at the other. While Lin Shuyan continued with her morning routine, Yufei swiftly skinned the rabbits, soaking the pelts in a solution, and placed the rabbit meat on the smoking rack. The wild chicken remained alive, so he refrained from slaughtering it, instead placing in the small chicken coop he had initially constructed, leaving its fate for later consideration. After processing the game, Yufei washed his hands and began serving breakfast, which was quite sumptuous today. The seafood, enhanced with corn kernels, exuded an enticing aroma as he lifted the pot lid, the scent of the seafood mingling harmoniously with that of the corn. In addition to the seafood, he prepared the roasted wild chicken eggs that Lin Shuyan preferred over boiled ones. Lastly, he included the goat's milk he had exchanged for earlier that day. Today's breakfast comprised a delightful array of meat, eggs, and dairy, complemented by corn kernels, a novel addition to the table. Lin Shuyan, having completed her morning routine, could hardly conceal the happiness sparkling in her eyes at such a bountiful spread. Approaching Yufei, she planted a gentle kiss on his cheek and exclaimed, "Darling, you are truly wonderful. I adore you utterly." Yufei, lacking in eloquent flattery, felt a profound sense of fulfillment from Lin Shuyan's praise and affection for his efforts. With a foolish grin, he replied, "My love, I cherish you as well. Do indulge in today's breakfast. The temperature is just perfect, neither too hot nor too cold." Chapter 58. Encountering living souls on the beach today, Yufei prepared a breakfast that was not only visually appealing, but also delightful to the palate. The corn kernels nestled within the seafood, having absorbed the rich essence of the ocean, were particularly delectable. Lin Shuyan had a particular fondness for these corn kernels, and Yufei made it a point to serve her as many as possible. Watching her relish the meal filled his heart with joy. After indulging in the seafood for a while, Yufei lifted a cup of goat's milk to his lips. Suddenly, an absurd thought struck him. This goat is remarkably intelligent. If I drink its milk, might I become smarter too? How wonderful that would be. His grandfather had often teased him about his perceived lack of intelligence, calling him a foolish grandson. If he were to become clever, he would no longer be the foolish grandson he had always been. As he pondered this notion, a whimsical idea crossed his mind. If this goat's milk had the power to enhance intelligence, bringing the goat back home could potentially lead to great fortune. He recalled a humorous skit he had seen, wherein a bite of rooster meat fetched an exorbitant price of 2,000. Surely, his miraculous goat's milk could command 20,000 per sip. With the catchy phrase "the fighting chicken" among roosters in mind, he mused whether he could brand his goat as the grand champion among ewes. Lost in this reverie, Yufei couldn't help but chuckle. However, upon taking a sip, he discovered that the goat's milk tasted no different from any other he had encountered. Observing his silly grin, Lin Shuyan inquired, "What is you laughing so foolishly?" Yufei shared his whimsical thoughts, prompting Lin Shuyin to burst into laughter. "You are quite amusing. The grand champion among youths? How have I not noticed your potential as a shrewd merchant before?" They both shared a hearty laugh, continuing their meal with spirits high, Lin Shuyin's heart brimming with happiness. After breakfast, Yufei shared his plans for the near future with Lin Shuyin. He had always been adept at organizing their lives, and she naturally supported his ideas. Thus, they resolved to commence corn harvesting as per Yufei's outline. He employed the traditional methods of their small village, stripping away the husks of the corn, leaving some behind, which he then tied together with others, creating bundles of several ears. Next, he affixed small wooden pegs to the vertical rock face near the cave, where he hung the bundled corn to dry. And Yufei surmised that, given the current temperature, if the weather remained dry, it would take merely 3 to 5 days for the corn to completely dehydrate, having already harvested a modest amount of corn in the preceding days. And Yufei and Lin Shuyin worked together efficiently, swiftly stripping the remaining ears and hanging them to dry. With the corn now drying, they no longer needed to worry about spoilage or mold. And Yufei then planned to excavate a storage room, intending to use it to store the corn once it was fully dried. After surveying the cave, he decided to construct the storage room to the north of the small kitchen, precisely opposite the bed he shared with Lin Shuyin. After selecting an appropriate location, Yufei meticulously traced the outline of a door on the wall, intending to excavate it as he had done in the past. Despite his mental preparations, he was taken aback when he began to dig. With considerable effort, he managed to unearth only a small piece no larger than his finger. Recently, having noticed that the entire cave had dried out significantly, he had removed all its contents and lit 3 fires within to bake the cave, coinciding perfectly with his construction of a fence alongside Lin Shuyin. Both were occupied with outdoor tasks, rendering their presence in the cave unnecessary. Thus, Yufei spent the entire day stoking the fires, only opening the entrance for ventilation by evening. The prolonged heat left the walls radiating warmth even as he and Lin Shuyin retired for the night, and the baking process had rendered the cave walls remarkably sturdy. And Yufei had anticipated that the walls would harden and strengthen, yet he did not expect them to become this resilient. Initially, he had not considered the challenges of excavating a storage room, but now, the hardened walls demanded even greater exertion. The results of the baking were indeed impressive. The thickened earth layer had reached nearly 10 centimeters. It took him 2 days to complete the excavation of the hard soil within the traced outline of the door. During these 2 days, aside from his morning and evening patrols and a check on the traps, he dedicated all his time to digging the door for the storage room. Although the labor was somewhat exhausting, being with Lin Shuyin throughout the day brought him immense joy. Finally, finishing the excavation of hard soil, he anticipated that the work ahead would require considerably less effort. And Yufei felt a profound sense of accomplishment and decided to celebrate by preparing a wild chicken stew for dinner with Lin Shuyin. After their meal and a brief respite, Lin Shuyin urged Yufei to retire for the night. Aware of what was to come, he quickly rinsed off with water from the spring before heading to fulfill his marital duties. It was another night of bittersweet pleasure. The next morning, Yufei emerged from the cave, supporting his waist, having once again overslept. While he found joy in the experience, the daily repetition was beginning to take a toll on his body. Newly married, he was reluctant to appear inadequate in Lin Shuyin's eyes, so he steeled himself to endure. Casting a glance back at Lin Shuyin, who was sleeping soundly like a contented pig with a satisfied smile on her lips, he sighed, donned his gear, and prepared to patrol the beach. The brief sleep, compounded by fatigue, left Yufei yawning incessantly, his focus wavering. After crossing a small river, he intended to follow his usual patrol route. However, upon reaching the beach, he spotted a figure sitting on the sand, facing the ocean. Initially doubting his vision due to exhaustion, he rubbed his eyes. When he opened them again, the figure remained seated, realizing it was not a figment of his imagination. And Yufei felt a surge of alertness, compelled to heighten his vigilance at the unexpected sight. And Yufei scrutinized the figure before him. Despite the individual being clad in masculine attire, the silhouette and the locks of hair peeking from beneath the hat suggested to him that this might indeed be a woman. Regardless of gender, Yufei remained vigilant, placing down the basket laden with seafood, firmly grasping his spear with both hands as he cautiously approached the individual. He advanced slowly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon this person, not daring to blink. So engrossed was he in observing the figure that he failed to notice the ground beneath him. Suddenly, his foot struck a piece of plastic concealed within the sand, the sound of which immediately captured the person's attention. They turned, locking eyes with Yufei. Chapter 59. Mei Qingyue. As their gazes met, both were taken aback. The stranger was astonished to discover the presence of another person, while Yufei was surprised to find that this individual was indeed a woman, a striking beauty with distinctly Eastern features. Yufei hesitated, uncertain of her nationality or her ability to comprehend Mandarin. Just as he pondered how to communicate with her, the woman initiated conversation, expressing her own uncertainty about Yufei's nationality and opting to speak in English. Upon hearing her words, Yufei realized the predicament. She was not speaking Mandarin, and thus communication seemed impossible. Although her speech felt familiar, he could not grasp a single word. Noticing the bewilderment on Yufei's face, the woman stumbled through a sentence in a language from a neighboring country that she had only recently begun to learn. When she saw that Yufei remained perplexed, she contemplated how to bridge the communication gap, unsure if he would understand sign language. After hearing her speak twice without comprehension, Yufei grew increasingly anxious about how to convey his thoughts. Frustrated, he muttered to himself, "This is hopeless. We cannot communicate at all." Just as the woman was about to resort to sign language, she suddenly heard Yufei utter a phrase in Mandarin, prompting her to excitedly exclaim, "You speak Mandarin. Then you must understand it as well." The fact that this woman could understand and speak Mandarin alleviated Yufei's concerns, allowing for a more straightforward exchange. However, he found her initial statement somewhat redundant and could not help but reply, "Of course I speak Mandarin and understand it. I have been speaking it since I began to talk." The woman, under the impression that Yufei was a descendant of Chinese ancestors who had long been stranded here, inquired, "Are you a native of this place?" Yufei was familiar with the term native, yet he momentarily forgot its definition and questioned whether he could be considered a native of this deserted island. While he deliberated, the woman assumed that Yufei's ancestors had settled here generations ago, leading her to rephrase her question. "Do you live here?" This query was straightforward, and Yufei nodded in affirmation. Upon learning that Yufei was indeed a resident of the island, the woman expressed her delight, saying, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mei Qingyue, and I have just endured a shipwreck that brought me here. May I stay with you for a while?" This request placed Yufei in a difficult position. His innate kindness would typically compel him to agree without hesitation, especially considering that, on this desolate island, he was her only hope for shelter. However, circumstances had changed. He was now married to Lin Shuyan, and he felt unable to make such a decision unilaterally. Bringing another woman back could easily lead to misunderstandings with Lin Shuyan, so he decided that this matter should be left for her to resolve. Yufei refrained from an immediate response, prompting Mei Qingyue to quickly assure him, "Rest assured, I will not stay without compensation. Once I am rescued, I will certainly reward you handsomely." Yufei shook his head and said, "It is not as simple as that. I cannot make this decision alone. I must consult my wife's opinion. If she agrees to take you in, you may stay at my home without any compensation. However, if she does not consent, no amount of payment will suffice." Mei Qingyue recognized that the crux of the matter lay with this man's wife. She silently prayed that his wife would not be a stubborn and unreasonable woman. After her prayer, she quickly inquired, "Where is your wife? Can you take me to see her now? Let us ask for her opinion at once." Yufei believed he could not leave this person to patrol alone. It was imperative to resolve this situation swiftly. Thus, he decided to take Mei Qingyue back home with him. Upon arriving at the fence, Yufei instructed Mei Qingyue to wait there while he ventured into the enclosure alone. Mei Qingyue observed Yufei, who appeared rather indigenous, yet the items around their home seemed freshly acquired. She speculated that they had perhaps just completed renovations, and with that thought, she anxiously awaited his return. Yufei quietly made his way back to the cave, where Lin Shuyan was still sound asleep, although he felt a twinge of reluctance. Considering that someone was waiting outside for a response, he gently called out to Lin Shui-yin, intending to awaken her in a tender manner. Hearing her husband's voice, Lin Shui-yin rolled over and mumbled, "Darling, let me sleep a little longer. I will get up soon to eat." And Yu Fei, accustomed to coaxing Lin Shui-yin out of bed for meals, felt a bit sheepish as he replied, "Wife, I have not begun preparing breakfast yet. I called you for something else. While patrolling the beach, I discovered a living person, still in a state of half-sleep." Lin Shui-yin instantly awoke at the mention of a living person. Her eyes widened as she faced Yu Fei and asked, "A living person? What kind of person? Where are they?" And Yu Fei, feeling slightly embarrassed about bringing a woman home without prior consultation, explained, "It is a woman, approximately in her 30s. She wishes to stay with us for a while. I was uncertain, so I thought it best to ask for your input. She is waiting just outside the fence." Lin Shui-yin cast a doubtful glance at Yu Fei, but, seeing his eyes remained as innocent as ever, understood that he harbored no ulterior motives towards this unfamiliar woman. Consequently, she refrained from reprimanding him and quickly got dressed. In the past few days, it was rare for Lin Shui-yin to rise so early. She yawned repeatedly as she sluggishly followed Yu Fei out of the cave. He had assumed she would head directly to meet the woman named Mei Qinyu. However, he underestimated the nature of women. As in Yu Fei's partner, Lin Shui-yin certainly could not meet another woman without first grooming herself. Lin Shui-yin approached the water tap with purpose, meticulously attending to her grooming. After completing her cleansing ritual, she skillfully applied a light makeup and donned a stunning outfit before setting out to meet that woman outside the fence with Yu Fei. Mei Qinyu waited outside for over 20 minutes, pondering whether Yu Fei's wife would indeed oppose her request to stay here, suspecting that Yu Fei was likely persuading his wife. Just as she was lost in thought, a graceful figure emerged at the fence before her. The sight of this enchanting silhouette momentarily left her in disbelief. It was none other than Lin Shui-yin. Lin Shui-yin, upon spotting Mei Qinyu, also found it hard to trust her own eyes. Both women instinctively rubbed their eyes and gazed at each other once more, confirming that their visions were not deceiving them. Their expressions shifted from astonishment to overwhelming joy, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Chapter 60. The circumstances of Mei Qinyu's arrival on the deserted island. Lin Shui-yin called out to Aunt Mei and swiftly descended from the fence, arms outstretched as she ran towards Mei Qinyu. Upon seeing Lin Shui-yin rushing towards her, Mei Qinyu also opened her arms wide. The two embraced tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably down their faces. In that moment of overwhelming emotion, words escaped them, and they could only hold each other even more fervently. After a considerable time, as their emotions began to settle, Lin Shui-yin finally inquired, "Aunt Mei, how did you come to be here? Has something happened?" Mei Qinyu wiped her tears and sighed deeply, saying, "This matter traces back to your disappearance. That night, after our conversation, I was shocked to find the next day a news announcement regarding the project collaboration between your family and the Wu family. The essence of the announcement indicated that you had gone missing, and in order to avoid hampering the project's progress, they would promptly select a new leader and discuss collaborations. When I first saw that news, I could hardly believe it, considering we had just spoken the night before. Filled with confusion, I attempted to reach you again, but to no avail. The location device on you had not changed, and it was then I realized the project's announcement might indeed be true. I hurried to seek out your father for confirmation, and he verified that you had indeed gone missing and had lost contact with the project team. Your sudden loss of communication filled me with great concern, compelling me to urge your father to send someone to search for you. Initially, he did plan to seek you out, intending to assemble a team of professionals. However, before they could set off, for reasons unknown, he abruptly disbanded the team. I could not comprehend his actions and approached him once more. He merely told me that you were no longer in this world and dismissed any further discussion of searching for you. Subsequently, he formed a new team solely to negotiate the project's interests with the Wu family. His actions enraged me, and after a heated confrontation, I resolved to search for you myself. Not knowing how long this endeavor would take, I contacted Yan to manage the company in my absence. However, upon learning that I was going to find you, both she and Xiao Xiao insisted on accompanying me. Given that the company could not operate without someone in charge. We eventually agreed that Yan would stay behind while Xiao Xiao would join me in the search. At this point, Mei Qinyue's expression darkened significantly, and her tears flowed even more profusely than before. After a brief pause, she continued, "The last position sent by your location device was in international waters, with the nearest country being rather underdeveloped and having few diplomatic ties. Just the process of arranging to come here took half a month. After the arrangements were completed, I hired 4 bodyguards from a reputable security firm, bringing my assistant, Xiao Dong, along with Xiao Xiao, to embark on the journey. For several days, everything proceeded without incident, and after 5 days, we arrived at the location where your device had remained stationary. Upon our arrival, we employed underwater cameras to survey the depths, only to discover nothing on the ocean floor. At that moment, I noticed that the positioning device on you seemed to have shifted northward by a considerable distance, prompting me to instruct the search party to proceed in that direction. As we traversed the area, searching diligently, an enormous whirlpool suddenly materialized before the vessel, just as we were preparing to rest the previous evening. It became evident that relying on temporary hires was futile. Upon discovering the whirlpool, the 4 bodyguards abandoned me and Xiao Xiao, hastily boarding the lifeboat, with Xiao Dong following suit. Lin Xuyin, perplexed, inquired, "Why did those bodyguards not rescue you, yet took Xiao Dong along? It has been over a year since Xiao Dong has been by your side, and despite your kindness towards her, did she not voice any objections when I left you behind?" Mei Qinyue sighed and replied, "It's not merely a matter of a few days. Xiao Dong and one of the bodyguards have taken a liking to one another. They have been quite enamored these past few days. The lifeboat could only accommodate 4 people, and Xiao Dong was an unwelcome addition. If I and Xiao Xiao had joined as well, the lifeboat would have been unable to bear the weight. At that moment, it was every person for themselves. Your kindness towards her was of no consequence." Watching them depart, Xiao Xiao and I could only be swept into the whirlpool along with the ship. Now I have survived, yet I have no knowledge of Xiao Xiao's whereabouts. If anything were to happen to her, how could I explain it to Yan and Xiao Xiao's parents? Upon reaching this point, Mei Qinyue's tears flowed more freely, and in Yufei, who had been listening intently, interjected hastily, "Let us pause the lamentations for a moment. I just heard you say that you and Xiao Xiao were both swept into the whirlpool along with the ship, correct?" And Yufei's sudden interruption caught Mei Qinyue off guard. She had almost forgotten about his presence. Although she found his manner somewhat impolite and abrupt, she nodded in affirmation. Once in Yufei received confirmation, he grasped a spear and declared, "Then we must hasten to the beach." Both Lin Xuyin and Mei Qinyue wore expressions of confusion, with Lin Xuyin directly questioning, "Why?" And Yufei patiently elucidated, "Have you not noticed that both our misfortunes and those of the bandits occurred around the same time? And the distance from where we were swept ashore is not far. If the one named Xiao Xiao has also been cast upon the shore, it is likely she has not drifted far. We must proceed swiftly. If we discover her soon, we may still be able to rescue her. If we delay too long, it may be too late." Upon hearing in Yufei's explanation, Lin Xuyin and Mei Qinyue recognized the urgency of the situation, suppressing their sorrow for the time being, and followed in Yufei toward the beach. Knowing that Xiao Xiao might still be saved, Lin Xuyin and Mei Qinyue quickened their pace, surpassing in Yufei, who was taken aback by their speed. Remarkably, Lin Xuyin was still wearing the high heels she had meticulously chosen that morning, yet they did not hinder her swiftness. Before long, the trio arrived at the beach, and it was immediately apparent that no one was present on this stretch of shore. Not even larger debris could be found. Standing on the sand, and Yufei recalled the location where he had discovered Mei Qinyue, realizing that it was strikingly similar to the spot where he himself had been washed ashore. Gazing at that spot, and Yufei couldn't help but recall the moments he shared with Lin Xuyin, his eyes instinctively drawn to that distinctive boulder. Without a moment to spare, he hastened towards the stone. The tide was already rising, and soon it would be submerged. He needed to reach it quickly to investigate. Observing in Yufei's urgent dash, Mei Qinyue was puzzled, while Lin Xuyin quickly remembered that she had been swept behind that very boulder. Thus, she tugged at Mei Qinyue, urging her to follow him towards the stone. Upon their arrival behind the boulder, they indeed found someone lying there, and Yufei placed his hand on the person's pulse, discovering that they were still alive, albeit in a state of unconsciousness. As the seawater lapped at the individual's side, and Yufei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had they delayed by another 20 or 30 minutes, this person would have been entirely engulfed by the rising tide. Chapter 61. At the airport, when Yufei first laid eyes upon the individual, he mistakenly assumed that this person could not possibly be the Xiao Xiao spoken of by Mei Qingyue. In their descriptions, Xiao Xiao was a female, yet Yufei perceived that the figure before him appeared to be male. The attire suggested a masculine persona, with a flat chest that did not resemble that of a girl. However, upon closer inspection, he noted that the clothing bore a resemblance to what Mei Qingyue wore. Further scrutiny revealed the delicate features of the person's face, which seemed too exquisite for a man. And Yufei's initial assumptions began to waver, leading him to contemplate that perhaps this individual was indeed a girl, albeit with a somewhat modest bust. While Yufei pondered this, Lin Xuyan and Mei Qingyue had already confirmed his suspicions, as both called out Xiao Zhao's name upon seeing the figure. And Yufei cast another glance at Xiao Zhao's chest, mused silently that the name was indeed fitting, for it was quite petite. Before he could dwell on it further, he hurriedly addressed Lin Xuyan and Mei Qingyue, stating that Xiao Xiao was still alive and breathing, merely unconscious, likely due to an excessive intake of seawater. Upon hearing that Xiao Xiao was alive, relief washed over Mei Qingyue and Lin Xuyan. Mei Qingyue suppressed the urge to glance at Yufei, feeling an immense gratitude towards him. Had he not alerted them, Xiao Xiao might have faced dire consequences due to the prolonged unconsciousness. Now aware of the reason behind Xiao Zhao's state, the trio commenced a rescue, and Yufei crouched down, allowing Xiao Xiao to rest her head on his thigh, and began to pat her back. Before long, a considerable amount of seawater began to flow from Xiao Zhao's mouth and nose, and after a moment, the sound of her vigorous coughing filled the air. Hearing her struggle, and Yufei promptly laid her down. After a bout of coughing subsided, Xiao Xiao finally opened her eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of Yufei. Having spent days laboring outdoors without a shirt, he had become somewhat tanned. Xiao Zhao's first words were, "This wild man looks rather handsome." And Yufei had anticipated expressions of gratitude, but was instead taken aback by her remark. Feeling a twinge of annoyance, he thought, "Am I truly that wild? Just because I'm a bit darker?" Observing the flush of indignation on his face, Lin Xuyan and Mei Qingyue could not suppress their laughter. Upon hearing their amusement, Xiao Xiao realized there were others nearby. The laughter felt familiar, and upon glancing up, she saw Mei Qingyue and Lin Xuyan. Overwhelmed with excitement, she exclaimed, "Aunt Mei? Sister Xuyan, it's wonderful to see you. I thought I had been rescued by a wild man. I was even contemplating the idea of offering myself in gratitude to this handsome wild man." She then added, "But it seems you are the ones who saved me. In that case, I need not consider that." And Yufei observed the camaraderie among the three and chose to remain silent. Yet he could not help but internally grumble. "You would consider such a sacrifice? As if I were truly a wild man. You think so little of me, yet I find you lacking as well. Just look at my Snow Yin, the true embodiment of beauty." No one is aware of Yufei's hidden thoughts. The three have long since embraced each other in deep sisterly affection, sharing their feelings of longing. After a while, Xiao Xiao regained her composure. Her condition was not severe, merely a fainting spell. Seeing that Xiao Xiao was fine, Lin Xuyan decided to lead Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao back to the cave. Just as they were about to depart, and Yufei called out to them. The three turned to him with curious expressions, and Yufei did not respond immediately. Instead, he inquired of Mei Qingyue, "Aunt Mei, did your 4 bodyguards and assistant board the lifeboat only after spotting the whirlpool?" Mei Qingyue, puzzled by Yufei's question, nodded and replied, "Yes. It was initially the bodyguard steering the boat who noticed it. He did not inform Xiao Xiao and me, but quietly summoned those 3 bodyguards. It was only when they called for Xiao Dong that Xiao Xiao and I became aware of the situation. By the time we emerged from the cabin, they had already boarded the lifeboat. We urged them to take us along, but they ignored our cries. Within a minute of their departure, the large ship was engulfed by the whirlpool." After hearing Mei Qingyue's account, and Yufei nodded and said, "If I am not mistaken, Your 4 bodyguards and Xiaodong likely rushed onto this island. The pull of that whirlpool is exceedingly strong, compounded by the undercurrents below. They could not possibly navigate the lifeboat against the force of the whirlpool and the currents. Unlike others who were oblivious to the whirlpool's strength and the swift currents. And Yufei had experienced it firsthand. Once one is caught in an undercurrent, there is no opportunity for resistance. One can only be swept towards the whirlpool. Observing the puzzled expressions of the three, and Yufei continued, "Consider this. The ship's power far exceeds that of the lifeboat. Upon discovering the whirlpool, they must have attempted to alter the ship's course. Only after failing to do so did they choose to escape in the lifeboat. We should conduct a thorough search of the entire beach. If they have also reached this island, we will be better informed." Lin Shuyan had great trust in Yufei's words and found his analysis quite reasonable. "Thus," she replied, "then let us search along the coastline. On our way back, we can retrieve your stock and let my dear sisters taste the local delicacies." And Yufei, who gathered an abundance of seafood during his daily excursions, found it impossible for just the two of them to consume all the catch. Initially, he had begun to smoke the leftovers. However, some seafood did not retain its flavor after smoking, prompting him to weave several large cages from vines and keep the excess seafood alive in the sea. Lin Shuyan referred to these seafood supplies as in Yufei's stock. Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao found in Yufei's explanation convincing, and so the four of them set off together, searching westward along the shore. They walked for an hour, and as they approached the westernmost edge of the beach, they had yet to see any signs of life. Just when Yufei thought he might have been mistaken, he suddenly spotted footprints in the sand, leading north towards the woods. Moreover, Yufei noticed a small mound at the edge of the beach in the woods, the soil of which appeared remarkably fresh, suggesting it had been recently heaped. He called to the three companions and was the first to approach the mound. As he drew nearer, he observed a wooden board protruding from one side of the mound, with 3 small sticks inserted in front of it. Although the board bore no inscriptions, he could not shake the feeling that this mound resembled a grave. Earlier, while examining the footprints, he had noted that 2 sets of prints were significantly deeper, leading him to believe that those individuals must have been carrying something heavy. Now, confronted with this grave, an unsettling thought crept into his mind. Could it be that one of those individuals had met with death? Chapter 62. The bodyguard has died. Lin Shuyan and her 2 companions had always resided in the city and had never encountered a grave like this one. Even though they had seen such sights in television shows and films, they could hardly recognize it at first glance. As they approached, Lin Shuyan turned to Yufei and inquired, "What is this?" And Yufei gazed at the small mound and replied, "It is most likely a grave. Someone among them has perished." Upon hearing the word grave, Lin Shuyan and Mei Qingyue managed to maintain their composure. But Xiao Xiao was so frightened that she immediately hid behind Mei Qingyue. Mei Qingyue scrutinized the small mound, along with the wooden boards and sticks surrounding it, and soon realized it was indeed a grave. She then asked Yufei, "Can you tell who has died?" Although Xiao Dong had shown little concern for her own fate, Mei Qingyue still hoped it was not her that had met with such a fate. After all, had she not insisted on accompanying them, Xiao Dong would not have faced this peril. And Yufei shook his head and said, "I cannot tell. We must excavate it to discover who lies beneath." Curious about the identity of the deceased, Xiao Xiao remained hidden behind Mei Qingyue and urged Yufei, "Then let us dig it up. How can you know who is just by looking?" And Yufei, noticing Xiao Zhao's mix of fear and curiosity, recalled how she had playfully called him a wild man and decided to tease her. He said, "Why don't you dig? I'll help you." Xiao Xiao was about to assert her willingness to dig, but upon recalling that a corpse lay beneath, she quickly amended, "I'm too weak to dig." Lin Shuyan, aware that Yufei was merely jesting with Xiao Xiao, shot him a disapproving glance and urged, "Hurry up and dig. Let us see who it is so we can return. I'm already hungry." With Lin Shuyan's command, Yufei ceased his hesitation and approached the mound, intending to unearth it. However, just as he was about to begin, he felt something hard underfoot. He paused, examined the ground, and kicked aside the surface sand to uncover a folding entrenching tool. This was an unexpected boon, and Yufei had long desired shovel for digging and had even contemplated melting down some iron he had found to forge one. To his astonishment, He had stumbled upon one now. Equipped with this more suitable tool, and Yufei discarded the wooden board and seized the entrenching tool to commence digging. The efficiency of the proper instrument was remarkable, and soon he had unearthed the individual buried within. And Yufei was eager to ascertain whether this person was among those who had accompanied Mei Qingyue and the others, for if they were not, the situation would become far more complicated. Fortunately, upon revealing the body, both Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao immediately recognized the deceased. It was the bodyguard who had piloted their vessel. The sight of him elicited a profound sense of melancholy from both women. Initially, it had been this very individual who had detected the whirlpool and alerted the other bodyguards. Yet fate had led him to this tragic end. There lies but a solitary grave, within which rests a lone bodyguard. And Yufei surveyed the footprints upon the sandy shore, counting them before stating, "It is now confirmed that those individuals have reached this island. With the demise of this bodyguard, 4 of them remain. On this desolate isle, it is highly probable that these individuals may commit heinous acts. Thus we must remain vigilant, particularly ensuring none of you venture out alone." Upon receiving nods of agreement from the 3 women, and Yufei began to rummage through the deceased man's pockets, uncovering only a half-pack of waterlogged cigarettes and a lighter. The cigarettes had become disintegrated, and, after placing them back into the pocket, he tested the lighter for functionality, ultimately pocketing it. Contemplating the man's shirt, and Yufei hesitated to strip it off in the presence of the 3 women. Moreover, the thought of donning clothing from a corpse unsettled him, particularly as he feared Lin Shuiyin might object to his actions and refuse him intimacy. Consequently, he restrained himself from removing the deceased man's garments. Finding no other useful items, and Yufei reburied the body. After completing this somber task, the group prepared to depart. Before leaving, and Yufei glanced toward the direction where the other bodyguards and Xiao Dong had ventured, deducing they had likely proceeded northward. He recognized that if they continued in that direction, they would reach a cave nestled within the central mountains of the island. This cave, constructed from stone, is expansive and lengthy, providing ample shelter for those individuals. Initially, upon discovering the cave, and Yufei contemplated relocating there. However, his observations indicated that a lone wolf had previously inhabited the space, resulting in a scarcity of resources in the vicinity, with neither wildfowl nor rabbits to be found. Most critically, the cave is situated a considerable distance from the nearest water source, a river flowing toward the sea, which lies approximately a kilometer away. After careful deliberation, and Yufei ultimately abandoned the idea of relocating to the cave, realizing that if this group indeed sought refuge there, their living conditions would be dire, potentially leading to starvation. Setting aside thoughts of these individuals for the time being, he walked back with the 3 women. Typically, during his patrols, and Yufei could traverse the entire coastline in just over 40 minutes. However, guiding the 3 women took a full hour. Despite their earlier haste in seeking Xiao Xiao, Lin Shuiyin and Mei Qinyu now moved at a slower pace, particularly Lin Shuiyin, who struggled in her high heels upon the sandy terrain. Mei Qinyu, accompanied by Xiao Xiao, felt uneasy about asking Yufei to carry her, so she chose to walk barefoot, cautiously navigating the shards of shell and debris littering the beach. After another hour of walking, they finally returned to the spot where they had discovered Xiao Xiao. And Yufei instructed the 3 women to return, while he planned to head eastward to retrieve some seafood he had kept in a cage. Though the 3 were fatigued and wished to accompany Yufei to inspect his supplies, they found themselves unable to continue and thus decided to return first. And Yufei had discerned the close bond between Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao with Lin Shuiyin, and thus resolved to bring back the finest seafood to entertain them. When Yufei returned with the seafood, both Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao were utterly astonished. They had anticipated he might only procure a few shells or similar trifles. Instead, they beheld Yufei carrying 4 large lobsters, several abalone the size of a palm, a dozen sea cucumbers, and an abundance of prawns measuring over 20 centimeters. Unable to contain her curiosity, Xiao Xiao turned to Lin Shuiyin and inquired, "Sister Shuiyin, do you usually indulge in such delicacies?" Chapter 63. Entertaining Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao. Lin Shuiyin shook her head and remarked, "How could that be? You are the ones who came here, hence the sumptuous meal." Xiao Xiao patted her chest, ready to respond, but Lin Shuyan continued, "We also indulge in shellfish and crab from time to time. While we consume these delicacies regularly, we do not subsist solely on them. We enjoy a variety of other dishes as well." Setting her hands down, Xiao Xiao stepped forward and embraced Lin Shuyan's arm, saying, "Sister Shuyan, I can't help but feel that you are somewhat being ostentatious." After playfully tapping Xiao Xiao's head, Lin Shuyan replied, "I am merely stating the truth." At that moment, Mei Qingyue addressed Lin Shuyan, "Shuyan, before we continue discussing food, I have a question for you. When I encountered that individual earlier, he mentioned he needed to return home to consult his wife. He couldn't possibly be referring to you, could he?" Lin Shuyan nodded earnestly. "Indeed, that is I. I am his wife." Upon hearing Lin Shuyan's affirmative response, both Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao widened their eyes in astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Xiao Xiao incredulously inquired, "Sister Shuyan, you cannot possibly have married that wild man, can you?" With a smile, Lin Shuyan replied, "Wild man? Yu Fei has merely been working under the sun for an extended period, and without a shirt, he has become somewhat tanned. He wasn't this dark previously." Xiao Xiao puzzled asked, "But why is he not wearing a shirt?" The mention of an Yu Fei without a shirt made Lin Shuyan chuckle. She explained, "The shipwreck occurred at night, and we were dressed rather lightly. We were not directly sucked into the whirlpool. Rather, we were deliberately cast into the sea by bandits. Fortunately, there was a piece of foam board, and Yu Fei let me sit on it while he pushed from below. We drifted on the sea for over a day before being swept into the whirlpool, which brought us to this island. While adrift, the sun was scorching, so Yu Fei took off his t-shirt to shield me from the heat. Unfortunately, after being drawn into the whirlpool, that shirt vanished." Xiao Xiao, observing Lin Shuyan's well-dressed appearance, remarked, "Then how do you have clothes?" Lin Shuyan blinked and replied, "Ah, I was rather fortunate. Not long after, my suitcase was washed ashore, providing me with clothing. As for my Yu Fei, he has yet to receive such fortune. His bag has not been found." Seemingly struck by a thought, Mei Qingyue interrupted Lin Shuyan. "Wait a moment. Did you say his name is Yu Fei?" Understanding that Mei Qingyue had connected the dots, Lin Shuyan nodded. "Yes, his name is Yu Fei. The very person I mentioned to you previously, the one I rescued." Both Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao expressed their astonishment in unison. "So he is your Duan Yu? You have actually married Duan Yu, abandoning your cousin, Prince Muro." At that moment, Yu Fei entered the scene, placing seafood into the pot, and overheard their conversation. He, perplexed, inquired, "Who is Duan Yu?" Lin Shuyan cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, Weren't you the one who used to call me fairy sister? It's akin to the goddess sister that Duan Yu speaks of. They tease that you're my Duan Yu." Just moments ago, Yu Fei had overheard Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao discussing Lin Shuyan's marriage to her Duan Yu, which prompted him to blurt out a question. Realizing he had overstepped, he quickly stammered, "You all carry on. I shall prepare dinner." With that, he hastily retreated, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He silently vowed to himself to refrain from interjecting in conversations among women in the future, lest he find himself in such an awkward situation again. Once Yu Fei departed, the three resumed their conversation, primarily driven by Lin Shuyan's narration, with Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao occasionally interjecting. Lin Shuyan began recounting their journey since she and Yu Fei had traveled abroad, detailing their harrowing experience at sea, how they ended up on a deserted island, and how Yu Fei had taken care of her during that time. She also shared her suspicions regarding the events that transpired, and both Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao began to recognize that this might all be part of the Wu family scheme, with Lin Shuyan becoming a victim of circumstance. However, they noted that despite Yu Fei's sun-kissed complexion, he had cared for Lin Shuyan exceptionally well, and she remained as stunning as ever, her skin even more radiant than before. At that moment, they felt that Lin Shuyan's marriage to Yu Fei might indeed be a judicious choice. He was undoubtedly a worthy match, and Lin Shuyan had, in essence, married for love. After Yu Fei's departure, he returned to fetch 4 cups and some corn kernels, for he intended to milk the sheep. With 2 additional guests, 2 cups would certainly be insufficient. He planned to extract 4 cups today and would need to discuss the surplus with the actor later. Arriving at the sheep pen, And Yufei addressed the actor, stating, "As you can see, we have guests, so today I must milk an extra 2 cups." The actor shook his head vigorously, bleeding towards Yufei's pocket, as if to imply that milking 2 additional cups warranted extra corn kernels. Unwilling to add corn kernels, and Yufei shook his head and decided to proceed with the milking, hoping to extract 2 extra cups without the actor's knowledge, milking first and providing the corn later. He crouched down and began to milk. Initially, the actor was cooperative. However, once Yufei filled 2 cups and was poised to fill a third, the actor clamped his legs together, preventing Yufei from continuing. The actor's lack of cooperation rendered Yufei powerless, leading him to offer the usual corn kernels to entice the actor. After the actor consumed those, Yufei produced another handful of corn, suggesting, "If I can milk 2 more cups for this corn, consider this. I always manage to milk 2 cups, and you still have plenty of milk left. I must tell you, if this milk isn't extracted, it could be detrimental to your health over time, perhaps leading to that ailment." "What is it called?" Yes, breast cancer. I assure you, this is purely for your well-being." Reluctantly, the actor bleated in response, seemingly requesting the corn first. And Yufei, exasperated, replied, "Am I such a large person that I could deceive a mere sheep? How could I possibly fool you?" The theatrical sheep blinked its eyes and bleated towards Yufei's hand, as if to suggest that it was unclear who had attempted to sneak in for an extra squeeze earlier. And Yufei, feeling somewhat exasperated, acknowledged the sheep's cleverness and decided to offer it some corn kernels first. Only after the sheep had finished its treat was he able to successfully extract 2 cups of goat's milk. He had intended to conserve the limited amount of corn he possessed, yet unexpectedly found himself parting with an additional couple of kernels each day. Once Yufei had brought the goat's milk to a boil and the seafood was thoroughly cooked, he called for the 3 girls who were still chatting outside to wash their hands and join him for the meal. Xiao Xiao had long been eager to savor the seafood that Yufei had brought back. While the 3 were engaged in conversation, she frequently cast glances towards the kitchen. Now that the moment had arrived to indulge, she eagerly rushed to wash her hands, ready to relish the feast of seafood. Chapter 64. Preparing to plant corn. Once everyone had washed their hands, the 4 of them gathered around the table. Before they began their meal, Lin Shuyan spoke up. "Allow me to introduce everyone." She first pointed to Yufei, addressing Mei Qin Yue and Xiao Xiao. "This is Yufei, as I mentioned before. He is my husband." Then Lin Shuyan turned to Yufei and introduced Mei Qin Yue. "This is Aunt Mei, a dear friend of my mother during her lifetime, and also my close confidant. After my mother passed away, Aunt May has been taking care of me. The company I asked you to work for is one that Aunt May and I established together. She's one of your bosses. Since she usually does not involve herself in the company's affairs, you haven't met her yet. Just call her Aunt May." And Yufei nodded and greeted her, "Aunt May." Mei Qinwei acknowledged him with a nod. Lin Shuyan then pointed to Xiao Xiao, introducing her to Yufei. "This is Lan Ya Xiao. We all call her Xiao Xiao. She's also my close friend. She has an older sister, Lan Yan, who is likewise my friend. But she couldn't join us today as she stayed back in the country to help manage the company with Aunt May." And Yufei glanced at Xiao Xiao's chest and remarked, "Hello, Xiao Xiao, your name is quite fitting." Noticing Yufei's gaze, Xiao Xiao playfully clung to Lin Shuyan's arm, pouting, "Sister Shuyan, your husband is being a rogue, peeking at my chest." Lin Shuyan shot Yufei a disapproving look and comforted Xiao Xiao. All right, I will take care of him later." And Yufei, feeling unjustly accused, thought to himself that there was nothing remarkable about her chest. He was merely drawn by her name and inadvertently glanced in that direction. As he watched Xiao Xiao squint her eyes triumphantly and hum in his direction, he felt a surge of irritation. Wishing to challenge her to compare their attributes to prove he was not gazing at her intentionally. Just as Yufei was about to defend himself, Lin Shuyan interjected, "All right. The introductions are complete. Let us raise our glasses in place of wine and take a sip to welcome you to my home. You must try the milk from our dashi sheep." Mei Qin Yue and Xiao Xiao looked puzzled, inquiring, "Dashi sheep? What is that?" With a smile, Lin Shuyan recounted the amusing tale Yufei had shared with her, prompting hearty laughter from the 2 women. After their laughter subsided, Xiao Xiao remarked, "That female sheep is remarkably intelligent. I must taste it to see if I can become clever too. If not, I shall accuse that rogue of false advertising." After their playful banter, the four raised their glasses and took a sip of sheep's milk. They then began to savor the seafood Yufei had prepared. Despite the limited seasonings, Yufei's simple cooking received unanimous praise. Following the meal, the three women continued their lively conversation. Having not seen each other for over a month, and having survived a maritime disaster, they had an endless array of topics to discuss. Yufei, unable to interject, tidied up the dining area before preparing to check the traps outside. As he left the cave and reached the first trap's location, he realized that leaving Lin Shuyin and the other two women behind in the cave was somewhat inappropriate. Now, Yufei and Lin Shuyin are not the only ones on this desolate island. There are also Mei Yi's three bodyguards and Xiaodong. If the three bodyguards were to seize the opportunity and venture into the cave while he was away, Lin Shuyin and the other two women would find themselves with no chance to resist. This thought filled him with concern for their safety, compelling him to hasten his inspection of traps. He even neglected to check the two furthest traps and hurried back with a wild rabbit and a wild chicken he had caught. Upon returning to the cave, seeing the three women engaged in lively conversation brought him relief. With the day's bounty of a wild rabbit and a wild chicken, he resolved to roast the rabbit for lunch and prepare a chicken stew with mushrooms for dinner. Having no further need to venture outside in the morning, he focused on roasting the rabbit. He meticulously processed the rabbit skin, soaking it and then cleaning off the excess meat and fat. He stretched the skin, sprinkled it with salt, and left it to dry. Once the skin was sufficiently dried, he washed off the salt and applied grease and brain matter to it. For the finished rabbit skins, he crafted a needle from a fine iron nail and used fishing net threads to stitch them together. After a busy morning, he completed these tasks, and the rabbit was nearly roasted. He spread wild fruit jam over the rabbit, allowing it to roast a bit longer before it was ready to be savored. As of now, he had yet to find honey, so he had to rely on the wild fruit jam as a substitute. However, both Lin Shuyin and Yufei agreed that the roasted rabbit brushed with wild fruit jam was exceptionally delicious. The three women had spent the entire morning chatting, leaving Yufei astonished by their seemingly endless conversation. While he worked, he could hear their voices uninterrupted, enjoying wild fruit snacks, and, at one point, Lin Shuyin requested popcorn, which added to their joy. The roasted rabbit prepared by Yufei once again delighted Mei Qinyue and Xiao Xiao, who relished every bite and gave him a thumbs up in approval. After their meal, the three women continued their conversation, and Yufei took the opportunity to check the corn cobs and discovered that the kernels had dried out. He prepared to cultivate some land for planting corn. According to his plan, he intended to plant 2 acres of corn, sufficient for both himself and Lin Shuyin. The enclosure he had constructed encompassed just over 2 acres, but a portion of that was occupied by previously planted crops, a chicken coop for the wild chickens, and a sheep pen. Additionally, he needed to allocate space for a future toilet and other living areas, leaving him with only 1.5 acres available. Feeling that this was insufficient, and Yufei decided to build another perimeter around the enclosure as a planting area. This new fence would serve merely to protect the crops from wild animals and would not need to be as sturdy as the current one, as safety concerns were not a priority this time. However, he was not in a hurry to construct the fence. He planned to first plant 1 acre within the existing enclosure, reserving half an acre as a backup. With this 1 acre of corn as a foundation, he would not fear losing the outside crops, even if they were damaged. It was essential to plant the corn early, as early planting would yield an earlier harvest. And Yufei was also concerned that if they consumed too much, they might run out of seeds. Thus, he felt it prudent to plant as soon as possible to ensure peace of mind. With resolute determination, Yufei commenced plowing the land that afternoon. Armed with a military shovel, he exhibited remarkable strength, deftly wielding the tool with agility. In a mere afternoon, he successfully turned over 2.5 mu of soil. He felt immense satisfaction with this achievement. At this rate, he could cultivate half an acre in a single day and complete the entire field in just a few days. During the plowing, Yufei prepared a delightful stew of wild chicken and mushrooms, fearing it might not suffice for 4 people. To complement the meal, he also smoked 2 fish. By the time he finished plowing the land, the feast was ready, perfectly timed for their enjoyment. As the enticing aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, Xiao Xiao could not help but exclaim to Lin Shuyin, Sister Shuiyin, your meals are simply exquisite. It's either a delicacy from the mountains or a taste of the sea. I find myself reluctant to depart. Chapter 65. The innocent smile. Lin Shuiyin smiled and said, if you don't want to leave, then stay. If you stay, I'll ensure you enjoy these delicacies every day. Xiao Xiao shook her head helplessly and replied, I would love to stay, but if I don't return, my sister and parents will begin to worry. To spare them that concern, I must go back. Lin Shuiyin took Xiao Zhao's hand and suggested, then extend your stay a little longer. Return only after you've had your fill. Xiao Zhao's eyes sparkled as she nodded eagerly. That sounds splendid. You must persuade your wild man to prepare more of these delightful treats during this time. Otherwise, I won't have enough to eat. And Yufei had just settled down when he overheard Xiao Xiao calling him a wild man, which irked him slightly. However, considering that Xiao Xiao was a guest and Lin Shuiyin's close friend, he refrained from any retort. He silently grumbled to himself, you little brat. I am no match for a woman. Lin Shuiyin teased Xiao Xiao. If you wish to indulge in these delightful foods, you must refrain from calling him a wild man. Otherwise, he might get upset and make you eat wild fruits every day. In pursuit of delicious food, Xiao Xiao flashed a cheeky grin at Yufei and said, brother-in-law, if you provide me with tasty dishes every day, I will call you brother-in-law from now on and cease referring to you as a wild man. Hearing Xiao Xiao refer to him as brother-in-law, regardless of her sincerity, was music to Yufei's ears, and he responded with a smile, no problem. While I may not meet that standard every day, I assure you it won't be too poor. Upon hearing that she could enjoy delicious meals, Xiao Xiao sweetly called out brother-in-law a few more times, making Yufei feel elated. Then Lin Shuiyin turned to Mei Qingyue and said, Mei Aunt, since you've come all this way, do stay a bit longer. Mei Qingyue contemplated for a moment and replied, staying a little longer is fine, but ideally, it should not exceed half a month. When we arrived, I promised Yan that we would call her once every half month. We just spoke yesterday before the incident, and when the half month is up, I'll contact her to arrange for someone to pick us up. After speaking, Mei Qingyue looked at Lin Shuiyin with a serious expression and asked, Shuiyin, are you truly not returning with us? Do you intend to live on this small island for the rest of your life? I have a satellite phone with me, she continued. I carry it in a waterproof bag, just in case of emergencies. As long as I can call Yan, she will send someone to retrieve us. Lin Shuiyin shook her head and said, for now, I do not wish to return. If I go back, I cannot escape the fate of sacrificing for my family. Rather than confront those troubling matters, I find solace in living on this island. Exchanging a glance with Yufei, she added, in this paradise, with someone who loves me and whom I love in return, I believe this is the happiest time I've experienced since my mother's passing. Mei Qingyue pondered Lin Shuiyin's family circumstances and concluded that living here might be better for her than returning home, even if the conditions were somewhat lacking. She nodded and said, very well. Once I return, I will arrange for some supplies to be sent to you, thus transforming this place into a true paradise. After finishing their conversation, several of them began their dinner, and, just as Xiao Xiao had mentioned to herself, she consumed an astonishing amount, and Yufei found it perplexing. Xiao Xiao, petite and seemingly slender, possessed an insatiable appetite. Where did all that food go? Upon completing their meal, the quartet ventured out, intending to patrol the seaside while leisurely digesting their food. Once they arrived at the beach, Lin Shuiyin led Xiao Xiao and Mei Qingyue to catch fish. Xiao Xiao, enchanted by the novelty, reveled in the activity, while Mei Qingyue initially hesitated. However, upon learning that the grilled fish they would enjoy for dinner was sourced from these waters, she joined in, eager to gather more for Lin Shuiyin and Yufei, hoping to stockpile food. The thought of the evening's grilled fish tantalized her taste buds, and she resolved to catch enough to indulge in a hearty meal. As the three women busied themselves with fishing, and Yufei patrolled alone, upon reaching the westernmost edge of the beach, he spotted the grave of the bodyguard, untouched since their departure. No one had visited after they left. Finding no anomalies along the shore, and Yufei turned back, and when he returned, he found Lin Shuiyin and the others joyfully engaged in their activity. The three had shed their personas as affluent young ladies and corporate executives, resembling a group of carefree children, their laughter pure and unrestrained. and Yufei sensed that their worries had momentarily vanished, leaving only joy in their hearts. Seeing their merriment, and Yufei joined them in the fishing endeavor, sprinting along the coast as the three women focused on catching fish. While they captured fish, and Yufei took on the responsibility of placing their catch into the bags he carried. They were having such an exuberant time that they completely lost track of the hour, only pausing when twilight approached. While the three women were thoroughly entertained, and Yufei found himself utterly exhausted. Previously, he and Lin Shui-yin had combined their fishing with patrols, but today, he was alone in his watch while the three women dedicated themselves entirely to fishing. This stretch of coastline was peculiar, as many fish washed ashore, making them easy to catch. They filled a woven sack and 2 food bags with their haul. When the woven bag was brimming, and Yufei contemplated calling out to them, but seeing their joy, he couldn't bring himself to interrupt. With 2 friends by her side, Lin Shui-yin seemed particularly joyful today, and for Yufei, her happiness was paramount. Thus, he continued to fill the food bags with fish. When the 3 women finally paused and turned to see Yufei laboriously carrying the woven sack and a food bag in each hand, they erupted in laughter. Upon witnessing Yufei drenched in sweat, Lin Shui-yin, after her initial laughter, rushed to assist him, chastising, "Why are you so foolish? You could have asked us to help with the heavy load." And Yufei, using his freed hand to scratch the back of his head with a grin, replied, "Foolish? It seems the theatrics of my family's milk are of no use. We should stop selling it to avoid accusations of false advertising." His quip sent the 3 women into fits of laughter, with Mei Qinyu unable to contain herself, exclaiming, "Your Yufei is quite humorous." And Yufei was indeed intentionally trying to amuse everyone. With a playful grin, he turned to Lin Shui-yin and remarked, "I noticed how joyfully you all were engaged, and I couldn't bring myself to interrupt. I have never seen you so happy, so I thought I would allow you to enjoy yourselves a little longer." Upon hearing Yufei's words, Lin Shui-yin felt as if her heart were filled with honey, sweetness enveloping her being. Yet, with her 2 close friends present, she felt somewhat shy. After giving Yufei an enchanting roll of her eyes and uttering a teasing "You're so annoying," she bashfully picked up a bag of fish and headed towards the cave. Meanwhile, Xiao, ever the instigator, chimed in from behind, "Sister Xuan, why is your brother-in-law so cheesy? Why are you walking so fast? Are you feeling shy?" Chapter 66. Mei Qinyu, alongside Yufei, busily tilled the soil, while Xiao dashed off to pursue Lin Shui-yin. Approaching Yufei, Mei Qinyu took another bag of fish from him, remarking, "You 2 are truly wonderful. You both harbor thoughts of each other and care for one another. I can rest assured, leaving Shui-yin in your capable hands." With that, she made her way toward the cave, feeling considerably lighter with 2 bags fewer. And Yufei, shouldering a woven sack, followed suit toward the cave. Upon reaching the riverbank, Lin Shui-yin had already begun to prepare the fish. Previously, Lin Shui-yin had taken on this task daily, even persuading Yufei to sharpen a small iron piece specifically for her use in fish preparation. Today, with an abundance of fish, Yufei would not allow Lin Shui-yin to manage it alone. He set down the woven sack on his back and joined her in the endeavor. Xiao, unable to bear the sight, distanced herself, while Mei Qinyu, unperturbed, joined in the preparations. The trio worked in unison, efficiently processing the fish before nightfall. Once they returned to the cave, Yufei fed the fish entrails to the wild chickens, while Lin Shui-yin arranged all the cleaned fish on the smoking rack. At this moment, Mei Qinyu and Xiao officially toured Yufei and Lin Shui-yin's quaint kitchen. They marveled at the variety of foods hanging from the beams, simultaneously exclaiming how affluent Yufei and Lin Shui-yin truly were. There were hundreds of smoked fish, a fair number of smoked wild chickens and rabbits, several baskets of dried wild fruits, and some unknown jerky, which Lin Shui-yin later revealed to be made from wolf meat. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, everyone hastily prepared for washing up and resting, when the issue of sleeping arrangements dawned upon them. And Yufei's storeroom had just been excavated with a door, yet it remained unfinished. The kitchen, perpetually warmed by charcoal, was unfit for habitation at night. The single bedroom was too cramped for 4 individuals. After some contemplation, and Yufei extinguished the fire in the kitchen, deciding to sleep there for the night while allowing the three women to occupy the bedroom. He lit the oil lamp crafted from a stone bowl, using animal fat for the oil and a wick made from a cotton-like plant. Due to the scarcity of animal fat, and Yufei and Lin Shuyan seldom lit the lamp, but as they had stayed up late that evening, they made an exception. Following their individual ablutions, they returned to their respective sleeping quarters, and Yufei lay on the kitchen floor, struggling to find sleep. He had felt weary in the morning and longed for rest. However, the night brought a sense of nostalgia for certain matters, which seemed increasingly enchanting the more he pondered them, particularly thoughts of Lin Shuyan. Compounding his restlessness, the three women chatted away on the bed, their voices, though hushed, easily penetrating the thin partition. And Yufei could not discern their words, but their chatter rendered him incapable of sleep. Unable to doze off, and Yufei refrained from making any sounds, even suppressing the most natural of bodily functions. In the past, he would have thought little of such matters, but now, as Lin Shuyan's husband, he felt it prudent to maintain decorum. He was apprehensive that his actions might embarrass Lin Shuyan in front of her friends, so he endeavored to endure the discomfort. That night, and Yufei found it exceedingly challenging to endure, but eventually he managed to fall into a restless slumber, constantly vigilant not to speak in his dreams. With the dawn breaking, and Yufei hastily arose. It was the first time since marrying Lin Shuyan that he had awakened so early. Although he felt quite fatigued, lying down seemed even more unbearable. As he stepped out of the small kitchen, he noticed the three women sleeping soundly. He quietly removed the planks that blocked the cave entrance and exited. After sealing the entrance once more with the planks, he gathered his belongings and set off to patrol the beach, intending to collect some seafood along the way. Lin Shuyan typically awoke late, having gone to bed late last night. He had no idea when she would arise today. Upon his return, he simmered the seafood in a pot, then exchanged 4 cups of goat's milk with the actor, heating it in a stone pot while he resumed tilling the soil with a folding shovel. Not long after, Mei Qinwei woke. Upon seeing her, and Yufei remarked, "Aunt Mei, you're up. You're awake quite early." Mei Qinwei glanced at the sun and replied, "It's still early. The sun is already quite high." And Yufei chuckled and said, "For my Shuyan, this would indeed be an early rise." Mei Qinwei beamed at him with a motherly smile and commented, "Shuyan is truly fortunate to have you. She can sleep until she naturally awakens every day. If she were still in the city, she wouldn't even have the luxury of that thought, as there are endless tasks to attend to even when not working." Reflecting on their situation, she continued, "It's quite nice here. There are no car loans, no mortgages, and no rush hour. As long as one is well fed, there is nothing else to worry about. It truly is a paradise." And Yufei grinned and responded, "Indeed, both Shuyan and I appreciate this lifestyle." Mei Qinwen nodded in agreement and then glanced at the folding shovel in Yufei's hand, asking, "What are you working on? Let me help you." And Yufei quickly declined, saying, No need. I can manage this myself. You should freshen up and rest a bit. Once they wake up, we can have breakfast. If you're hungry, I can serve you some first." Mei Qinwei rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward to take the folding shovel from Yufei, saying, "I can't just eat every day without working. If I did that, I'd gain weight in no time. Working is beneficial. It helps keep one fit." With that, Mei Qinwei began tilling the soil, and Yufei observed her technique and couldn't help but ask, "Aunt Mei, have you tilled soil before? How do you know how to do it so well?" Mei Qinwei replied, "While working, I used to grow vegetables and flowers myself, which taught me how to till." As they conversed and toiled, Mei Qinwei continued to till while Yufei collected the weeds and debris from the freshly turned earth. After a while, Mei Qinwei grew tired, and they switched roles, with Yufei taking over tilling while she cleared away the weeds. The two individuals engaged in light-hearted conversation, and as they approached 10 o'clock, they nearly finished their tasks. At this time, Lin Shuyan and Xiao Xiao had only just risen from their slumber. This was a routine for Lin Shuyan, who had long since acclimated to it. Xiao Xiao, visiting in Yufei's home for the first time, felt a touch of shyness. However, with her dear sister Shuyan by her side, her discomfort was alleviated. As Lin Shuyan prepared to freshen up, she noticed the two hard at work and could not help but chide Yufei. "Say, Yufei, How could you allow Aunt May to toil alongside you? And Yufei scratched his head, unsure of how to respond, while Mei Qingyue interjected. It was not Yufei who asked me to work, I volunteered. I intend to engage in labor while simultaneously enhancing my physical fitness. Lin Shuyan replied. This is not merely my opinion, but I believe you should partake in such activities more often, for if you do not, I fear you may find yourself gaining weight in just a few years. Chapter 67. The division of labor among four. As Lin Shuyan was washing up, she remarked, I'm no longer concerned about gaining weight. As long as Yufei doesn't mind, a few extra pounds are inconsequential. She then turned to Yufei and asked, Yufei, if I gain weight, will you find me undesirable? And Yufei chuckled and replied, Not at all. I will cherish you no matter how you change. Witnessing their affectionate banter, Mei Qingyue felt somewhat exasperated. She placed the folding shovel on the ground and addressed Yufei, You can handle it yourself. With a sigh, Xiao Xiao added, During my stay here, you two should refrain from flaunting your affection too much. Otherwise, I'll be full from your love and have no appetite for actual food. Having already risen, Lin Shuyan and Xiao Xiao were awake, and Yufei, having ceased his plowing, washed his hands and began to serve breakfast. This morning's feast consisted of seafood and goat's milk, but he had indulgently added a few kernels of corn to the seafood. While seafood alone could suffice, he believed that the corn would enhance the flavor. During the meal, he soon realized he had been somewhat stingy with the corn. Not only did Lin Shuyan enjoy it, but Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao were equally fond of it. Not having had her fill, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, Brother-in-law, why are you so miserly? There's barely enough corn for anyone. Lin Shuyan patted Xiao Xiao on the shoulder and explained, It's not that your brother-in-law is stingy. It's simply that our corn supply is limited. You arrived at an opportune time. Once we cultivate the corn, you'll be able to indulge freely during your next visit. If you wish to eat, you should help us plant the corn. By the time you return, there will be plenty for you to enjoy, she continued. Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment before responding. All right, I'll assist with planting the corn. I need to exercise. Otherwise, how can I expect to marry? Unlike some, I won't neglect my figure after tying the knot. Lin Shuyan gave her a mischievous look and inquired, Are you implying that I'm one of those people? Xiao Xiao quickly shook her hands and insisted, No. When I mentioned some people, I meant just that. Some people, no one in particular. Despite Xiao Xiao's vehement denials, she could not escape the fate of being tickled by Lin Shuyan. After their playful antics, Yufei had cleaned the dining table, and Mei Qingyue had washed the dishes. Following their late breakfast, Yufei resolved to return to work. He had been contemplating the potential arrival of the bodyguards during his absence, which might jeopardize the safety of Lin Shuyan and the others. Thus, aside from patrolling the beach, he had no intention of venturing out. Having already retrieved the traps he had inspected, only a few distant traps remained unchecked outside. Those Yufei decided to abandon. Since he planned to stay put, he intended to work on the corn planting and improve their living facilities. However, today he did not plan to plant corn or enhance the facilities. Instead, he aimed to excavate the storage rooms swiftly, having spent the previous night in the small kitchen. Today, it is no longer feasible to continue residing in the small kitchen. He must extinguish the fire within, as the space is filled with smoked meats that could spoil if left unattended, particularly the unprocessed cuts. Yufei intends to excavate the storage room today. During Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao's stay, he plans to make the storage room his temporary dwelling and later revert it back to its intended purpose. After some playful antics, Xiao Xiao eagerly expressed her desire to plant corn, and Yufei outlined his plans for the day, indicating that he would first dig out the storage room. Otherwise, he would be forced to stay in the small kitchen again that night. Xiao Xiao still held some interest in planting corn due to her craving for the morning's corn kernels, but her enthusiasm for excavating the storage room was waning. Observing her demeanor, Mei Qingyue reassured her, No worries. Let your brother-in-law and the others handle the storage room. I'll take you to plant corn. I know how to do it as well. And Yufei was pleasantly surprised by Mei Qingyue's skills. She was adept at tilling the soil and planting corn, managing household chores with an admirable proficiency that belied her status as a business mogul. Unsure of whether it was appropriate to assign them work, he glanced at Lin Shuyan, who nodded in agreement. Consequently, Yufei retrieved the hoe he had fashioned from bamboo and wood a few days prior from the small kitchen. This implement was specifically created for planting corn, and although it was made from simple materials, it was sufficient for tilling the prepared soil. He handed the hoe to mate Qin Yu, who, upon inspecting it, could not help but commend, "Yu Fei, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. You've crafted a hoe from such basic materials, and it resembles a proper one quite closely." With that, she took the hoe and, accompanied by Xiao Xiao, set off to plant the corn. And Yu Fei had already prepared the seeds, selecting large, plump kernels, totaling around 10 pounds, with the intention of sowing them across 2 acres. Observing from the cave entrance, and Yu Fei noted that Mei Qin Yu was not merely boasting. She was indeed skilled at planting corn, demonstrating an appropriate depth and spacing. With Mei Qin Yu tending to the corn, he felt reassured and could devote his attention to excavating the storage room. Thus, Mei Qin Yu and Xiao Xiao planted corn, while Yu Fei and Lin Shui Yin worked together to dig out the storage area, as it was intended for storage. And Yu Fei did not plan to excavate too high, settling on a height of just over 1 meter, with a width matching that of the small kitchen at 2 meters and a length of less than 2 meters, aligning perfectly with the bedroom to the north. Including the wall separating it from the small kitchen, the combined length of the small kitchen and this storage room measured 5 meters. With the aid of a folding shovel, the task progressed swiftly, and by noon, Yu Fei had completed the excavation of the storage room, significantly quicker than when he had previously dug the small kitchen and expanded the bedroom. The earth he had unearthed was of excellent quality, and he planned to use it for brickmaking in the future, though time constraints meant he would have to wait a while longer. Meanwhile, Mei Qin Yu and Xiao Xiao were also making good progress with the corn planting, having covered about 1 acre by now. As noon approached, and Yu Fei decided it was time to prepare lunch, Mei Qin Yu hurriedly called out to him, saying, "It's barely been a moment since breakfast, and you're already preparing lunch? Let's wait a while before you start again. We should work a bit longer first." Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, I haven't fully digested my breakfast yet. If you cook now, I won't be able to eat." Lin Shuyin also mentioned that she wasn't hungry, seeing that all 3 were not in need of food. And Yu Fei decided to wait until everyone felt hungry before cooking. Since there was no immediate need to prepare a meal, and Yu Fei took Lin Shuyin to the fields to plow. The freshly turned soil required some time to dry. What was plowed yesterday would be sown this morning, while what was plowed this morning would be sown either this afternoon or tomorrow. And Yu Fei was currently plowing just in time for sowing tomorrow or the day after, allowing for a seamless transition from plowing to planting, ensuring that by the time he finished plowing, the planting would be nearly complete as well. Chapter 68. Constructing the toilet in the interim, and Yu Fei prepared lunch. Aside from their meal, the 4 of them toiled diligently until dusk, only pausing their labor to partake in dinner before embarking on a patrol along the seaside, taking the opportunity to stroll and aid digestion. Having exerted themselves considerably throughout the day, they indulged in a meal that surpassed their usual fare, consuming an additional half of a roasted fish. Upon reaching the shore, the 3 women resumed their fishing endeavors, while Yu Fei took it upon himself to patrol alone. Earlier in the day, he had overheard Lin Shuyin mention that Mei Qin Yu and Xiao Xiao felt particularly relaxed while strolling and fishing by the sea, relishing this sensation immensely. It was yet another bountiful day. Upon returning to the cave, they proceeded to smoke the fish they had caught, stored in a woven bag and 3 food bags, before washing up and retiring for the night. This evening, Yu Fei was finally relieved from the confines of the small kitchen, finding solace in a makeshift bed within the storeroom, devoid of the smoky odor that had plagued him before. After a long day of labor, fatigue enveloped the group, and the 3 women fell into slumber without uttering a word, allowing Yu Fei the opportunity for a restful night as sleep. Awakening early, Yu Fei rose and ventured outside, not due to a desire to leave his bed, but rather because the storeroom was excessively dim. While it was tolerable for sleep, lingering there upon waking left him feeling quite uncomfortable. He believed that prolonged exposure could lead to illness. He proceeded to patrol the seaside once more, gathering seafood. Just as he placed the seafood into a pot and heated goat's milk, Mei Qin Yue arose earlier than the previous day. After exchanging greetings, they began tilling the land. By the time Lin Shuyin and Xiao Xiao emerged from their slumber, Yu Fei and Mei Qingyue had already prepared 2/5 of the designated area. And Yufei was determined to complete the entire acre designated for planting within the enclosure. Having received considerable assistance from Xiao Xiao and Mei Qingyue the day before, and Yufei decided to add a generous portion of corn kernels to the seafood he was preparing for breakfast. Upon seeing the abundance of corn during their meal, Xiao Xiao beamed with joy, praising Yufei for his thoughtfulness as a brother-in-law. In truth, it was not that Xiao Xiao had faltered in her efforts yesterday. Rather, she had grown weary after a brief period of work. Mei Qingyue had then remarked to her, "Your short stature is a result of your reluctance to work. If you exert yourself more, you can enjoy more delicious food, and who knows, you might even grow taller." Having known Xiao Xiao for many years, Mei Qingyue understood her well. Xiao Xiao's primary concerns were indulging in delightful food and achieving greater height. This statement resonated with Xiao Xiao, igniting her determination, and she labored even more vigorously than before. In reality, Xiao Xiao's height of 1.6 meters was not particularly short. It merely paled in comparison to the towering figures of Lin Shuyan and Mei Qingyue, both standing at 1.7 meters. Spending daily time with them led Xiao Xiao to perceive her height as a disadvantage. After breakfast, the four of them joined forces to plant corn. With the addition of an Yufei, their planting pace quickened significantly. Although Mei Qingyue possessed the knowledge to cultivate, she was unaware of the most efficient techniques to conserve energy and expedite the process. Under the guidance of an Yufei, by around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the four individuals had successfully planted corn across an entire acre of land. It was only after this accomplishment that they sat down to have their lunch, basking in the gratifying sense of achievement while gazing at the flourishing crops. During their meal, Mei Qingyue inquired of an Yufei, noting that there were still half of the corn seeds he had prepared remaining. "Why don't you continue planting?" she asked, and Yufei gestured toward the area outside the cave, explaining, "I intend to reserve the remaining space within the enclosure for future constructions. Therefore, I plan to plant only this much corn inside. The rest will be sown outside the enclosure, but as there is currently no fence there, planting must wait until we can erect another boundary." Mei Qingyue nodded in agreement, suggesting, "Then why wait? Let us build the fence this afternoon, so we may continue planting the corn." And Yufei shook his head, saying, "Let us construct the fence tomorrow. This afternoon, I will focus on building the toilet. It is inconvenient to trek outside the enclosure every time nature calls." And Yufei presumed that the three women would not assist him with the toilet construction. But to his surprise, they joined him, with the most enthusiastic being Xiao Xiao. He was puzzled as to why Xiao Xiao, who had shown little interest in digging the cave the previous morning, was now so eager to help construct the toilet. The design Yufei envisioned was a dry toilet, albeit distinct from conventional ones. When constructing the fence, he had deliberately selected several sturdy bamboo poles, hollowing them out to serve as drainage pipes. Within the enclosure, he excavated a pit similar to that of a dry toilet, applying a layer of clay to the surface once the pit was ready. After the clay dried, he further treated the entire pit with heat. The clay, akin to that used in pottery, while not yielding ceramic results through his method, would nonetheless provide waterproof sealing. Upon completing the pit for the dry toilet, Yufei utilized thick bamboo as a conduit, extending it over 10 meters to the outside of the enclosure, where he had already left a designated space. Now, all that remained was to dig a cesspool at that location and construct a small structure on the toilet side to channel water using bamboo. The four of them began digging the cesspool together. With the assistance of 4 individuals, Yufei decided to make it larger than necessary. It was better to expend effort now and dig deeper than to fill it quickly later. By nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they had completed the cesspool, though Yufei did not measure its exact dimensions. He felt confident that even if only he and Lin Shuyan used it for a decade, it would not fill up, and with the addition of Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao, it could last 5 or 6 years. To prevent excessive water from entering the cesspool, Yufei found a wooden pole as thick as his arm and combined it with thin branches and dried grass to create a cover. He then placed a thin layer of soil over the dried grass. After sealing it, he earnestly instructed the 3 women to remember the location and to be cautious not to fall in. And Yufei warned, while injuries may be avoided, the odor will be unbearable. The three women simultaneously cast him a disdainful glance, exclaiming, "We are not foolish. We are about to have our meal. Please refrain from uttering such repulsive remarks, as they are quite unappetizing." And Yu Fei scratched the back of his head, confident that the three were not foolish enough to fall into such a trap. He proceeded to wash his hands and brought the dinner to the table. Although the women claimed that his distasteful comments affected their appetite, he observed that none of them ate less. Each one indulged heartily, savoring their meal. After dinner, the remaining tasks became manageable, and Yu Fei first constructed a small house using bamboo and wood, even installing a door woven from bamboo strips. Chapter 69. Preparing for an offensive. As for the bamboo pipes for water diversion, and Yu Fei had long since completed their construction. On the opposite side, he had similarly prepared. It merely required connecting the bamboo pipe to the toilet. The other side was crafted from a hollowed wooden stump, in which he meticulously carved a small hole near the bottom to accommodate the bamboo pipe, sealing the connection with clay. Above the stump, he fashioned a groove directing water flow, positioning the stump beneath the bamboo pipe that would channel the water. Typically, a wooden plug made from a stick would block the lower bamboo pipe. Once the stump filled with water, it would flow out through the groove, which led to a waterway, ultimately guiding the water to a small river. When the time came to flush the toilet, one simply needed to remove the plug leading to the toilet's bamboo pipe. Afterward, it could be replaced. Regardless, hand washing followed after using the toilet, making the flushing process quite convenient. Although it lacked the ease of modern flush toilets, it served a similar purpose. Upon the completion of the toilet, the four individuals surveyed their handiwork with satisfaction. Lin Shuiyan could not help but boast of Mei Qinyue and Xiao Xiao. "What do you think? My Yu Fei is impressive, isn't he? Even on this deserted island, he ensures my comfort." Mei Qinyue smiled and remarked, "Indeed, your Yu Fei is the most remarkable." Xiao Xiao merely pouted, choosing not to respond. She felt a twinge of envy without understanding why Lin Shuiyan spoke so. In the following 5 days, and Yu Fei refrained from venturing out except for his morning and evening patrols by the sea. It was not fear of encountering the 3 bodyguards that restrained him, but rather concern that they might invade the cave in his absence. During this period, he collaborated with the 3 women to construct a shorter fence outside the enclosure. This new fence, primarily intended to protect the corn from animals, was not built too high, standing at about 1.5 to 2 meters. Unlike the previous fence, where trees were planted side by side, this time he left a considerable gap between them. The trees selected for this construction were not meticulously chosen. Any tree with a diameter exceeding 10 centimeters was deemed suitable, and each was cut into 3 or 4 segments, significantly expediting the building process. With the assistance of the 3 women, the new fence was completed in merely 3 days. And Yu Fei couldn't help but marvel at the power of teamwork. Had he been alone, the progress would have been far slower. The newly erected fence stood 20 meters from the previous one, and Yu Fei estimated that the area between the 2 enclosures was approximately 3 acres, allowing ample space for planting corn. For this new fence, he installed a small gate, discreetly nestled among the underbrush, making it difficult for an ordinary person to detect. In addition to constructing the fence, Yu Fei also dug a smaller cave beside their main cave for the performer and 2 lambs, as well as for the domesticated wild chickens. This excavation was necessary because the nests he had built for them were not robust enough. A recent storm had torn the roofs from their homes. The little lamb endured the rain throughout the night, while the wild chickens became drenched. The sight of the lamb in the rain caused Lin Shuiyan great distress, prompting her to urge Yu Fei to devise a sturdy shelter for them. Concerned about future storms, Yu Fei deliberated for a considerable time before ultimately deciding to excavate 2 separate caves for them. The walls of the mountain were adorned with resilient climbing plants, which had withstood the gales of the tempest, so Yu Fei took care to preserve these flora while digging. Their drooping vines conveniently concealed the entrances of the caves, providing protection from the wind at night and ensuring that rainwater would not easily infiltrate the caves even during severe storms. Whether it was 3 goats or a dozen wild chickens, all seemed quite content with their new abode, which offered a refreshing coolness. They spent most of their time within the caves, emerging only when the weather was mild or during feeding times. The excavation of the two caves was accomplished by An Yufei in his spare moments, requiring little time. The remainder of the day was spent by the four in tilling over an acre of land within the newly enclosed area. They had just finished this labor by noon and, feeling somewhat fatigued, decided to rest together in the afternoon without engaging in any further tasks. With this sudden leisure, the three women engaged in conversation, while An Yufei found himself feeling somewhat bored. In the past, he would have ventured out to set traps or search for additional food. However, since Mei Qingyue and the others had arrived a week ago, he had only checked the traps once on the first day and had not ventured out since. He remained near the caves, and the three bodyguards along with Xiao Dong had not come by either. An Yufei thought that continuing in this manner was not sustainable. He believed he should take more initiative rather than remaining passive. He planned to visit the cave where those individuals might be residing, to ascertain their situation and gain a clearer understanding. This matter had occupied An Yufei's thoughts for several days, and after a restful afternoon, he resolved to act on his intentions and investigate that evening. As dusk approached, he began organizing a meal for everyone. After dinner, while patrolling the seaside, he shared his plans with the three. They expressed concern for his safety and were reluctant to let him go. An Yufei reassured them, saying, "Do not worry. I merely intend to observe their situation from a distance without any interaction. Though the moon is bright tonight, I will keep my distance, and they will surely not notice me. I will return shortly after taking a look. Once you finish catching fish, simply head back to the cave without waiting for me. I will patrol westward and then proceed north, as that route is easier to navigate." He added, however, "Once you return, make sure to rest early. If they are indeed residing in that cave, it is quite a distance from here, and I want to be back until late at night." Despite her reluctance, Lin Shuyan understood the necessity of An Yufei's expedition. She had observed his restless demeanor over the past few days. On a deserted island, a group of individuals found themselves in a state of unease, not only in Yufei, but also Lin Shuyan and Mei Qingyue harbored a sense of trepidation, constantly fearing that those few individuals might unexpectedly approach their cave. These individuals, who could abandon their employer to flee, were undoubtedly not of virtuous character, lacking responsibility and moral boundaries. One could only speculate what actions they might undertake in such desolation. Under the reluctant gaze of Lin Shuyan and her companions, Yufei grasped his spear and began his westward journey along the shoreline. His intention was to head north from the grave of the deceased bodyguard, confident that even if those individuals did not venture to the cave, he would still be able to uncover their traces. Chapter 70. Xiao Dong becomes a bargaining chip. The pair of shoes that Yufei had liberated from the bandit had been worn for some time, and they had stretched to fit his feet comfortably. With these well-fitting shoes, he strode swiftly and soon arrived at the location of the bodyguard's grave. The grave appeared unchanged since the day he was buried. The individuals responsible had not returned. And Yufei, however, kept his distance as the body had begun to decompose, and the stench of decay wafted through the air. He calculated that today marked the 7th day since the bodyguard's demise, a day traditionally significant for honoring the deceased. Typically, on the 7th day after a person's passing, friends and family would pay their respects. Observing the absence of mourners, Yufei pondered the strained relationships among the bodyguards. Otherwise, they would have come to pay tribute. Previously, he had been skeptical of such customs, but the trials of his own fate had compelled him to believe. In silence, he addressed the bodyguard's grave, expressing sympathy for the lack of recognition on this important day. "You are indeed unfortunate, with no one to honor you on your 7th day. Since fate has brought us together, I shall kindly pay my respects. Though we are now neighbors on this deserted island, do refrain from visiting my home uninvited." With that, Yufei bowed several times before circumventing the grave and proceeding northward. This act was merely a means of self-soothing. He did not dwell on the irony of disturbing the grave while contemplating its occupant's plight. After all, he still possessed a lighter that had belonged to the bodyguard. Should the spirit of the deceased return, he would undoubtedly seek him out first. Yet, this was but a fleeting episode, not significantly affecting Yufei's pace. He continued northward, despite the passage of 7 days since those individuals had traversed this path, which had also endured a storm. Nevertheless, Yufei could still discern traces of their passage, reassuring him that he was on the right track. As he journeyed onward, darkness enveloped the landscape, but the moon shone brightly, illuminating his path. Although the light slowed his pace somewhat, it was not a substantial hindrance. And Yufei had parted ways with Lin Shuiyin and the others around 6 o'clock and had walked for 3.5 hours, reaching a point not far from the central mountain by approximately 9:30. Upon arrival, and Yufei confirmed his suspicions, the group had indeed taken refuge in the cave. As he could see flickering flames from a distance, presumably from a campfire they had lit. As he approached the cave, he was compelled to reduce his speed, striving to remain as silent as possible, fearful that any noise might alert those within. At times, he would pause after taking a step, listening intently for other sounds, and only when assured of silence would he advance. The distance of less than 100 meters took him over 20 minutes to traverse before he finally reached the cave's entrance. And Yufei concealed himself behind a stone near the entrance of the cave, where he could distinctly hear the sounds emanating from within. If he could perceive the noises from outside, then those inside the cave could undoubtedly hear him as well. Upon reaching the spot, he dared not exhale, holding his breath to listen intently to the sounds from the cave. Earlier, when he was at a slightly greater distance, he had assumed there were voices within. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was not conversation, but rather the soft gasps of a woman, sounds he recognized all too well. Just a few nights prior, while exercising with Lin Shuiyin, she had emitted similar sounds. The inappropriate nature of these sounds left Yufei at a loss for words. After all, inside the cave were a woman and 3 men. Did these two not consider the presence of the other two? Just as Yufei began to feel a rising heat within, the noises abruptly ceased, followed by the joyous laughter of a man. He exclaimed, "This little minx is truly captivating. Every time I see her enchanting eyes, I can't help but want to conquer her." And Yufei could not suppress his internal commentary. From the onset of those unsuitable sounds to their conclusion, scarcely 2 minutes had passed. With such lackluster prowess, whom could that man possibly conquer? At that moment, another man interjected, "Indeed, I share your sentiments. Have you finished? It's my turn now. I've been holding back and need to release some tension." Once again, inappropriate sounds filled the cave, this time persisting for a longer duration, approximately 3 minutes, before subsiding. Once the release was complete, another bodyguard spoke up. "I must ask, can you two not engage in anything besides that? Your minds are consumed by it daily." The first bodyguard responded with dissatisfaction. "We had an agreement. You would offer this woman for our mutual enjoyment. During our time on this deserted island, we followed your lead, so why the sudden reluctance?" The man who had just spoken retorted, "How could that be? Initially, my intention in approaching her was to get close to that wealthy woman, May. Who would have thought this girl was so infatuated? Before I could even make a move, she fell head over heels. When something presents itself so easily, who would refuse? I intended to play with her for a few days first. I feel no remorse in offering her up, nor would I regret it. But we cannot continue like this. You must venture out to procure some proper food. I'm growing nauseous from these sour, astringent wild fruits. The sight of them now makes my stomach churn." The bodyguard who had just released his tension replied, "What can we do? We're stuck on this desolate island where not even a bird would dare to alight. My colleague and I have scoured the vicinity and have only found this unripe wild fruit tree. At least we have something to eat. It's better than starving." The bodyguard who had suggested offering up assistant dong expressed his displeasure. "If there's nothing nearby, can't you venture a bit further? To the east of the river where we fetch water lies a vast area." The bodyguard who spoke first furrowed his brow and remarked, "That place is quite a distance away. Just to fetch a single bucket of water and return will take 3 hours. Do not be deceived by its apparent proximity. The path is treacherous. If we venture further east, it could easily extend to 6 or 7 hours. Such a lengthy journey would surely exhaust the both of us." Another bodyguard, who had previously been offered by Assistant Dong, scoffed and said, "You just mentioned how I contributed this woman, and now that you two are on this deserted island, you heed my words. Have you both enjoyed yourselves so thoroughly that you no longer wish to listen to me?" Chapter 71. Aunt May's regret. Both men glanced at Xiao Dong's enchanting eyes and shook their heads in disbelief, stating, "How could it be? Since we agreed on this, during our time on the deserted island, we shall certainly heed your counsel." The bodyguard provided by Assistant Dong smiled slightly and remarked, "This is quite something. You two should venture eastward from there tomorrow. If that proves fruitless, perhaps you could check the river for fish. Catching a few would suffice." Noticing their reluctance, he continued, Old Huang, surely you do not wish to subsist on sour and astringent wild fruits every day. I am suggesting this not merely for my own sake, but for the benefit of us all." After a moment's contemplation, Old Huang, who had previously vented his frustrations on Xiao Dong, spoke up, "Very well, Captain Gao. I shall consider your request. However, I must insist on a more favorable arrangement. I cannot continually settle for second-hand experiences. I deserve something fresh." Captain Gao, aware of Old Huang's proclivities, sighed in resignation. "Fine, just be cautious. Do not ruin things for yourself. We do not yet know how long we must remain on this island, and if you spoil it, you shall have to endure the consequences without any companionship." Old Huang chuckled lecherously. "Rest assured, I shall explore that area tomorrow and strive to bring back some sustenance." Subsequently, and Yufei heard the sounds of Xiao Dong's protests intertwined with Old Huang's lewd laughter. It was evident that a mere girl like Xiao Dong could not possibly stand against Old Huang, and soon he had his way. What followed was no longer the soft sounds of Xiao Dong's gentle gasps, but rather her cries of distress, mingled with Old Huang's gleeful laughter. Understanding the situation, and Yufei felt he had gleaned enough and decided to retrace his steps. He quietly exited the confines of the cave, casting a final glance back. Regarding Xiao Dong's predicament, he found himself at a loss for words. Whatever her current state, it was her own choice. Having made that choice, she was undeserving of sympathy from others. Shaking his head, and Yufei focused on his journey. As night had fallen, he did not traverse quickly. It was only upon reaching the beach that he quickened his pace. After 3.5 hours, he finally returned to the cave. This round trip, coupled with the time spent at the cave, had taken him a total of 8 hours, and it was nearly 2 a.m. And Yufei climbed into the enclosure, observing the wooden boards blocking the cave entrance. He pondered whether to awaken Lin Shuiyin and the others. Fearing they might have already drifted into deep slumber, he resolved to seek refuge in the actor's cave instead. Just as he turned to head in that direction, Lin Shuiyin's voice suddenly echoed from within the cave. "Is that you, Yufei?" And Yufei halted, surprised that Lin Shuiyin was still awake, seemingly awaiting his return. He quickly replied, "It's me. I have returned." Delighted at the confirmation of his arrival, Lin Shuiyin responded, "Wait a moment. I will remove the boards blocking the entrance." And Yufei acknowledged with a nod and waited at the cave's entrance. Since Lin Shuiyin had opened the door for him, there was no need for him to venture into the other cave, which reeked of sheep dung, an odor too overwhelming to bear. Upon entering the cave, he intended to rest. However, the three women were brimming with curiosity and would not allow him to sleep. As soon as he stepped inside, they surrounded him, inquiring whether he had located the whereabouts of the several bodyguards. Faced with the trio's eager, inquisitive gazes, and Yufei relayed the details truthfully, including the living arrangements of those individuals and the circumstances surrounding them, as well as a brief account of Xiao Dong's predicament. After he finished speaking, Mei Qinhua let out a huff and remarked, "I knew that surnamed Gao had ill intentions. He has attempted to engage me in conversation multiple times, yet I ignored him. It is only Xiao Dong, with her naivety, who fell for his sweet words and became utterly infatuated. It is truly unfortunate for such a good girl like Xiao Dong, hard-working, sensible, and capable. I held her in high regard before we arrived here, but now, having fallen into the hands of those three, her fate cannot bode well. I regret bringing her along. I feel as though I have caused her harm." Lin Shuiyin quickly interjected, "Mei, do not dwell on such thoughts. This situation is not your fault at all. Xiao Dong, being an adult, made her own choices. You certainly tried to intervene, but there was little you could do." Mei Qinhua sighed and fell silent. Recognizing that she had already warned Xiao Dong when she first became involved with the bodyguard surnamed Gao, but at that time, Xiao Dong had been unwilling to heed her counsel. Having shared all he had witnessed and heard, and Yufei returned to the storage room to rest. Perhaps due to exhaustion, he found himself unable to fall asleep immediately. He replayed the conversations of the three bodyguards in his mind, and upon reflection, he deduced that the farthest they had ventured was likely the Great River. He was aware of the wild fruit tree from which they had gathered fruit, situated merely a few hundred meters from their cave. Their exploration of such a limited distance within a week indicated their considerable laziness. And Yufei recalled old Huang's words, stating that a round trip to fetch water took 3 hours. He remembered that the cave was about 1 kilometer from the riverbank. If old Huang's claims were not exaggerated, their pace was indeed slow. This speed was comparable to Lin Shuiyan's movement through the forest. If they truly took so long to fetch water, it would be nearly impossible for them to reach in Yufei's cave. The distance between the two caves was at least 5 to 6 kilometers, and they would require a minimum of 7 to 8 hours for a single round trip, factoring in the necessity of returning before nightfall. Therefore, it was improbable they would venture so far. However, since the time for fetching water was based on old Huang's account, the accuracy remained uncertain, and Yufei pondered that, despite the exaggeration, it could not be too far from the truth, for they were bodyguards, after all, and should not move as slowly as Lin Shuiyan. Little did he know, while old Huang's account contained some embellishment, it was not overly exaggerated. Despite their roles as bodyguards, their physical condition is rather unimpressive. Prior to their employment as bodyguards, they underwent systematic training, during which their physical fitness was commendable. However, as time has passed in their profession, their physical condition has deteriorated significantly. This decline can be attributed to the exceptional safety in China. Once employed, their duties primarily involve maintaining a FA and projecting an imposing presence, rarely requiring them to engage in physical confrontations. Their routine consists of traveling in luxurious vehicles alongside their employers and residing in upscale hotels, mirroring their employers' lifestyle. The only instances necessitating their physical intervention occur when celebrities hire them to manage overly enthusiastic fans, although this is not the case for less popular stars. Over time, the lack of rigorous training has rendered them far removed from the physically fit individuals they once were. Chapter 72. The bodyguard's exploration of the deserted island. Initially, the price set by Mei Qingyue was exorbitantly high, not accounting for the fees owed to the bodyguard company. The amount that ultimately reached their hands was tenfold the usual rate, a staggering profit that incited fierce competition among the bodyguards vying for a limited number of positions. Ultimately, it was the seasoned veterans who secured those coveted slots, with the only less experienced individual being the deceased bodyguard, whose selection was attributed solely to his proficiency in sailing. And Yufei, unaware of these intricate details, pondered for a moment. He found himself uncertain as to the veracity of Lao Huang's claims. After some contemplation, he resolved to venture to the river the following day, to conceal himself in the shadows and ascertain the situation of the two bodyguards. Having made this decision, fatigue began to weigh upon him, prompting him to seek slumber. Before long, his snores filled the air. Upon hearing Yufei's rhythmic breathing, Lin Shuiyan and the others ceased their conversation. They, too, had been awake for quite some time and were now weary, hastening to rest. The next day, Yufei remarkably rose late, finding that it was already past 8 o'clock, nearing 9. After a brief morning routine, he hurriedly exchanged goat's milk with the dramatist and set it to boil. He then gathered his belongings to patrol the shoreline. Upon his arrival at the beach, he discovered that the tide had begun to rise. He managed to collect only a small amount of seafood, but fortunately, he still had some reserves. After completing his patrol, he returned to his stockpile to acquire additional seafood before heading back to the cave. When Yufei returned, Lin Shuiyan and the others were still asleep. He proceeded to prepare a meal, and by the time breakfast was ready, only Mei Qingyue had awakened. They shared their meal, and once they were finished, Yufei addressed Mei Qingyue. Aunt Mei, the bodyguards mentioned they would explore the eastern side. I intend to observe their destination, so I will head to the river shortly. I will place the pot on the stove to warm up, and when Shuiyan and the others awaken, please remember to call them for breakfast. If you wish to work this morning, you may continue planting corn. If not, feel free to rest. I will plant when I return. Mei Qingyue nodded in agreement. Very well, go ahead. Just be cautious and return early. And Yufei responded affirmatively. Arming himself with a spear before departing, he aimed to reach the river swiftly. Should he delay, the two bodyguards might have already returned. Having spent considerable time on this deserted island, Yufei had grown accustomed to traversing the overgrown terrain and with well-fitting shoes. He arrived at the riverbank in less than half an hour. He surmised that the bodyguards were likely drawing water from the section of the river that descended from the mountains, approximately 3 to 4 kilometers from his current location. It was uncertain whether the two bodyguards could reach this point, prompting Yu Fei to decide to venture upstream for a while. After walking northward for a brief period, he turned his course towards the river's upper reaches. This journey extended for 2 hours, and, as noon approached, he found himself nearing the spot where the bodyguards were collecting water, and Yu Fei felt it prudent to halt his advance. Further progress might result in an unintended encounter with the two bodyguards. If only he could keep both bodyguards behind. If they were allowed to escape, they would become aware of the presence of others on this island. From their conversation last night, it was evident that they were still oblivious to the existence of Yu Fei and his companions. And Yu Fei wished to remain concealed for a while longer, so he refrained from making contact with them. Observing his surroundings, he discovered a robust tree with lush foliage. Swiftly, he ascended its branches, finding refuge within the canopy where he would be difficult to detect. He waited there for over half an hour, nearly drifting into slumber when he finally spotted two individuals approaching from the west, clad in the same attire as the bodyguard who had perished by the seaside. Upon seeing them, Yu Fei could not fathom how Mei Qingyue had chosen such bodyguards. Despite their imposing stature, it was clear that their bodies were not sculpted with solid muscle, but rather were covered in excess flesh. In a crisis, their usefulness would be questionable, and Yu Fei suspected they would flee even faster than Aunt Mei. Nevertheless, their presence could serve to delay any adversaries. As Yu Fei pondered, the two bodyguards reached the foot of the tree where he was concealed. He braced himself, ready to strike with his spear, but to his surprise, the guards simply settled down beneath the tree. Judging the height from his perch, Yu Fei realized that his spear might not reach them effectively and could potentially reveal his position, compelling him to retract his weapon. At that moment, he noticed that the two had not detected him. They were merely resting coincidentally beneath the tree. The cave they had come from was merely 5 kilometers away, yet their labored breathing revealed their poor physical condition. After sitting down, they began to chat casually. One bodyguard initiated the conversation, lamenting, "My body is failing me. I used to run marathons, and now just a few steps leave me gasping for breath." The other bodyguard replied with a hint of sarcasm, "Old Huang, don't dwell on the past. You spent all your stamina chasing after women. At this rate, you'll end up meeting your demise at the hands of a woman." He continued, "Remember when Lao Gao was a champion in Sonda? I'd wager he couldn't last 10 seconds in the ring now." Lighting a cigarette, Lao Huang retorted, "It's better not to mention Lao Gao. The thought of him infuriates me. While he lounges in the cave during this sweltering heat, he sends us out to forage for him. The most maddening part is his miserly nature. He actually told us that we couldn't bring back food today, or else we wouldn't be allowed to touch that woman tonight." Lao Wang shook his head in response. "What can you do? Lao Gao possesses superior skills, and that woman is utterly devoted to him. With him around, we have no chance to exert our influence. Unless, of course, you've lost all interest in that woman. Then you wouldn't have to heed Lao Gao's whims." Old Huang sighed and remarked, "Ah, that enticing young woman is simply irresistible. Prior to experiencing her charms, I was merely curious, but having savored her allure, how could I bear to forego her in the future?" Old Huang also sighed and replied, "Well, it seems that it's settled. In pursuit of that captivating young lady, let us continue our wanderings and see if we can procure some sustenance. If all else fails, we could venture to the river and catch a few fish. I noticed some sizable specimens there earlier." Old Huang shook his head and responded, "Let's abandon that notion. We possess neither nets nor hooks. How shall we catch fish? I believe our chances of finding other food are far greater if we simply continue our search." With that, the two resumed their journey, heading northeast. Once they departed, Yu Fei finally dared to breathe freely. He had not left. He intended to remain there, eager to observe what provisions the two might return with. Chapter 73. The bodyguards begin fishing after waiting for approximately half an hour, and Yu Fei saw the two bodyguards return. From their earlier conversation, he had already discerned that the plumper one was Lao Huang, while the other was Lao Wang. At that moment, Lao Huang walked ahead, holding a wild chicken, with Lao Wang trailing behind. Their laughter and jovial demeanor clearly indicated their elation. And Yufei glanced in the direction they had come from, and suddenly recalled that several traps he had initially set were located in that vicinity. These traps, crafted from vines, had been established during his first attempts at trapping. For several consecutive days, he had inspected them without any success, as they were situated too far away. Eventually, he ceased his visits, and over time, he nearly forgot about those traps. Observing the wild chicken in Lao Huang's grasp, and Yufei pondered whether the two had indeed retrieved it from one of his traps. Before long, Lao Huang and Lao Wang reached the tree wherein Yufei was seated, taking a moment to rest beneath its shade. After lighting cigarettes, Lao Huang remarked, "We had quite the stroke of luck, stumbling upon this wild chicken ensnared by vines. I wonder how long it has been trapped. It appears quite emaciated." Lao Wang, eyeing the chicken, replied, "Indeed. It's so gaunt that it's almost just skin and bones. There is hardly enough meat for a single meal." Unfa, Lao Huang Zito. Regardless of its size or the amount of meat, it is still a chicken. With this, I can continue to enjoy the company of that girl tonight. Lao Wang, somewhat speechless, thought about how Lao Huang was so preoccupied with the girl, seemingly oblivious to other matters. It was no wonder that Lao Gao could manipulate him so easily with her. Not long after their brief respite, Lao Huang and Lao Wang rose to continue their journey back, watching their departing figures. And Yufei confirmed from their earlier dialogue that they had indeed found the wild chicken in his trap. However, there were only 2 or 3 traps remaining in that area, 2 of which had been previously destroyed, leaving just one. It was unlikely they would be fortunate enough to find anything again. Having realized the distance the bodyguards had traversed, less than 2 kilometers, and understanding their walking pace of about 1 kilometer per hour, and Yufei deduced that the possibility of them reaching the cave where he and his companions resided was slim. Since the 2 bodyguards had returned, and Yufei decided it was time to head back to his cave. Having been away for half a day, he was concerned that Lin Shuyan might be worried about him. Upon returning, he found Lin Shuyan and the other 2 women planting corn, eagerly awaiting his arrival. After inquiring about their day, he learned they had only had breakfast and had yet to eat lunch, prompting him to hasten to prepare a meal. Once he returned, the 3 women ceased their corn planting and gathered around him, inquiring about the day's events. And Yufei recounted the 2 bodyguards, surnamed Huang and Wang, ventured eastward for a distance of approximately 2 kilometers and even managed to retrieve a wild chicken from the traps I had set earlier. Time has elapsed to the point where I have nearly forgotten those few traps. I am uncertain how long that wild chicken has been ensnared. It has become emaciated to the bone. If they do not retrieve it soon, it will perish from hunger. Subsequently, Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao inquired of an Yufei about a few other matters, such as the current state and appearance of the 2 bodyguards. And Yufei recounted his observations to the 2 of them, and upon hearing his account, Mei Qingyue remarked that the bodyguards seemed a bit thinner, noting how they were much more robust in the past. And Yufei could not help but internally scoff, questioning if that was truly robust or merely plump. Mei Qingyue's discerning eye for selecting bodyguards leaves much to be desired, as she cannot even distinguish between stoutness and mere weight. Despite his silent ridicule, and Yufei refrained from voicing his thoughts. For lunch, he opted for simplicity, quickly roasting a few strips of smoked fish. They shared their meal, which was more akin to dinner, given that it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Thus, they would forego dinner. After their meal, with ample time before their patrol along the beach, and Yufei decided to cut some grass for the little lambs. Although the 2 lambs had begun to nibble on some grass, he need not concern himself with them. Lin Shuyan cared for the lambs as if they were pets, diligently gathering specially tender grass daily and even feeding them some cooked cornmeal that Yufei had prepared previously. Coupled with the ample milk from the actress, the lambs were far from starving. They had grown considerably, to the extent that Lin Shuyan found it somewhat strenuous to hold both of them simultaneously. As for the wild chickens, and Yufei need not provide them with palm cores anymore. The 4 of them had caught sufficient fish recently, with the fish entrails sufficing for their sustenance. Even the earthworms unearthed during recent tilling had been nurtured in bamboo tubes with compost, rather than being fed to the chickens at present. Upon returning from patrol that evening, and Yufei lay on the bed in the storage room, contemplating the gains made by the bodyguards today. He anticipated that they would continue their exploration eastward tomorrow, thus he would need to keep an eye on them. For the next 2 days, Yufei awaited the 2 bodyguards at the base of that grand tree, where they had become accustomed to resting. Perched in the tree, he listened to their conversations. On the 2nd day, he learned from their discourse that the wild chicken, having become too lean, was stewed for soup by the 4 of them. Although the meat was scant, the broth brought them satisfaction, albeit regrettably lacking salt and flavor. On this day, the 2 bodyguards ventured nearly a kilometer further east than the previous day, yet returned empty-handed. Their exertion evident as they rested for over 10 minutes beneath the tree before making their way back. On the 3rd day, the duo returned, this time not continuing their eastward exploration, but rather employing a fishing net seemingly fashioned from mosquito netting, intending to catch fish in the river. Observing the inadequacies of their net and their lack of fishing acumen, Yufei recognized that after toiling for half the day, they had only managed to catch a meager dozen or so small fish, each measuring 3 to 4 centimeters in length. Yufei gazed at the mosquito nets being repurposed by the 2 for fishing, unable to suppress his disdain for their wastefulness. If he possessed such a net, he mused, he could undoubtedly catch a considerable number of fish. He was well aware that the river teemed with fish, albeit small in size, which was precisely why he refrained from fishing there. Nevertheless, even if Yufei had such a mosquito net, he would not resort to crafting a fishing net. After all, the large fish he caught daily from the sea were more than sufficient, rendering the small fish of the river beneath his notice. Chapter 74. The small footprints discovered by the bodyguards, although the fish were somewhat scarce and small, Yufei felt that their efforts were not in vain. If they were to prepare a stew akin to the one made from the wild chicken they had found on the 1st day, it would suffice for their group of 4. Given their modest success, Yufei believed they would return for further endeavors. Thus, on the 4th day, he arrived at the designated spot once more to await the 2 bodyguards. However, for reasons unknown, he found himself waiting until around 2 in the afternoon without catching sight of them. Yufei surmised that the bodyguards were unlikely to show up today, as they had already begun their return journey at this hour on previous days. He mused on their apparent laziness, given that they had only been out for 3 days and were already absent, having waited over half an hour longer than on previous days. Yufei resolved to return home, planning to return the following day, firmly believing that the 2 bodyguards would not miss another opportunity to come. Unbeknownst to him, the bodyguards had indeed ventured out earlier, but instead of fishing, they had made their way to the seashore. After their return the previous day, they had indeed prepared fish soup with the few small fish they had caught. While the soup was flavorful, all 4 of them found it lacking in taste. Consequently, they had dispatched the bodyguards to the beach that day to procure some salt for their meals. As Yufei was making his way to the cave, the 2 bodyguards were already returning with a quantity of yellow sea salt, engaged in an animated discussion along the way. It seemed they had made an intriguing discovery, which brought them joy, yet also a hint of concern. They found themselves at an impasse regarding how to proceed with this newfound information, each holding steadfast to their views and failing to reach a consensus for the moment. Upon returning to the cave, Yufei recounted the day's events to his companions. Following his usual routine of cooking, gathering grass, patrolling the beach, and eventually retiring to the storage room for rest. Meanwhile, as Yufei and his group were settling in for the night, the bodyguards had reached a decision after their discussions. Upon their return, Lao Huang and Lao Wang shared their findings with Captain Gao, who concurred with Lao Huang on the subsequent course of action. With a 2-to-1 majority, they opted to follow Lao Huang's suggestion for the next day, disregarding Xiao Dong's opinion entirely, viewing him merely as a tool for venting frustration, whose thoughts held little weight. After coming to a conclusion, the 4 of them consumed some wild fruits before retiring early for the night. Naturally, prior to their slumber, Lao Huang and Lao Wang took their time to release their frustrations on Xiao Dong, with the entire affair lasting no more than 10 minutes, after which the cave fell into a tranquil silence. The following morning, Yufei arrived at the large tree early, eager to await the 2 bodyguards, fearing that their absence the previous day was due to his late arrival. Determined to arrive early, he did not anticipate that he would once again find himself waiting in vain. For the 3 bodyguards and Xiao Dong had already set out for the seashore even earlier than him, departing the cave at dawn. Before 10 o'clock, the four individuals had already arrived at the location of the bodyguard's grave on the beach. The site exuded a foul odor, prompting them to maintain their distance. Circumventing the grave, Lao Huang pointed to several footprints in the sand and remarked, "Captain Gao, look here. These are the footprints that old Wang and I discovered. They are clearly the imprints of a woman's feet, and judging by their size, they do not belong to that woman. This indicates that there are others on this island." With a keen interest in the nuances of female footprints, Lao Huang could discern them with ease. Captain Gao, not surprised by Lao Huang's analysis, nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his observations. "Well then, let us proceed as we discussed yesterday. Let's follow these footprints and see who they belong to." The footprints they had found were left by Xiao Xiao on the day Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao rushed to the island, when Yufei had led the three women to search for the four bodyguards. Typically, Yufei would patrol along the shoreline, where the rising tide would wash away any traces. Lin Shuyan, accustomed to walking beside Yufei, also had her footprints erased by the waves, leaving no evidence behind. Mei Qingyue, walking closely with Lin Shuyan, left only a few faint marks, while Xiao Xiao, being on the outer edge, had her footprints more visible, despite the recent rain that had faded them. The three bodyguards, accompanied by Xiao Dong, followed Xiao Zhao's footprints eastward, having not eaten well in recent days. And setting out early that day, without breakfast, they had not yet even reached the halfway point of the beach by noon. Exhausted like lifeless dogs, the four had no choice but to rest beneath a large tree not far from the shore, lying there in disarray, unwilling to move. At that moment, Captain Gao, Old Wang, and Xiao Dong began to feel disheartened. Only Lao Huang maintained a heightened enthusiasm. The thought of the woman's footprints invigorated him. Captain Gao addressed the ever-enthusiastic Lao Huang, suggesting, "Old Huang, perhaps we should return today and come back in a few days when we are better prepared. Otherwise, we might find ourselves too thirsty and hungry to continue, and we have no idea how far we still need to go. If night falls before we reach our destination, spending the night here could pose a problem." Lao Huang's eyes widened in protest as he exclaimed, "Captain Gao, how can you say such a thing? We have come this far. Turning back now would be tantamount to giving up. I'm certain we must be close. You say you're thirsty and hungry? Just wait here. I see a few coconut trees over there. I will go check if I can gather some coconuts." Without waiting for a response from Captain Gao, Lao Huang rose and made his way toward the distant coconut trees. Though he spoke lightly, he too felt the pangs of thirst and hunger. The allure of the woman's footprints stirred an insatiable curiosity within him, making it impossible for him to rest until he encountered their owner. After a journey of over 10 minutes, Lao Huang finally reached the coconut trees, which did not disappoint him. Each tree bore several coconuts. On the ground, there were a few coconuts. However, most of them were already spoiled. Old Huang managed to find one that was still good, but a single coconut was insufficient for the four of them. Thus, he resolved to retrieve a few more from the tree. After setting the good coconut aside, he prepared to ascend the coconut tree. Yet, upon reaching the base of the tree, he exerted considerable effort but could barely climb a meter. He could not help but murmur to himself that his body was no longer capable. In his youth, scaling such a tree would have been effortless, but now, he struggled to ascend even a meter before sliding back down. It seemed that climbing trees was no longer an option, and he would have to devise alternative methods. Unable to scale the tree, Old Huang attempted various other approaches, using a stick and throwing stones, trying several techniques, yet these coconut trees were not low, and after much toil, he had not succeeded in bringing down a single coconut. Chapter 75. The bodyguard discovers in Yufei and his companion's cave, just as Lao Huang was on the brink of despair, a sudden gust of wind swept through the area. Though it was but a gentle breeze, it astonishingly dislodged a coconut from a nearby tree. Witnessing this dramatic scene, Lao Huang couldn't help but curse under his breath. He had exerted himself for hours without managing to retrieve a single coconut, yet a mere puff of wind effortlessly sent one tumbling down. Despite his irritation, the sight of the fallen coconut spurred him into action, and he hurried over to collect it. This freshly fallen coconut was far superior to the one he had previously picked up from the ground. Exhausted from his earlier efforts and drenched in sweat. Lao Huang felt as though his throat was on fire. He swiftly drew his dagger from his waist and opened the coconut, eagerly gulping down the refreshing coconut water until he felt revitalized. After quenching his thirst, he scraped away the tender coconut flesh and devoured it voraciously. Although the coconut meat lacked distinct flavor, Lao Huang relished it immensely, driven by his ravenous hunger. In no time, he had completely consumed the coconut, still yearning for more. He glanced back at the first coconut he had found, tempted to eat it as well. However, thinking of the others, he restrained himself, realizing that bringing the coconut back would be essential to encourage them onward. Lao Huang resolved to wait a bit longer. If another coconut fell, he would indulge, but if not, he would carry the one he already had back to the group. After a short while, his eyes grew weary from scanning the tree, but no additional coconuts descended. With no more coconuts in sight, Lao Huang decided against further fruitless efforts and turned back to rejoin the others. Upon his return, he tossed the first coconut onto the ground and declared, "After searching for ages, I've managed to find but one coconut. Here, enjoy it. Once you've eaten, you'll have the strength to continue. We have come this far. We cannot afford to turn back now, or else our journey will have been in vain." The three members of Team Gao were still reluctant to press on. Yet with Lao Huang having brought back a coconut, it felt inappropriate to suggest retreating. Thus, they resigned themselves to sharing the coconut before continuing onward with Lao Huang. After consuming some coconut water and flesh, Gao, Lao Huang, and Xiaodong regained a measure of their strength. While the three feasted on the coconut, Lao Huang seized the opportunity to rest as well. Once the four of them had sufficiently recovered, they resumed their journey, following the narrow footprints heading east. This time, their pace quickened significantly. Within an hour, they arrived at the stretch of beach directly opposite in Yufei and his companion's cave. This location was one that in Yufei and his group traversed daily, sometimes even twice a day, resulting in a plethora of fresh footprints. Upon noticing these recent tracks, the four felt a wave of excitement wash over them, for they realized they were nearing their sought-after destination. The footprints were somewhat chaotic, and even Lao Huang struggled to discern whether they belonged to men or women. In truth, with a bit of patience, one could likely make such distinctions, but it was evident that the four lacked the necessary patience. They were now quite close to their objective, and upon finding it, they would discern whether it was a man or a woman. It was a matter easily determined. It would expend effort distinguishing the footprints left by one or the other, due to their daily passage. And Yufei and his companions had forged a narrow path from the cave to the seaside, which Gao and his team discovered at the edge of the beach. At that moment, their spirits rekindled, and they resolutely followed the path toward Yufei's cave. Before they reached the riverbank, they beheld the imposing fence constructed by Yufei. Though the surrounding trees had regrown some branches and leaves, their neat arrangement clearly indicated that this was not a natural formation. It was evident that someone resided there. The fence built by Yufei concealed its presence from afar, but as they approached, its obscurity faded. Upon sighting the fence, the four hastened their steps, swiftly crossing the river to arrive at its edge. Once there, they were further convinced of human habitation, noting the low outer gate and the freshly turned earth within the enclosure, both compelling evidence of human activity. Seeing this, Lao Huang was about to call out, but Gao quickly covered his mouth, saying, "Hold on, let us first assess the situation inside. We cannot reveal ourselves prematurely, as we know not what awaits us. It is essential to understand both ourselves and the adversary. Should the interior harbor a tribe of armed cannibals, we would be naively offering ourselves as their meal. We must first gauge their combat capabilities before deciding on our subsequent actions. How about this? Lao Huang is more agile than the rest of us. Let him scout the area first." Lao Huang, though reluctant, recognized the truth in Gao's words. Among them, he was the leanest and thus the most nimble. Gao and Lao Huang regarded him expectantly, and despite his trepidation, Lao Huang steeled himself for the task. Observing Lao Huang's hesitance, Lao Huang expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "If you are unwilling, I shall go instead. But let us agree. If there are women inside, I shall have the first choice." Lao Huang was relieved by Lao Huang's proposal, as he was keen to avoid being the vanguard. He quickly retreated and replied, All right, that works for me. If you scout, you may choose first. I have no objections. With Lao Huang conceding, even if Gao felt Lao Huang was not the ideal candidate, he could only nod in agreement, as Lao Huang himself was disinclined to lead the way. Seeing both Lao Huang and Gao acquiesce, Lao Huang joyfully approached the fence. He gently opened the outer gate and stepped into the first enclosure. Treading lightly, he successfully reached the outer edge of the inner fence. The structure, crafted by Yu Fei, had numerous gaps between the trees, allowing Lao Huang to peer through and glimpse the interior. Upon doing so, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he was nearly drooling, for he beheld Lin Shuyin and her two stunning companions basking in the sunlight on loungers at the cave entrance. Overwhelmed by the sight of these three captivating beauties, Lao Huang momentarily forgot his mission, sporting an expression of sheer delight as he gazed from one to the other, feeling that his two eyes were scarcely sufficient to take it all in. Lin Shuyan's three companions were incomparably more beautiful than Lil Dong, and Lao Huang's eyes sparkled with desire, his heart aflame with yearning. He was acquainted with Mei Qin Yue and Xiao Xiao, having seen them aboard the ship, and he had since envisioned them as objects of his fantasies. Particularly, the more mature Mei Qin Yue captured his attention. Not only did Gao Dui wish to pursue this wealthy woman, but Lao Huang also harbored thoughts about Mei Qin Yue. However, despite his repeated attempts to ingratiate himself, Mei Qin Yue had consistently chosen to ignore him. Moreover, her masculine attire on the ship somewhat diminished her allure, yet now that Mei Qin Yue donned Lin Shuyan's garments, her charm was fully revealed. Chapter 76. Danger approaches the three women. After watching for a while, Lao Huang suddenly recalled his purpose for coming. However, the first thing that came to his mind was the condition promised by Captain Gao and Old Wang, which allowed him to choose a woman first. He glanced at the alluring Mei Qin Yue, then at the ethereal Lin Shuyan, whom he did not recognize, and finally at the petite and delicate Xiao Xiao. In that moment, he found himself in a quandary. He was uncertain whom to choose, for each of the three beauties possessed their own unique charm, and he yearned for all of them. The mere thought of acquiring one of these enchanting women filled him with delight, causing an involuntary grin reminiscent of a mischievous boy to spread across his face. Captain Gao and Old Wang had worked alongside Lao Huang for many years and were well acquainted with him. They had witnessed his current demeanor before. Whenever he indulged in unhealthy films, he would display a similar expression. Although Lao Huang had not yet returned, they had already surmised that there must be women behind the enclosure, for otherwise he would not exhibit such a lewd grin. They knew that once Lao Huang laid eyes on a beauty, he would forget everything else, making it unlikely for him to return. Thus, they exchanged a few brief words before following the path Lao Huang had taken, arriving at his side. Upon peering inside, Captain Gao and Old Wang were taken aback. They were astonished to find that Mei Qin Yue and Xiao Xiao were still alive. Although they did not recognize the other beauty, she seemed vaguely familiar. Xiao Dong followed behind, unable to resist stealing a glance. Upon seeing Mei Qin Yue and the others inside, her expression became somewhat awkward. She felt hesitant to face Mei Qin Yue. After all, Mei Qin Yue had treated her like a sister, yet during the shipwreck, she had unceremoniously abandoned Mei Qin Yue to flee with Gao Ge. When Gao Ge and the others chose not to rescue Mei Qin Yue, she remained silent, choosing not to speak up for a friend. The actions of her past left her feeling somewhat ashamed to confront Mei Qin Yue now. Captain Gao and the other two were oblivious to Xiao Dong's internal turmoil. Their eyes were solely fixated on the three beauties within the enclosure. Observing Mei Qin Yue, now adorned in feminine attire, ignited a passionate fire within Captain Gao. The unique allure of Mei Qin Yue, a hallmark of mature women, captivated him deeply. He regretted not having made a greater effort to win her over during their time on the ship. However, after a moment of contemplation, he concluded that it was not too late. After all, within the enclosure were only the three women, and he sensed that the moment was ripe. Although it was slightly delayed, he was determined to secure Mei Qin Yue for himself. As long as Lao Huang did not select Mei Qin Yue first, he could not help but ponder how to prevent Lao Huang from choosing the wealthy woman with the surname Mei. Nevertheless, he believed that despite Lao Huang's lecherous nature, He was not particularly discerning. Even if Lao Huang did choose Mei Qingyue, Captain Gao felt that with a small sacrifice, he could negotiate a trade with him. As he envisioned soon acquiring Mei Qingyue, he suppressed thoughts of how she had regarded him with indifference on the ship, as if looking down upon him merely because he was a bodyguard. Just wait, he thought, when I possess you, I shall show you how to pay for your disdainful attitude. As he contemplated this, his heart burned with an even greater fervor, yearning for Mei Qingyue. He turned to Lao Huang and Lao Wang, declaring, since there is no threat within, let us venture inside and pay a visit to our old acquaintances. Perhaps, after such a long absence, they have been longing for our presence, eagerly awaiting our arrival to rescue them. When he spoke, Captain Gao placed particular emphasis on the word rescue, his face adorned with an expression that only men could understand. Lao Wang and Lao Huang had already felt a surge of excitement, eager to meet the three enchanting beauties up close. Lao Huang had noticed the rope ladder dangling over the wall. Upon Captain Gao's words, Lao Huang was the first to ascend the ladder, with Lao Wang urging him to hasten his pace, while Captain Gao followed closely behind. At that moment, Captain Gao caught sight of Xiao Dong lingering behind, seemingly hesitant and rooted in her original position. Noticing Captain Gao's gaze, she revealed a troubled expression and said, Brother Gao, perhaps I should just stay out here. I feel a bit embarrassed to face President Mei. Even without her words, Captain Gao could sense her thoughts. Leaving Xiao Dong alone outside did not sit well with him. Despite the presence of three alluring women inside, he did not want to risk Xiao Dong slipping away. Though Xiao Dong may not possess the beauty of the three women within, she had her merits, chiefly her obedient nature. During this time, she had served Captain Gao well, and until he grew weary of her, he had no intention of letting her go. After a moment's contemplation, Captain Gao addressed Xiao Dong, saying, Do you feel embarrassed to meet President Mei? You need not be. You are overthinking it. A person of her stature is broad-minded and will surely not dwell on such trivialities. Perhaps she has missed you during our time apart. You will have to face her eventually, as we will be living together. If need be, you can feign a little humility and apologize to President Mei. The matter will soon be forgotten. Rest assured, I will advocate for you. If she proves to be unyielding, I will handle her. Xiao Dong was utterly devoted to Captain Gao, believing wholeheartedly in his every word. Even when he suggested she attend to Lao Huang and Lao Wang, she bore no resentment. Under Captain Gao's persuasion, she believed that catering to Lao Huang and Lao Wang was in the best interest of both her and Captain Gao, a necessary sacrifice to ensure their happiness together. Thus, she harbored no complaints regarding his request. After serving Lao Huang and Lao Wang, Captain Gao showed her no disdain, further solidifying her loyalty to him. With just a few simple words from Captain Gao, she set aside her worries and stepped forward, ready to follow Lao Wang up the rope ladder. Observing her demeanor, Captain Gao felt a sense of satisfaction. Xiao Dong was, to date, the most obedient and easily influenced woman he had ever encountered. He resolved that even if he grew tired of her, he would not cast her aside, as having her around to serve him with tea and refreshments was invaluable. At that moment, Lao Huang had already climbed the rope ladder and reached the top of the fence, where Lin Shuyan, Mei Qingyue, and Xiao Xiao were still basking in the sunlight with their eyes closed, engaged in casual conversation, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. As Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao have been stranded on this desolate island for 12 days, according to Mei Qingyue's initial declaration, they are set to depart in 3 days. Lin Shuyan, not yet satiated with the company of her dear friends, feels a profound reluctance at the thought of their impending departure. She believes there remains a multitude of sentiments yet to be expressed to her cherished companions. Thus, after completing their corn planting this morning, she urged the two to join her in basking under the sun while engaging in heartfelt conversation. As the trio lounged in the sunlight, exchanging words and drifting in and out of slumber, they were utterly oblivious to the looming danger that was drawing near. Chapter 77. Confronting unexpected guests. Mei E. I truly wish you could stay a little longer. These past few days have flown by, and it feels as if I haven't fully grasped your presence yet. Why not extend your stay for a while? With a gentle smile, I reassured her. Xiao Xiao and I are not leaving immediately. We still have 2 days ahead of us. Besides, after contacting Yuan, we won't be departing right away. It will certainly take a few days before someone comes to collect us. Indeed, it would be splendid if you could remain for another fortnight, she replied wistfully. Truth be told, I also wish to linger here, immersed in this enchanting environment. As Lao Wang, Xiao Dong, and Captain Gao sequentially entered the enclosure, an inexplicable intuition seemed to stir within Mei Qinyu, prompting her to slowly open her eyes. Upon laying her gaze upon the four newcomers, her words faltered, leaving her sentence unfinished. This abrupt silence piqued the curiosity of Lin Shuiyin and Xiao Xiao, who simultaneously opened their eyes, eager to discern the cause of Mei Qinyu's sudden reticence. Before they could even direct their gaze towards Mei Qinyu, they were confronted by the unexpected intrusion of the four figures. Leading the procession was Lao Huang, whose lewd grin and unsavory demeanor elicited a visceral sense of revulsion among the three women, sending shivers down their spines. Trailing behind him, Lao Wang bore a somewhat less unpleasant expression, yet his countenance remained unsettlingly lascivious, making the three women feel distinctly uncomfortable. Next, Mei Qinyu's attention fell upon Xiao Dong, who bore a conflicted expression, a blend of guilt intertwined with genuine joy, a heartfelt delight at their reunion. However, Mei Qinyu noted that Xiao Dong's complexion appeared rather pallid, resembling someone stricken by a grave illness. As she beheld Xiao Dong once more, an amalgamation of emotions swelled within Mei Qinyu, twinges of heartache, remorse, and a sense of loss, all coalescing into an overwhelming urge to gaze at Xiao Dong for just a moment longer. Last in line, Captain Gao wore a triumphant smile, devoid of any lasciviousness. He seemed the embodiment of a victor, radiating a sense of self-satisfaction. He believed he concealed his desires adeptly, yet the shrewd glint in his eyes betrayed him, revealing to Mei Qinyu, Lin Shuiyin, and Xiao Xiao that the trio of bodyguards harbored the same ulterior motives. The unanticipated arrival of these four intruders abruptly shattered the serene atmosphere, compelling the three women to rise from their reclining positions, albeit without displaying excessive alarm. Noticing their ascent, Captain Gao addressed Mei Qinyu, stating, Ms. Mei, it appears we are quite fated to cross paths. As the saying goes, those with destiny will meet even across 1,000 miles. I never anticipated our reunion. Upon hearing his words, Mei Qinyu felt a wave of revulsion wash over her, akin to swallowing a fly. She responded with an expression of displeasure, declaring, As for a bodyguard lacking responsibility and professional integrity, I find no desire for such a connection. I would prefer to never encounter individuals of that ilk again. Mei Qinyu's words effectively stripped the three bodyguards of their pretense, revealing their past roles before their unfortunate incidents. For a fleeting moment, a semblance of shame flickered across their faces, yet it was soon eclipsed by a facade of indifference. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable after being confronted by Mei Qinyu, Gao decided to shift his focus and turned to Xiao, saying, Little girl, you're here too? Zhao's expression was even more dismal than Mei Qinyu's as she retorted, I regret to disappoint you. I have survived. You must be quite disheartened that we managed to endure. Gao acknowledged that the decision to abandon Mei Qinyu and her companions was a heavy burden on his conscience. He cleared his throat and replied, Ms. Mei, we cannot be entirely blamed for this situation. It was an unforeseen crisis. The whirlpool was alarmingly close to our vessel, and we possessed only a single lifeboat meant for four. Even had we wished to rescue you, we were powerless to do so. Had you boarded the lifeboat as well, none of us would have reached safety, and it would have surely sunk. Yet here we stand alive. Furthermore, in dire circumstances, who does not prioritize their own survival? We are human too, and we yearn to live. Mei Qinyu scoffed and responded, If an ordinary person held such thoughts, it would be acceptable. But you're not just anyone. You are bodyguards. Your duty is to ensure the safety of your employer, placing their well-being above all else. I distinctly recall that the contract I signed with your company stipulates that bodyguards must prioritize the client's life, even at the cost of their own. Yet, what have you done? If I am not mistaken, this is also one of your company's mottos, a reason for your higher fees compared to other firms. However, discussing this now is futile. From the moment you abandoned us, our connection was severed. I consider it merciful that I am not filing a complaint against your company. Leave us be, and do not disturb us." Her words reminded the three bodyguards of the oaths they had taken upon joining the agency. Yet as time passed, those vows had long been forgotten. Now, as Mei Qingyue spoke, they were suddenly reminded of them. However, despite recalling these promises, they felt little resonance. They were no longer the passionate youths they once were, but had become pragmatic and jaded, finding the oaths somewhat foolish in retrospect. Gao, maintaining a facade of nonchalance, responded with a smirk, "Ms. Mei, you mustn't think this way. While we did err at that time, you should grant us a chance for redemption. Here on this deserted island, your lives must be exceedingly difficult. With us three robust bodyguards attending to you, your burdens would surely lessen." Mei Qingyue was well aware of the lifestyle led by these bodyguards. Having heard accounts from an Yufei, she understood their situation thoroughly. Compared to her current existence, this was like night and day. She had no desire to endure hardships alongside the bodyguards, especially since she would soon be returning with Xiao. Thus, she politely declined. "We appreciate your kindness, Gao, but while our lives may be modest, we manage well enough on our own. We shall not trouble you any further." Upon hearing Mei Qinyue's refusal once more, Captain Gao's countenance darkened immediately. He was taken aback by Mei Qinyue's lack of appreciation and internally resolved that once he secured her, he would make it a point to discipline her thoroughly, ensuring her submission. However, he soon donned a smile again and remarked, "Ms. Mei, it is quite unacceptable for you three lovely ladies to be perpetually on the brink of deprivation. Otherwise, over time, you may suffer from malnutrition and lose the beauty you possess today. Even if you do not consider your own well-being, you must think of the other two lovely ladies." Chapter 78. The wolf trap strikes again. He then shifted his gaze towards Lin Shuyan and remarked, "I am yet to learn the identity of this enchanting lady. However, she seems somewhat familiar. Have we perhaps crossed paths before?" Lin Shuyan turned her face away, exhibiting a disinterest in even casting a glance in his direction, let alone engaging in conversation. At that moment, Old Wang appeared to recall something. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Captain Gao, saying, "Captain, isn't this the individual we are tasked with locating on this mission? We have all seen her photograph, which is why she seems familiar." Prompted by Old Wang's reminder, Captain Gao too recalled the image he had seen previously. He scrutinized Lin Shuyan once more and confirmed that she was indeed the person they were seeking. Once certain, he glanced around, noting the absence of others, and then turned to Lin Shuyan, inquiring, "Miss Lin, weren't you supposed to have a little companion? How is it that your companion did not survive?" Upon hearing Captain Gao mention an Yufei's demise, Lin Shuyan's countenance darkened further. She was about to retort, but suddenly halted, realizing that conversing with such a scoundrel was futile. He could say whatever he pleased. Captain Gao, observing Lin Shuyan's deepening frown and her lack of rebuttal, mistakenly believed he had hit the mark, that Lin Shuyan's companion indeed had not made it. He donned a sympathetic expression and consoled her. "Miss Lin, do not be too sorrowful. Such occurrences are inevitable in the face of maritime disasters. Rest assured, although your companion is no longer with us, we are here for you. Allow us to take care of you from now on." Old Huang, who had been watching Lin Shuyan with barely concealed desire, chimed in with a lascivious grin. "Indeed. Miss Lin, let me be the one to care for you. You can trust that I will ensure your utmost comfort." After hearing Old Huang's words, Lin Shuyan and her companions instinctively recoiled, their disgust no longer concealed. Captain Gao inwardly chastised Old Huang for his impatience, realizing he had prematurely exposed their intentions. He shot Old Huang a glare before nudging Xiao Dong beside him, silently urging her to speak. Xiao Dong had longed to voice her thoughts, but had not been afforded the opportunity by Captain Gao. With tears in her eyes, she addressed Mei Qinyue. "It is such a relief to see you all alive. Ever since we parted ways that day, I have been deeply concerned for your safety." Witnessing Xiao Dong's emotional outburst, Mei Qinyue felt a pang of sorrow. She recognized that Xiao Dong's affection was genuine. At her core, Xiao Dong remained the simple and kind-hearted girl she had always been, albeit blinded by Captain Gao's honeyed words. The thought that such a wonderful girl had been led astray by him filled Mei Qinyue with a profound loathing for Captain Gao. Wishing she could strike him down for what he had done to Xiao Dong, Noticing that Mei Qinyue's expression had not softened and that she shed no tears, Captain Gao forcefully pinched Xiao Dong from behind, causing her to yelp in pain. However, she quickly ceased her words, aware that Gao intended for her to persuade Mei Qinyue instead. Holding back her tears, she softly addressed Mei Qinyue. Mei, perhaps you should accompany Gao and the others. Being with them ensures you'll enjoy chicken and fish rather than enduring the daily consumption of sour and bitter wild fruits. Despite having spent just over a year with her subordinate, whom she once held in high regard, Mei Qinyue had formed a sisterly bond with Xiao Dong and could not bring herself to harbor any resentment. In a gentler tone, she reassured Xiao Dong, "We shall not follow them. You are now an adult, and having chosen your path, it is best that you commit to living alongside them. Should you wish to return to my company in the future, you may seek me out. Although I cannot guarantee your position as my assistant, I will arrange for you a different role." Mei Qinyue's words caused Xiao Dong's tears to flow freely. She was filled with regret over her past choices. Lamenting her decision to leave Mei Qinyue, observing Xiao Dong's distress, Gao felt a deep disappointment. Pulling her behind him and addressing Mei Qinyue, "Look at how well Xiao Dong is faring with us. She enjoys chicken and fish. Staying with us is undoubtedly the best choice." Upon hearing Gao's words, Mei Qinyue, Lin Xian, and Xiao Xiao could not help but scoff internally, recalling how Yufei had previously informed them that their meals predominantly consisted of unripe, sour, and bitter wild fruits. They had only feasted on chicken once, a scrawny wild bird, and the fish served were mere 3 to 4 centimeters long, far from appetizing. Their current lifestyle was vastly superior. The wild chickens were well-fed, large, and succulent, while the fish they consumed weighed no less than 2 kilograms, sometimes even reaching 7 or 8. In their small kitchen, a hefty grouper weighing 30 to 40 pounds hung from the beams. Save for a special occasion due to its size, they indulged in seafood like lobsters and abalone almost daily. If they were to follow those bodyguards, it would surely be a life of suffering. This time, Mei Qinyue could no longer be bothered to respond to Gao, merely shaking her head and turning away. As the women remained obstinate, Gao's expression darkened, losing all semblance of a smile. Lao Huang, observing their defiance, could not restrain himself from saying, "Gao, why waste words on these women? Let us simply take them back by force. They cannot possibly resist us 3. Gao's patience had worn thin. Initially intending to persuade Mei Qinyue and her companions with his silver tongue, he was taken aback by their obstinacy. Resolutely, he decided to resort to force, intending to bind them and subdue them gradually. With a grim expression, he threatened the 3 women, "Since you refuse to recognize your situation, do not blame us for our rudeness. I advise you to comply willingly. Otherwise, our rough hands may inadvertently cause you harm." Having said that, he cast a knowing glance at the eager old Huang at the front. Upon receiving the signal from Captain Gao, old Huang could hardly contain his excitement and exclaimed, "My dear lady, here I come." With a comical expression akin to that of a pig, he rushed towards Lin Xian, already envisioning a scene of her yielding beneath him. However, after just a few strides, he felt the ground give way beneath him. A piercing scream, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, echoed through the air. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, with a playful smile, remarked to Captain Gao and the others, "My yard is equipped with numerous wolf-repelling traps, capable of fending off not only wild wolves but also lecherous wolves." Chapter 79, and Yufei's heroic rescue upon hearing Lin Xian's words. Both Captain Gao and Old Wang instinctively took a step back, glancing nervously around the enclosure, anxious to ascertain the presence of additional traps. In the midst of their hesitation, Old Wang, trapped within the pit, lamented, "Captain Gao, Old Wang, do not let this woman intimidate you. Even if there are more traps here, they cannot be numerous. Quickly apprehend these women. Do not forget the promise you made to me. Once you capture them, I shall have the first choice, starting with the one who just spoke. She is far too ruthless. I must take my revenge upon her in bed. She has ensnared me, Old Huang. I intend to make her aware of my prowess. I cannot rest easy until I have her beneath me." Encouraged by Old Huang as a reminder, Captain Gao reflected that even if this courtyard harbored more traps, they would surely be scarce, particularly near the current pit, which was unlikely to conceal another trap. Moreover, hearing old Huang's voice suggested that the injury he had sustained was not severe. Still, he sought confirmation and inquired, "Old Huang, how are you? Is your injury grave? Should old Huang and I pull you up?" It was indeed painful at first, but the sensation has dulled somewhat. "I cannot ascertain the severity of my wounds," old Huang replied, his thoughts consumed with fantasies of vengeance against Lin Shuyan. Thus, dismissing Captain Gao as concerned, he asserted, "I'm fine. You two need not worry about me. Focus on capturing these 3 women. I was merely careless." Reassured by old Huang's response, Captain Gao and old Huang redirected their attention to Lin Shuyan and her companions. Captain Gao brandished a machete, his gaze menacing as he addressed the trio. "You 3 had better comply and come over here willingly. Otherwise, my blade is not to be trifled with. You have injured my dear brother with your traps, and you must come forth to acknowledge your wrongdoing. If you behave well, I may grant you leniency." At that moment, old Huang echoed from the pit, "Indeed, come over of your own accord. If you, Lin, ensure my comfort, I shall overlook your treachery. Otherwise, when Captain Gao and his men seize you, I will exact double the retribution." Feigning indifference, Lin Shuyan retorted, "If you do not believe us, come and test your luck. Let us see who is captured first, us or you falling into the trap." Despite her bravado, anxiety gnawed at Lin Shuyan's heart. While Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao remained oblivious to the situation, Lin Shuyan understood that there was but one trap within the entire enclosure. Should Captain Gao and his companions circumvent it, she and her friends would undoubtedly be no match for them. Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing Lin Shuyan's words. Previously, Yufei and Lin Shuyan had cautioned them against approaching the vicinity of the pit where old Huang had fallen. Yet they had not been warned to steer clear of other areas. Was it possible that additional traps lay in wait? Lin Shuyan had already observed the formidable cleaver wielded by Captain Gao, its blade measuring a daunting 30 centimeters. In contrast, old Huang brandished a dagger nearly 20 centimeters in length. Both men were armed, while Lin Shuyan and her companions were defenseless, vulnerable maidens. Aware of their inability to confront the 2 men, Lin Shuyan resolved not to yield in spirit. She hoped to intimidate Captain Gao and his companion through sheer presence. Initially, Gao was indeed taken aback by Lin's commanding aura, yet despite her best efforts to disguise it, he discerned a flicker of trepidation in her eyes. Soon, Gao unraveled Lin's ruse. With a smirk, he declared, "We're not easily frightened. Your words are nothing but childish play. Even if they're traps, we remain undeterred. I'll grant you one final opportunity. Come over willingly, so my brother and I need not exert ourselves." Lin Shuyan feigned calmness as she retorted, "If you dare, go ahead and test it." After a brief moment of hesitation, Gao responded, "Very well, let us see. I, Gao, am not one to be intimidated." With that, he stepped forward. Having spent years as a bodyguard, he was well acquainted with the nuances of intimidation and understood how to project an imposing presence. As he displayed his bravado, Lin Shuyan felt an involuntary shiver run through her. Gao noticed the growing fear in her eyes. With every step he took, Lin instinctively recoiled. This only served to bolster Gao's confidence, and he strode purposefully toward Lin and her companions. At this critical juncture, a figure swiftly surged past Gao and old Huang, positioning themselves protectively in front of Lin Shuyan and her friends. It was none other than Yufei, who had returned just in time. He aimed his spear at Gao and Huang, declaring, "If you take another step forward, I shall pierce you through." Gao, brimming with bravado, began to utter a challenge, but instinctively halted in his tracks. His bravado was merely a fade, while Yufei was a genuine threat, one who had committed acts of violence. The murderous intent emanating from Yufei struck fear into the hearts of Gao and Huang, chilling them to the core as if doused with icy water. The icy glare in Yufei's eyes quelled any thoughts of bravado in Gao, causing him to retract his advancing leg. In truth, Yufei had been present for some time. He had returned even before old Huang fell into the trap. However, the attention of the others had been solely focused on the adversaries, leaving him unnoticed. Initially, Yufei had remained hidden, contemplating a stealthy attack on the three bodyguards. Yet when old Huang prepared to strike, and Yufei intended to rush in and safeguard Lin Shuiyin and her companions. The sight of the trap before old Huang had caused him to pause. Once Huang fell into the snare, and Yufei assessed that only two opponents remained, increasing the likelihood of a successful ambush. Thus, he stealthily approached Gao and Wang. However, in a twist of fate, while others remained oblivious to his presence, Xiao Dong unexpectedly turned around and caught sight of him. Fortunately, Xiao Dong refrained from shouting and merely fixed his gaze upon him, since Xiao Dong had already noticed him. And Yufei's ambush plan was essentially thwarted, although Xiao Dong remained silent for the moment. And Yufei was uncertain whether he would call out a warning when he attempted to ambush Gao and the others. Nevertheless, and Yufei believed that even if Xiao Dong did issue a warning, he still held a considerable confidence, about 70 to 80%, that he could injure either Gao or Lao Wang. As for the remaining individual, he felt certain he could handle them as well. Chapter 80. Gao team surrenders yet. He harbored a deep concern that should he injure one of them, the remaining bodyguard might act out of desperation, seizing Lin Shuiyin and her companions as hostages. Such a scenario would leave him in a precarious position. Moreover, and Yufei was apprehensive that the remaining bodyguard might harm Lin Shuiyin and her friends. Should they suffer any injuries, and Yufei would be burdened with guilt for a lifetime. If it weren't for Xiao Dong's timely reminder, and Yufei believed he could have incapacitated or even killed a bodyguard, thereby safeguarding Lin Shuiyin and her companions from harm. Everything hinged upon whether Xiao Dong would alert the two remaining bodyguards. At that moment, the bodyguards had yet to perceive in Yufei as presence, and he was determined not to squander this opportunity, even as he feared for Lin Shuiyin and her friend's safety. Just as Yufei found himself in a state of indecision, Gao Team and Old Wang began to approach Lin Shuiyin and the two others. With no time to ponder, and Yufei swiftly maneuvered past the two bodyguards, placing himself between them and Lin Shuiyin and her companions. To their surprise, neither the bodyguards nor Lin Shuiyin and her friends had noticed his presence, and Yufei's sudden appearance astonished them. Upon recognizing him, the three women's eyes sparkled with delight, particularly Xiao Xiao, whose gaze brimmed with wonder. She had always dreamt of a day when, like in a fairy tale, a gallant prince would descend from the heavens to rescue her from peril. Was this not the very narrative she had longed for? At that moment, her eyes were fixated on Yufei's tall figure, convinced he was the most handsome man in the world. Similarly, Lin Shuiyin and Mei Qingyue shared her sentiment, both believing in Yufei to be the most striking man they had ever seen. Lin Shuyin's eyes shimmered with affection, while Mei Qingyue's reflected admiration in a most vivid manner. Gao Team and Old Wang were oblivious to the expressions of the three women, their focus solely on Yufei as they weighed their ability to confront him. After a long journey, they had finally arrived at this juncture, and relinquishing their efforts now felt deeply unsatisfactory. However, Yufei's icy glare filled them with trepidation. Furthermore, they had noticed the darkened residue on the dagger at the tip of Yufei's spear, unmistakably remnants of dry blood. Although they could not discern whose blood it was, the sight unsettled them. The two men were intimidated by Yufei, who, in turn, hesitated to strike, uncertain of the sharpness of Gao Team's machete or his reaction speed. A rash attack could result in his spear being severed by Gao Team, leaving him with only a long stick, which would be inadequate against both Gao Team and Old Wang. After a tense standoff, Gao Team glanced at the three women behind Yufei and conceded, "Fine, today you win. I refuse to believe you can always return in time to protect them. The days ahead are long. We shall see." He then commanded Old Wang and Xiao Dong to move, all the while keeping his gaze fixed on Yufei as he gradually retreated. At that moment, Yufei called out to Gao Team and Old Wang, "Wait." Gao looked at Yufei with a puzzled expression, pondering that even he had conceded, yet this individual still showed no intention of allowing their departure. If this person stubbornly refused to let them leave, then a confrontation would be inevitable. Though he was reluctant to engage in battle, he would not permit himself to be toyed with. Even a cornered rabbit could bite, let alone a human. He addressed Yufei, inquiring if there was anything further to discuss. As Yufei approached the edge of the trap, he pointed down at Lao Huang, saying, "Are you simply going to walk away without rescuing your good brother?" Initially, Yufei intended to use his spear to thrust Lao Huang down into the depths, believing that a single jab would suffice to seal Lao Huang's fate. However, upon observing Lao Huang's condition, he abandoned this notion. The sharpened bamboo stakes positioned below were meticulously arranged by Yufei himself, and he was acutely aware of their placements. He discerned that Lao Huang had fallen in a seated position, and a pointed bamboo stake awaited him at the spot of his descent. Although the stake was not visible, Yufei inferred from the blood pooling beneath Lao Huang that it had likely pierced his body. Just days prior, Lao Huang had been scheming behind Xiaodong's back, and now he was receiving his comeuppance, having met his fate at the hands of the very bamboo he had sought to exploit. And Yufei understood the length of the bamboo all too well. It was evident that Lao Huang had suffered grievous injuries, likely puncturing his intestines. In the desolate wilderness devoid of medical aid, and Yufei believed that even without the spear's intervention, Lao Huang's survival was improbable. Realizing this outcome, Yufei dismissed the idea of using the spear against Lao Huang. He had spoken to Lin Shuyan earlier in a moment of passion, suggesting a swift death for him. But that would have been too lenient. To slay him now would entail the cumbersome task of disposing of his remains. Moreover, the circumstances were vastly different from before. Previously, it had been just himself and Lin Shuyan, and he had felt no trepidation in eliminating that bandit. However, the current situation was fraught with witnesses, and to execute Lao Huang in front of them would jeopardize his own return home. While he himself had no ties in his homeland, Lin Shuyan had numerous relatives and friends there. He did not wish to be the reason she could not return one day. This was a consideration he had weighed in his mind. Even if he could dispose of Gao and Lao Wang, he certainly could not harm Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao. Even if they remained silent upon their return, there was always the risk of a slip of the tongue. To be prudent, he decided against taking any action. After all, Lao Huang would not endure for much longer. Allowing him to suffer before his demise felt more satisfying than a swift execution. Upon hearing Yufei's words, Gao and Lao Wang halted, yet they did not advance toward the trap. Yufei discerned their hesitation, prompting him to step back a few paces and toss a vine towards them with his spear. Observing the distance between Yufei and the trap, Gao and Lao Wang cautiously approached the edge. They could not see Lao Huang's wound, but it was apparent that his spirit was waning, as if he might drift into unconsciousness at any moment. Captain Gao called out several times before Lao Huang responded. Gao and Lao Wang urged Lao Huang to muster his strength and tie the vine around his waist. Noticing that Yufei was not moving forward, Gao then instructed Lao Wang to pull on the vine with him. As both exerted their strength, Lao Huang let out a piercing scream, one that surpassed the sound he made when he initially fell. Gao and Lao Wang were baffled by his reaction, uncertain as to why he would cry out like that while they were attempting to hoist him up. However, Yufei understood the situation all too well. The effort to pull Lao Huang up with the vine was akin to extracting a bamboo shoot, which aggravated Lao Huang's wound, causing him far more pain than when the object had originally penetrated. It was no surprise that Lao Huang cried out in such agony. Chapter 81. The departure of the 4 bodyguards despite Old Huang's anguished cries. Captain Gao and Old Wang remained undeterred. One fixated on Yufei, while the other kept a vigilant eye on Old Huang, continuing to tug at the vines. Yufei was taken aback by their caution. He had initially contemplated seizing the opportunity to ambush them while they were distracted, but their vigilance left him acutely aware that he had no chance for a surprise attack. The pain jolted Old Huang back to alertness, and he could not help but unleash a torrent of curses at Old Huang, urging him to proceed with more care, lest he drive him to the brink of agony. Hearing Old Huang's loud protests reassured both Captain Gao and Old Huang that he was not gravely injured, prompting them to slightly reduce the speed at which they pulled the vines. Yufei noticed Old Huang gripping the vine with one hand while the other reached beneath him. A glance into the pit revealed that the bamboo, which had once been embedded there, was now absent. Without needing to look closely, Yufei surmised that the bamboo was indeed lodged within Old Huang. The portion of the bamboo buried in the ground was shorter than the segment that had penetrated old Huang's body. Although the bamboo had initially been pulled slightly from within him, ultimately, the entire length had been extracted from the earth. And Yufei was puzzled by old Huang's actions as he reached beneath himself. Was he merely trying to alleviate the pain? Soon, and Yufei realized the unsettling truth. The bamboo embedded in old Huang's body was gradually being withdrawn. It dawned on him that old Huang was attempting to extricate the bamboo himself, likely wishing to conceal the humiliation of having been penetrated in such a manner. His prior request for old Huang to slow down was not merely an appeal for relief from pain, but a cunning strategy to buy time for this extraction. Facing in Yufei and the others, old Huang's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead as he silently persevered in his endeavor to pull out the bamboo. And Yufei, while questioning old Huang's character, found his fortitude commendable. Few could endure such torment. Yet, and Yufei was perplexed as to why old Huang would choose to extract the bamboo now. If he delayed until they returned, he could attend to his wound properly and perhaps prolong his life for a few days. By extracting it now, the potential for excessive bleeding loomed, threatening his very existence. After a moment's contemplation, and Yufei speculated that old Huang's concern was not primarily about Captain Gao and old Huang discovering his predicament. Rather, it was about concealing the incident from Xiaodong. Just days prior, he had been privately involved with her, and now he found himself in this compromising situation. The thought of facing her after such an embarrassment was likely unbearable, propelling him to act hastily. As old Huang reached the midpoint of his struggle, he finally succeeded in pulling the bamboo from his body. At that moment, and Yufei witnessed a jet of blood erupting forth with the bamboo. Just as he believed old Huang was on the brink of death from blood loss, he observed old Huang exerting himself, managing to stem the flow of blood. And Yufei silently gave a thumbs up to Lao Huang in his mind. He had not anticipated that Lao Huang possessed not only remarkable endurance, but also considerable intelligence. However, he remained uncertain whether this approach would yield any results. Once the bamboo was extracted, Lao Huang's complexion appeared even paler, yet the sweat on his forehead had either ceased to flow or was no longer trickling down. Through the efforts of Gao Dui and Lao Huang, they finally managed to pull Lao Huang up. At the moment he was about to ascend, Lao Huang covered the wound on his backside with one hand. Observing Lao Huang's condition, Lao Huang could not help but inquire, "Lao Huang, where are you injured? Does it hurt a lot? You don't look well." Lao Huang feigned nonchalance as he replied, "I fell on my coccyx. I'm not sure if I've broken a bone. It certainly hurts a great deal. Nevertheless, I believe it's not serious. A few days of rest should suffice. Thank you both for your help." He cast a glance at Gao Dui, who nodded in response, saying, "We are brothers who have faced life and death together. There is no need for such formality. You heard what I said earlier. Let us leave first and discuss matters upon our return." He then turned to Lao Huang and instructed, "Lao Huang, support Lao Huang. If necessary, carry him on your back. We must ensure his injury does not worsen." Upon hearing Gao Dui's directives, Lao Huang stepped forward to assist Lao Huang and began to make their way towards the ladder. Gao Dui followed closely behind, while Xiaodong hesitated momentarily. Casting a glance at Mei Qinyu, she wished to speak, but found herself unable to voice her thoughts, and ultimately fell silent, trailing quietly behind Gao Dui as they moved out. Lao Huang, with one hand pressed against his backside and his legs squeezed together, dared not stride forward, opting instead for small, cautious steps. And Yufei observed him and felt an urge to chuckle, thinking that at this moment, he resembled the feminine persona he often joked about, albeit not of his own country, but rather akin to someone from a distant island nation. Lao Huang's injuries were indeed severe, and Yufei suspected that his internal organs might have sustained damage as well, rendering him painfully slow and laborious in his movements. As they ascended the ladder, Gao Dui assisted him, ensuring his safe passage out of the enclosure. Upon entering, he had been in good condition. Exiting, however, he could only cover his backside and shuffle forward in minuscule steps. The sense of frustration he felt was known only to Lao Huang himself. Not only had he failed to achieve his desires, but he had also sustained such grave injuries. If a regret potion existed in the world, Lao Huang would undoubtedly drink it without hesitation. His regret did not stem from coming here or from wanting those women. Rather, it was his impatience and failure to adequately assess his surroundings that had led him into this trap. In the early days of his career as a bodyguard, he had learned how to identify and test for traps, yet he had never put this knowledge to use. In that moment, it had simply slipped his mind. The four of them exited the enclosure and headed directly toward the seaside, and Yu Fei trailed behind them, watching until they reached the beach before he returned to the cave. Upon his return, he hurriedly asked Lin Shuiyin, "Shuiyin, are you all right?" I had anticipated that they would not continue to the river today, but instead found our cave from the beach. Lin Shuiyin shook her head and remarked, "You returned just in time. We are all safe. Had you not arrived promptly, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I wonder how these individuals managed to locate us." And Yu Fei pondered for a moment and replied, "We frequent the beach daily. It was only a matter of time before they discovered our whereabouts. Now that they have found us, it is futile to dwell on that. We must strategize on how to safeguard ourselves from these individuals. However, your composure earlier was quite remarkable. Those unaware of the situation might have believed our courtyard was fraught with numerous traps. If it weren't for that astute Captain Gao, those two would have been thoroughly deceived." Chapter 82. The resurgence of malice towards Gao and his group. Lin Shuiyin sighed and remarked, "What good is composure? It failed to intimidate them. Had you not returned in time, we would have been captured. I was so tense earlier that my heart felt as if it would leap into my throat." And Yu Fei then glanced at Xiao Xiao and Mei Qingyue, noticing they appeared relatively unscathed by the ordeal. Upon catching Yu Fei's gaze, Xiao Xiao grinned and exclaimed, "Brethren, you look incredibly dashing today, like a prince descending from the heavens. Your mere presence left those bodyguards utterly dumbfounded." Xiao Xiao's choice of address surprised Yu Fei. Typically, when she was pleased, she referred to him as brother-in-law, while in less favorable moods, she would simply call him Wild Man. It was the first time she had addressed him as brother and in such an affectionate manner. Not pondering too deeply on it, and Yu Fei glanced at his sun-kissed complexion and jested, "A prince, you say? While I may not be the wild man you often speak of, I am certainly closer to a black prince than a white one." Xiao Xiao chuckled at his banter, replying, "Regardless of your complexion, in my eyes, you will always be my prince." Upon hearing Xiao Xiao's declaration, Lin Shuiyin instinctively turned to her, and upon witnessing Xiao Xiao's infatuated expression, she inwardly lamented. Xiao Xiao harbored romantic feelings for her prince, a sentiment that their close-knit circle of friends was already aware of, and Yu Fei's gallant display of heroism had evidently captivated Xiao Xiao, prompting a shift in her tone and manner of address, now filled with admiration as she proclaimed him her prince, while Lin Shuiyin recognized Xiao Xiao's infatuation, and Yu Fei remained blissfully unaware. He turned to Mei Qingyue and inquired, "Aunt Mei, are you well?" Mei Qingyue responded with an even gentler tone than before, "I am perfectly fine. As Shuiyin mentioned, your timely return ensured our safety. However, like Xiao Xiao, I must admit, you do look rather handsome today." Being praised by both Xiao Xiao and Mei Qingyue left in Yu Fei feeling somewhat bashful. He scratched the back of his head, a blush creeping onto his cheeks as he said, "Am I handsome? I actually think I'm quite dashing on a regular basis. You simply haven't noticed." His self-deprecating comment elicited laughter from the three women, dissipating the last remnants of tension. Lin Shuiyin shot him a playful glare and said, "You really take compliments too seriously. They were merely being polite. Who brags about their own handsomeness? Don't you feel embarrassed?" With a sheepish grin, and Yu Fei asked, "Do you not think I am handsome?" Lin Shuiyin rolled her eyes and replied, "Handsome? My husband is the most handsome man in the world. Is that sufficient?" Her words filled in Yu Fei's heart with sweetness, akin to tasting honey. He felt elated, almost lost in bliss, and bashfully scratched his head once more, saying, "I love hearing that. Please, do say it more often." After sharing a light-hearted moment filled with laughter, the group temporarily set aside thoughts of the bodyguards. As evening approached, and Yu Fei encouraged the three women to continue their conversation while he busied himself with preparing dinner. After dinner, the group chose not to stroll along the beach, but instead gathered in the cave for a brief conversation before retreating to their respective quarters for rest. And Yu Fei lay in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. The words spoken by Captain Gao before his departure haunted him, instilling a sense of dread that kept him awake, as he feared that Gao and his companions might return to the cave at any moment. Even though he had barricaded the entrance and stowed away the ladder, an unsettling worry gnawed at him, akin to a fishbone lodged in his throat. And Yufei realized he could not allow those individuals to remain. Their presence would deprive him of peaceful slumber in the future. A phrase he had once heard echoed in his mind. How can one sleep soundly when danger lurks so close? The existence of such a threat would render him restless and anxious. After pondering for a while, Yufei resolved to eliminate this security risk immediately, believing that doing so would grant him the tranquility he sought for a good night's sleep. With determination, he rolled out of bed, preparing to confront those individuals. He surmised that, given Lao Huang's injuries, they could not have strayed too far. Stealthily, Yufei emerged from the storage room and carefully removed the barricade from the cave's entrance. Just as he stepped outside, a figure followed him out. To his surprise, it was Mei Qin Yue, who, upon seeing his demeanor, seemed to intuit his intentions. In a hushed voice, she implored, "Yufei, I have a request." Without hesitation, Yufei responded, "Aunt Mei, we are not strangers. There is no need for formalities. Just tell me what you need." After a moment's hesitation, Mei Qin Yue spoke, "Yufei, I understand what you intend to do, and my plea is not for any other reason than to ask if you might spare Xiaodong. She is not inherently bad. She was merely misled by Captain Gao's flattery. She did not betray us, as she merely failed to advocate for us at that moment." Reflecting on it now, she continued, her plea would not have altered the outcome. Captain Gao mentioned today that it was a 4-person lifeboat, and Xiaodong was merely added to the group. Regardless, those 4 bodyguards would not have permitted me and Xiao Xiao to board. It was Xiaodong who informed me that the bodyguards were departing in the lifeboat. Without her warning, we would have remained oblivious even as they walked away. And Yufei contemplated this and perceived that Xiaodong did not seem to be wholly aligned with Captain Gao and his crew. Throughout the incident, from the moment she spotted him to when he rushed to Lin Shuiyin and the others, she had refrained from alerting Gao. It was evident that she could not discern whether Yufei was intending to ambush Gao or protect Lin Shuiyin. Sensing that this young woman was not malicious, he nodded at Mei Qin Yue and said, "Very well, Aunt Mei. If circumstances allow, I shall spare Xiaodong." Mei Qin Yue, filled with gratitude, grasped Yufei's hand and exclaimed, "Then I thank you in advance." Suddenly grasped by Mei Qin Yue, Yufei felt a twinge of embarrassment. Observing the rosy hue that adorned his cheeks, Mei Qin Yue chuckled softly, releasing his hands and saying, "Look at you. All right, off you go. Be careful, and I shall await your return." And Yufei nodded in acknowledgement, gripping his spear as he climbed over the fence. Once beyond the barrier, he hastened towards the shore, swiftly traversing the sandy expanse to the west. His pace was brisk, and in a mere 20 minutes he covered more than half the distance along the beach. Here, under the silvery glow of the moonlight, he discerned the silhouette of what appeared to be a person lying ahead. From a distance, the figure did not resemble Lao Huang. Instead, it bore a closer resemblance to Xiaodong. Chapter 83. Little Dong abandoned soon, and Yufei arrived at the scene, and indeed, lying there was Little Dong. This left Yufei perplexed. Just over 2 hours ago, Little Dong had been perfectly fine. How could she now be sprawled here, alone in this position? It was evident she was not merely resting. The temperature fluctuations on this island were particularly extreme. It was sweltering during the day and unbearably cold at night. Now, as dusk had only just settled and some residual warmth lingered from the day, it was still bearable. However, in a few hours, as the night deepened, it would become exceedingly frigid. If Little Dong remained here, even if she did not succumb to hypothermia by the latter part of the night, she would certainly endure great hardship. And Yufei glanced around but saw no one else. If others were merely resting, they would likely be nearby. The absence of others indicated that Little Dong had most likely been abandoned here. Lowering his gaze, Yufei noted that her eyes were tightly shut, despite being so close. She showed no sign of awareness, which filled him with concern. Could she be dead? With this thought, he reached down to check her pulse. The moment his hand made contact, and Yufei confirmed she was still alive, albeit her temperature was alarmingly high. Realization dawned upon him. She was suffering from severe fever and had lapsed into unconsciousness. Considering old Huang's condition was likely dire as well, and Yufei deduced that Captain Gao and old Wang must be tending to him, leaving little Dong to be forsaken by the three bodyguards. Noticing little Dong was so close to the shoreline heightened the possibility of her abandonment, for should the waves rise, she could easily be swept away into the sea. After calculating the time, and Yufei felt that Captain Gao and the others could not have strayed too far, so he decided to leave little Dong for the moment and continued westward along the beach. In merely 10 minutes, and Yufei arrived at the site of the fallen bodyguard's grave. Despite his search, he had not encountered Captain Gao and his companions. Given their pace, they should not have reached this point, leaving Yufei uncertain whether they had altered their route or found a place to rest for the night. He retraced his steps along the edge of the beach and grassland, hoping to discover any signs of their changed path or perhaps the glow of a campfire. However, returning to the spot where little Dong lay, he found no evidence of Captain Gao's group having deviated from their course, nor did he see any flickering firelight. Realizing he would return empty-handed tonight, and Yufei concluded that even if he waited at the cave for Captain Gao and the others, he would not see them for some time. Their return to that cave remained uncertain. Despite the island's modest size, finding a few individuals at night proved daunting. Shaking his head in resignation, he abandoned his plans to confront Captain Gao's group this evening, muttering that today was a stroke of luck for them, and Yufei resolved to let them live another day. Since he could not find them, he contemplated returning, yet his gaze fell upon little Dong, caught in a moral dilemma. Had Mei Qinyuan not spoken those words to him before he set out, he would have undoubtedly ignored her plight and returned straight away. However, that night, Mei Qinyuan's words resonated within Yufei, leading him to believe that Xiao Dong was not inherently a bad person, merely someone who had made an unfortunate choice by placing her trust in a beast masquerading as a good individual. Perhaps Xiao Dong regretted her decision, but as a lone woman on this desolate island, what could she do? In the face of the predatory nature of High Team and their ilk, her only options were to endure and accept her circumstances. Some choices are unforgivable, yet Xiao Dong had not committed any grave error, and Yufei felt she deserved a chance, especially considering her precarious situation on this island where survival was uncertain. He recalled that Xiao Dong had been brought out by Mei Qinyuan, and thus decided that the authority to choose her fate should rest with Mei Qinyuan. Consequently, Yufei resolved to bring Xiao Dong back. Initially, he worried that Xiao Dong had succumbed to unconsciousness. Concerned she might fall as he carried her, he prepared to cradle her in his arms. To his surprise, as soon as he lifted her, she clung tightly to his neck, and Yufei was uncertain whether Xiao Dong's state was feigned or a genuine response. So he shifted her to his back and carried her. Xiao Dong was not particularly heavy, and given her poor nourishment of late, and Yufei estimated her weight to be around 80 pounds. Carrying her felt almost effortless and did not hinder his speed. When Yufei returned to the cave, before he could knock, Mei Qinyuan emerged and removed the makeshift barricade. Upon entering, he discovered not only Mei Qinyuan waiting for him, but also Lin Shuiyan and Xiao Xiao, who had not yet succumbed to sleep. The trio stood at the cave entrance, and upon seeing Xiao Dong on Yufei's back, Mei Qinyuan inquired with a hint of confusion, "What is this?" And Yufei recounted the day's events, and upon hearing that Xiao Dong had suffered a high fever and was abandoned by High Team, Mei Qinyuan berated them mercilessly, urging Yufei to lay Xiao Dong down on the bed. However, Xiao Dong clung fiercely to Yufei, unwilling to let go, murmuring words like daddy and mommy. This sight evoked a profound sense of sorrow in all four of them. Ultimately, Xiao Dong was but a young girl recently emerged from the protective confines of school, unaware of the harsh realities of society. Her first experience with love had led her to the predatory High Team. In this isolated and inhospitable environment, plagued by illness, she longed for the comfort of her parents. Surely, she reminisced about the carefree days spent by her mother's and father's side. Enduring such a harsh ordeal at just over 20 years of age was indeed brutally cruel. After considerable effort, they pried Xiao Dong's grip from Yufei, only to have her immediately grasp his large hand with renewed tenacity. Observing this, The four of them ceased their attempts to release her grip. Xiaodong's condition was precarious. Once she was laid down, Mei Qingyue fetched some warm water to administer to her, while Lin Xian retrieved a precious antipyretic from her luggage to give her. After taking the medication, Xiaodong's fever showed no signs of abating. Mei Qingyue and Lin Xian resorted to physical cooling methods to help bring her temperature down. They began by soaking a cloth in warm water, placing it on her forehead, and then planned to use another damp cloth to wipe her underarms and other areas. At this moment, and Yufei should have recoiled, yet Xiaodong clutched his hand tightly, unwilling to let go. In this critical moment of treating the sick and saving lives, there was little room for hesitation. Before Yufei's very eyes, Mei Qingyue and Lin Xian swiftly removed Xiaodong's upper garment. The swiftness of their actions left Yufei momentarily stunned. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Xiaodong's clothing had been stripped away. Upon witnessing the proportions before him, Yufei instinctively turned his gaze aside, feeling a flush of embarrassment. As he averted his eyes, he couldn't help but reflect on how both Xiaodong and Xiao Xiao were slender, yet the disparity in their figures was unexpectedly pronounced. He pondered whether Xiao Xiao would feel envious upon seeing Xiaodong's form. Chapter 84. Xiaodong awakens at this moment. Xiao Xiao was too preoccupied to feel jealousy. She was busy assisting Mei Qingyue and Lin Xian. Prior to their arrival on the deserted island, Xiaodong had served as Mei Qingyue's assistant, accompanying her daily. During gatherings with her four close friends, Xiaodong frequently joined them, fostering a warm camaraderie among them. Although Xiao Xiao had been somewhat upset with Xiaodong's actions just days prior, witnessing Xiaodong's current state made her forget any lingering displeasure, replaced instead by profound sympathy. After a flurry of activity from the three women, half an hour passed, and finally, Xiaodong's fever subsided. Shortly thereafter, she languidly opened her eyes, gazing at the familiar faces surrounding her. One by one, she called out, "Aunt Mei, Sister Xin, Xiao Xiao," and as she did, tears streamed down her cheeks. Her tears were a mixture of guilt, regret, and helplessness, an amalgamation of emotions. Mei Qingyue stepped forward, grasping Xiaodong's other hand, and gently reassured her, "Xiaodong, you needn't say anything. I do not blame you for what transpired." Upon hearing Mei Qingyue's words, Xiaodong's tears flowed even more freely. Mei Qingyue approached to wipe away her tears, saying, "You have just recovered from fever. You mustn't cry like this." Reluctantly, Xiaodong released her grip on Yufei's hand, clasping both of Mei Qingyue's hands instead. "Aunt Mei, I truly didn't know what came over me at that time. He asked me to leave with him, and I complied. When you called for help, he silenced me, and I said nothing. Now, reflecting on it, I feel such deep regret." Mei Qingyue responded, firmly holding Xiaodong's hands. "Let us not dwell on the past. What has happened is behind us. Moving forward, let's focus on the present. Life is filled with experiences, both good and bad, and through them, we must learn and grow. But for now, tell us how you ended up alone on the beach." Though it was Mei Qingyue who posed the question, the others were equally intrigued. Even Yufei, who had just stepped into the small kitchen, perked up his ears to listen. And Yufei had already deduced that Xiaodong's fever was likely due to malnutrition, which weakened her immunity. She had hardly eaten today, and coupled with mild dehydration, it explained her condition. He resolved to prepare a warm corn porridge for her using the cooked cornmeal intended for feeding lambs. With water boiling in the pot, he planned to add the cooked cornmeal once it reached a rolling boil, all the while listening attentively to Xiaodong's account of her experiences. As Mei Qingyue inquired further, Xiaodong began recounting the events following their departure from this place. Initially, everything seemed fine, but it wasn't too long before Lao Wang, supporting Lao Huang, began to slow down significantly. Noticing their lagging pace, Gao Diyuai urged them to hasten, lest they remain away from the cave for an extended period. Upon hearing Gao Diyuai's insistence, Lao Wang approached him and whispered a few words into his ear, though Xiaodong could not discern what was said. After listening to Lao Wang's words, Gao took a glance at Lao Huang and ventured into the woods with a machete. He returned with 2 sturdy wooden poles and some vines. Once back, Gao and Lao Wang fashioned a makeshift stretcher from these materials and gently laid Lao Huang upon it. Subsequently, they began to carry Lao Huang, but as his weight proved burdensome, Gao instructed Xiao Dong to assist them. Xiao Dong, despite feeling feverish that morning, was compelled by Gao to accompany them rather than remain in the cave. Despite her discomfort, she had no choice but to follow along. Throughout the day, they had eaten little. Gao, Lao Wang, and Xiao Dong managed only a small portion of coconut flesh and a sip of coconut water. As they made their way back, Xiao Dong's condition worsened, and she struggled to walk. After a brief period of helping to carry Lao Wang, she felt a sudden darkness engulf her and collapsed to the ground. Upon falling, she sensed an overwhelming heaviness in her eyelids and an irresistible urge to sleep. Observing Xiao Dong's fall, Gao urged her to rise quickly and not waste time. Hearing his voice, she endeavored to respond, yet found herself utterly drained, unable to move or even open her eyes. Noticing her lack of response, Gao and Lao Wang set Lao Huang down momentarily to assess Xiao Dong's condition. When Gao felt her forehead, he realized she was burning with fever. Concerned for her plight, Gao conferred with Lao Wang and Lao Huang, their hushed discussion revealing their intentions. As they chose to ignore Xiao Dong's predicament, with renewed determination, they lifted Lao Huang and continued on their way. Although Xiao Dong could not open her eyes, she understood the gravity of their abandonment, her heart sinking into despair. Just when she felt resigned to her fate, believing she would perish young in this desolate place, Gao unexpectedly returned. Xiao Dong hoped he had a change of heart and would carry her along. Indeed, Gao lifted her into his arms, causing her to believe that he truly cared for her, reluctant to leave her behind. Yet, to her dismay, he soon set her down again, revealing his true thoughts. Addressing the semi-conscious Xiao Dong, Gao confessed, "Initially, my aim in getting close to you was to find a way to approach the wealthy Ms. May. I had not anticipated that you would be so easily swayed by a few flattering words, losing your sense of direction. Before I could connect with Ms. May through you, you had already fallen for me. An opportunity presented itself, and I intended to entertain you for a few days and then part ways. Little did I know, we would encounter a shipwreck. Upon reaching the deserted island, I perceived you as a burden and contemplated abandoning you. However, upon reflection, I recognized you might still serve a purpose, hence I decided to keep you around. I am aware that, while I am the leader of this bodyguard team, appearances can be deceiving. Lao Huang and Lao Wang may feign respect, but may not heed my commands in a crisis. Lao Huang is notoriously lascivious, and although Lao Wang is somewhat better, he too has his vices. Thus, I resolved to use you as leverage against them. I viewed you as a mere tool, and to my satisfaction, you proved to be quite obedient. Ironically, as I made my way here today, I had resolved not to abandon you, my obedient tool. Yet, this evening, I found myself casting you aside. Alas, with the current state of Lao Huang, whether he will recover remains uncertain. Without him to guide me, Lao Wang's urgency would diminish, and I would be unable to manipulate him with your assistance, rendering you devoid of purpose. Having lost your significance in my endeavors, I see no reason to continue bearing your presence. After all, you have accompanied me through much, and I cannot bear to witness your demise in desolation. I shall leave you by the seaside, where in due time, the rising waves will embrace you and carry you into the depths of the ocean, an act of sea burial. A final gesture of kindness on my part. Chapter 85. And Yufei enjoys a meal once again after Gao's departure. Xiao Dong could no longer contain her tears, her heart overwhelmed with regret and despair. Soon, she succumbed to slumber, and in her dreams, she found herself transported back to her childhood. In this reverie, she stumbled and fell, only to be gently lifted by her father, who then allowed her to climb onto his back, relishing the comfort and safety of his broad shoulders. Yet, as dreams often do, this memory faded, and she awoke in the bed of cave. Upon hearing Xiao Dong's account, Mei Qinyu, Lin Shuiyin, and Xiao Xiao erupted in vehement condemnation of Gao, deeming him lower than a beast. In the kitchen, and Yu Fei, having heard Xiao Dong's narrative, shared their sentiments regarding Gao's deplorable character, which only solidified his resolve to eliminate him. From the words of Mei Qinyu and Xiao Dong, as well as the observations Yu Fei made at the cave's entrance, it became evident that Gao lacked both responsibility and moral integrity. Leaving such a person on the island posed a persistent threat. Ordinarily, Matters like this should not be postponed. However, and Yufei was at a loss for where to locate them that day and resolved to wait until dawn. Just then, he heard the kettle boiling, prompting him to set aside thoughts of dealing with Gao and instead prepare a nourishing corn porridge. He mixed some cornmeal into the pot, stirring until it reached a boil. Once ready, he poured the porridge into a wooden bowl, placed a clean wooden spoon beside it, and carried it out of the kitchen. Meanwhile, Mei Qingyu and the others were still venting their frustrations about Gao, and Yu Fei presented the wooden bowl to Mei Qingyu, suggesting, "Enough venting. It's therapeutic. But don't let him upset you further." He continued, "Aunt Mei, I believe Xiao Dong's ailment stems largely from hunger, so I prepared some corn porridge. It's fresh. Please let it cool before feeding it to her." Mei Qingyu accepted the bowl and settled by the bedside, gently propping Xiao Dong up. She scooped a spoonful of porridge, blowing on it before offering it to Xiao Dong, perhaps due to her intense hunger. Xiao Dong quickly took the bowl from Mei Qingyu, slurping the porridge directly from the edges. In no time, the bowl was nearly emptied, even the bottom licked clean. Seeing Xiao Dong's eagerness, Mei Qingyu turned to Yu Fei and inquired, "Do you have any more?" And Yu Fei shook his head, "No. This is all I made. It's not that I'm reluctant, but I worry that after such a long fast, too much food at once might upset her." Mei Qingyu nodded in understanding and addressed Xiao Dong. "Today, this will suffice. If you're still hungry, I shall prepare more for you tomorrow. You just recovered from a fever. Rest well." Grateful for the hearty meal, Xiao Dong felt content, recognizing this as the most substantial meal she had had in quite some time. She nodded and replied, "Aunt Mei, this is enough. I am already full." With a gentle pat, Mei Qingyu encouraged, "Then rest early. Perhaps a good sleep will restore you. It is now quite late, and not only Xiao Dong, but others are also preparing to rest. However, the bed that Yu Fei had prepared is rather small. Accommodating 3 people is already a challenge, and adding Xiao Dong makes it exceedingly cramped. Consequently, Lin Shuiyan has no choice but to join Yu Fei in the storage room. This arrangement delights Yu Fei immensely. After more than 10 days, he can finally hold his wife close while they sleep. Although they cannot engage in the activities Yu Fei desires, he can still indulge in some subtle gestures of affection. With great joy, Yu Fei welcomes Lin Shuiyan into the storage room. Observing his fawning demeanor, Lin Shuiyan whispers in his ear, "Though I am here to sleep with you, you must refrain from any untoward actions tonight. My dear friends are outside, and I will be the subject of their teasing if they were to hear us." And Yu Fei nods in agreement, saying, "I understand. I know it's impossible to keep you silent, so I wouldn't dare to think of such things." Lin Shuiyan nods in satisfaction, replying, "As long as you know." Afterward, they lie down on the bed in the storage room. It is at this moment that Lin Shuiyan realizes the reason for Yu Fei's eagerness. Though he refrains from pursuing his desires, his hands wander unrestrained. And Yu Fei's playful touches leave Lin Shuiyan feeling restless, igniting a longing within her. However, the fear of being overheard by her friends causes her great inner turmoil. Eventually, unable to resist any longer, she whispers into Yu Fei's ear, "How about you take it slow? Let us indulge in a little intimacy. I'm feeling a bit inclined, but you must be gentle and keep me quiet." And Yu Fei, who has been yearning for this moment, is already on the verge of succumbing to temptation. He is well aware of Lin Shuiyan's sensitive spots, and with just a little teasing, she can no longer hold back. Over an hour later, although they have not fully surrendered to their urges, both find satisfaction, and Lin Shuiyan manages to remain silent. The next morning, Yu Fei rises feeling invigorated after their lengthy interlude. Despite the exertion, he feels energized and ready to face the day. He rises at his usual time, and following his daily routine, he exchanges goat's milk with the actors and heads to the beach to gather seafood. This morning, while patrolling, Yu Fei deliberately walks along the boundary where the sand meets the grass. In the bright daylight, he clearly observes traces left by Gao and his group approximately 200 meters west of where he found Xiao Dong. Upon noting this location, Yu Fei does not pursue the trail, instead committing the position to memory and continuing his search for seafood. After his patrol, he prepares breakfast and specifically makes a light corn porridge for Xiao Dong, who is still on the mend and requires gentle nourishment. In the porridge, Yu Fei adds 2 boiled eggs and some peeled shrimp. Additionally, He prepares a generous half-cup of goat's milk for Xiaodong. The two young lambs have grown and their appetites have increased. Once they finish, and Yufei will have to squeeze out 4 cups of milk. The production of drama is indeed vast, although there is now an additional person, and Yufei can only prepare 4 cups. He must evenly distribute the contents of these 4 cups into 5.5. By the time he has everything ready, Mei Qingyue has risen, and Xiaodong is also awake, and Yufei hands the bowl to Mei Qingyue, urging her to feed it to Xiaodong. Gazing at the sumptuous food in the bowl, Xiaodong cannot help but inquire, "Aunt Mei, you all enjoy these delightful dishes. Just give me some wild fruits to eat." Chapter 86. Mei Qingyue and Xiao Xiao develop affections for Yufei with a smile. Mei Qingyue remarked, "My dear child, you are given food, and all you do is talk. We consume much the same as you do. This corn porridge was specially prepared for you. Given your current illness, you should not indulge in too many other foods. Start with something light, and once you recover, you may join us in our meals." Upon hearing Mei Qingyue's words, tears welled up in Xiaodong's eyes once more. Observing this, Mei Qingyue quickly added, "All right, enough of that. You know I cannot bear to see a girl cry. Your tears affect me deeply." Xiaodong, upon hearing Mei Qingyue's comforting words, managed to stifle her tears and feigned a smile. Mei Qingyue playfully pinched her nose, saying, "Your smile is even less appealing than your crying." With this light-hearted jest, Xiaodong finally revealed a genuine smile. Taking the wooden bowl, she began to eat on her own, while Mei Qingyue went to the kitchen to fetch a bowl of breakfast to accompany her. Mei Qingyue waved her bowl in front of Xiaodong, saying, "How does this fare compare to yours? Although you must refrain from indulging in too much seafood for now. Once you are well, I promise you can feast to your heart's content." Seeing the food in Mei Qingyue's bowl, Xiaodong felt reassured and began to eat heartily. As she savored her meal, she inquired, "Aunt Mei, how come your meals are so splendid? Do you eat like this every day?" Mei Qingyue nodded, replying, "Indeed. More or less. We generally enjoy meals like this daily, 3 times a day, and we are always satisfied." Xiaodong's eyes widened in astonishment at her words. She sighed, "You are incredibly fortunate. Since I arrived on this island, I have not tasted proper food, surviving mostly on sour and astringent wild fruits. I have only eaten something different twice. Once, a scrawny wild chicken that was little more than bones, and another time, a few tiny fish measuring 3 to 4 centimeters. And Yufei had previously shared these experiences with Mei Qingyue, but feigning ignorance, she remarked, "You truly have endured quite a hardship. However, our bountiful meals are thanks to your brother-in-law, Yufei. He is quite resourceful and manages to procure food for us, ensuring we do not go hungry." Confused, Xiaodong asked, "Brother-in-law Yufei?" Seeing her bewilderment, Mei Qingyue slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh dear, you haven't met Yufei yet. He is Lin Shuiyan's husband, the very person who prepared the corn porridge for you last night and carried you back." With this clarification, Xiaodong finally connected the dots, realizing that in Yufei was Lin Shuiyan's spouse. Thus she should refer to him as brother-in-law due to her relationship with Lin Shuiyan. Yet, she quickly recalled that it was in Yufei who had carried her back the previous night, while in her dream, it was her father who bore her. Had she, in that moment, mistaken in Yufei for her father? She now felt uncertain whether she had called him dad, which would be quite embarrassing. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Xiaodong's face flushed, and she fell silent, focusing intently on her meal. Mei Qingyue, unaware of the reason for her shyness, inquired briefly, only to be met with a dismissive response. Thus, both immersed themselves in their meal. As the two were enjoying their meal, Xiao Xiao sniffed softly, her eyes still closed, and asked, "Aunt Mei, has my brother prepared breakfast?" Mei Qingyue swallowed her food and replied, "Yes, I'm eating it right now." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao immediately sat up, exclaiming, "I must hurry to eat. If I delay, you will finish all the good food." Mei Qingyue had grown accustomed to Xiao Xiao's gluttonous nature, yet she couldn't help but tease, "With such a voracious appetite, how will you ever find a husband? What kind of person could afford to keep you?" In the past, Xiao Xiao would merely laugh and respond, "If I can't find one, I want tea. I can manage on my own. After all, one person's fullness keeps the family from hunger." However, today, she surprisingly remarked, "I will only seek someone like my brother, and look how much I eat, and he never complains. Besides, I'm certain he could support me. Upon hearing Xiao Zhao's words, Mei Qingyue sensed something amiss and half-jokingly asked, "Are you looking for someone like your brother, or are you specifically seeking him?" It was then that Xiao Xiao realized she had inadvertently let something slip, and she hurriedly corrected herself. "Of course, I mean someone like my brother, and he is Snow Yan's husband. How could I ever take him from her?" Mei Qingyue noticed Xiao Zhao's fluster, and even Xiao Dong, who was nearby, sensed the unusual tension. Mei Qingyue also observed that Xiao Xiao had changed her way of addressing Yufei, indicating that her feelings for him had deepened. This realization led Mei Qingyue to reflect on her own feelings, as in Yufei's image from the previous day, when he shielded the three of them, frequently occupied her thoughts, causing her heart to race. As someone who had experienced such feelings before, Mei Qingyue recognized the fluttering in her heart, akin to a fawn in a state of panic, unmistakably indicating a romantic stir. Yet, she was aware that Yufei belonged to Lin Shuyan. She could harbor no such thoughts and must conceal this burgeoning emotion deeply. Today, she made a concerted effort to avoid being alone with Yufei, fearing that in his company, she would lose control of herself. This was also the reason she chose to have breakfast in her room today, as she had previously avoided disturbing Lin Shuyan and Xiao Xiao by eating in the small kitchen with Yufei. After Xiao Xiao finished washing up and eating, Mei Qingyue and Xiao Dong quickly completed their breakfast as well. Once done, Mei Qingyue took 2 empty bowls to the kitchen, where she found Yufei had just finished eating and was preparing to wash the dishes. Mei Qingyue took his bowl, intending to wash it together shortly. Traditionally, Mei Qingyue had washed the dishes in the morning, and Yufei had always willingly handed them to her. He then said to her, "Aunt Mei, I will step out for a bit and should return around 2 in the afternoon. Please let Snow Yin know when she wakes up." Understanding his intentions, Mei Qingyue nodded. "Be careful. Your safety is of utmost importance. Remember, Snow Yin, and we are all waiting for you." And Yufei bestowed upon Mei Qingyue a reassuring glance and said, "Rest assured, I comprehend the gravity of the situation and shall not take reckless risks." Mei Qingyue, still somewhat uneasy, imparted a few more words of caution before finally allowing Yufei to depart. Once outside, Yufei found himself perplexed by Mei Qingyue's unusually verbose demeanor, as if she were bidding farewell to a beloved on a long journey, leaving him feeling somewhat bashful. After exiting the cave, Yufei made his way directly to the seaside, tracing the path where Captain Gao and the others had departed from the beach. Captain Gao and Old Huang were seen carrying Old Huang on a stretcher, which was not particularly high, thus leaving a remarkably clear trail. Following the marks they had left behind, Yufei continued his pursuit. After a short while, he stumbled upon a patch of grass that had been trampled down. Upon closer inspection, he surmised that this was likely a resting spot for Captain Gao and his companions, as even the place where the stretcher had been laid could be discerned. Chapter 87. Sending Old Huang on his journey, Yufei discerned from the traces left behind that Team Gao had not lingered for long. They had likely paused merely for a brief respite before resuming their journey. On the ground, he spotted 2 cigarette butts, suggesting they had only taken the time to smoke 1 cigarette. Without further delay, Yufei continued to follow the trail. After a short distance, he stumbled upon another resting place used by Team Gao, which bore a striking resemblance to the previous one, also featuring just 2 cigarette butts. Yufei diligently tracked the remnants left by the team, initially finding signs of their breaks every 200 meters or so. However, as he progressed, the intervals diminished to around 50 or 60 meters, indicating that Team Gao and Old Huang were experiencing significant fatigue. They needed to pause for rest after every short stretch of travel. The evidence revealed that their resting periods were gradually extending, from the initial 2 cigarette butts to 6, signifying their transition from a brief smoke break to one that allowed for the time it takes to smoke 3 cigarettes. Yufei followed the trail at a steady pace, and as noon approached, he finally arrived at the cave where Team Gao had taken shelter. Upon reaching this location, Yufei surmised that Team Gao had indeed returned to the cave, though he was uncertain of their exact arrival time. Initially, he had contemplated waiting at the cave for their return, but he feared they might seek a different resting place due to exhaustion, which would necessitate retracing his steps. Ultimately, He deemed it more prudent to follow the trail, despite the longer duration it entailed. This method assured him that he could locate them regardless of whether they returned to the cave or chose another refuge. As he neared the cave entrance, Yufei felt compelled to reduce his pace, approaching quietly and cautiously while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Given that it was daytime, not only was his vision keen, but so too would be that of Team Gao. Thus, advancing directly could easily reveal his presence. Nevertheless, he did not fear their discovery excessively. His caution stemmed from the possibility that someone from Team Gao might be stationed outside the cave. To walk in unannounced could render him vulnerable to an ambush. Having carried Old Huang back from such a considerable distance, Team Gao and Old Huang must have been quite fatigued. And Yufei was no longer intimidated by the prospect of confronting the two directly, as long as he remained wary of any potential surprise attacks. In the final 50 meters to the cave entrance, Yufei took nearly 10 minutes to reach the large boulder behind which he had previously concealed himself. This vantage point was excellent, allowing him to hear the sounds from within the cave with remarkable clarity. Although daytime, sounds were not as distinct as those at night. He was still able to discern them. At first, Yufei speculated that Team Gao might have returned only to leave again, as he detected no voices. However, after listening intently for a while, he finally caught the sound of snoring, which eased his concerns. He had feared that his efforts might have been in vain. If that were the case, Team Gao's survival would indeed be remarkable. With keen discernment, Yufei discovered that the snoring sounds emanated from two individuals, one voice resonating loudly while the other remained subdued, their snores remarkably rhythmic. Yufei was unable to ascertain who was responsible for the snoring. Logically, with three individuals present, there ought to be three distinct sounds if all were asleep. The presence of only two suggested either that one person was still awake or that one simply did not snore. Given that Gao and Old Huang were both fatigued from a night of little rest, Yufei surmised that the two snorers were most likely Gao and Old Huang, while the quiet one must be Old Huang. Reflecting on Old Huang's injuries from the previous day, Yufei concluded that even if he were awake, he posed no significant threat. As long as Yufei acted swiftly, he could eliminate either Gao or Old Huang, rendering the remaining one inconsequential. As for Old Huang, should he notice Yufei's presence, Yufei believed he would not be much of a threat either. At worst, he might attempt to alert Gao and the others. But whether he could rouse them from their deep slumber remained uncertain. With a resolve solidified in his mind, Yufei delayed no longer. He detached his dagger from the tip of his spear, grasped it firmly in his right hand, and stealthily advanced towards the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, Yufei observed that the individuals inside were quite cautious, having rigged several ropes at the cave's mouth, adorned with various metallic objects. A careless touch of these ropes would undoubtedly produce a sound. It was evident that Gao and his companions had employed these ropes as a warning system. Under the cover of night, Yufei might have unwittingly triggered them. However, it was daylight now, and the ropes were glaringly visible, easily discernible to the eye. During the day, these ropes could only serve as a warning to animals, rendering them virtually ineffective against human intruders. Yufei slipped through the gaps in the ropes and continued deeper into the cave. This cavern was more profound than the one Yufei had excavated, and as he ventured further in, the darkness thickened. Nonetheless, having visited this place before, he knew that despite its greater depth, it was not excessively so, approximately 10 meters at most. Soon, Yufei arrived at the innermost recess, where he instinctively furrowed his brow upon detecting an unpleasant odor. It reeked like a latrine, leaving him baffled as to how these individuals could reside in such foul conditions. Did they conduct all their bodily functions within the cave? He pondered whether this stench was inherent to the cave or a recent development. Nevertheless, he found himself somewhat admiring the two snorers for managing to sleep soundly amid such an odorous atmosphere. Clearly, Gao and Old Huang were in a deep slumber, as they showed no reaction even within Yufei's approach. In the dim light, Yufei could see Old Huang still lying on a stretcher, his eyes closed, seemingly asleep as well. With this realization, Yufei felt further reassured. To avoid any unforeseen complications, he decided to act swiftly. Thus, he advanced towards Old Huang, who lay blissfully unaware of the dagger poised menacingly at his throat, lost in a deep, weary slumber. And Yufei discerned that both old Wang and old Gao were indeed utterly exhausted. Upon their return, they must have laid down old Huang and succumbed to slumber at any available spot, neglecting even to enter their sleeping bags. Approaching old Wang, and Yufei noticed that his sleeping bag appeared quite new. To avoid soiling it, he carefully shifted the sleeping bag to a distance before crouching beside old Wang. To prevent any sound from escaping, and Yufei covered his mouth with his left hand while swiftly gliding a dagger across his neck with his right. The interval between the two actions barely perceptible, as if both hands had executed their tasks simultaneously. Chapter 88. Scavenging the supplies left by Lao Gao as Lao Wang's throat was brutally sliced open, his snoring abruptly ceased. Perhaps it was the excruciating pain that jolted him awake, his eyes wide open, his hands instinctively clutching at his neck. Yet it was too late. Any attempt to vocalize his distress was rendered futile. He was merely flailing in his final throes, and Yufei chose to disregard him. Releasing his left hand that had been covering Lao Wang's mouth, and Yufei pivoted to confront Captain Gao, acutely aware that the captain might have regained consciousness. At the precise moment Lao Wang's snoring halted, Captain Gao had uttered a few words. Perhaps disoriented by the sudden absence of Lao Wang's rhythmic snoring, he muttered, "Lao Wang, why are you awake? Did you wake up because you needed to relieve yourself?" Receiving no response from Lao Wang, Captain Gao fell silent, and Yufei swiftly approached him, noting that despite having spoken, Gao had yet to open his eyes. Observing this, and Yufei prepared to deal with Gao in a manner akin to his treatment of Lao Wang. Just as Yufei's hand moved to cover Gao's mouth, the captain seemed to sense something amiss. He began to utter the words, "Lao," but before he could finish, Yufei swiftly covered his mouth, his dagger swiftly slicing across Gao's throat. As his mouth was suddenly covered, Captain Gao instinctively raised his hands to grasp Yufei's wrist, but halfway through the motion, a sharp pain in his throat redirected his efforts to clutch at his neck instead. And Yufei had already released his left hand, standing coldly to the side. Observing Gao's incredulous eyes widen in disbelief, he could scarcely fathom that Yufei would arrive so swiftly and decisively to end his life. At that moment, regret washed over him. He lamented the harsh words he had spoken upon his departure the previous day. He mused that had he refrained from uttering such threats, perhaps Yufei would not have taken such lethal action against him. In truth, his harsh words had merely been a habit. After conflicts with others, he would often leave with some bravado, uttering threats that were never meant to be taken seriously. However, he had forgotten that they were on a deserted island, and that Yufei was indeed capable of murder. Had he not spoken those words, Yufei would not have been plagued by sleeplessness, nor would he have conceived the notion of eliminating him. Though Gao had spoken in jest, Yufei took him at his word. Even if Yufei understood the nature of Gao's bravado, he would still act as he did. The very fact that Gao had uttered such threats indicated his underlying intentions. With those intentions in mind, Yufei deemed it unwise to spare him. He could not afford to take chances. Should the day arise when he was absent, and Gao and his cohorts ventured back to the cave, Lin Shuyan and the others would be in grave peril. Unless Yufei resolved never to leave the cave, he could not guarantee his timely return each time. If Gao and his group were to wait for him to depart before making their move, the likelihood of his return would diminish significantly. Thus, it was imperative to eliminate such threats to ensure his peace of mind. Captain Gao gazed at the motionless Yufei, his intention to interrogate him faltering as he opened his mouth, but uttered only a series of guttural sounds, akin to a deflating bellows. In that moment, his eyes brimmed with despair, resentment, regret, and dread. The thought of death consumed him. Clutching his neck in a futile attempt to stave off the inevitable, he hoped against hope that this act might allow him to survive. Yet his efforts were in vain. Despite his grip, blood continued to seep from between his fingers, and he felt his strength waning with each passing moment. Accompanied by pain and terror, Captain Gao struggled for a little while longer, but this only intensified his suffering and fear of death. Old Wang fared far better. He essentially slipped away into eternal slumber, although pain jolted him awake momentarily. It was already too late. His hand, raised in a feeble gesture, fell back lifelessly. He had no time to comprehend the fear of death before he succumbed. And despite Captain Gao's additional struggle, it did not alter his fate. He soon followed Old Wang into the void. Upon noticing the stillness of Captain Gao, Yufei resolved to address Old Huang, who lay on a stretcher. As he approached, he was struck by the pallor of Old Huang's face, an alarming shade that bore no resemblance to life. And Yufei was astonished that merely one night could transform Old Huang so drastically. Regardless of his appearance, Yufei was determined to bring an end to his suffering, simultaneously eliminating a potential threat. Having grown accustomed to dispatching Old Wang and Captain Gao, Yufei instinctively covered Old Huang's mouth with his left hand. However, as he did so, he paused with his knife in hand, not out of mercy, but because he realized Old Huang had long since departed this world. Now that he stood closer, the foul odor pervading the cave was revealed to emanate from Old Huang's lifeless body. Understanding now why Old Huang's countenance had seemed so off, Yufei recognized that what he beheld was indeed a visage of death. With a sense of relief, he stood and spoke to the corpse. "Since you have already departed, there is no need for me to deliver another blow. I wonder when you succumbed. If it was not long ago, you shall soon be reunited with your two good brothers. I have just sent them on their way, and you can accompany them to report to the underworld." After uttering these words, Yufei turned to kick Old Wang and Captain Gao, confirming that both had also succumbed. With all three now lifeless, Yufei felt a sense of peace wash over him. At last, he could enjoy a restful night. He then resolved to scour the cave for useful supplies, as these three men would no longer have any need for them. In his search, Yufei discovered an abundance of provisions, particularly an impressive array of cooking utensils, pans, bowls, and various implements. In addition to these culinary items, he found 4 sleeping bags and 3 backpacks. Yufei, without inspecting the contents of the backpack, gathered all the items together, intending to take them back shortly. However, he felt a sense of regret after scouring the entire cave, for aside from some unripe wild fruits, he found no other edible provisions. Yufei pondered over the situation, questioning why the individuals had prepared such a comprehensive array of cooking supplies, yet had failed to secure any food when departing from the large vessel. In truth, Yufei had misjudged them. They had indeed packed ample provisions. Unfortunately, when the lifeboat was swept into the whirlpool, those supplies were clutched by the now-deceased bodyguard. And after his demise, the food was lost to the currents. Chapter 89. The anxious wait of Lin Shuyin and her 2 companions upon reaching the shore. The old Gao and his companions found themselves filled with regret, lamenting that they should have taken the provisions with them. However, had they known that the bodyguard perished while clutching those very supplies, it is uncertain whether their sentiments would have remained unchanged. And Yufei, oblivious to these events, was diligently scouring for resources. Once he gathered all the supplies, he realized that the 3 individuals possessed quite a substantial amount. 3 backpacks were readily accessible, allowing him to take them first. He also seized the machete from Captain Gao, a finely crafted mountain knife complete with a sheath. And Yufei tested its balance and found it comfortable to wield, deciding to keep it close at hand. During his search, he discovered a dagger on both Lao Wang and Lao Huang. Although their daggers were somewhat inferior to the one in Yufei's possession, he still chose to carry them. He intended to affix one to a wooden pole, transforming it into a spear for hunting, while reserving the other for slaughtering animals, thereby eliminating the need to frequently bind and unbind his original dagger. In the course of his exploration, Yufei stumbled upon a pristine canvas, clearly intended for erecting a temporary shelter. This was a valuable find, as it held numerous potential uses on the deserted island. He carefully placed the unopened canvas among the gathered supplies. Deep within the cave, he also discovered a plastic box that appeared to contain cooking utensils. Upon opening it, he was delighted to find several bowls and gas canisters, which seemed to correspond with the gas stove he had previously encountered. These canisters were modest in size, measuring approximately 15 to 16 centimeters in length with a diameter of about 10 centimeters, resembling a shorter version of typical insecticide containers found in supermarkets. This plastic box, A final useful item found in the cave alleviated in Yufei's earlier concerns about transporting the supplies. The box featured individual slots, and he meticulously arranged the gas stove, pots, spatula, spoon, bowls, and chopsticks into their respective slots. Once all items were neatly organized, he had successfully compiled his cooking supplies within the plastic box. With the cooking utensils collected, and Yufei utilized the canvas to bundle the remaining provisions. Despite the items being packed, the volume still seemed excessive. Observing the heap of supplies at the cave's entrance, he concluded that he could not possibly carry everything in a single trip. Therefore, he resolved to transport the items in 2 journeys. Anticipating that the return journey might be arduous, he decided to take a lighter load for his first trip, shouldering 2 backpacks and the plastic box containing the cooking utensils before setting off. Although it was said to take less than 3 items, along with the machete in Yufei's hand and the 3 daggers on his person, still weighed significantly. And Yufei cast one last glance at the lifeless bodies of the 3 members of Team Gao within the cave before departing. He had no intention of attending to their remains. There were plenty of carnivorous creatures on the deserted island, and he believed it would not be long before the animals devoured the corpses left behind. This time, Yufei did not plan to return via the beach. Instead, he aimed to visit the great river first. Having just dealt with Gao and Old Wang, he was covered in blood, which felt particularly uncomfortable and sticky. Thus, he decided to wash up at the river. He did not wish to return in such a state, as it might frighten Lin, Shuyin, and the others. It was far more appropriate to return clean. The cave was merely a kilometer from the Great River. Despite Old Wang and Old Huang taking nearly an hour to traverse the distance, and Yufei managed to reach the riverbank in just over 10 minutes, even with his burdens. He set everything down and took a refreshing bath in the Great River, which was significantly deeper than the small stream in front of their cave. And Yufei found bathing here far more pleasant, especially due to the depth allowing him to swim. After thoroughly cleansing himself, he also took the opportunity to wash his nearly worn-out pants. While waiting for them to dry, he swam a few laps in the river before donning his damp trousers and emerging from the water. Now clean, and Yufei picked up his belongings and set off towards his cave. With a machete clearing his path, the journey was considerably easier. In places where he previously encountered dense vines, he would have had to detour. Now, he simply wielded the machete to sever the obstructive vines. By the time Yufei returned to his cave, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. The women at home had been anxiously awaiting his return, and their smiles illuminated the moment he appeared. Although Yufei did not explicitly state his intentions, the 3 women, aside from Xiaodong, were well aware of what he had gone out to do, which explained their concern for him. The morning had been relatively calm, as Yufei had only been gone for a short while, and the trio had occupied themselves with planting corn to distract themselves. However, as they completed the corn planting and found themselves with idle time, their worries intensified with the approaching noon. Unable to bear the anxiety, Mei Qingyue retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal as a diversion. Yet even after finishing lunch, Yufei had not returned. She served the special convalescent meal she had made for Xiaodong and joined Lin Shuyin and Xiao Xiao at the cave entrance, eagerly awaiting the sight of their return. Fortunately, their wait was not prolonged, and Yufei's figure soon appeared atop the railing. The moment they saw him return safely, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. The 3 individuals became acutely aware of the items on Yufei, surmising that she had likely succeeded in her endeavor. However, their primary concern did not lie in the outcome of her mission. Rather, they were preoccupied with Yufei's safety. Surrounding her, they took it upon themselves to gently relieve her of the items she bore, simultaneously inquiring after her well-being and checking for any injuries. Such attention left Yufei feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Once they had ascertained that she was unharmed, Mei Qingyue sniffled slightly and remarked, "It seems you have accomplished your task. There's a scent of blood about you." Chapter 90. The satellite phone signal fades and Yufei placed a finger to his lips and whispered, then tilted his head towards the cave entrance, softly instructing, "You all understand, so keep it to yourselves." The 3 women nodded in acknowledgement, aware that Yufei wished to keep this matter from Xiaodong. They concurred that it was indeed better for Xiaodong to remain oblivious. Mei Qingyue, seizing the moment, shifted the conversation, saying, I have prepared lunch. It's the perfect opportunity for you to savor my culinary skills. You usually do the cooking, so today you shall enjoy a ready-made meal." And Yu Fei, feeling quite famished, headed to wash his hands in preparation for lunch. As he washed, he mused to himself, "Is Aunt May's nose truly that keen? I've scrubbed thoroughly back at the river, yet she can still detect the scent of blood lingering on me." His thoughts were fleeting, and by the time he finished washing, Mei Qin Yu and the others had already set the table for lunch. Hungry, he dug into the meal with gusto. To his delight, Mei Qin Yu's cooking was surprisingly delectable, offering a distinctly different flavor compared to his own culinary creations. Each style had its merits, and as he enjoyed the meal, he couldn't help but commend Mei Qin Yu's skills. Receiving in Yu Fei's praise filled Mei Qin Yu with joy. Yet a tinge of sadness crept in as she realized her imminent departure would mean she could no longer cook for him. Uncertain of when they would meet again, this thought cast a shadow over her heart. Nevertheless, she recognized that it was not the time for sorrow. She needed to cherish the remaining days she could spend within Yu Fei. Soon, she composed herself and resumed her attentive care for him, much like Xiao Xiao. Though still unaccustomed to being the focus of concern from three women, and Yu Fei felt a warm satisfaction during this meal. Having only known the care of his grandfather throughout his childhood, he had thought he would never again experience such affection after his grandfather's passing. To his surprise, three lovely women were now concerned for him. After lunch and a brief respite, and Yu Fei prepared to venture out once more. Noticing the puzzled expressions on the faces of the three women, he reassured them, "You need not look at me so. I am merely going out to transport some items. There is no danger in that, so you need not worry." With this explanation, the three women finally allowed him to leave. Once outside, he did not head directly to the cave where Gao's group resided. He had already retrieved the traps he had previously set. With the threat from Gao's group alleviated, he felt more at ease to venture out and intended to re-establish those traps. It was imperative to set the traps. After nearly half a month without fresh game, relying solely on dwindling reserves, the smoked rabbits were nearly gone, and several laying hens had been consumed. And Yu Fei feared that if he did not bring back fresh prey soon, he would lose the few remaining wild hens. Xiao Xiao, the little glutton, would incessantly nag him about the lack of wild chickens, and it was only after much irritation that he reluctantly culled a few of the less productive hens. The remaining hens were too precious for him to part with, hence his urgency to set the traps anew. After Yu Fei meticulously set all the traps, he made his way towards the cave where Gao's team resided. Upon his arrival at the cave, he was taken aback to find several unfamiliar birds fluttering within. As he approached the entrance, the startled birds hastily exited, but they did not venture far, perching instead on nearby trees that were in close proximity to the cave. Entering the cave, and Yu Fei observed that the bodies of Gao's team bore signs of being pecked, suggesting that the birds had been drawn to the scent of blood, likely indicating they were scavengers. Although the birds had fled in fright, a multitude of flies remained unfazed by Yu Fei's presence, swarming over the corpses of the three individuals. Particularly on the bodies of Lao Wang and Gao, the flies were abundant, creating an unsettling spectacle that sent shivers down Yu Fei's spine. With larger scavengers yet to arrive, and Yu Fei felt no inclination to linger. He resolved to depart swiftly. The overwhelming stench of blood could attract formidable carnivores, and he was uncertain of the dangers that might ensue. He had heard that bears possess an exceptionally keen sense of smell, capable of detecting scent from afar. Given that the cave was situated on a mountain dividing the northern and southern parts of the desolate island, the possibility of attracting a bear from the north was a grave concern. Should he find himself trapped in the cave, the outcome could be dire. Even if bears were not a concern, the longer he remained, the more likely it was that other predatory animals would be drawn to the scene. The wolves on this island were notably large, and Yu Fei was uncertain if he could contend with them. Preferring to avoid unnecessary peril, he resolved that discretion was the better part of valor and opted for a hasty retreat. Prior to his last departure, Yu Fei had already packed all his belongings, and he wasted no time in gathering the remaining items before making a swift exit. Since he had previously cleared a path, he retraced his steps, which allowed him to move with increased speed. This time, he did not stop to bathe in the river, taking the well-trodden route instead. and he returned to his cave an hour earlier than his last journey. Upon entering the cave, Yufei anticipated a warm welcome from Lin Shuyin and the others, just as they had greeted him at noon. However, to his dismay, he found the three seated in silence, merely glancing up at him without uttering a word. After placing his belongings down, he sensed an unusual tension among them, leaving him bewildered. Earlier in the afternoon, the atmosphere had been amiable. What could have transpired during his absence? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he speculated whether there had been disagreement among them while he was gone. Yet, he dismissed the notion, reasoning that Mei Qinyue's impending departure would evoke feelings of reluctance in Lin Shuyin, making it unlikely for her to have quarreled with them during this sensitive time. As Yufei sat in silence, observing the oppressive atmosphere, he could no longer contain himself and finally inquired, "What troubles you all? Why does everyone appear as though they had been struck by frost?" Lin Shuyin glanced at Mei Qinyue, noticing her reluctance to speak. With a sigh, she remarked, "Isn't it time for Aunt May and the others to depart? Aunt May intends to give Yan a call to reach out in advance." However, when Aunt May retrieved the satellite phone and powered it on, she discovered to her dismay that the device had no signal. This was an unprecedented situation for her. Assuming it was due to her location, Aunt May attempted several different spots, yet the outcome remained unchanged. There was not a trace of signal. She even tried at the seaside and on the summit of the small hill behind us, but to no avail. Chapter 91. A Glimpse of Our Harvest. Upon hearing the recounting of Bai Shui, Yufei exclaimed in disbelief. It was no wonder the others bore such expressions. Even he found himself momentarily dazed. He had been anticipating that Mei Qinyue and the others would return with supplies for him and Lin Shuyin, yet it seemed that such hopes were now uncertain. Incredulity etched on his face, and Yufei inquired, "Wasn't it said that satellite phones work even at sea? Why is there no signal on this deserted island?" Lin Shuyin sighed and replied, "Who knows? We cannot fathom the specifics. It's rare to use a satellite phone, and we have never encountered this situation before." Seeing the three of them wearing troubled expressions, Yufei felt a surge of anxiety within, yet he understood that fretting would yield no solutions. He needed to contemplate a remedy. He recalled that during his childhood in their small mountain village, mobile signals were notoriously poor. Visitors would ascend to higher ground to make calls where the signal was stronger. With this in mind, he proposed, "What if tomorrow I take Aunt May to the tallest mountain at the center of the island? It may grant us a signal." Upon hearing Yufei's suggestion, Mei Qinyue pondered for a moment before slapping the table in approval. "Yes, that is indeed a splendid idea. I shall accompany you tomorrow. Let's hope the satellite phone works there." Reinvigorated by the prospect of hope, the expressions of the women lightened. It was then they noticed the items Yufei had just brought back. Mei Qinyue, glancing at the large bundle wrapped in canvas, asked Yufei, "What do you have in there? It appears to be quite a lot." Before Yufei could respond, Xiao Dong, seated on the bed, remarked, "Brother-in-law Yufei, these items look so familiar to me." And Yufei casually replied, "These are the belongings from your cave. How could they not seem familiar?" Realizing he may have inadvertently revealed too much, he quickly added, "Captain Gao and the others no longer have use for these, so they gave them all to me." Xiao Dong gasped, "Ah, do they intend to return with us?" Shaking his head, and Yufei clarified, "They are not coming back with you. They left earlier." Xiao Dong, taken aback, asked, "Left? How did they depart?" And Yufei pondered momentarily, unable to concoct a plausible story, and replied, "I am unsure of their mode of departure. All I know is they set off around noon, and I went to see them off this morning." Xiao Dong, somewhat perplexed, merely uttered a no. She was not particularly interested in the details of Captain Gao's departure. Even if she knew, she had no desire to accompany them, having already recognized the beastly nature of Captain Gao and wishing to sever ties, while Xiao Dong remained oblivious to the underlying circumstances. Lin Shuyin and the others were well aware of the situation. Despite their knowledge, they refrained from exposing the truth, stifling their laughter as they listened to Yufei and Xiao Dong's banter. Yufei was drenched in sweat when questioned by Xiao Dong, truly embodying the adage that a single lie necessitates 10 more to cover it up. He found such dialogue to be utterly exhausting, prompting him to swiftly divert the conversation by saying, "By the way, I haven't thoroughly examined what's inside. Let us take a look together." This remark immediately piqued the interest of the women present, all of whom were curious about the contents. Even Xiao Dong was not surprised. Previously, when she had been with Gao Dui, he had forbidden her from touching their belongings, leaving her unaware of what lay within. The canvas-wrapped package that Yu Fei ultimately brought back was visually discernible, albeit the items within were rather assorted. He had merely gathered anything he deemed useful, and as a result, he had lost track of the specifics. Now, as the package was unwrapped, everyone began to rummage through it with the enthusiasm of treasure hunters, with Yu Fei joining in the search as well. He first discovered a pair of binoculars, which he held up to his eyes for a test. Although he couldn't discern the magnification, he felt confident it was significant, as viewing the 30-meter perimeter fence appeared as if it were right before him. Of course, this was merely his impression. He planned to take the binoculars with him the following day to further assess their capability atop the mountain. Setting the binoculars aside, he picked up another peculiar object that accompanied them and inquired, "What is this? Do any of you recognize it?" It bore resemblance to a compass, but was somewhat different. Mei Qinyu glanced at it and remarked, "This is not a compass. It is an octant, an important navigational instrument." And Yu Fei responded with an "oh," and then set it down, as navigational tools were of no use to him, especially since he lacked the knowledge to operate them. Aside from the 4 sleeping bags, the package contained a hodgepodge of items such as flashlights, signal flares, tissues, and life jackets, all rather chaotic. Xiao Dong identified one of the sleeping bags as her own, having recognized it immediately since it was the only one she had used. The others had remained untouched. According to Xiao Dong, the cave they stayed in at night was neither cold nor uncomfortable, prompting Gao Dui and the others to forego the sleeping bags, while Xiao Dong had only sought refuge in hers due to a fever that made her feel somewhat chilly. Among the assorted items, the most beneficial for Yu Fei and his companions were the flashlight and tissues, as these were their immediate necessities. Particularly, the tissues were timely, given that Lin Shuiyan's supply was nearly depleted. The flashlight was equally invaluable, as it would eliminate the need to navigate in darkness when going to the restroom, which had previously required cautious steps to avoid missteps, especially once inside the bathroom. The large parcel was quickly combed through, leaving only 3 backpacks and a plastic box behind. And Yu Fei was well aware of the contents within the plastic box. It was filled with items intended for culinary purposes. He shared this information with the group, but aside from Mei Qinyu, none exhibited any particular interest. Only Mei Qinyu took the initiative to inspect the contents before setting them aside. Subsequently, the group decided to explore the contents of the 3 backpacks. Upon opening one of the backpacks, Yu Fei emptied its contents onto the canvas. The items were few in number, consisting of several articles of men's clothing and a few bottles and jars. The women present each picked up a bottle or jar, examining the inscriptions upon them. Chapter 92. The items in Gao's and Old Wang's backpacks. Mei Qinyu picked up an iron box, and without uttering a word, Yu Fei immediately recognized its contents, for he had already noticed the prominent character for tea inscribed upon it. Upon opening the lid, Mei Qinyu inhaled deeply and remarked, "Indeed, it's authentic Longjing tea, and even Preming Longjing at that. Whose bag is this? Quite refined." Upon hearing Mei Qinyu's words, Xiao Dong interjected, "I know. This bag must belong to that beast with the surname Gao. He guards it jealously. Not only I, but even Lao Huang and Lao Wang are forbidden to touch it." And Yu Fei glanced at the items strewn on the ground and scoffed, "Is Gao really so stingy? Is this meager collection truly worthy of such reverence?" Just then, Lin Xian set down the jar she was holding and said, "This one is a small, unopened canister of coffee." Xiao Xiao placed down her iron box and added, "This contains sugar cubes for coffee. It has been opened, and a portion has already been consumed." In addition to these 3 items, there were 2 more boxes, both filled with tea leaves, one containing Maojian tea and the other more Longjing. From these findings, it was evident that Gao was indeed a tea enthusiast. However, as Xiao Dong remarked, since the time she had known Gao, she had never witnessed him partake in tea. This perplexing situation led everyone to ponder why Gao, despite possessing such a bounty of tea, never indulged in it. Aside from the various bottles and jars, a few articles of clothing remained. Upon seeing these garments, and Yufei felt a surge of joy. At last, he had something to wear. Judging by their appearance, it seemed these clothes were newly purchased, as the tags had yet to be removed. Cheerfully, and Yufei picked up the topmost garment, only for 4 stacks of money to cascade from its folds. Without needing to inquire, and Yufei recognized these bills as U.S. dollars akin to those he had discovered in the bandit's box. However, unlike the bandit's carefully preserved currency, these bills bore evident signs of having been waterlogged. Xiao Xiao picked them up and counted, revealing 3,000 per stack, totaling $12,000. With 4 bodyguards, it was quickly apparent to Yufei that each must have received a stack, likely intended as operational fund for their current mission. This understanding illuminated why Gao so cherished his backpack. To Yufei, the money held little significance. Just as Xiao Xiao was about to hand it over, he pushed it back towards her, saying, "Xiao Xiao, you keep this money. When you return, buy me a supply of paper towels with it. In this desolate island, this money is far less useful than a single pack of paper towels." Upon hearing Yufei's words, Xiao Xiao tucked the money into her pocket and patted it, saying, "All right, if I manage to return, I'll use all this money to procure paper towels and toilet paper for you. Do you have any idea how much paper that could buy?" Noting Yufei's shake of the head, she continued, "If it's just you and Sister Xuan, you'd never run out for a lifetime." And Yufei nonchalantly remarked, "It's fine. We won't use it all. Our son can continue to use it. If he can't finish it, then our grandson will take over." Xiao Xiao pouted and replied, "Why do I get the feeling you're suggesting something akin to the foolish old man moving mountains? My sister Xuan isn't even pregnant yet. How can you be so certain it will be a son? Even if my sister does bear you a son on this deserted island, it's just the 3 of you. Where will your son find a wife?" And Yufei, displeased, responded, "I don't appreciate that comment. Your sister Xuan will undoubtedly give me a son. As for a daughter-in-law, let me think. Perhaps he could find a wife by the seaside, just as I found you." Noticing Xiao Zhao's impending glare, and Yufei quickly amended his words, "Of course, such matters cannot rely solely on luck. Even if he doesn't find one, what about you all? You are all dear friends of Shui Yin and the child's aunts. Surely, you wouldn't let him remain without a wife, would you? Right? With your help, I shall have a daughter-in-law." Mei Qin Yu chuckled at the banter, saying to Yufei, "So you haven't even conceived your son yet, and you're already passing the responsibility of finding him a wife onto us." And Yufei shrugged his shoulders and helplessly replied, "What can I do? It's only fitting that I turn to you all since you're his aunts." Mei Qin Yu, resigned, said, "Fine, since your son has to deal with such a father, I'll take on the responsibility of finding him a wife in the future." At that moment, Lin Shui-yin affectionately clung to Mei Qin Yu's arm, saying, "Then I must thank you, Aunt Mei." And Yufei grinned and added, "I too extend my gratitude to Aunt Mei." Mei Qin Yu, exasperated, pointed at the 2 of them, saying, "You two, I truly can't deal with you. You've put me in quite a predicament. You are just alike, not a family, yet already acting as one." She then added with a smirk, "Both of you with your shamelessness." And Yufei and Mei Qin Yu exchanged knowing glances, their expressions betraying a sense of triumph. Mei Qin Yu, observing their demeanor, rolled her eyes and said, "All right, don't get too ahead of yourselves. Wait until you have the child before celebrating. It's still too early to discuss this. Let us first see what's in the remaining 2 backpacks." With that, Mei Qin Yu picked up one of the backpacks, which appeared to be quite full, yet surprisingly light. After a brief examination by Xiao Dong, it was determined to belong to Old Wang. When Mei Qin Yu opened the backpack and emptied its contents on the ground, everyone immediately saw what was inside. Aside from a few articles of clothing, the rest consisted of cigarettes and lighters. And Yufei glanced through the pile and noted there were 7 full packs and 1/2 pack of cigarettes, along with 7 or 8 lighters. He typically smoked only occasionally and still had some from the last pack he had found on Bandit. How long would it take him to finish all of these? Indeed, whether Yufei smokes or not is of little consequence. These cigarettes hold minimal value. However, since they were acquired for free, it is prudent to keep them for the time being. While the cigarettes may lack significance, the lighters prove to be quite useful. With these lighters in hand, Yufei will no longer need to fret over sources of ignition. The women present exhibited no interest in these items. prompting Yufei to gather them and retrieve the remaining backpack. This time, without the need for Xiao Dong to mention it. Everyone understood that the backpack undoubtedly belonged to Lao Huang. And Yufei opened the backpack and poured its contents onto the canvas. Inside, there were several articles of clothing along with a considerable number of other items. However, upon seeing the non-clothing items, the women felt a tinge of embarrassment, their faces slightly flushed. Chapter 93. Taking Mei Qingyue to the mountain in the middle of the island upon arrival. The first thing that caught in Yufei's eye was a collection of magazines. He noticed the expressions of the women nearby were somewhat indifferent, so he casually picked one up. He mused to himself about the quality of the magazine. Even after being soaked in seawater, it had retained its color. The magazine was entirely in English, leaving Yufei curious about where Lao Huang had acquired such a publication, as he had never encountered anything like it before. As he flipped through the magazine, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although the cover featured a woman dressed minimally, she was at least clothed. However, upon turning the pages, he was startled to find some of the women depicted were entirely unclothed. Raising his head awkwardly, he noticed several women staring at him. He had intended to hastily put the magazine down before they noticed, but it appeared that all his actions had been observed. Clearing his throat in embarrassment, he stammered, I was just examining the paper of this magazine to see if it would be suitable for starting a fire. With a skeptical expression, Lin Shuiyin replied, You are genuinely only inspecting the paper for its flammability? Although Yufei's initial curiosity had been piqued by the content within, he was not about to admit it. He responded with utmost certainty, Indeed. Lin Shuiyin, unconvinced by his assertion, chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, she instructed him, All right then, you may take these magazines to the small kitchen for kindling. However, remember not to sneak a glance at the content. Understood? And Yufei quickly replied, Understood, leader. I shall not peek. He even saluted playfully before gathering all 3 magazines and setting them aside. Once he moved the magazines, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he noticed the remaining items. Among them were condoms, lubricant, a masturbation cup, and delay spray, with the only somewhat innocuous items being 2 packs of wet wipes. And Yufei thought to himself, Lao Huang was quite something, apart from clothes and the unwholesome magazines. His bag contained these items. The fact that he had 2 brands of condoms was puzzling, leaving Yufei to wonder about the thoughts occupying Lao Huang's mind. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the cave for a moment, until Yufei decided to repack the items into the backpack, saying, There's nothing of use here. Let us not dwell on it. After he returned everything to the bag and tossed it into a corner of the cave, the tension dissipated. Having completed the inventory of supplies Yufei had brought back, the situation grew slightly uncomfortable due to Lao Huang's backpack. He recognized that his presence was the primary reason for the awkwardness. Had he not been there, the women might have discussed those items freely. To alleviate the discomfort, Yufei suggested preparing a meal and promptly went to wash his hands for cooking. As night fell, Lin Shuiyin had learned her lesson and resolutely forbade Inyuf from moving his hands about. This ultimately resulted in Inyuf missing out on a meal of meat and retiring to sleep quite early. The following morning, after breakfast, Inyuf prepared to depart the cave with Mei Qingyue, setting his sights on the towering mountain that separated them from the distant island. With Mei Qingyue accompanying him, Inyuf was uncertain about the duration of their journey. Thus, before leaving, he equipped himself with a spear and a machete, along with a piece of canvas, some food, and water. Upon rising that morning, Inyuf observed the sky was overcast, clearly indicating an impending rain. This island was notorious for its frequent downpours, sometimes brief, sometimes prolonged. But each rain was substantial. Logically, rain would deter one from venturing out. However, he discerned that Mei Qingyue was particularly anxious today, which prompted him to refrain from suggesting they postpone their trip until the following day. To prepare for any eventuality, Inyuf took the canvas with him, knowing it would shield them from the elements should a storm arise. Perhaps due to his accustomed lack of a shirt, Inyuf donned a piece of clothing that had previously belonged to Gao, but soon found it uncomfortable and stifling. Just before stepping out, he decided to remove the garment. Lin Shuiyin inquired about his sudden change, to which Inyuf replied, This one shirt is precious. I must conserve it. If it wears out, I shall have none left. So I will save it for a special occasion. Lin Shuyan picked up the shirt again, insisting just wear it. When Mei Ai and the others return, I will have them procure additional ones for you. Inyuf chuckled softly. In truth, I have not worn a shirt in ages, and it feels rather peculiar. Lin Shuyan rolled her eyes and retorted, I told you, you are not meant to wear shirts. If it feels uncomfortable, continue to go without. Afterward, noticing that Mei Qinyue was ready, Inyuf bid farewell to Lin Shuyan. Before departing, he instructed her that should it rain, he and Mei Ai would seek shelter until the downpour ceased before returning. With that, Inyuf set off with Mei Qinyue. During this period, she had been avoiding solitary moments with him, but today, due to pressing matters, she had no choice but to accompany him. In an effort to conceal her unease, Mei Qinyue remained largely silent after leaving the cave, responding to Inyuf's inquiries with merely nods or shakes of her head. Inyuf perceived that Mei Qinyue was concerned about the lack of signal from the satellite phone atop the mountain, prompting him to initiate conversation to divert her thoughts from this matter. He began by introducing her to various plants he recognized, explaining their names, uses, and potential applications. As they arrived at locations Inyuf had previously explored, he shared tales of what he had discovered there, where he had set traps, and the creatures he had captured within them. Mei Qinyue often indulges in reading, her knowledge profound and extensive. Whenever Yufei speaks, she possesses some understanding of the topic, and soon finds herself unable to refrain from contributing a few remarks. As the conversation unfolds, the two engage with each other as if they were long-lost friends reunited after many years. Despite their lively discourse, the pace of their journey remains sluggish. Mei Qinyue walks slightly faster than Lin Shuyan, yet her speed is still limited. And Yufei, while wielding his machete to clear the path, must also wait for her. Every hour, they pause to allow Mei Qinyue a moment of respite. Their journey is marked by a series of starts and stops, and as they approach midday, the two finally reach the mountainside halfway up the towering range. Mei Qinyue retrieves the satellite phone to check for signal, which continues to elude them. Throughout their journey, she frequently takes out the device to verify its status. Chapter 94. The bonfire at the northernmost tip of the deserted island. Upon noticing Mei Qinyue shaking her head at him, and Yufei understood that the satellite phone remained without signal. They had now reached the mid-slope of the mountain, not far from the summit. Given the absence of any signal here, and Yufei surmised that the likelihood of obtaining a signal at the peak was rather slim. However, he refrained from voicing this thought aloud and instead addressed Mei Qinyue. Aunt Mei, shall we have something to eat here or wait until we reach the top? It is nearly noon. Mei Qinyue glanced toward the summit and replied, Let us eat at the top. I have rested sufficiently, and we should continue our ascent. After hearing her response, and Yufei nodded and resumed clearing the path with his machete, pressing onward toward the peak. Half an hour later, the pair successfully reached the summit. As soon as they arrived, Mei Qinyue hurriedly retrieved the satellite phone. Without needing to ask, and Yufei could discern from her expression that there was still no signal. Indeed, Mei Qinyue shook her head at him, leaving Yufei at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, Aunt Mei, perhaps the dense foliage is obstructing the signal. How about I climb a tree and give it another try? Although Mei Qinyue doubted that the trees were the cause of the signal failure, she allowed Yufei to attempt the climb. Unfortunately, the result was the same, no signal. After a brief silence, and Yufei, noticing Mei Qinyue's disappointment, suggested, Aunt Mei, why don't we have something to eat? While there may be no signal here, let us not despair. We can think of a solution later. With a sigh, Mei Qinyue responded, Honestly, it does not matter to me whether we return or not. As a divorced woman, I can manage anywhere, unencumbered and free. My primary concern lies with Xiao Xiao and Xiao Dong. They cannot return in the short term, and I can only imagine how worried their families must be. Moreover, there is Yuan. She has been unable to reach me for quite some time, and I dread to think of how anxious she must be. And Yufei recognized the validity of Mei Qinyue's concerns. Her worries were primarily for Xiao Xiao and Xiao Dong. Yet, he understood that mere anxiety would not remedy the situation. Thus, he produced the food and water he had brought along, addressing Mei Qinyue, Today, we are ill-prepared. In a couple of days, let us try the northern part of the island. I refuse to believe there is not a single signal across the entire island. If that fails, we will devise a plan to venture out to sea. Surely, there must be a signal over the water. Mei Qingyue sighed once more. It seems we have no choice but to proceed as such. With that, they each took a roasted fish and began to eat, although the fish had grown cold. And Yufei felt the urgency to finish quickly as the sky darkened ominously. Despite his apprehension over the absence of rain throughout the morning, he was keenly aware, having lived on the deserted island for a while, that the current calm could be deceptive. The longer the rain held off, the more intense it would be when it finally fell. He feared that the prolonged wait could result in a torrential downpour, and the duration of the impending rain would be anything but brief. While enjoying grilled fish, Mei Qingyue recalled the words spoken by Yufei moments ago. She casually glanced towards the northern edge of the deserted island and, to her surprise, noticed what appeared to be white smoke emanating from the northernmost tip. Pointing in that direction, she said to Yufei, "Yufei, do you see what is over there?" And Yufei, who had been facing Mei Qingyue, turned around at her words and followed her pointing finger, also spotting the white smoke. Although the details were unclear, he speculated that it resembled smoke rising from a bonfire. He retrieved his binoculars, eager to discern the scene more clearly. Through the lenses, and Yufei indeed spotted a bonfire, billowing thick smoke, and near it, 5 or 6 minuscule creatures resembling grains of sand. The magnification was insufficient to determine whether these beings were human. If not for their movement, he would have believed them lifeless. The sight of these creatures startled Yufei. He had never anticipated the existence of other life forms on this deserted island apart from themselves. Considering the bonfire he had first observed, and Yufei's instinct suggested that these beings were likely human, as other types of creatures would not kindle fire. However, he remained uncertain whether these individuals resided on the island or were merely passing through. After watching for a while, his eyes began to tire, and he still could not reach a conclusion. Noticing in Yufei's prolonged silence, Mei Qingyue inquired, "So, have you seen clearly? Is it smoke or mist?" And Yufei handed her the binoculars, saying, "It should be smoke from the bonfire. I also spotted a few small creatures nearby, but I can't tell if they are human or something else. You might have a better look." Mei Qingyue took the binoculars and peered through them for a moment, stating, "It seems highly probable that they are human. If those are indeed people, this bonfire must be quite substantial. No wonder so much smoke is rising." Yet, the binoculars lacked sufficient magnification to reveal the individual's features or attire, leaving her uncertain about their identity, whether they were locals or perhaps cannibals. Upon uttering this thought, even Mei Qingyue was taken aback. The idea of sharing an island with cannibals sent a chill down her spine. And Yufei, unfazed by her suggestion of cannibals, seemed indifferent. Observing his nonchalance, Mei Qingyue felt compelled to explain what cannibals were. Through her explanation, and Yufei began to feel a twinge of fear. If there were only 1 or 2, he might stand a chance, but 5 or 6 posed a daunting threat. Should they be cannibals, he could very well be their next meal. The notion of potentially encountering cannibals cast a shadow over their conversation, and for a moment, both fell into silence. And Yufei was the first to break the quiet, suggesting, "It's too soon to conclude they are cannibals. Let us observe a little longer." With that, they took turns using the binoculars to scrutinize the situation at the northernmost point of the island, continuing their watch for over an hour, with it now being Mei Qingyue's turn to observe. As the conversation turned to the topic of cannibals, both individuals lost their appetite. However, hunger inevitably persisted. And Yufei, having regained her composure, resumed eating the roasted fish she had nibbled on earlier. Just as she took another bite, she heard Mei Qingyue remark, "Those people are leaving. They have extinguished the campfire." Upon hearing that the strangers were departing, and Yufei set down the fish, eagerly awaiting Mei Qingyue to elaborate on the situation. It wasn't long before Mei Qingyue continued, "It is possible that these individuals are not cannibals. Their mode of departure resembles a speedboat. A canoe would not achieve such swiftness. However, it is difficult to ascertain. If the current is favorable, a canoe could indeed reach this speed. The silver lining is that, judging by the circumstances, these individuals do not reside on this island." Chapter 94. The creatures on the northern side of the deserted isle, just as in Yufei, revealed a smile. He quickly concealed it, expressing his uncertainty. After all this commotion, can we truly ascertain whether these individuals are indeed cannibals, or is it merely conjecture? It remains plausible that they might be. Mei Qinwen nodded in agreement, remarking, "That seems about right. However, I believe the likelihood of them being cannibals is somewhat diminished. To confirm their nature, we must venture to the bonfire and observe for ourselves." Upon hearing this, Yufei considered it a viable plan. As Mei Qinwen explained, if they were indeed cannibals, their bonfire would likely signify a feast, replete with remnants of whatever they had consumed. Typically, such gatherings occur upon capturing prisoners, and the remnants would most likely be the dismembered parts of these unfortunate souls. Though the thought of such a scene was unsettling, and Yufei felt compelled to seek the truth. He took the binoculars from Mei Qinwen's hands, intending to scout the pathway to the bonfire. He resolved not to proceed today. His provisions were scant, and the unpredictable weather threatened rain. Thus he planned to examine the route first and prepare adequately for a future expedition. Raising the binoculars, he began surveying the northern expanse of the mountain. His gaze was drawn to a nearby lake, which he estimated to cover an area of approximately 7 to 8 acres. While observing the surface of the water, he suddenly noticed an object that piqued his interest. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was a herd of water buffalo, totaling 11 in number. The sight of these water buffalo stirred a longing within Yufei. He fantasized about acquiring one. The utility of a water buffalo for cultivating land and increasing his grain production was not lost on him. Motivated by this thought, he sought to locate the paths these buffalo frequented along the lakeshore. As he scanned the area, he soon arrived at the confluence of a small river and the lake. While yet to uncover the buffalo's usual trails, he was startled to encounter 3 formidable creatures, a large mother bear accompanied by 2 cubs. The presence of these bears confirmed to Yufei that the island indeed harbored bears, and likely more than just these 3. At least one male bear must exist, or the mother would not have borne cubs. With the discovery of bears, Yufei knew he could not approach the area surrounding the lake, given his current equipment. An encounter with a black bear would spell certain doom, as defeating such a creature was nearly impossible. The lake lay to the west, and recognizing its dangers, he decided to investigate the eastern side instead. The east was characterized by dense jungles and a savanna reminiscent of the southern part of the island. Although the jungle obscured visibility, the savanna was discernible through the binoculars. And Yufei, having come previously without the aid of such optics, now realized the savanna was bustling with life. The first sight that greeted him was a herd of cattle, approximately 30 to 40 in number. Most appeared to be yellow cattle, with a few particularly large individuals resembling wild bulls. And Yufei observed carefully once more. Within the herd of cattle, there were interspersed 5 or 6 horses, and adjacent to the cattle was a substantial flock of sheep, numbering at least 50 or 60. And Yufei discerned that these sheep were not goats, but rather the more docile kind, merino sheep. Among the sheep, there were also a dozen or so deer. Though visibility was limited, yet Yufei suspected they resembled sika deer. The sight of these animals puzzled Yufei. Was this not a deserted isle? How could such a multitude of creatures exist here, thriving on the northern slopes of the mountains? However, he found solace in the presence of these animals, for they promised a reprieve from the worry of sustenance. This was nothing short of a natural larder. Whenever he desired meat, he could simply procure an animal and have ample provisions for an extended period. As Yufei reveled in this fortunate circumstance, he suddenly witnessed the animals on the prairie erupting into a frenzied dash, swiftly congregating and fleeing in a singular direction. The abrupt movement of the creatures left Yufei bewildered, but he soon deduced that a carnivorous predator must be in pursuit. He raised his binoculars, scanning in the opposite direction of the fleeing animals, and indeed, several wolves emerged within his line of sight, 11 in total. This was merely the number visible to Yufei. He could not ascertain if more wolves lurked in shadows or were obscured from view. The sight of these wolves rendered Yufei somewhat disheartened. The northern expanse of the isle was fraught with peril, with black bears to the west and packs of wolves to the east. Contemplating a journey to the northernmost point of the island seemed daunting. With both the eastern and western routes deemed unwise, and Yu Fei turned his gaze towards the central expanse, a dense thicket of jungle. Although no animals were apparent at the moment, he surmised that numerous wild creatures must reside within. As Yu Fei pondered the best course to navigate towards the northern tip of the isle, a sudden clap of thunder reverberated through the sky, startling him from his thoughts. The thunder was resounding and ominous. This sound jolted Yu Fei into realization. This was not the time for idle contemplation. The sky had remained overcast throughout the day, and rain could descend at any moment. The time spent monitoring the group around the campfire had already consumed much of his day. He needed to return to Mei Qinyu swiftly, lest they find themselves stranded when the rain began to fall. Upon noticing Yu Fei lower his binoculars, Mei Qinyu inquired, "What is the verdict? Have you determined our route?" And Yu Fei, stowing away the binoculars, replied, "Let us converse as we proceed. The thunder has sounded, and rain will soon follow. Even if we cannot reach the cave, we certainly cannot linger atop this mountain, exposed and vulnerable to the elements. We must hasten our descent and seek shelter from the impending rain." Mei Qinyu had already experienced the rains of the deserted isle, deluges so intense they resembled torrents. Thus, upon hearing Yu Fei's warning of imminent rain, she promptly began to gather her belongings. Once they had organized their supplies, the two did not squander a moment. They hurried down the mountain. Although ascending had proven easier than descending, their rest had been sufficiently restorative, and Mei Qinyu's stamina was nearly fully regained. Within less than half an hour, the two ascended to the mountainside, the very spot where they had previously rested during their ascent. Upon their arrival, the first droplets of rain began to fall. Observing the precipitation, Yu Fei halted and remarked, "We can proceed no further. The rain has commenced. In no more than 10 minutes, it will intensify. Let us take refuge here and, in the meantime, erect the canvas." The choice to linger in this location was due to the presence of a large, slanted rock, where the pair had previously rested during their climb. Now, they would cleverly utilize the rock's angle to shield themselves from the rain. Chapter 95. The arrival of the heavy rain. The stone structure was not particularly high, standing at approximately 1 to 1.5 meters. Although this height prevented the two from standing upright within, its modest elevation afforded greater stability, rendering it less susceptible to being overturned by the wind. After placing their belongings down, Yu Fei sought out 2 logs, each as thick as an arm, and with the aid of a machete, he fashioned one into a support beam, while the other served as a crossbeam atop the inclined stone. He then draped the canvas over the crossbeam, creating a rudimentary tent, and secured the edges of the fabric with large stones. Despite its simplicity, Yu Fei felt confident that it would withstand a torrential downpour should one occur. With the tent established, it was imperative to furnish the interior, especially since Yu Fei feared that the rain might persist for an extended duration, compelling them to spend the night within. Hence, he resolved to gather firewood and bedding materials before the rain intensified. The grass within the tent's confines had already been cut and gathered by Mei Qinyu, but it remained insufficient for a comfortable bed. Though the rain had yet to become heavy, it had commenced, and aware that time was of the essence. Mei Qinyu insisted on accompanying Yu Fei to collect supplies. In this forested area, dry twigs were abundant, and with their combined efforts, they swiftly amassed a substantial bundle of firewood and some hay, which they returned to the tent before venturing forth to gather fresh branches. These fresh branches were intended not only for bedding, but also to create a barrier at the entrance, as the wind had begun to pick up, and it was certain to escalate, threatening to blow rainwater into the tent. Just as they had nearly finished gathering the fresh branches, the rain began to intensify, cascading down like a bucket being upturned, soaking the pair to the bone in an instant. Initially, they had contemplated gathering more, but with the downpour worsening, they hurriedly clutched the freshly cut branches and retreated to the safety of the tent. Although they had felt a bit stifled while ascending the hill, the sudden rainfall brought a refreshing coolness, yet the now brisk wind left them shivering in their drenched clothes. Yu Fei positioned the dampened ends of the fresh branches at the entrance to shield against the wind, providing some relief. Meanwhile, Mei Qinyu had already arranged a makeshift bed using the undampened fresh branches and grass. Once Yu Fei had secured the entrance, he utilized the previously gathered dry twigs and branches to ignite a fire. Since the rain had intensified, the sky had darkened significantly. Despite it being only a little past 3 in the afternoon, it resembled the depths of night. As Yufei kindled the fire, a warm glow returned to the tent. With the flames alight, the interior of the tent became considerably cozier, and the two sat upon the bed Mei Qinyue had prepared, feeling grateful that they had gathered dry twigs before the rain intensified. The firewood had only been lightly sprinkled with rain, which did not hinder its ability to burn. However, despite the newfound warmth within the tent, their clothes remained drenched, rendering them quite uncomfortable, and prolonged exposure could easily lead to illness. And Yufei was inclined to remind Mei Qinyu to take off her clothes and dry them by the fire, yet he hesitated, fearing that she might misconstrue his intentions. As he grappled with how to broach the subject, Mei Qinyu addressed him directly, saying, "Yufei, you should take off your clothes to dry. Otherwise, wearing wet garments can make you ill. On this deserted island, you are our pillar of support, and you cannot afford to fall sick." Although Yufei wished to dry his clothes, he felt embarrassed to do so in Mei Qinyu's presence. Thus he suggested, "Aunt Mei, perhaps you should dry your clothes first. After all, I am a man, and my constitution is robust. You dry yours first, and then I shall follow." Mei Qinyu insisted that Yufei dry his clothes first, while he remained adamant that she should go ahead. Ultimately, Mei Qinyu decisively declared, "Let's not argue. It is quite dark now, and we cannot see much anyway. How about we dry our clothes together?" With her words, Yufei found himself at a loss for further protest. He took up a machete and fashioned several sturdy branches into racks around the campfire, where they could place their garments to dry gradually. Once the racks were assembled, both turned away from each other to remove their clothes, leaving only their undergarments. Though clad in mere undergarments, they were thoroughly soaked and uncomfortable. And Yufei then suggested to Mei Qinyu, "Aunt Mei, why not take off your undergarments to dry as well? You can simply slip into your sleeping bag afterward. Rest assured, I shall turn my head away and not peek." Realizing the discomfort of wearing wet undergarments, Mei Qinyu considered that since she was already undressed, removing her undergarments wouldn't be an issue. She would quickly enter her sleeping bag, and Yufei would not see her. Thus, she acquiesced, and after confirming that Yufei had turned away, she removed her undergarments and swiftly crawled into her sleeping bag. It was only after settling in that she realized she had forgotten to place her discarded undergarments on the rack. Finding a hassle to emerge from the sleeping bag once more, she called out to Yufei, "Yufei, I forgot to put my clothes on the rack. Could you help me with that?" Hearing her request, Yufei was puzzled, as he believed her clothes were already on the rack. However, upon turning, he spotted her undergarments next to the sleeping bag and understood that she was referring to the recently discarded items. Though a tinge of embarrassment washed over him, Yufei complied, picking up Mei Qinyu's undergarments to place them on the rack. In that moment, he felt an unexpected warmth radiating from them. For a fleeting instant, his mind wandered into inappropriate thoughts, but he quickly suppressed those intrusive images and hastily placed her undergarments on the rack. Now, both of their garments encircled the fire, and the tent grew somewhat chilly. However, Yufei felt he could endure the cold. Remembering that they had scarcely eaten anything during the day, he decided to retrieve the fish they had caught earlier, intending to roast it over the fire before dining. The campfire was encircled on 3 sides, leaving only the entrance unobstructed, and Yufei, holding 2 grilled fish, approached the fire to warm them. Though partially shielded, a trickle of rain still infiltrated from the entrance, and as he crouched there, the rain soaked his back, rendering even his undergarments damp. Fortunately, the fish had been grilled for a while. He decided to make do with it, reasoning that as long as it was not too cold, it would suffice. He handed 1 grilled fish to Mei Qinyue and took the other for himself. Although he did not consciously observe, as he passed the fish to her, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of pure white. Fearing that the image from the magazine might resurface in his mind, Yufei hastily lowered his head, focusing intently on consuming the grilled fish. Chapter 97. Warmth. Although he had slowed his pace, Yufei swiftly devoured a grilled fish, and after a while, Mei Qinyue finished hers as well. Typically, Yufei would have consumed the leftover fish bones after roasting them until crispy, but now he was reluctant to venture back outside into the rain. Thus, he tossed the remnants of their meal directly into the fire. Once they had both finished dining, and Yufei seized the opportunity to discuss with Mei Qingyue the observations he had made regarding the northern side of the deserted island. After listening to his account, Mei Qingyue discerned that reaching the northernmost point of the island would not be a simple endeavor. It would require meticulous planning and consideration before they could attempt to venture there. And Yufei articulated his thoughts, suggesting that since humans had been sighted at the northern tip, it indicated that escape from the island was possible, albeit fraught with challenges. The southern part of the island was evidently unfeasible, having observed through a telescope, and Yufei noted that the entire southern coastline was plagued by turbulent waters, rendering any attempt to navigate from that sea futile. As for the eastern and western flanks, they were even less promising. Both sides were characterized by sheer cliffs and treacherous reefs, leaving no viable exit routes. The sole pathway to freedom lay in the northern expanse of the island. The primary challenge before them was how to reach the northernmost point, and Yufei proposed a period of observation of the island's northern side, attentively watching the local fauna while also monitoring whether the humans would return to the island. After becoming acquainted with the wildlife, they could then venture into the dense jungle that lay between them and their goal to assess the situation firsthand. Once they could reach the northern tip, they could proceed with their subsequent plans, whether by constructing a raft to set sail or by utilizing the vessels of the island's inhabitants, as long as they could escape the confines of the island. They should be able to establish communication with the outside world via satellite phone. Though Yufei spoke with apparent ease, Mei Qingyue was acutely aware that the journey ahead would not be as straightforward as he suggested. Numerous obstacles loomed, and accomplishing their goal in the short term was implausible. Xiaodong, and she herself would certainly not be able to leave the island swiftly, and even reaching out to the outside world would prove impossible. They needed to prepare themselves for an extended stay on the deserted island. Earlier that morning, she had felt an urgent sense of anxiety, but now, she found her feelings had mellowed. She understood that urgency would not resolve the situation. Mei Qingyue reflected that aside from the families of Xiao and Xiaodong, who would undoubtedly be deeply concerned for their well-being, life on the island was not without its merits. The days spent on this island had been the most relaxing and joyful of her years. She had never anticipated this, but now, in hindsight, she found the seclusion of the island to be quite appealing. Of course, this was contingent upon the condition that the group at the northernmost part of the island did not intrude upon their existence. However, considering Yufei's earlier descriptions of the northern region, she surmised that it would be no easy feat for them to reach the island's northernmost point, nor would the inhabitants of that region find it simple to venture towards them. The creatures dwelling at the northern tip of the deserted island serve as a natural barrier, dividing the group from their presence. As the two engaged in conversation, the sky darkened further and the temperature dropped significantly. Just moments ago, Yufei had managed to endure the chill, especially while savoring the grilled fish, which had even prompted a slight perspiration. However, the cold now intensified, causing him to shiver uncontrollably, and he lamented not having brought an extra sleeping bag that morning. He had not anticipated an overnight stay, and thus had only carried one sleeping bag, intending to use it as a cushion while Mei Qingyue and he rested atop it. After the rain on the island, not only did the temperature plummet, but the air also grew increasingly humid. Despite the passage of time, his undergarments showed no signs of drying. The combination of the cold and the damp fabric was unbearable, igniting a reckless urge within Yufei to dash towards the fire. Feeling the chill deepening, his speech began to tremble, and Mei Qingyue immediately noticed the unusual quiver in his voice. Sensing the frigid air outside the sleeping bag, she quickly inquired, "Yufei, are you particularly cold?" And Yufei stubbornly replied, I'm fine, I think I can hold on." Mei Qingyue, exasperated, responded, "You're still being stubborn. Listen to how you're trembling as you speak. Why don't you take off your undergarments, warm them by the fire, and then crawl into the sleeping bag? I believe there's ample space for both of us." Though Yufei yearned to burrow into the warmth of the sleeping bag, the thought of both being undressed left him feeling quite bashful. He replied, "No, it's all right. Perhaps I will acclimate to the temperature soon." Mei Qingyue, showing annoyance, retorted, "Oh please, you want to get used to it." Before long, You'll be experiencing hypothermia, and if this persists, it could prove fatal. Your life is at stake. Do not overthink it. Even if you don't freeze to death, falling ill in this isolated place, devoid of medical care, could be just as deadly. Are you really so averse to seeking warmth from this older woman? Her words struck a chord, and in his urgency, Yufei momentarily forgot his discomfort, speaking more fluidly as he hurried to clarify. That's not what I meant. I merely felt a bit embarrassed, since you suggested it. Just don't turn around and accuse me of taking advantage of you. Mei Qingyue chuckled softly. You cheeky boy, enough of the chatter. Hurry and warm your undergarments. Then join me in the sleeping bag before you truly succumb to the cold. With her insistence, Yufei could no longer bear the freezing temperatures. He swiftly removed his undergarments, placed them on the rack to dry, and then nestled into the sleeping bag. The moment he slipped inside, he experienced an unprecedented warmth. The sleeping bag had already been heated by Mei Qingyue, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. Her body radiated warmth like a furnace, gradually elevating Yufei's frigid temperature, restoring his comfort in that cocoon of heat. Yufei was acutely aware of the chill that enveloped his body, and he turned to Mei Qingyue, saying, Aunt Mei, I feel rather cold. Please do not let yourself be frozen. Mei Qingyue, with her back to Yufei, cleared her throat and replied, in a moment. You shall no longer feel so cold. Such a fleeting time cannot possibly freeze me. However, despite our shared sleeping bag, I must insist that you refrain from indulging in frivolous thoughts or making any unnecessary movements. Furthermore, we must keep this from Xuan. Do you understand? Even without Mei Qingyue's admonition, Yufei had no intention of disclosing this to Lin Xuyin, for the circumstances were indeed difficult to articulate. When he would attempt to explain, he would not be in the same environment, and Lin Xuyin might not comprehend the situation shared between him and Mei Qingyue. Chapter 98. Kindling Flames Thus. Yufei promptly assured Mei Qingyue of his intentions, although she urged him not to indulge in fanciful thoughts. The sensation of Yufei's broad chest and the intoxicating aroma of his masculinity left her somewhat entranced, unable to suppress her wandering imagination. Following her previous failed marriage, she had vowed never to seek another man. Yet, despite her resolute declaration, she had not been able to extinguish her desires. How could she not yearn for a man, particularly during those quiet, solitary nights when she longed for a sturdy chest to lean against? Furthermore, Yufei's unexpected arrival days prior, rescuing her and her companions, had captivated her, igniting feelings for him that she could not deny. Unconsciously, she leaned closer into his embrace. After responding to Mei Qingyue, Yufei mused that the confined space allowed little room for movement, rendering any fanciful thoughts or erratic actions improbable. However, the mere mention of such thoughts conjured images in his mind: the pristine white scene while grilling fish for Mei Qingyue and the alluring pictures from that magazine. These two vivid images lingered in his consciousness, refusing to dissipate. Coupled with the softness emanating from Mei Qingyue, Yufei felt an involuntary physical reaction. The already entranced Mei Qingyue sensed a shift and instinctively turned around. As she pivoted, her entire form pressed against Yufei's. And while he was aware of her remarkable figure, he was taken aback by its allure. In his perception, Lin Xuyin resembled a green apple, sweet yet tinged with a hint of tartness, whereas Mei Qingyue embodied a ripe, luscious peach, radiating an irresistible charm. Yufei's thoughts, influenced by the earlier imagery and Mei Qingyue's temptress-like presence, intertwined with her long-suppressed yearning for emotional fulfillment, further ignited by the intoxicating pheromones wafting from him. In that moment, the two were akin to kindling meeting a roaring flame, succumbing to the impulse to kiss and embrace one another, yearning to merge their beings. 2 hours later, as the torrential rain continued outside, the tempest within the tent had subsided. The zipper of the sleeping bag lay fully undone, and the two nestled within it felt no chill. After 2 hours of fervent passion, they found themselves in the relatively warm confines of the tent, even beginning to perspire slightly. In truth, an hour prior, they had emerged from that impulsive state. Yet, given the course of events, what was destined to occur had transpired, and they did not cease their actions. Mei Qinyue had been divorced for nearly a decade. This was a longing she had harbored for countless nights during those years. And now that it had come to fruition, she had no desire to halt. And Yu Fei, too, found himself enchanted by this mature, peach-like woman. To claim he was not moved would be disingenuous. He had previously believed that his affection for Lin Shuyin precluded any feelings for other women. Thus he had refrained from allowing himself to ponder further. Today, an unforeseen series of events transpired, and since they have already occurred, there is no way to alter them. Even if I were to return and confess my mistakes to Lin Shuyin, I must first see this through to its conclusion. Lin Shuyin would likely become upset, not due to the passage of time, but rather because of the incident itself. However, if I were to abruptly halt now, it would only serve to further alienate Mei Qinyue. Should Mei Qinyue claim that I forced her, Lin Shuyin would only grow more incensed. Furthermore, I and Yu Fei find myself somewhat enchanted by Mei Qinyue and am reluctant to cease this moment. After 2 frenzied hours, we finally paused. Mei Qinyue lay upon my chest, unwilling to rise, while I, in a rare moment of contemplation, lit a cigarette. The reason for this indulgence lay in my anxiety over how to explain matters to Lin Shuyin. Had nothing transpired between Mei Qinyue and myself while sharing a sleeping bag, I could have chosen to remain silent. However, given the reality of the situation, I certainly could not conceal the truth from Lin Shuyin. Noticing the frown upon my brow, Mei Qinyue lifted her head and inquired, "What troubles you? Are you worried about how to explain things to Shuyin?" I did not shy away from the truth, nodding as I confessed, "Yes, it's entirely my fault for acting on impulse without restraint." Suddenly, Mei Qinyue sat upright, gazing into my eyes with earnestness. "Answer me truthfully, was it mere impulse, or do you harbor some affection for me? No secrets, only honesty." Without a moment's hesitation, I replied, "It was indeed impulse." Afterward, I scratched my head with the hand not holding the cigarette, sheepishly admitting, "Yet there is an element of fondness for you. You are so beautiful, kind-hearted, and diligent, akin to a cherished elder sister. How could I not be drawn to you? However, I am already committed to Shuyin, so I dared not dwell on it. Is this not exceedingly wrong of me? Am I not becoming what you would call a bad man?" Upon hearing my initial words, Mei Qinyue felt a twinge of disappointment. However, the latter part of my confession brought a sweet warmth to her heart. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "If you consider yourself a bad man, it is not entirely so. As long as you treat both me and Shuyin sincerely, even if you are deemed a bad man, there is little to be done. For both Shuyin and I are fond of you. If your earlier words were sincere, do not concern yourself with how I will explain things to Shuyin. I shall handle it." I was already troubled about how to address Lin Shuyin, and now Mei Qinyue had taken it upon herself to resolve the matter. In disbelief, I exclaimed, "But what did I say was genuine? How will you explain it to Shuyin?" With a mysterious smile, Mei Qinyue replied, "As long as you care for me. The specifics of my conversation with Shuyin are of no concern to you. I possess my own methods. However, I must admit, I did not have my fill earlier, and you must indulge me further." With that, her crimson lips once again found mine, and having rested sufficiently, we plunged back into our fervor. Uncertain of how long they had indulged in their fervor, Mei Qinyue finally found true satisfaction, a fulfillment she had never experienced even in her first marriage. It dawned upon her that such joy could indeed exist. Both physically and emotionally, they had reached a state of contentment. After their passionate escapade, they fell into a deep slumber, entwined in each other's embrace, with a faint smile gracing Mei Qinyue's lips in her dreams. When they awoke, it was already midday the following day. Their first sensation upon waking was an overwhelming hunger, having last eaten the previous afternoon. Given the extent of their exertion, it was hardly surprising that they felt famished. Chapter 99. A large package appears by the seaside at this moment. The torrential rain had ceased, and the sun had emerged. The garments laid beside the fire had dried long ago, though the flames had extinguished unbeknownst to them. Once the two had donned their clothes, and Yu Fei rekindled the fire, warming the remaining 2 grilled fish, which they consumed, alleviating their hunger somewhat. Observing the sun high in the sky, they recognized that it was now the second day. With the rain having stopped, they began to pack their belongings. After gathering everything, they did not return directly, At Yufei's suggestion, they ascended the mountain once more. The purpose of their visit to the summit was to ascertain whether the group they had observed yesterday had returned. After approximately an hour of vigilance, they noted the absence of signal fire at the northernmost tip of the deserted island, along with a lack of any signs of human presence. Realizing that the group had not ventured forth today, Yufei took the opportunity to observe the fauna on the northern side of the island. This time, he found no trace of the black bears near the lake. Not even a water buffalo was in sight. However, on the eastern meadow, cattle and sheep had returned to graze. Throughout the hour of their observation, neither black bears nor wolf packs were spotted. Although they did not encounter these creatures, both understood that the black bears and wolves were likely still present in the northern woods, obscured by the dense foliage that would make them difficult to spot unless by chance. Since they had not seen the group from yesterday, nor any signs of the black bears or wolves, Yufei and Mei Qingyue decided to return, planning to come back the following day for further observation. This had been their agreement from the previous day, as they intended to monitor the activities of the group and the wildlife on the northern side of the island daily, aiming to discern their patterns. To facilitate their observations, they also discussed constructing a shelter in that vicinity for rest, ensuring that they would not be caught in a similar predicament should another torrential downpour occur. Descending from the summit, they set forth, with Yufei checking the traps he had set along the way. To his delight, the traps had yielded a bountiful catch, 2 wild rabbits and 3 wild chickens. This fortunate haul brought him joy, as it ensured the safety of his laying hens. Having never experienced such a bounty before, Mei Qingyue found the day's journey, with Yufei, refreshingly novel. She discovered an increasing fondness for life on the deserted island. Upon their return, Lin Shuyin and her companions had been anxiously awaiting them. The three had been deliberating whether to seek out Yufei and Mei Qingyue, though none knew the way, casting doubt on their resolve to venture into the mountains. Once Yufei and Mei Qingyue entered, the trio felt no further need to continue their discussion, as their friends had returned. Lin Shuyin and Xiao Xiao hurriedly approached and grasped Mei Qingyue's hand, inquiring about the situation. Although Xiao Dong did not come over, she was intently gazing at Mei Qingyue, awaiting her response. Observing the eager expressions of the three, Mei Qingyue felt a pang of reluctance in her heart, but ultimately conveyed the truth about the satellite phone still lacking a signal. Upon hearing this disheartening news, both Xiao Xiao and Xiao Dong's faces instantly fell, as the absence of a signal dashed their hopes of returning home once more. In an effort to console them, Mei Qingyue revealed the occurrence of a bonfire and signs of humanity at the northernmost tip of the deserted island, along with Yufei's and the other speculations about the challenges of reaching that point. Although the timeline for their return remained uncertain, this revelation granted the two a glimmer of hope. With renewed optimism, Xiao Xiao felt less despondent. Her playful spirit was still thriving, as she had not yet fully enjoyed her time on the island and was reluctant to part ways with Yufei. Conversely, Xiao Dong remained somewhat disheartened, yearning to escape the island that had cast a shadow over her. As long as she remained there, memories of her days with Captain Gao would haunt her, and reflecting on those moments felt like a nightmare. She could hardly fathom what had possessed her to accept Captain Gao's orders so readily at that time. However, with the satellite phone still out of service, there was little that could be done. She was left with no choice but to stay on the island, relieved that she had already distanced herself from Captain Gao and his team. After a while of conversation, Yufei and Mei Qingyue took a brief respite before Lin Shuyin suddenly turned to Yufei and asked, "Yufei, have you rested well?" Her inquiry puzzled him. Yet he nodded and replied, "I have long since recuperated. Is there something you need?" Upon hearing his response, Lin Shuyin explained, "It is like this. The storm yesterday was quite fierce. This morning, while Xiao Xiao and I were patrolling the beach, we stumbled upon a large package. We have no idea what is inside, but it is exceedingly heavy, and we could not move it. Since you are well rested, I shall take you to see it. Perhaps there is something useful inside, and if so, we can retrieve it together." Upon hearing that Lin Shuyin had been patrolling the beach with Xiao Xiao, Yufei expressed his concern, saying, "While I am away, why would you both venture out to patrol? It is far too dangerous for 2 girls to do so. What if you encounter someone nefarious?" Lin Shuyin dismissed his worries, stating, It is precisely because you are not here that we must patrol. Just as you said before, if someone washes ashore, we need to be the first to notice and address the situation. Otherwise, if they recover and come looking for us, that will be far more perilous. Rest assured, we are not children. Even if we see someone washed ashore, we will not recklessly approach. We will observe from the shadows and wait for your return to handle it. Moreover, this endeavor should not rest solely upon your shoulders. You have an abundance of responsibilities. Do you not intend to establish a sanctuary in the mountains? Furthermore, you must keep a vigilant eye on the northern shores of the deserted island. Lacking the ability to duplicate yourself, how can you consistently patrol the coastline in a timely manner? Upon hearing Lin Shuyan's words, Yufei found her reasoning to be quite compelling. It was evident that he could not simultaneously monitor the northern situation of the mountains while conducting coastal patrols. One of these tasks must surely be delegated to Lin Shuyan and her companions. In comparison to the mountains, patrolling the coastline is decidedly safer. Nevertheless, Yufei felt that even if he were to assign the coastal patrols to Lin Shuyan and her team, he must still undertake certain preparations. Chapter 100. The package contains food firstly, and Yufei needed to prepare a weapon for them. Fortunately, he had discovered a dagger from both Lao Huang and Lao Wang, leaving him with one spare dagger. He took this dagger and affixed it to a sturdy wooden stick, fashioning it into a spear. However, mere weaponry was insufficient, and Yufei believed that even with arms, Lin Shuyan and the others might hesitate to use them. Thus, he contemplated additional preparations. He recalled the wolf trap within the enclosure, which Lao Huang had previously fallen into. Should the enemy stumble into such a trap, they would surely lose their combat efficacy. And Yufei deemed this trap highly effective and decided to excavate several more along the beach. This way, even if Lin Shuyan and her companions were unable to engage the enemy directly, they could still lure them into the traps for self-preservation. With a plan in mind, Yufei resolved to accompany Lin Shuyan and the others to inspect the large package. Xiaodong had fallen ill primarily due to malnutrition, but after 2 days of rest, she was feeling significantly better. Having been confined to bed, she was eager to join the others as they set out. Lin Shuyan noted that Xiaodong had not experienced another fever since yesterday and was in better condition today. Furthermore, remaining in bed was not conducive to her recovery. So after some consideration, she decided to allow Xiaodong to come along. With everyone mobilized under Lin Shuyan's leadership, they made their way to the beach. Upon arrival, Lin Shuyan guided them further westward. The large package they had discovered lay on the western side of the beach, not far from the bodyguard's grave. During these past nights, Lin Shuyan, Mei Qinyue, and Xiao Xiao had often patrolled within Yufei. After a period of adjustment, the three of them had become quite swift on the sand, though they still could not match in Yufei's pace. Nevertheless, they could traverse the beach back and forth within an hour. Xiaodong, having walked the beach infrequently and still feeling somewhat weak, moved at a slower pace. And Yufei noticed that twilight was approaching in a little over 2 hours. And with other plans for the day, he suggested carrying Xiaodong. Initially, she felt a bit embarrassed, and Lin Shuyan and the others, eager to reach the package quickly, were concerned that it might be washed away again. They collectively encouraged Xiaodong to accept his offer. After much persuasion, Xiaodong relented, allowing Yufei to carry her. Although she had previously felt a sense of resistance towards men, she was unexpectedly comforted when Yufei lifted her. The sensation was oddly pleasant, and as she inhaled the familiar scent emanating from him, she found herself enjoying it. And Yufei's broad back was remarkably comfortable, evoking memories of being carried by her father in her childhood. Gradually, she unconsciously pressed her face against his back. And Yufei had rescued Xiaodong in a similar manner before, and thus remained oblivious to her actions. And Yufei possessed considerable strength. And after enduring rigorous training on the deserted island, even while carrying the nearly 100-pound Xiaodong, his pace remained brisk. Had he not deliberately slowed down, Lin Shuyan and her companions would have struggled to keep up with him. Without Xiaodong hindering their progress, they swiftly reached the location indicated by Lin Shuyan, where they spotted the large parcel from a distance. Upon arriving at the parcel, Yufei gently set Xiaodong down, although he felt a twinge of reluctance. Xiaodong had to descend from his back. After disembarking, She casually glanced at the substantial package that Lin Shui-yin had mentioned. Upon seeing the parcel, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she exclaimed, "Isn't this the very package that old Jia was carrying?" And Yu Fei couldn't help but inquire, "Who is old Jia?" Xiao Dong pointed towards the grave of the bodyguard and replied, "It is he. This package should contain food." Just as the lifeboat was about to be engulfed by the whirlpool, Captain Gao entrusted this parcel to him. However, when we were washed ashore, we only found him, and the package was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, when we discovered him, he had already ceased to breathe. According to Captain Gao and the others, this parcel was filled with provisions they had collected on the large ship. The loss of this package is what led to our dire food situation. Upon hearing Xiao Dong's account, and Yu Fei grasped the reason behind Captain Gao's group lacking provisions and discerned the contents of the parcel. Moreover, he began to surmise the cause of old Jia's demise. He had already tested the parcel's weight, estimating it to be around 160 to 70 pounds. He speculated that old Jia was a person of considerable responsibility, likely aware of the vital importance of the food for their small group. Thus, when caught in the whirlpool, he must have clung to the package tenaciously. The burden of such a heavy parcel likely prevented old Jia from surfacing in time or reaching the shore, resulting in prolonged submersion that ultimately led to his drowning. Had it not been for the package, old Jia may not have met such a fate. Knowing that the parcel contained food, and Yu Fei decided against opening it. Since it was already packaged, it would be more practical to transport it without unsealing it. Although he could manage the weight of 160 to 70 pounds, carrying such a heavy load would make walking arduous, requiring him to rest frequently. And Yu Fei was certainly not inclined to engage in such a laborious and inefficient endeavor. Instead, he gathered some wooden planks and sticks from the vicinity. After binding them with rope and vines, he fashioned a contraption akin to a sled, differing only in that its base was composed solely of vertically arranged planks. Once secured, and Yu Fei placed the large parcel onto the sled and, using the thick vine he had prepared in advance, found the task considerably less strenuous. Observing the amusing scene, Lin Shui-yin, Mei Qin-yu, and Xiao Xiao joined in to assist with the pulling, making the effort feel lighter as they worked together. In fact, the three even suggested that Yu Fei step aside, as they found him somewhat obstructive. The three individuals were eager to discover the culinary delights within and hastened to return, prompting the idling Yu Fei to continue carrying Xiao Dong on his back. Enamored with the sensation of being cradled by Yu Fei, Xiao Dong, without needing any persuasion, eagerly leapt onto his back. And Yu Fei, as before, carried Xiao Dong while engaging in light-hearted banter, and soon they arrived back at the cave. Upon reaching the enclosure, and Yu Fei once again assembled the pulley system used previously to transport the large package inside. The three women, unable to contain their anticipation, urged him to swiftly unpack the bundle as soon as he entered, eager to uncover the delectable treats it contained. Chapter 101. Digging traps again prompted by the three women, and Yu Fei had no choice but to comply. He drew a dagger from his waist and began to dismantle the package, which was encased in canvas. This piece of canvas was similar to the one Yu Fei had found in the cave belonging to Gao's team, albeit somewhat larger. Uncertain of how much tape Gao's team had used, the waterproof cover was tightly wrapped, and despite having a dagger in hand, and Yu Fei found the task exceedingly cumbersome, fearing he might tear the inner canvas. Seeing his struggle, Lin Shui-yin and the others came to assist. After a considerable amount of time, they managed to peel away most of the tape. However, to their surprise, they discovered that the inner layer was still encased in cling film. Compared to the tape, the cling film was much easier to remove, and in no time, they had stripped it away. Upon unveiling the contents, a noxious odor of decaying food wafted forth from the package, causing the hearts of everyone to sink. They worried that the arduous effort to retrieve the package had resulted in the food within spoiling. The stench was overwhelming, prompting Yu Fei to instruct everyone to step back before fully opening the package. Once opened, he too retreated, feeling nauseated by the foul aroma. With the stench permeating the air, no one was eager to approach. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Fei suggested, "How about we patrol the beach first and dig a few traps? We can inspect the package for anything salvageable upon our return." Lin Shuyan, puzzled, inquired. Why are we digging traps while patrolling? Are you planning to catch fish with traps? And Yufei shook his head with a wry smile. My failure to communicate clearly. As you pointed out, I have numerous responsibilities, and at times I cannot attend to the beach patrol. When I am unable to do so, I need you to scout the area. However, I'm uneasy about just sending you out to patrol, so I intend to dig a few traps along the beach similar to those in our yard. Should you encounter any danger while patrolling, you can retreat to the traps for protection. Upon hearing this explanation, everyone understood. The traps in the yard had proven effective, having incapacitated Lao Huang previously. If they could dig similar traps by the beach, it would provide an additional layer of safety. After clarifying his intentions, Yufei gathered some bamboo to sharpen, and together with the others, they made their way to the beach. The southern coastline extended approximately 5 kilometers, and Yufei planned to dig a trap every 500 meters, totaling 9 traps while leaving the sides untouched. Having already traversed the beach while retrieving the package, there was no need for a dedicated patrol. The women set out to catch fish, while Yufei took a military shovel to dig the traps. From a distance, Yufei noticed Mei Qingyue and Lin Shuyan standing particularly close together, engaged in quiet conversation, leaving him curious about their whispered exchange. He merely observed how the two would occasionally glance in his direction, utterly perplexed by their conversation. However, he speculated that Mei Qingyue had perhaps revealed her intentions to Lin Shuyan. Since returning today, Yufei felt a twinge of guilt, believing he had wronged Lin Shuyan. He yearned to confess his transgressions, but was at a loss for words. Furthermore, prior to his return, Mei Qingyue had explicitly instructed him not to discuss this matter with Lin Shuyan, asserting that she would handle it herself. Given Mei Qingyue's insistence, Yufei resolved to observe the situation before taking action. Should it become apparent that Mei Qingyue had not yet broached the subject with Lin Shuyan, he would then take the initiative to admit his fault. At present, the scene suggested that Mei Qingyue was indeed speaking with Lin Shuyan. Yet what perplexed him was the absence of displeasure on Lin Shuyan's face. Instead, she appeared to be radiating joy. Unable to discern the nature of their conversation, he intended to seize an opportunity to inquire with Mei Qingyue, subsequently placing the matter aside to focus on his task of digging traps. As Yufei successfully excavated a trap, the group of women returned with a woven bag filled with fish. After setting the fish aside, they began assisting Yufei, and by evening, they had collectively constructed 3 traps. Noticing that nightfall was imminent and aware that he still needed to prepare dinner,